Chapter 61. It is winter on this island, but the temperature is much milder than that of human islands. Everyone took off their thick clothes and put them in a wooden barrel. Jiang Shui randomly chose a direction and said to Lu Han, "Let's go?" Lu Han pulled the rope of the wooden boat and followed her. "Yes." Xiao Huan chose the direction next to them and called Xiao Mu, "Pull up the boat. Let's go this way. Let's go." Meng Liuyun's cousin immediately chose another direction next to Jiang Shui. "Second brother, let's go this way." This place is not far from Jiang Shui. If he encounters her while collecting supplies or fighting, he will definitely show off to his friends. The crowd quickly dispersed, and two young men in the opposite team chatted with each other with smiles. Jiang Shui looks much better than the avatar photo on the World Channel. Indeed, why do you suddenly say this? Do you have any ideas? How can it be possible? Didn't you see how closely the leader of her tribe protects her? Besides, Luyun told us in advance not to disturb her. It all depends on human effort. It depends on the degree of disturbance. What if it is a long-lasting disturbance? It's a pity that my ideal type is a cute girl, otherwise I would have wanted to try it. Your ideal type is this type. Why don't you try it? The road in the wasteland is sometimes flat, and sometimes has long gullies. After running at full speed for an hour, I finally crossed the wasteland. The color ahead was a mixture of yellow and green. Lu Han touched a green leaf with his finger, dug down with a steel machete, and took out a series of fist-sized potatoes. After touching them one by one, there was no mysterious potato. Jiang Shui squatted down near him and pulled out a bunch of potatoes. When she touched them, she found a mysterious potato *1. After seeing this, Lu Han, "Jiang Shui, I don't plan to take the potatoes with me. I'm going to continue exploring." Lu Han, "I take them too. Eating potatoes every day really needs a change of taste." Beyond this land, there are several rows of bare fruit trees. Beyond them, there is a 5-meter wide river in front. On both sides of the river are wildly growing wild rice leaves. The bottom of the river is covered with beautiful pebbles. The river water is clear, and you can see fat fish, shrimps, and crabs swimming in it. Lu Han saw a nearly 3-meter-long black fish, and stabbed it with a knife, and threw it up. Mysterious black fish *1. Lu Han, "I'm lucky this time. It's a mysterious black fish. Take it back, and let's eat pickled fish." Jiang Shui looked around and saw a few crucian carps, picked up the wooden barrel and scooped them out. A crucian carp of 20 to 30 centimeters swam around in the barrel, but it was not a mysterious crucian carp. She repeated the same trick several times, and there were 6 mysterious crucian carps lying in the wooden barrel. She planned to take them back and dig a pond to raise them. The two did not stay in the river for too long. They came to the other side of the river, picked winter juju trees for 10 minutes, and then continued on their way. Crossing a withered grassland, a large area of cabbage and sugarcane fields appeared in front of them, with many biological activities. When the two approached, the pheasants flew away, the hares fled, and the wild boars took an attacking posture. Lu Han, "I will kill the wild boars, and you will pick vegetables?" Jiang Shui, "Okay." With Lu Han's current strength, wild boars are not difficult to kill, but the number of the other party's friends is increasing. After 10 minutes, he had to give up the fight. Jiang Shui dragged the wooden boat into the sugarcane field, and Lu Han covered the back. The two squatted quietly in the sugarcane field for a while, before the wild boars dispersed. The two began to pick sugarcane very quietly, and continued to move forward only after half of the boat was loaded. Just after crossing the sugarcane field, they heard a wolf howl. From the sound, it was heading for the wild boar carcass in the cabbage field. This place was not far from the cabbage field. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Jiang Shui and Lu Han skipped the nearby collection area and ran to a farther place. The yellow-green color appeared in front again. Jiang Shui recognized the sweet potato leaves and dug with a machete. She dug out several 20-centimeter sweet potatoes. There was no mysterious sweet potato among the 3 sweet potatoes, so she chose to continue digging next door. This time, a mysterious sweet potato appeared among the 4 sweet potatoes. The two stayed on this land and began to dig sweet potatoes. Time passed unknowingly, and a small wooden boat was filled to the brim. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound nearby, and 2 people walked out from behind a forest. Meng Qi exclaimed, "Second brother, it's Jiang Shui. Let's go over there." Meng Luyun, "You only see Jiang Shui, but not Lu Han, right?" Having said that, he still followed Meng Qi's footsteps. As the two approached, Meng Luyun greeted Jiang Shui and Lu Han, and Meng Qi stared at Jiang Shui with sparkling eyes. "Hello, big brother." Talk, Finally talked to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui, hello. Everyone around is familiar. The only unfamiliar one is a 16 or 17-year-old kid, so she doesn't feel so awkward. Ming-Chi looked around the small wooden boat beside her. Wow, so many sweet potatoes. Winter and sweet potatoes are the best match. Second brother, we already have a boat of wild boar and pheasant meat. Can we use the remaining space to put sweet potatoes? Meng Luyun, that's fine. Ming-Chi squatted down beside Jiang Shui, collecting sweet potatoes while talking. Boss, do you want to eat wild boars and pheasants? I give you one too. My second brother and I caught a lot. The boats are piled up like a mountain. And they are all mysterious wild boars and pheasants. Jiang Shui, no thank you. Ming-Chi, my second brother, and I saw a lot of coconut trees on the way here just now. We each cut down 2 and plan to take them back to plant. Do you want one? I give you one? Lu Han on the other side had a faint expression. You can tell us the location, and we will dig it ourselves. We can each take 2 back. Ming-Chi glared at Lu Han secretly. Okay, that direction. Lu Han, thank you. With only 15 minutes left, Jiang Shui and Lu Han gave up collecting sweet potatoes and walked in the direction Ming-Chi pointed. Ming-Chi shouted behind him. Boss, I will apply to add you as a friend after leaving the island, but you must agree. Lu Han glanced at Meng Luyun and said with his eyes, you brought a clingy spirit. Coconut trees grow near the coast. After Jiang Shui pulled out 2 coconut trees, he accidentally saw a cold arrow bamboo forest nearby, so he went out to pull some. Lu Han spotted a wild boar passing by and ran over to hunt it. When they returned with their full loads, there were only 2 minutes left. The 2 sat on the ground, one hand touching the wooden boat, the other touching the coconut tree, waiting quietly. The final countdown to leaving the island ended, and the space flashed, arriving at Jiang Shui's island. Drag the small wooden boat and coconut tree into the hall, and start to sort out the supplies. The supplies were obtained together, so they were divided in half. When Lu Han was sorting out the supplies, Jiang Shui received a message reminder. After opening it, she saw that it was a friend request from Ming-Chi. Lu Han looked over. Ming-Chi's friend request? Jiang Shui, yes. Lu Han didn't say anything else. He couldn't interfere with Jiang Shui's decision. Jiang Shui hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to agree to the friend request. A message popped up immediately. Ming-Chi, hello boss. Jiang Shui, hello. Ming-Chi, I want to treat you to a meal. Do you have time to come? Jiang Shui's scalp exploded, and she quickly refused. No time. I'm going to be busy first. On a certain island, Ming-Chi's parents asked their son, how is it? What did Jiang Shui say? Ming-Chi, she's not coming. Ming's mother, it's okay. If she doesn't come today, ask her tomorrow. As long as we have dinner together, the friendship will come out. Ming-Chi frowned. Don't think about Jiang Shui. Ming's mother, how can you think about her, kid? You are just friends visiting each other. Ming-Chi thought of his mother's character, and his enthusiasm disappeared. He decided not to talk to Jiang Shui. As long as she was his friend, it was enough to show off. Forget about other things. He didn't want to cause trouble for her. Lu Han brought a boatload of prey back to the island, but before he could even have a sip of water, he was driven away by his parents. Mother Lu, you actually brought half of the supplies here? Do you want to eat and drink for free every day? We take this wild boar leg and this bucket of sweet potatoes, and take the rest to her. Get out of here, and don't disturb me and your dad from enjoying our world together under the sea. Father Lu, Shueshu is so outstanding, it seems very difficult for you to pursue her, and you still have the mind to bring things home. Your parents can take care of themselves, and you just need to focus on taking care of Shueshu. Do you really plan to be single for the rest of your life? Mother Lu, that's too pitiful. They didn't even enjoy a real world for 2. Lu Han's face turned red instantly, and he quickly fled back to Jiang Shui's island, fearing that his mother would say something shocking. When he arrived at Jiang Shui's island, Jiang Shui was planting coconut trees, and he hurried forward to help. Jiang Shui was puzzled. You don't accompany your parents? Lu Han, you have a lot of things to do here, and it's too tiring to be alone. I will help as much as I can. Jiang Shui, thank you. Lu Han, are you going to explore the island this afternoon? Jiang Shui, no, the mermaids have already explored it. Lu Han, what do you want to eat for lunch? I make it. Jiang Shui, meat pie and baked sweet potato. She opened the World Channel, searched for the meat pie blueprint, and bought it to learn. The 2 walked side by side towards the main hall. When they passed the garden, They saw the mermaid princess leading the mermaids to dig a lake. In the main hall, the dragon was sleeping soundly with its round belly. Lu Han wrapped a few sweet potatoes in mud and threw them into the brazier, then went to the food workbench to start making meat pie. Jiang Shui changed the medicine for Shenlong. Shenlong rested for 8 days. In 8 days, the food brought by it and shark was exhausted. Half of the meat these days was caught by Jiang Shui and Lu Han on the mysterious island. This morning, Shenlong, who was fully recovered from his injuries, came up with a good idea, which was to put Rainbow Shark into a wooden barrel filled with seawater, and then catch it and go to Zhongzhou together. The weather was still cold, and the killer whale family and the humpback whale family were getting lazier day by day, so they simply went into semi-hibernation around the island. The lake in the garden was built, and a canal was dug to introduce seawater. Great white shark travels everywhere with the mermaid princess every day. These days, Jiang Shui and everyone team up to explore the mysterious island in the morning, and Lu Han uses the workbench to produce materials in the afternoon. Jiang Shui uses part of the materials to exchange for white and red pigments to decorate all the buildings in the garden with white walls and red tiles. Today it is Jiang Shui's turn to use the invitation letter to land on the island. Early in the morning, she started to form a team. There are a total of 10 members, 5 of whom are members of the unnamed tribe. One is Nangongyu, who has no tribe. One is Xiexianer, who also has no tribe, and the remaining 3 are Yingxingyu, Gu Yunshan, and Qingye, who were recruited by selling quotas on the World Channel. The condition for Nangongyu and Xiexianer to join the team is to hand over 20% of the supplies. Yingxingyu and the other 2 not only need to hand over 20% of the supplies, but also a certain amount of soil and stones. Jiang Shui and her friends stood in a closed room with closed doors and windows to invite everyone to join the team. Without waiting for them to greet and observe the island, they tore open the invitation letter to land on the island. The next moment, the space shook, and everyone appeared on a snowy island with huge and beautiful vegetation. Chapter 62. The extreme cold could not suppress the colorful colors of the island. Instead, the snow made it look like a fairyland in a fairy tale world. The cold wind whistled, and a 20-centimeter red sycamore leaf fell. Jiang Shui looked up and saw a sycamore forest of nearly 100 meters behind her. Squeak! Something flew past quickly from above, and the branches shook, and a piece of snow fell, hitting Yingxingyu on the head. Yingxingyu brushed off the snow on her head and raised her middle finger upwards. "Don't let me catch you, or I will eat you." Ouch! Just as she finished speaking, a fist-sized pine nut fell on her forehead, and she immediately saw stars. Squeak! Squeak! The dense sound came from far away and near. Something was moving quickly towards this side, and the snow fell wherever it went. Yingxingyu's face changed. Run! Everyone ran away. After Yingxingyu hid in a tree hole, she turned her head and looked around, but there was no sign of her teammates. Okay, this means I will die, but you won't, right? After hiding for a while, Yingxingyu decided to come out to look for supplies. Just as she was about to leave the cave, she saw a nearly 10-meter tall black bear running over with honey in his arms. Behind it were bees that covered the sky. Jiang Shui stopped and found that she had separated from everyone else. She simply put down the small wooden boat and climbed up a tall maple tree nearby to observe the island. 10 minutes later, she came to the top of the tree and saw the island with mountains stacked up and strange trees everywhere. The areas can be distinguished according to the color of the trees: red maple, pink cherry, jacaranda, ginkgo, wisteria, green bamboo, and pine forest. The amazing thing is that the trees in different seasons are all over 50 meters tall, and they maintain their vitality and the most beautiful posture in the extreme cold. Jiang Shui came to the ground, bypassed the beasts, and approached a mountain. There are 6 mountains on the island, 5 of which have tree kings that are estimated to be 200 meters high, and only the mountain closest to her has a bare top. The mountain is surrounded by bamboos. After careful identification, most of them are species that pandas like, such as arrow bamboo and wood bamboo. Have giant pandas been raised here before? When I stepped into the bamboo forest, I startled a group of white cranes and heard a low roar of wild animals in the quiet bamboo area. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar of a bear was heard in the distance. Jiang Shui looked in that direction and found that countless snow-white birds with long tail feathers flew out of the Wudong area. Then the whole island seemed to come alive, and various movements were heard one after another. Wild animals were active and birds were startled, as if they were migrating before a disaster. Footsteps were heard behind me. Jiang Shui quickly threw herself into the snow pit, and soon saw several huge pandas with a body size of more than 10 meters running away from her. While it was safe, she quickly pulled up dozens of other bamboos and headed towards the wisteria. There were too many beasts on this island, and they were huge. She gave up the idea of pulling up the king tree on the top of the mountain and planned to dig 2 trees at random. She tried to avoid the beasts all the way. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I found that all the trees had something in common. They were about 60 meters high, and branches began to appear at about 10 meters. The 3 branches were not on the same horizontal line, and they were nearly as thick as 3 people hugging. The branches were also very orderly as they went up, and they grew in a direction that was completely suitable for building a tree house. Jiang Shui unconsciously made an association. The owner of this island used to be a human from the survival world. She liked flowers and trees, and tree houses, so the island construction developed in that direction. As time went by, she had many partners, and the island developed into a large scale, and each partner used a tree house as his home. Jiang Shui came to a wisteria tree about 70 meters high and started digging the soil. With her current physical fitness, it took her more than an hour to finally succeed. At this moment, it was less than 2 hours away from leaving the island. Put down the wisteria tree, take a short break, and quickly come to the nearest pine tree, aiming at a pine tree about 60 meters high and digging. Since we landed on the mysterious island, we can't not bring any food back. The wisteria tree is used to build a tree house, and the pine tree is full of fruits, enough to eat for a long time. Because of the full fruit, the pine tree is much heavier than the wisteria tree. Although Jiang Shui tried her best to support the trunk, it still fell to the ground, and countless pine cones fell at once, which was painful to see. Jiang Shui started picking up pine cones, and soon, the small wooden boat was full. With only 5 minutes left before leaving the island, she hugged the wisteria tree and came to the pine tree. She glanced and found that the huge and complex roots of the pine tree had fallen off, revealing a smooth glass surface in the middle. Reach out and touch it. October pearl, middle buried between the roots of the tree, it can keep the tree in October state. Jiang Shui, shock. So, all the plants on this island are in the best state because of these beads? She immediately began to dig the soil at the roots of the wisteria tree, and indeed found a fist-sized bead. April pearls, middle, there are tens of thousands of trees on this island, which means there are tens of thousands of moon pearls as well. Unfortunately, there are only a few minutes left before leaving the island, otherwise Jiang Shui would definitely dig a few more trees. I hope I will have the opportunity to visit this island again in the future. During the countdown to leaving the island, Jiang Shui held a branch in each hand and put her legs on the wooden boat. Although she did not hunt vegetables and meat this time, it was the most harvested of all the mysterious islands. During the last 20 seconds of the countdown, Jiang Shui heard countless squeaking sounds coming from far away. Looking through the gaps in the leaves, she saw hundreds of half-meter-tall red squirrels approaching. Countdown, 8, 7, 6. The squirrels found the collapsed squirrel and went crazy on the spot. 5, 4. 2 squirrels jumped onto the pine tree. 3, 2. The sound of a tree falling suddenly came from not far away, and the squirrel army paused. 1. Teleportation begins. The space shook, and Jiang Shui appeared on her own island. Squeak! Squeak! 2 fiery red figures emerged from the branches and leaves, staring at the endless ocean in confusion. There were running footsteps in her ears, and Jiang Shui heard Lu Han's voice. Be careful! Jiang Shui crawled out from the tree branch and saw Lu Han fighting with a squirrel, while another squirrel was lying on the ground like a corpse. The squirrel fighting with Lu Han saw that there was another enemy, so it hid in the pine tree without saying a word. Lu Han picked up the unconscious squirrel and threw it into the pine tree. I brought back a 50-meter pine tree, and I also got some bird eggs from the sycamore tree. I give you half of them. Jiang Shui, you got it by yourself. Lu Han, without your luck, I can't log into such a good island. There are a lot of supplies. You're welcome. Beep beep. The tribe chat sounded. Xiaohuan, are you all back? I show you my spoils. A 3-meter wild boar cub, a boat of pine cones, and a 10-meter pine sapling. Meng Luyun, Gu Yunshan, Xie Xianer and I met and dug a 50-meter pine tree together to kill a 10-meter wild boar. We also got bees and honey. When the time comes, we will breed them and share them with everyone. Xiao Mu, Yingxingyu and Nandongyu and I met. We killed a bear, a dozen wolves, got 8 wolf cubs, and loaded a few boats with pine cones. We will share them with everyone later. Lu Han, I have pine trees and bird eggs. I will give them to everyone later. Jiang Shui, I brought back a wisteria tree to build a wooden house, a pine tree, 2 squirrels and some bamboo. Jiang Shui, there are moon beads at the bottom of the tree roots on the island. You can look for them. Mine are October beads and April beads, which can keep the trees in October and April. Xiao Huan, I don't have it. Could it be because of the seedling? Meng Liyun, our tree has it. So strange. Could it be that the old tree has it but the young tree doesn't? Has it become a spirit? Xiao Mu, it's unlikely to become a spirit. I'm more inclined to think that someone placed it there. Zhao Huan, when you put it that way, I have an idea. Then several people began to discuss where the moon beads came from. When Jiang Shui and Lu Han worked together to plant the 70-meter pine tree behind the garden, these people had already discussed that there might be predecessors in the survival world. Lu Han asked, "Where are you going to plant the wisteria tree?" "Plant it together." Jiang Shui shook her head. "Plant it in a few days." She put the wisteria tree into the tribe's space. "I still have 5 attacks to go on the island. I plan to complete it today. Can you help me?" Lu Han, "Sure, I go back and plant the pine trees first, and I be back soon." Beep beep beep. The private chat reminder sound of a friend rang. Jiang Shui opened the friend list, and saw that it was a message from Qingye. "Qingye, thank you for the quota you gave me. This is my best luck on the island. Not only did I harvest a pine tree, I also harvested a squirrel. You brought so many benefits, but you only handed over 20% of the supplies. I can't live with my conscience, so I handed over half of the pine cones to you, and I left the squirrel. Take it." Jiang Shui received the supplies, and turned to put them into the tribe warehouse. "Qingye, if there is another opportunity to go to the island, can you tell me? I want to buy a quota." Jiang Shui had a good impression of the Taoist tribe, so she said, "Continue tomorrow, but this time I don't need to hand in supplies, just soil and stones, and I will give you an estimate later." Qingye, okay, thank you." After the private chat ended, he received private chats from Xie Xianer, Nandongyu, Gu Yunshan, Yingxingyu, and others. Without exception, they handed in supplies and asked about the quota. After some negotiations, the next time they landed on the island, they would still be these people. After dealing with these things, Jiang Shui felt hungry, and then she realized that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She came to the main hall, and was about to cook when Lu Han sent a private message. "Lu Han, look at the group chat." Jiang Shui opened the tribe group chat. "Xiao Mu, I bought a miniature gourmet workbench. I will treat everyone's breakfast, lunch and dinner for the next week, and I will also give everyone a wolf cub to raise. Zhao Huan, then I will schedule it for next week. Meng Liyun, I go next week. Lu Han, I be behind Meng Liyun. Xiao Mu, why are you in line? You and Shue take care of us a lot. It's our duty to treat you. You don't have to do anything, just eat. Meng Liyun, this is what the 3 of us have discussed privately. Xiao Mu, yes." After Lu Han planted the pine trees, and distributed a few white phoenix eggs to everyone, he came to Jiang Shui's island. At this time, Jiang Shui was feeding the wolf cub. The wolf cub was a little bigger than a palm. After eating and drinking, it automatically squeezed into the warm panda cub and fell asleep soon. Lu Han looked into the void, and after a moment, 2 bowls of carrot and meat soup appeared in his hand. He walked over. "Xiao Mu brought lunch over, let's eat together." Jiang Shui nodded, "Yes." Chapter 63. Rainbow Shark heard the sound of fighting disappear, and saw the dragon holding the 200-meter eagle and returning. Rainbow Shark said, "The wound just opened again. This time it will take another 10 days or half a month to heal. I can't take care of this family. Take me to the depths of Zhongzhou." Rainbow Shark saw the dragon grab the eagle's body, bit the barrel and flew. Rainbow Shark saw the shadow of the 100-meter mushroom forest in the distance, and the shadow of the 500-meter gray rabbit. Rainbow Shark said, "It's better not to go deep. The rabbit is so big, you are not enough to eat a flying bird." Rainbow Shark saw the 1,000-meter forest, and saw 2 300-meter crocodiles fighting for the 200-meter silver carp in the huge river. Rainbow Shark saw the 1,000-meter black python rising from the river, and the falling water grass and clear water were like a waterfall, and the crocodiles and silver carp became the meal on the plate. Rainbow Shark said, "Retreat, retreat, retreat, let's just stay on the edge." Rainbow Shark saw the 100-meter buffalo migrating in the 500-meter forest. Your rainbow chose to collect the buffalo, and it was collected successfully. Your Rainbow Shark chose to collect the 100-meter buffalo, and it was collected successfully. The 2 space grids were full, and the Rainbow Shark pointed in the direction of the return journey, speaking in shark language that the dragon could not understand. "Go home." After Jiang Shui finished her meal, she found the mermaid cubs playing on the coast. Seeing Jiang Shui approaching, they immediately dived into the sea and watched it all across the water. Jiang Shui squatted down and stared at the vague figure underwater. "I'm looking for your captain, who is willing to help me inform." There was silence. After about a few minutes, a little girl, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, swam out of the water and said shyly, "I can go." Then she dived into the water. The rest of the mermaid cubs dived into the seabed and disappeared. About 10 minutes later, the little girl brought Xiao Yu, who was guarding their home today, over. The little girl turned around and prepared to leave. Jiang Shui waved at her. "Wait a minute." The little girl was confused. Jiang Shui took out a pine cone. "Thank you for your help. This is a snack as a reward for you." The little girl smiled happily, swam forward a few meters, and stopped in fear. Jiang Shui threw the pine cone over, watched her take the pine cone and leave, and turned to look at Xiao. "I will attract sea beasts to attack the island in a while. The houses on the island are made of stone, and can be used as temporary shelters. You can move in with your tribe temporarily, or stay away from the island with a killer whale and humpback whale. It's your choice." Xiao didn't ask why, and obeyed the order. "The old, weak, sick, and disabled come up to take shelter, leave some people behind for protection, and the rest of the mermaids will follow me to help you fight." The mermaids began to migrate in an orderly manner. Jiang Shui and Lu Han carried a wooden barrel filled with blood and internal organs to the other side of the island and waited quietly. A moment later, Xiao came over with several mermaids holding steel machetes. Lu Han dumped the contents of the wooden barrel into the sea. Everyone stood on the shore and waited for less than 10 minutes, and then a group of sharks came over smelling blood. Xiao stretched out his hand and told his subordinates, "Get in the water." Jiang Shui and Lu Han aimed their steel crossbows. Jiang Shui said, "Xiao, you attract them to the surface, and Lu Han and I will attack from a distance." Xiao told his subordinates to give up the attack and use himself as bait to attract the sharks to chase. The shark attack was easily solved with the combined efforts. Jiang Shui cut them into several pieces. "We need to use their flesh and blood to attract more attacks." The ocean was frozen and lacked oxygen. The creatures on the seabed were already manic. They were attracted by the flesh and blood and soon ushered in a second round of attacks. This time, a sea snake of more than 60 meters in length came. Due to the disadvantage in close combat, everyone attacked from several directions and led it to the island. The killer whale and humpback whale family took the opportunity to sneak back and found the right opportunity to bite the sea snake's abdomen and 7 inches. During this period of time, eating the bones of the giant mummy and Jiang Shui's feeding, the adult killer whales and humpback whales broke through their physical limits. Not only did they grow 1 meter in length, but their abilities in all aspects were also strengthened. With one bite, several blood holes appeared on the sea snake. The killer whales and humpback whales ran away after biting. The sea python went crazy and swam into the sea, but Jiang Shui cut off its tail with a knife. The mermaid then went into the sea, and after several attacks, she aroused the sea python's hatred and led it back to the island. Half an hour later, the seriously injured sea python regained its senses under the threat of death. It decisively chose to run away, but as soon as half of its body was submerged in the sea water, the water surface suddenly boiled, and a bloody mouth rushed upwards, biting with sharp teeth. The sea python was like a fragile insect, and it was broken into 2 pieces in an instant. This is a 60-meter blue whale with circles of sharp teeth on its abdomen in addition to the teeth on its head. The blue whale took off the sea python and fell into the sea, stirring up huge waves. Jiang Shui felt like she was caught in a rainstorm, and she was soaked before she could react. Everyone retreated several meters. Jiang Shui and Lu Han immediately took off their outer clothes and put on dry new clothes. The blue whale sea beast circled the island under the sea, slowly surfaced, and faced the direction of Jiang Shui and the others, with its eyes fixed on the tiny prey that made it hungry. Jiang Shui immediately formed a team and pulled the members of the unnamed tribe onto the island. As soon as Xiao Huan and the others appeared on the island, the blue whale sea beast took action. Its body trembled slightly, and a strong water column with a diameter of 5 meters was sprayed from its back. Xiao Huan yelled, "What's the difference between this and killing by opening the door? It's not a martial ethics." He and Meng Luyun and Xiao Mu followed Jiang Shui and Lu Han and dodged. The water column hit the ground, creating a deep pit the size of an ordinary house, and the ground of the island trembled for a moment. The adult mermaids in the garden quickly covered the children's mouths to prevent them from screaming and attracting attention. After a while, they began to talk in a low voice. "What creature attacked the island? Why is there such a big noise? Even the humpback whales raised by the island owner can't make such a big noise. Could the creatures attacking the island be bigger than humpback whales? I don't know if we can defend the island. The island has hunted prey of 200 meters before. Can it be bigger than 200 meters this time? But the dragon assisted before, and now the dragon is not on the island. The guard saw the figure of the blue whale through the window and turned to remind, "Hush, be quiet. The sea water is inexhaustible. The blue whale is constantly accumulating power to attack humans. Jiang Shui and others use steel crossbows to attack while it is accumulating power. Arrows break through the air. Although they can break the defense, the whale is too big. These injuries are just insignificant to it, just like the damage caused by a blood-drawing needle. Humans cannot go to the sea, and the mermaids who can go to the sea are not strong enough to fight. The two sides are in a stalemate. If the blue whale sea beast does not leave, they will not have time to breathe." Jiang Shui said, "You cover me to the garden. I will go to buy the spear blueprint and make a spear." Lu Han and his friends took advantage of the time when the blue whale sea beast was charging several times to successfully cover Jiang Shui in a corner of the garden, which is the blind spot of the blue whale. After Jiang Shui climbed over the wall and disappeared, the group left in the opposite direction less than 10 meters away, and the blue whale sea beast attacked fiercely with a water column. Everyone dodged and challenged it away from the garden. Jiang Shui came to the studio, opened the trading channel, and searched. Spear. It has been nearly half a year since the survival world was established. The basic materials and blueprints obtained by humans are varied, and the workbench is still a scarce material, so many people put the blueprints on the market for sale in exchange for weapons and other materials that increase survival rate. Jiang Shui bought a steel spear, thought about it, and searched for enchantment stones. This kind of material sounds very precious, and there are only a few people selling it in the trading house, all at sky-high prices. Give up the purchase, go to the metal workbench, use basic materials to make iron blocks, and then make steel spears. The noise outside lasted for about half an hour, and finally calmed down. Jiang Shui opened a window and looked at the sea. The sea was calm, and there was no blue whale. Lu Han and others sat on the ground and panted proudly. Xiao Huan wondered. It uses the body parts for breathing as weapons, which consumes a lot of energy. Is it taking a break? Meng Luyun, maybe it's holding back to make a big move. Xiao Mu, be cautious. Xiao Huan took a breath and looked closely at the mermaids sitting next to her. Last time when the mermaids moved, she had seen them briefly and was dazzled by their high looks. In addition, the queen was present, so she couldn't be too out of tune, so she didn't pay too much attention to them. Today, she looked at them carefully and felt that they were all good-looking in their own way, especially the silver-haired blue-tailed mermaid next to her, who looked very cold. She just looked like she had a habit, but she didn't know what kind of personality she had. It would be great if her personality was also like her habit. Zhao Huan's eyes were too direct and eager. Zhao's body was slightly stiff, and he turned his face away silently. Zhao Huan, ? What does it mean? Is he shy? No way, there are still innocent men in this world. Zhao Huan stood up and sat down opposite Xiao, with excitement in her eyes. If that was the case, she couldn't control herself. Xiao held his gaze for a while, and turned around again. Zhao Huan came to him again, with an even more excited expression. Hide? I see where you can hide, Xiao. The island owner looks so good, why does her companion look so abnormal? Zhao Huan's movement attracted everyone's attention. Several mermaids didn't care whether Xiao was the captain or not, and started to joke directly. Zhao Huan didn't understand the mermaid language, but he saw that Xiao looked cold and expressionless on the surface, but his eyes were actually filled with anger, and his face was red to his ears. Xiao Huan covered his chest. Cute. Meng Luyun, abnormal. Xiao Mu smiled, still obsessed with looks as always. Zhao Huan, you don't understand my Happiness World announcement. Congratulations to the Ice Country Guardian Beast, Titan Bear, for reviving. World announcement, because the Ice Country Guardian Beast Titan Bear is the second to revive, it will be rewarded with a 2-day safety period. The world announcement, that resounded throughout the survival world suddenly sounded. Everyone was silent, paying attention to the sea and opening the Ice Country World channel to eat melons. In the garden, Jiang Shui took advantage of the vacancy in the weapons production, and also opened the Ice Country World channel. Chapter 64. Ice Country World channel. Cheers, our country has a national beast. Great, 2 days of safety. No longer have to endure hunger and cold these 2 days. Eli, you are our Ice Country's hero. Eli, Eli, Eli. This is all thanks to the material support of the people across the country. Without you, I, with only a map, would not be able to go deep into the sea to bring the Titan bear up and thaw it in the shortest possible time. On a certain island, a tall brown-haired man smiled helplessly. He was just lucky to catch the map of the national beast. All the obstacles encountered in the process were overcome by the help of the people of the country. The national beast could recover in such a short time, thanks to their material support. This was not his own achievement, but now he was pushed to the position of a hero, which made him feel embarrassed. Brother, brother! The young sister Anna ran over happily. I told them that I am your sister. Many people added me as a friend, handsome guys, all handsome guys, ha ha ha. Ely rubbed his sister's fluffy hair. You can play as friends, but you can't play messily, understand? Anna, I know, I just want to see handsome guys and learn from them to improve myself. Speaking of which, there is a word in Longwa called keeping one's body like a jade. It's fine if you keep your body like a jade, but why are you so strict with me? You are already 28, so boring. Ely, what do you know, little girl? Be loyal to love. The survival world is different from the previous life. I have enough time to meet the girl I love in the future. Jiang Shui looked at the Ice Country World Channel for a long time. This country is warm and united. Although the Dragon Country is also warm and united, there are still many people who fawn on foreigners and fight among themselves. Exit the Ice Country World Channel and open the world channels of other countries. The top leaders of the Light Country threatened those who found the map of the national beast to hand in the map. The tribe where the top leaders were located forcibly expropriated the people's wood resources. Now there is still a lot of ice before the national beast is revived. Hearing the world announcement of the Ice Country, the people of this country cursed the outside world, but they were united. The top leaders held an emergency meeting. The radicals scolded the moderates and kicked them out of the top leaders. If this group of people had not said that they were afraid that the rapid thawing would harm the national beast would have been revived long ago. How could the second place be taken by the Ice Country? In order to avoid being overtaken for the third place, the Light Country started the full-speed recovery plan without hesitation. The Wood Country still verbally snatched the national beast of the Ice Country. The Flower Country was obsessed with complaints. Jiang Shui entered the Holy Country World Channel for the first time and found that there was a holy tribe in this country that dominated the public opinion of the World Channel. The people of this country are fanatical believers of the tribal leader, and they respectfully call him Lord Tiansheng. Under the brainwashing of Lord Tiansheng and his holy envoys, the people did not make any radical remarks about the Dragon Country and Ice Country obtaining the national beast. They devoutly believed that this was the sacred beast of their country, but it was laborious for the people to grow up in the early stage, so Lord Tiansheng let the sacred beast temporarily spend its growth period in another country. Lord Tiansheng also said that when the sacred beast grows up and returns, he will build a sacred river to benefit the people. Lord Tiansheng is really kind-hearted and works for the country and the people. Jiang Shui? ? It made me feel confused for a moment. At 5 p.m., Lu Han and his men were still on guard outside. The blue whale beast had finished its rest and swam to the shore again to attack them. Jiang Shui joined the battle with several steel spears. The defense of the blue whale was not much stronger than that of an ordinary blue whale. They often ate a tribute food, and their strength was not what it used to be. With full force, the steel spears penetrated into the body of the blue whale beast with 1,000-pound force. Jiang Shui's strength was particularly strong. The steel long hair penetrated into the eyes of the blue whale beast, and the airflow caused it to tear a blood hole, rushing forward all the way and stopping near the brain. The blood hole was very small for the huge blue whale sea beast, and the steel hair was insignificant, but they became thorns in the flesh, and as long as they moved, they would cause severe pain. The blue whale sea beast howled angrily, let its head into the water, and its relatively hard tail kept slapping the seawater and hitting the coast, trying to use the torrent to make them unstable, and then rush down the coast. Jiang Shui picked up a new steel spear, avoided a torrent, and aimed at the tail of the blue whale sea beast. The target was large, and it hit the target effortlessly and sank into it. Lu Han's attack followed closely, but his power was not as strong as Jiang Shui's, so he only sank halfway. The blue whale swung its tail, and the current pushed it in. Every time the blue whale slapped the water, it would feel pain. It roared and dived into the seabed, deciding to remove the thorn in the flesh first, and then make plans. The rainbow shark returned with a full load, and the supplies were waiting to be collected. Jiang Shui looked into the distance. A black spot came from afar, followed by a loud dragon roar. The dragon is back. In the garden, the mermaid shouted happily. The guard opened the window so that everyone could see the outside world. The dragon landed on the island and put down the 100-meter bison. The blue whale heard the noise and swam quietly to a few meters above the sea to watch. Food bigger than that sea python? The other party was several times longer than itself, but much thinner than itself. The blue whale fell into thinking, should it try to make a big bet? Rainbow Shark saw a shadow on the seabed. What is that? The master's new family. Jiang Shui heard the whale cry in the distance. Rainbow Shark heard the killer whale and humpback whale say that it was the enemy, and they had been attacking the island for an afternoon. Rainbow Shark said, enemy attack. Enemy attack. The blue whale sea beast carefully observed the situation. It couldn't go ashore, and the delicious two-legged beast couldn't go into the water. The newcomer was a companion of the two-legged beast, so it could go into the water. As long as I floated to the surface from time to disturb the two-legged beast, they would be annoyed and would definitely let the python go into the sea to kill me. It was only me and it fighting under the sea, and the two-legged beast couldn't help, so I had a great chance of winning. After all, although I was short, I was fat, and the python was long but thin. The blue whale made a decision and immediately shot a torrent at the dragon. Dragon? Question mark. It turned around and rushed towards the blue whale. Blue whale? Question mark. Just came straight at me? Is it not a companion of the biped? Although the process was different from what I thought, the result was good. The two of them immediately started fighting on the seabed. Wait, why did two 11-meter killer whales and 17-meter humpback whales appear over there? Rainbow Shark heard the blue whale say, this is my battlefield, you fight somewhere else. If it were normal, it would definitely not talk to these little trash nicely, but at this moment, it was evenly matched with the python, and no new enemies could appear, otherwise it would definitely be at a disadvantage. Rainbow Shark heard the killer whale and humpback whale say, you beat our friends, and you want us to get out? Blue whale sea beast? Question mark. Time did not give the blue whale sea beast time to react. For whales joined the battlefield, and the already comfortable Shenlong became even more handy, ending the battle in an instant. Number of island attack 79. The Shenlong swam out of the sea, trembling and heading straight for the phoenix egg in the main hall. The killer whale and the humpback whale family pushed the blue whale sea beast's body to the surface of the sea, drooling around it, but did not eat it, but looked at Jiang Shui. This level of sea beast has a tribute bonus, but the meat is hard for humans to swallow. Jiang Shui said to Xiao, this sea beast is for you, and the killer whale and humpback whale. You can divide it up. I will continue to attract sea beasts in the next 2 days. You can live in the garden temporarily. Xiao took the order and left. Zhao Huan watched Xiao leave, and said to Jiang Shui, why don't you let the dragon stay to complete your island breakthrough mission in the next 2 days? We still have meat in stock, so we can raise it together. Jiang Shui thought about it and agreed, okay, but you don't have to raise it. There are 2 bison, so there is enough food. She dropped the supplies in the rainbow shark space on the seabed. After a while, the killer whale and the humpback whale carried them out of the water skillfully. The few people did not ask, Zhao Huan, there are 3 bison in total. It's just right for us to clean up and attract sea beasts to fight monsters while cooking. Everyone sat on the ground, applying medicine to the dragon, while waiting for new island attacks. The mermaids cut up the body of the blue whale sea beast on the seabed, and the blood stained a large area of the sea. Perhaps because of the previous battle, there was no attack from intelligent marine creatures. What came were some unintelligent marine sharks that were attracted by blood instinctively. When the mermaid princess and the hunting team led by Lu came back, there was no attack during this time. The mermaid princess went ashore and went straight to Jiang Shui, sticking to her and refusing to leave. Lu led the team to greet Jiang Shui and went to the garden. Xiao Huan exclaimed, such a beautiful one? Do I still have a chance? Meng Luyun came back to his senses, as expected of the mermaid tribe. Xiao Mu, why, you have an idea too. Meng Luyun, no, I am so beautiful, how can I like me? Xiao Huan, everything depends on human efforts. Meng Luyun, Xiao Mu, don't you have any ideas? Xiao Mu, I have a fiancé. Meng Luyun, ah? Xiao Huan, ah. Lu Han also cast a puzzled look. Xiao Mu, when we were young, the neighbors' children got along well, so their parents arranged a marriage for them. Xiao Huan, she hit it well enough. When will you bring her over to play with us? Xiao Mu, I can't bring her. When she was in junior high school, her parents had a car accident and were taken abroad. We haven't heard from her since then. Everyone tacitly did not continue the topic. Just as a wave of sea snakes attacked, they joined the battle together. World announcement. Congratulations to the guardian beast of the Lantern Kingdom, the Howling Divine Eagle, for its revival. World announcement. Since the Lantern Kingdom's guardian beast, the Howling Divine Eagle, was the third to revive, it was rewarded with a one-day safety period. A new world announcement triggered a nationwide discussion. This time, the Flower Kingdom and the Wood Kingdom, which had been jumping around, stopped making sour remarks. On the Holy Kingdom World Channel, everyone cheered for the appearance of another holy beast in the Holy Kingdom, and the screen was full of requests for the Lantern Kingdom to take good care of the holy beast for them. World announcement. Since the guardian beasts of the three countries have awakened, all functions are enabled. Please explore on your own. If humans were to see from a god's perspective, they would find that the barriers between all countries have disappeared. Not only that, the barriers of Zhongzhou have also begun to weaken slowly under the accidental collisions of marine life. A strange-looking insect swam above the cloud-like extreme cold layer deep in the sea. It drilled into the extreme cold layer and left a long sea channel that would not merge automatically wherever it passed. Chapter 65. Longwood District World Channel. Zhouya, cute girl tribe, I can add foreign friends. Not only that, but also trade and form teams. Shaolin, Jiuxiu Yunchang tribe various rankings have been opened, but they are blank now. They will not be displayed until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I bet that Jiang Shui will be on the list. Lu Mingfu, Longwood tribe. Last time I transformed into a mermaid to explore the seabed, I found an invisible barrier near the island. I just rode over there and passed through it, and it reminded me that it was the Lantern Country. Jiangyu, Jiang family tribe. Next to me is the Flower Country. By Jingjing, Dragon Country tribe is the geographical location of our Dragon Country. So Shura, Wei Xiao, Jiuxiu Yunchang tribe. Everyone, look, the World Chat channel has been opened. Those grandsons are collectively targeting our Dragon Country. Go over and spray them to death. Jiang Shui combined the information she had received from Rainbow Shark and guessed that her island was not far from the Flower Country. Lu Han said, the people of Bing Country said that their neighbors are the Flower Country and the Holy Country. Our two countries are only separated by a Flower Country. Xiao Huan, now it's the turn of Huagua to sweat. Meng Luyun, now they dare not say a word to our two countries, and they only care about calling Dengwa daddy for protection, ha ha ha. Xiaomu, Dengwa Shengwa will definitely attack Longwa Bingwa from the inside. Even if Huagua recognizes him as their father this time, the father may not protect his son if the war really starts. In short, the arrangement of countries is subtle. The Longwa tribe has contacted the high-level officials of Bingwa at the first time. Both sides are attacked from all sides, and they have the foundation of friendship in the previous life, so they hit it off and reached cooperation. After Jiang Shui and his group finished another island attack, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom tribe spoke in person on the Dragon Kingdom World Channel. Long Wenwu, Dragon Kingdom tribe. Dragon Kingdom is now facing the encirclement of the Light Kingdom and the Flower Kingdom. It has established a cooperative relationship with the Ice Kingdom, which is surrounded by the Flower Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom. After negotiations, it was decided to trade at a fair price to enhance national strength and jointly resist the enemy. All tribes are welcome to actively participate, become stronger together, and jointly resist the enemy. The Dragon Kingdom tribe took the lead in putting materials into the trading market and reached a fair price trading cooperation with the Ice Kingdom tribe of the Ice Kingdom. Dragon Country has no shortage of patriots, but also no shortage of ambitious people. Even though Dragon Country takes the lead, there are still many people who sell supplies to other countries at high prices, and some even sell them to enemy countries. On a certain island, Shinjichio thought again and notified the tribal members to trade with Ice Country first if they can make a living, and others are voluntary. In the Billion Stars tribe, Xie Jinghong said to his family, I am not a management material. I had the idea of disbanding the tribe before. Now that the countries are interconnected, everyone has different ideas. I can't influence everyone's patriotism and personal interests. I decided to disband the tribe. Xie Sinner, disband. You always ask us for things, but don't give us anything in return. If we don't give you anything, you will say bad things about us in private. It's really boring. It should have been done a long time ago. Xie Jinghong nodded and told the tribe group about his plan to withdraw from the tribe. He asked everyone to elect a new leader. He will abdicate and leave at noon tomorrow. Xie Sinner happily established a new tribe. There are only their family in the tribe. Brother, I have established a family tribe. There are only 4 of us. You are the only one missing. In the Emperor tribe, when Renwei counted the supplies and set his sights on the Lantern Country. He could take advantage of the current situation to make a fortune from the war, and become the strongest among the nations. In the God-following tribe, Bai was thinking about how to brainwash the believers of the holy country and transfer them to his own tribe in the name of Jiang Shui. At 10:30 p.m., Lu Han and others left, and Jiang Shui went to the coast to pick up the great white shark. Today, it went out to travel alone and travel to the flower country. It saw a group of people fishing for supplies on a ship, and took the beautifully decorated ship. In the ship, there were also supplies and fish and shrimp caught by those people. Jiang Shui chose to land the ship on the coast, and said to the mermaid princess, "This is the ship. The ship and the supplies inside are for you. I will teach you how to use the ship to fish in the future." The mermaid princess nodded excitedly. Jiang Shui rubbed her hair. "Go to sleep." The mermaid princess jumped away. Jiang Shui fed the great white shark 2 big red worms. After the great white shark was full, it swam along the waterway to the garden until it saw Jiang Shui's figure disappear, and fell asleep with its head facing Jiang Shui's bedroom. Back in the bedroom, the panda cub woke up, and was playing with the sleeping wolf cub. The wolf cub was often pushed, and he lost his temper in the short time he settled here. "You play your way, I sleep mine." Jiang Shui played with the panda cub for a while to consume its energy, and came to the bed to choose today's travel shark lottery. Space grid load bearing double card *1. Shark bubble skill card *1. The space grid load bearing double card was used on the rainbow shark without hesitation. It is a shark with a strong sense of career, and it is worth investing in it. Jiang Shui checked the shark bubble skill card. Shark bubble skill card. After using it on any traveling shark, the traveling shark can spit out bubbles, which contain shark pool water. The smaller the bubble, the longer it exists. This is a useless skill, but now that the rainbow shark and the dragon are working together, this skill can make it live more comfortably during the trip, which is also worth the money. After using it on the rainbow shark without hesitation, he laid down in bed and went to sleep. These days, Jiang Shui has cultivated a biological clock of 7 o'clock in the morning. After waking up on time, she began to boil water and wash. Just as she got ready, everyone from the unnamed tribe arrived one after another. While Lu Han was cooking on the food workbench, Jiang Shui sent the rainbow shark and the great white shark away. When they were about to enter the main hall, Zhao Huan came out and whispered, "Shui Shui, can you help me ask a question?" Jiang Shui, "What question?" "Zhao Huan, can you help me ask Xiao from the mermaid tribe if he has a crush on someone? I won't hide it from you. I fell in love with him at first sight. If he doesn't have one, I go for it. If he does, forget it. We can't force him." Jiang Shui was silent. Cross species? But Zhao's appearance is indeed easy for humans to fall in love at first sight. Jiang Shui, "Okay, I go ask now." Today it was Zhao's turn to lead the team out hunting, but it was not time yet, and he was in the garden at the moment. Jiang Shui did not intend to ask him such an embarrassing question directly, but found the mermaid princess, repeated Zhao Huan's words, and explained that this was Zhao Huan's intention. The mermaid princess looked at Zhao Huan, who was looking forward to it in the corridor, and smiled with curved eyebrows. "I go ask now." After she found Xiao, she didn't say who she was asking for, but directly said, "Xiao, do you have someone you like? I can help you." Xiao was confused. Why did His Highness suddenly ask such a strange question? But thinking about the princess's eccentric personality, he understood. Zhao's expression didn't change much. "No." The mermaid princess left with satisfaction. Soon after, Jiang Shui brought the news to Zhao Huan, who smiled with satisfaction and could pursue her without worry. Everyone had dinner together, and there were only 5 minutes left before 8 o'clock. Jiang Shui received friend requests from C.S. Yinner, Nan Gongyu, Gu Yunshan, Qingye, and Ing Xingyu. As soon as she joined the team, Ing Xingyu took the initiative to open the conversation. "The rankings will be updated at 8 o'clock. Why don't we wait until the update before going to the mysterious island? When I think about the mysterious island being disconnected from the internet, and not being able to see the ranking information immediately, I get anxious." Jiang Shui thought about it, and didn't mind this little time. "Okay. Nan Gongyu, battle power rankings, material rankings, island rankings, house rankings, pet rankings, planting rankings, domestication rankings, fishing ground rankings, comprehensive rankings. There are quite a lot, not only domestic rankings but also world rankings. Speaking of which, there is no announcement about pets and breeding so far? C.S. Yinner, these two are new features. I think the pet and breeding news will be updated at 8 o'clock. Everyone was chatting, and time soon came to 8 o'clock. At the same time as the rankings were updated, the Longwood District announcement sounded. Longwood District announcement, Jiang Shui was the first to adopt a pet, and was rewarded with a random large equipment *1. Longwood District announcement, Qinhuai's first breeding fishery, rewarded with a random large equipment *1. Longwood District announcement, Xiao Mu was the second to adopt a pet, and was rewarded with a random medium-sized equipment *1. Longwood District announcement, Qin Jiqiu's second breeding fishery, rewarded with a random medium-sized equipment *1. Longwood District announcement, Lu Han was the third to adopt a pet, and was rewarded with a random small equipment *1. Longwood District announcement, Luo Ning's third breeding fishery, rewarded with a random small equipment *1. There were 10 people in the team, and 3 of them received rewards. After congratulations, each of them chose to draw a lottery. Jiang Shui received a large mysterious workbench that could process mysterious stones, and some other things with special effects, but the required materials and drawings had not yet appeared on Insomnia. Lu Han sent a message in the tribe group chat. I got a small metal workbench. Xiao Mu, medium-sized food workbench. Lu Han and Xiao Mu put the workbench back to their own island, and Jiang Shui moved the large mysterious workbench to the garden studio. When he came back, he heard everyone congratulating him. Xiaxiner, Xue, you are on the battle power ranking list. Not only is you the first in the Dragon Country district, but you are also the first in the world. The double buff battle power is 60% bonus. Congratulations, I am jealous. I want to be on the list too. Yingxingyu, TSK, the first place in the material ranking is Wenrenyue, who received a 6-fold return reward for fishing materials. Fortunately, the ranking is refreshed every day. Xue, you are currently second. Come on, kill him tomorrow. Jiang Shui opened the rankings of various dragon kingdoms. Combat power rankings. First place, Jiang Shui, 30% combat power bonus. Second place, Lu Han, 20% combat power bonus. Third place, Xiao Huan, 10% combat power bonus. Material rankings. First place, Wenrenyue, fishing materials are returned 3 times. Second place, Jiang Shui, fishing materials are returned twice. Third place, Qin Jiqiu, fishing materials are returned once. Island rankings. First place, Jiang Shui, Wenrenyue, island upgrade conditions are reduced by 30%. Second place, Lu Han, island upgrade conditions are reduced by 20%. Third place, Xiao Huan, island upgrade conditions are reduced by 10%. House rankings. First place, Jiang Shui, the probability of obtaining high-quality houses is increased by 30%. Second place, Wenrenyue, the probability of obtaining a high-quality house increased by 20%. Third place, Luo Ning, the probability of obtaining a high-quality house increased by 10%. Pet rankings. First place, Jiang Shui, the pet improvement speed increased by 30%. Second place, Luo Ning, the pet improvement speed increased by 20%. Third place, Xiao Mu, the pet improvement speed increased by 10%. Planting rankings. First place, Luo Ning, the harvest quantity increased by 30%. Second place, Xiao Lianmian, harvest quantity increased by 20%. Third place, Duan Qiushou, harvest quantity increased by 10%. Taming ranking. First place, Jiang Shui, harvest quantity increased by 30%. Second place, Luo Ning, harvest quantity increased by 20%. Third place, Xiao Lianmian, harvest quantity increased by 10%. Fishing ground ranking. First place, Qinhuai, breeding rate increased by 30%. Second place, Luo Ning, breeding rate increased by 20%. Third place, Duan Qiushou, breeding rate increased by 10%. Comprehensive ranking. First place, Jiang Shui, random draw of any material 3 times. Second place, Wenrenyue, random draw of any material 2 times. Third place, Lu Han, random draw of any material 1 time. Among them, Luo Ning, Xiao Lianmian, and Duan Qiushou have a very high nomination rate for strangers, and seem to be people who love life. Chapter 66. On a distant island, Luo Ning, a cute little girl with bandages all over her body, looked at the ranking list with joy and came to a white-haired old lady happily. Grandma, I got the pharmaceutical workbench, and I was on several rankings with many rewards. Our life will definitely get better and better. She was an abandoned baby, and was found and adopted by a rag-picking grandma. Although her life was very hard, they depended on each other, and survived until now. Now her life is getting better, and she is very happy. On 2 islands not far from each other, Xiao Lianmian and Duan Qiushou chatted privately. We are evenly matched this time. Let's continue the competition tomorrow. Let's compete. I will definitely win tomorrow. In their previous lives, they were game enthusiasts. No matter what game it was, they could play it as a live player and become famous. They have been comparing themselves secretly. After coming to the survival world, they directly played it as a holographic game, and continued the winning mentality of their previous lives. Speaking of which, who is Luo Ning, and how could she beat both of us? Contact her. Such a powerful player couldn't have no name in his previous life. On a certain island, when Ringwei looked at his ranking and felt a sense of crisis. He originally thought that he was the first in the island aspect, but he didn't expect to be tied with Jiang Shui for the first place. This means that Jiang Shui is also doing a breakthrough task. When Ringwei checked the information. Breakthrough task, soil asterisk 3 million, 2 million, stone asterisk 13 million, 8.66 million, resist 100, 66, island attacks. Current soil asterisk 25 million, stone asterisk 29 million, island attack star. When Ringwei exited the information page. Because of the operation of the Emperor tribe, he had enemies everywhere, so he didn't dare to cooperate with others. So many island attacks were resisted by him and Ji Xiang. He thought that it would take some time to break through. After deducting the upgrade conditions, he only needed to complete a dozen island attacks, thinking that the first breakthrough might get a high-quality reward, when Ringwei immediately decided to seek wealth and honor at the risk of danger, and began to prepare to use blood to attract sea beasts to attack. At the same time, seeing the rewards brought by the island ranking, Jiang Shui's heart moved. If 30% of the upgrade conditions were deducted, she could directly break through. She didn't look at the breakthrough information and directly chose the island breakthrough. The next moment, Longwood District announcement, Jiang Shui was the first to complete the island breakthrough, and was rewarded with a random Super Island Guard Plant Seed *1. When Ringwei froze. The island attack hasn't been attracted yet, and the first place is gone. His face was as cold as ice. If he had been bolder and used blood to attract the island's attack, he would have won the first place now. He had already missed the first place, so he had to get the second place no matter what. On the island, Jiang Shui chose to draw. Get the Super Island Guard Rose Seed Star. Super Island Guard Rose Seed. Roses can grow after planting. Roses can grow and automatically attack when attacked to guard the island. Jiang Shui posted the information in the unnamed tribe group chat. Jiang Shui, Lu Han Zhaohuan, do you have enough island attacks? Lu Han, after reducing it by 20%, there are still more than 10 island attacks left. Zhaohuan, thanks to the disposal of the corpses of the attribute creatures during this period, the probability of island attacks has increased. After I reduced it by 10%, there are about 40 attacks left. Jiang Shui, the island breakthrough reward is okay. The remaining soil and stones are enough for Lu Han to upgrade. Don't go to the mysterious island these days. I will help you complete the breakthrough task first. Jiang Shui, Huan Huan, Lu Yun and Xiaomu will help you with the island attack these days. After Lu Han is done, I will give you the soil and rocks. Let's help you with the island attack together. Zhao Huan, okay, let's take a gamble. When Renua's progress is higher than mine, but he doesn't dare to ask for help in the battle. He wants to keep the second place and fight for the third place. You don't have to worry about me. I can still get 7 teammates to help me. Lu Han, let me tell everyone. He looked up at the 10-man team and announced the decision to temporarily cancel the login to the mysterious island. Everyone is a good person and expressed understanding. Nandong Yu said, Shue, you go to Lu Han's island to form a team for an island attack. Can you take me with you? I don't need supplies. I just hope that you can help me when I encounter death in the future island attack. Jiang Shui looked at Lu Han. This is his island attack, and he is the boss. Lu Han thought for a moment. Nandong Yu and Xie Xianer had fought several times, and they were considered friends to Jiang Shui. Lu Han, okay. Xie Xianer said, me, and me? I can also bring my brother. Lu Han was silent. He could take Nandong Yu, but Xie Jinghong had stepped on Jiang Shui to build a tribe to win the favor of the people. Xie Xianer was a smart person and understood immediately, my brother has changed his ways. He is not a leader at all. In his previous life, he was a carefree and playful person. In this life, he must have been crazy. He has decided to be himself again. Jiang Shui, okay. Gu Yunshan, Ing Xingyu and Xingye wanted to speak, but Zhao Huan interrupted them. Do you three want to team up with me? Those people are simple-minded and have a good relationship with Jiang Shui. Forget about these people. It is better to keep a distance from Shui Shui. The three nodded. Okay. Hearing that Jiang Shui was coming, Lu's mother immediately ordered Lu's father to clean up, and at the same time opened the trading channel and started to buy ingredients. Lu Han traded back some blood and offal, and asked them to pour them into the sea to attract the island attack first. Lu Han suggested that Nandong and CS Hinner go back to the island to prepare for this operation, and try to buy a few minutes for their home, so that his home would not look so crowded like a doghouse. Nandong had nothing to prepare, and he came back in a hurry in less than 5 minutes. CS Hinner told this story on the island, and repeatedly reminded Xie Jinghong, "You must follow Shueishua's lead, understand? Talk to Shueishua more, protect Shueishua, you can get hurt, but you must protect her from getting hurt. If it weren't for me being a woman, I would have protected you by myself." Xie Jinghong crossed his legs and picked his ears. "If you were a man, you wouldn't be able to get the beauty back, first come first served, understand? Besides, people defend her so much, I have already lost, and you have lost too." CS Hinner was struck by lightning. "Ah, I will beat you to death, shut up." CS Hinner came over 10 minutes later. In these short 20 minutes, Dad Lu cleaned up the kitchen, living room and corridor on the first floor of the villa. At this moment, he was taking a bath and changing clothes with sweat all over his head. Mom Lu put the purchased vegetables into the kitchen, and at this time, she was lighting the brazier in the living room and kitchen to make the room warm as spring. "Old man, wash quickly, you can't let Shueishua see that I am the only one working at home, you are the boss. It's almost here." Mother Lu received Lu Han's private message and urged loudly, "Hurry up, Shueishua is here." Dad Lu quickly wiped the water stains on his body, and put on clean clothes. Lu Han's voice came from outside the door, "Mom and Dad, I'm here with my teammates." Mother Lu hurriedly came out and greeted with a smile on her face, "Your dad is in the bathroom, and will be out soon." She glanced at the others and locked on to Jiang Shui. "You are Jiang Shui, a member of Lu Han's tribe, right? Welcome, welcome. Look at this beautiful girl, so likable. Please come in, everyone else please come in too." Jiang Shui's face suddenly turned pale. In her memory, her parents and grandparents never treated her well. Every time they met, they looked at her like an enemy, scolded her, and beat her. She hid and cried secretly. The elders in the village always saw her and advised her to be sensible and filial, and not to make her parents and grandparents angry. The boys in the same village said, "What's the use of being beautiful? You will be our wife. And if you don't serve us well, you deserve to be beaten and scolded." The girls in the same village said, "We all went through this, and we are still doing well now. Why are you so hypocritical?" They spoke harshly to her and gave her a cold look. They smiled at her, but made her feel like she was in an ice cellar. They were all normal, only she was abnormal. Even when she went to the city later, the elderly people she saw every day did not leave a good impression on her. They always smiled and said how hard they worked for their descendants, and then turned around and scolded their working daughter-in-law for not cooking for the family, cleaning the house, or taking care of the children after work, and they were lazy, and shouted that their son should divorce and remarry. Lu Han pulled Jiang Shui over and said to Lu's mother, "Mom, you and Dad go cook. We won't go in. We have to guard the island. If there are sea beasts on the shore, we can find them in the first time." Mother Lu has been in the social circle of rich ladies for many years. She is very smart and understood it immediately. "Okay, it's cold outside. I'd bring you some pots of fire to warm yourself up. Don't catch a cold." Dad Lu came out of the bathroom. "Didn't you let them in?" "Mother Lu, I made a mistake. I was so happy just now that I couldn't help hugging Shueishua's arm." Her face turned pale, and she probably thought of something bad. "Mother Lu, they are guarding the island outside. We will bring them some pots of fire later." "Dad Lu, that child is also suffering. There are no normal people around him." "It doesn't matter. Let's take it slowly." "Mother Lu, I think so too." On the coast, Jiang Shui approached Lu Han and whispered, "I'm sorry." Lu Han subconsciously reached out and rubbed her hair. "Why do you have to apologize? You are not wrong, you are yourself. You don't need to accommodate anyone, and you don't need to accommodate anyone for others. If I or my parents get angry about such a small matter, it only means that we are petty, like to get angry, and want to set rules, and we are not suitable to be your friends." After saying that, she saw Jiang Shui blushing. He then realized what he was doing with his hands while he was talking, and quickly pulled his hands away, his face also starting to heat up. The two were silent. Xie Xian'er whispered to Xie Jinghong, "You have no chance." Xie Jinghong flicked her forehead with his fingers. When have I ever had a chance? If people could travel back in time, he would kill himself, who was using Jiang Shui's influence to win the hearts of the people. He is not a leader, so why is he doing this? One wrong step, and you will fall behind step by step. Chapter 67. Attributes. Blood has a natural attraction to marine life. When Father and Mother Lu covered the sweet potatoes with mud and were about to throw them into the brazier and take them out together, the first wave of attacks had already arrived. Father Lu asked Mother Lu to cook in the kitchen, and he took his weapons to join the battle. Because Lu Han had never used blood to attract sea beasts to attack on his island, there were many marine creatures around, one wave after another, without any rest during the period. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Han said to everyone, "Enough attacks, go back to the house." He called up the breakthrough page and selected the island breakthrough. Longwood District announcement. Lu Han is the second to complete the island breakthrough, and is rewarded with a random high-level island guard plant seed *1. Select the lottery. Get the high-level island guard weeping willow seed star. Lu Han posted this information to the unnamed tribe group chat. Zhao Huan, congratulations. Lu Han, how many island attacks are left? Zhao Huan, 37 times. Lu Han, I go over to help after dinner. Zhao Huan, no, you and Shue have high combat power, and the island attack you attract is very dangerous. I have enough people in my team. Why don't you help me collect stones and soil? Lu Han, okay. Jiang Shui, okay. On the distant island, when Ringwei looked at the last 10 island attacks and felt anxious, Ji Xiang said, people in the unnamed tribe are helping each other. It will definitely be Zhao Huan's turn next. It's too slow for the two of us to resist the island attacks. Do you want to recruit people? When Ringwei looked grim, recruit people and kill me, don't you know what I am like now? Ji Xiang paused, and didn't say anything, but she felt resentful in her heart. It was all your fault for offending so many people. On Zhao Huan's island, Ying Xingyi whispered to her friend Lu Yi, I am dying of laughter, the scumbag didn't keep the second place, this is called evil will be punished. Lu Yi smiled softly, yeah. Ying Xingyi was in a good mood. Zhao Huan, come on, squeeze when Ringyu is third place. On Lu Han's island, everyone filed into the house, and Lu's mother immediately greeted everyone, you've worked hard, sit down, I go heat up the food. Xie Xianer smiled and said, no need, Andy, we can just go back and eat. Nandong you, yes, Andy, don't work hard. Lu's mother, it's not hard, you've been busy all day, how can you not even have a meal? I've already prepared the meal, just heat it up. Xie Xianer, then let's go back and take a shower before coming back to eat? After fighting for a day, the whole body was soaked in blood and fishy smell of sweat, which was really uncomfortable. Mother Lu, okay, I wait for you. Everyone said goodbye one by one and left, and Jiang Shui was the last one. Following everyone else's example, she also said goodbye to Father and Mother Lu. Father and Mother Lu still said polite words, but they were much more sincere when they treated Jiang Shui. Mother Lu, Xiao Han has also received a lot of care from you during this period. Don't be polite. If Xiao Han does not do things well, you can teach him a lesson boldly. Father Lu, Xiao Han, Xue is the benefactor of our whole family. You must take good care of her, okay? Put her first in everything. If we find that you are not taking good care of her, we will beat you up. Lu Han, got it. The two returned to Jiang Shui's island and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When Jiang Shui came out, Lu Han was holding a bowl of milk and feeding the wolf cub one spoonful at a time. Next to him, the panda was drinking milk by himself. Seeing Jiang Shui, Lu Han asked, have you named the wolf cub? Jiang Shui, yes, the name is Little Wolf. Jiang Shui's two cubs. One is called Panda, and the other is called Little Wolf, worthy of Jiang Shui. Lu Han smiled and said, after feeding, let's go to my house together. Jiang Shui, yeah. She looked out the window. This morning she told the mermaids that there would be no more island attacks for the time being, and they had moved away, so the garden returned to its deserted state. The garden is beautiful, but it occupies a large area, with many empty houses and no people. After all functions are turned on, the houses can be taken back as blueprints, traded or given away. She had the idea of giving the garden to the mermaids. There are many houses in the garden, enough for the mermaids to live in. After Zhao Huan's breakthrough on the island is over, try to move to the seabed. About 5 minutes later, Lu Han finished breastfeeding and came to his island with Jiang Shui. The rest of the team arrived one after another. After dinner, it was dark. Jiang Shui and Lu Han returned to the island together, ready to start the next work of making finished products. The air rippled, and the two saw the huge prey on the island. Entering the hall, they saw Shenlong and Rainbow Shark. Rainbow Shark said, "Master, we brought back a 400-meter pomegranate tree. In order to bring it back, Shenlong was almost discovered and beaten." According to the voice in his mind during the day, Jiang Shui knew the whole story. The reason was that Rainbow Shark felt that the meat he brought back every day was not enough for the combination of meat and vegetables, so he pointed to the tall jungle in the distance and motioned Shenlong to come over. The dragon was no different from a small shrimp in that area. It was as quiet as a quail along the way, carefully avoiding the approach of wild animals. Rainbow Shark originally planned to collect 2 pomegranate trees, but only one of its spaces was upgraded, so it could only bring back a 400-meter pomegranate tree. After installing the pomegranate tree, the dragon and the Rainbow Shark immediately sneaked to the area where the bison were active yesterday. The shark and the dragon each brought back a bison. Lu Han went to the food workbench without saying a word and started cooking for the dragon. Jiang Shui silently transferred the 400-meter pomegranate tree in the Rainbow Shark's travel space grid into her own space, and then looked at the other space grid containing the 9-headed snake and fell silent. Now that 3 national guardian beasts have been born, the 9-headed snake can be taken out. Jiang Shui came to the back of the hall and released the bison brought by the Rainbow Shark, intending to take out the pomegranate tree and the 9-headed snake together after Zhao Huan's island breakthrough. Tonight, Jiang Shui and Lu Han decided to produce materials overnight for trading in order to help Zhao Huan complete the island breakthrough as soon as possible. Zhao Huan and others decided to stay up all night to get the 3rd place before Wenrinwei. Wenrinwei also stayed up all night to keep the 3rd place. On the World Channel, people were chatting happily, betting whether the 3rd island breakthrough would be the lonely Wenrinwei or Zhao Huan with the help of the tribe. In one night, Jiang Shui and Lu Han traded finished materials and attribute materials, and successfully obtained enough stones and soil for Zhao Huan's island upgrade before the 8 o'clock ranking update. In one night, Zhao Huan and others reduced the number of island attacks to the last dozen times. At 7:50, when Wenrinwei was in the final battle of the island attack. At 7:59, the island attack entered the final stage, and the sea beast was dying. Wenrinwei planned to give it a final blow, but the sea beast suddenly dived into the seabed and tried to escape. Wenrinwei couldn't wait any longer and jumped into the ocean regardless of the danger. At 8 o'clock, when Wenrinwei finally caught up with the sea beast, gave it a final blow, and couldn't wait to choose to break through. Breakthrough failed, insufficient number of island attacks. Wenrinwei was in a state of panic and drowned. He heard the announcement when he struggled to get ashore. Longwood District announcement. Zhao Huan is the 3rd person to complete the island breakthrough, and he will be rewarded with a random intermediate island guard plant seed *1. After Wenrinwei came ashore in a panic, he immediately opened the island rankings and found that the 1st place was occupied by Jiang Shui and Lu Han. Zhao Huan was the 2nd, and he fell to the 3rd place. Yesterday, the island condition was reduced by 30% to 10%, so he also had more than 20 island attacks. When Wenrinwei gritted his teeth, why did the sea beast flee? He was just a little short of being the 3rd person to break through the island. He suddenly looked at Ji Xiang with a grim look. "Because you yelled during the battle and made me waste time rescuing you, I missed the chance to break through the 3rd island." Ji Xiang had a premonition that something was not going to happen, and quickly retreated. "I am a woman. Fighting is not my strong point. How can you blame me?" Wenrinwei. Jiang Shui is also a woman. She is the 1st in the combat power ranking. Ji Xiang immediately opened the virtual panel to operate something. She had a premonition that Wenrinwei wanted to kill her. Wenrinwei understood her thoughts and rushed forward to cut her throat. Wenrinwei was covered in blood, his eyes were red, and he looked like a demon. Unnamed tribe. This vengeance will not be settled until it is avenged. He opened up the Emperor tribe. As long as he still had supplies, he would surpass them sooner or later. The biggest difference between him and them was that he put profit first, and he could sell supplies to the enemy at a high price, and those people's ridiculous compassion limited their development. When he checked the tribal warehouse here, Wenrinwei's face changed drastically. The most advanced batch of supplies in the warehouse was missing. From the retrieved records, it can be seen that it was Ji Xiang who took it out. Wenrinwei realized that Ji Xiang was not operating the virtual screen to apply for a team to leave the island, but to take out the most precious batch of resources and send them away. "Bitch," Wenrinwei cursed. On a certain island, Zhao Huan hummed a song and chose to draw a lottery. "Get the intermediate island guard piranha plant seed *. Zhao Huan happily spoke in the tribe group chat. Xiaohuan, ding ding ding, I drew the piranha plant. Jiang Shui, congratulations. Lu Han, congratulations. Xiaohuan, thanks to the two of you for upgrading the island yesterday, I was able to squeeze into the second place today. I was still short of more than 10 island attacks, but the upgrade conditions were directly reduced by 20%. I'm happy. I treat everyone to dinner today. Lu Han, take the ingredients to Shueshua's place to cook and eat, and I treat you tomorrow. Xiaohuan, no problem, everyone stays up all night, go back to bed early, and make an appointment in the evening, just the 5 of us. After Jiang Shui and Lu Han washed up, they went back to the bedroom to sleep. In order to prevent a disordered work and rest schedule, Jiang Shui set an alarm for 1 o'clock. After getting up, Jiang Shui quickly washed and brushed her teeth, and did not eat. She used the moving function to try to move a building in the garden to the bottom of the sea. When the 3D building was moved to the ocean, it suddenly turned red. Construction failed, non-island area. The move failed, Jiang Shui restored the previous cabin to a blueprint, gave it to a mermaid child who was playing, and then selected the construction mode. Construction failed, non-island area, and no intimate relationship. Jiang Shui took back the cabin blueprint, chose to give it to the killer whale, and then selected the construction mode. Are you sure you want to build a home for your pet? It works. Jiang Shui took back the blueprint and decided to tell everyone about it in the evening, and then give them the extra rooms in the tree house tomorrow. Chapter 68. It was still early. Jiang Shui took out the beef and started to process it. The great white shark came to the land of lights. The great white shark saw a large wooden boat with a group of white-skinned humans holding weapons on it, heading towards the dragon country. The great white shark said, "You are ugly but still have such a confident and arrogant expression, which really makes the shark unhappy." Your great white shark crashed through the bottom of the boat, bit the bodies of the surrounding sea fish and oozed blood, then left. Jiang Shui, I can only say well done. In the country of lights, a large wooden boat was leaking. A group of people were cursing and looking for the reason. At this moment, a group of sharks swam from afar. The group of people were heartbroken and abandoned the boat to escape. The people in Longwood District have a lot of resources. We wanted to plunder them, but we didn't expect to encounter such a thing. What bad luck. What on earth broke the boat? This boat is half of our property, and it's gone just like that. What bad luck. Don't let me see the thing that destroyed the boat, or I will kill it. A group of Dangwa people were helpless and furious. The great white shark saw a huge trench, and the great white shark went deep into the trench. The great white shark saw a barren white sand area without any plants, and saw many fish, shrimps and animals, which sometimes wandered around and sometimes burrowed into the white sand. The great white shark crashed into the white sand. Jiang Shui, ? The great white shark crossed the white sand and came to the Dead Sea. The great white shark said to the fish, shrimps and animals in the Dead Sea, "Hello." The great white shark saw the fish, shrimps and animals disappear instantly. Your great white shark has died, and is automatically resurrected on the island. Jiang Shui, ? How did he suddenly die? In the lake on the island, the figure of a great white shark slowly condensed. Master, help me, master, what the hell, something bit me, why am I back? Jiang Shui came to the lake, comforted the great white shark, and fed it 2 big red worms. The great white shark said, "It's too scary, stay away from there in the future." Your great white shark is exhausted and sleeping. Jiang Shui is very curious about the Dead Sea, but it is only limited to curiosity. She doesn't want to ask her shark to take risks and explore again. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Han woke up and saw Jiang Shui processing beef outside. After washing up, he came over. When did you wake up? Jiang Shui, 1 o'clock. Have you eaten? No, let's eat together in the evening. Not eating on time is bad for the stomach. My parents have warm sweet potatoes. I bring a few over, and we can have a bite. After he finished speaking, a brazier appeared in front of him. He used a branch to dig into it, and took out 2 sweet potatoes that were nearly 30 centimeters in size. The two worked together until 4:30 in the afternoon. At this time, a gust of wind blew from the sky, and the wind became stronger and stronger, making the sky and the earth dim. Soon, it started to rain. Jiang Shui put the bison and the processed meat into the tribal space. When she and Lu Han brought the panda and the little wolf to the main hall, the heavy rain was pouring down. She lit a few pots of fire in each of the 4 corners, and then built 2 rooms on the second floor to serve as temporary toilets. After changing into a less thick set of clothes and returning to the first floor, she saw the panda and the little wolf waking up, and Lu Han was playing with them. The room was warm. Jiang Shui sat by the brazier and fell asleep unconsciously. When she woke up, she saw a blanket wrapped around her body. Everyone from the unnamed tribe had arrived and was now processing food. Jiang Shui's mind was blank for a while, and then she regained consciousness. She folded the blanket and put it on the chair and asked, "When did you come?" "Zhao Huan, just arrived." "Are you having a barbecue tonight?" "I bought beer from the holy country." Jiang Shui, "Okay." Xiaomu took out a folding umbrella. "I bought it from the ice country." "I'm giving it to you. One for each person in our tribe." Jiang Shui accepted the black umbrella. "Thank you." "Xiaomu, you're welcome." As he was talking, a dragon roared outside the island, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Jiang Shui opened the door, and the dragon, covered in cold and rain, rushed into the room, taking away a lot of temperature. "Zhao Huan, how about giving the dragon a barbecue today?" Jiang Shui nodded. "Okay." She put on a thick cotton coat, held an umbrella, and walked into the rain. Soon she came to the side hall, put the 2 unused barbecue grills into the tribal warehouse, and then collected the bison brought by the dragon and the rainbow shark. These 2 have been fighting with the herd of wild buffaloes these days, and as soon as they arrived in Zhongzhou, they went straight to the location of the herd of wild buffaloes. The sky was dark, and they thought that the mermaid princess would come back, so they called out to the bottom of the sea. The mermaid princess, who was about to go to the island to meet Jiang Shui, excitedly rushed out of the water. "Sister, Jiang Shui, I am having dinner with my friends today, and I want to invite you to go with me. Do you have time to come?" The mermaid princess, "Yes, come now." Jiang Shui picked up the rainbow shark, chose the shark to draw, and after winning the red worm reward, she and the mermaid princess came to the hall side by side. After closing the door, the cold air was isolated, and the room began to warm up gradually. There was a spare shark pool in the hall. After putting the rainbow shark in and feeding 2 small red worms, I turned my head and saw the mermaid princess helping to do the work. Jiang Shui took out 2 grills from the tribe's space, and Lu Han immediately added charcoal to them, and then put the large piece of bison meat coated with seasoning on them to grill. The meat grilled on these 2 grills is for the dragon. With everyone's concerted efforts, half an hour later, the ingredients for the dinner were ready. When everyone sat around the grill, the dragon had already eaten the second round of barbecue. It was windy and rainy outside, but the fire was bright inside, and there were delicious food and laughter. Before I knew it, the middle of the night had passed. Jiang Shui had never drunk before, and she had already passed out. Her memory was that she felt embarrassed to see everyone drinking while she didn't, so she opened a can of beer and poured a glass of it. She lost consciousness on the spot, and in a daze, she felt that she was being supported, and heard everyone's voices. "It was just one glass that made you pass out. Could it be that you had never drunk before, and you drank just to cooperate with us?" Sorry, I should have asked before we started drinking. I've never seen anyone who gets drunk after 1 glass of wine. You guys continue to eat and drink. I put her upstairs to sleep." Jiang Shui regained consciousness, and found that the rain had stopped outside, and it was now bright. She came to the first floor, and saw everyone sleeping on the floor. The charcoal fire in the grill had gone out, and there were a few pieces of charred meat on top. Seeing Jiang Shui, Shenlong raised his voice, then pointed at the group of people, accusing them with his eyes. Jiang Shui guessed that someone was drunk last night. Rainbow Shark said, "Stop arguing, I'm so sleepy. These humans were making noise until midnight last night." Jiang Shui took out the quilts in stock and covered them with them. Were they all drunk yesterday? Not only did they sleep in a mess, but they didn't even cover themselves with quilts. After covering them with quilts and adding wood to the brazier, Jiang Shui began to cook for herself and the dragon. 3 hours later, the dragon, who had eaten and drunk enough, poked his head out of the door and then shrank back in. "It's cold, rest." "Jiang Shui, how many days do you want to rest?" After the rain yesterday, the temperature was much colder than before. Shenlong, 1. Jiang Shui, okay. Then send Rainbow Shark to Great White Shark. Great White Shark said, "Rainbow, don't you want to go out with Shenlong today?" Rainbow Shark said, "It's resting today." Great White Shark said, "Then let's go out and play together today?" Rainbow Shark said, "Let's go to Zhongzhou to play." Great White Shark said, "Okay." When Jiang Shui returned to the hall again, everyone was covering their heads and getting up. "Good morning." Lu Han's voice was a little hoarse. Jiang Shui, "Good morning." "Zhao Huan, my head hurts so much, I need to see a beautiful woman to save it." He stumbled and ran towards the coast. Meng Luyun, run slower, don't cry if you fall. Xiao Mu, I'm sorry, I got drunk and went to sleep at your house yesterday. Jiang Shui, I make breakfast, you guys go wash up. Lu Han wanted to refuse and cook by himself, but he had a splitting headache, so he had to say, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Shui made porridge and side dishes. When they were eating together, she said, houses can be given to pets, and houses can be built in their home territory. I want to move the garden to the bottom of the sea, and I will live in a tree house. There are empty rooms in the tree house. Can I give one to each of you? Xiao Huan was curious. Is the garden for killer whales and humpback whales to live in? Jiang Shui, for the mermaids. I will build houses for them separately. Meng Luyun, moving away from the island will free up a lot of land, which is not bad. Xiao Mu, if you want to live closer to the coast for convenient travel, you can move the main hall to the coast and the tree house in front of the main hall, which will save some space. After breakfast, only Jiang Shui and the dragon were left on the island. Jiang Shui told the mermaid princess about the garden, and the mermaid princess hugged her and kissed her on the spot. While Jiang Shui was stunned, she had already dived into the seabed and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shui smiled, opened the World Trading Channel, and cobbled together a diving device and walked towards the coast. The mermaid princess brought the queen ashore and bowed to Jiang Shui from a distance. The two sides exchanged for a while, and the queen decided to go out hunting and give supplies to express her gratitude. Jiang Shui couldn't refuse, so she just let it go. The garden was a finished product, and Jiang Shui did not restore it to a blueprint, but tried to give it directly to the killer whale. The ending was good, and it was really possible to give it as a finished product. After putting on the diving equipment, she jumped into the sea and began to dive to the bottom of the sea. The cold sea water instantly soaked her whole body, and Jiang Shui gritted her teeth and insisted on continuing to dive. The seabed was deep, and if it weren't for her attribute bonus and amazing eyesight, she would have been trapped in the darkness and terrified. The mermaid princess accompanied Jiang Shui in the dive, and under her guidance, the garden site was located above the island, closest to the residential area. The return trip was carried back by the mermaid princess. Even though the diving time was not long and there was a tribute blessing, Jiang Shui's body temperature still lost rapidly, and she was almost frozen. After landing, the cold wind blew, and it felt like living in the freezer. Jiang Shui didn't care about anything else. She immediately took off only her underwear, took out the prepared quilt and water heater from the tribe's space, and after a long time, her body regained consciousness and slowly walked towards the main hall. After resting for about 10 minutes, she began to move Shuyueju and the tree house. After finishing, she asked Lu Han for a wooden bathtub to take a bath. After Lu Han finished his own affairs, he returned to Jiang Shui's island. He couldn't find anyone anywhere, and no one replied to his messages. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and immediately searched one room after another. Chapter 69. Jiang Shui woke up from her sleep, only to feel a splitting headache. She heard Lu Han's voice getting closer and closer, and tried to get up, but found that she was weak all over. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Jiang Shui and Lu Han walked towards her with anxious faces. You don't look well, what's wrong? Jiang Shui felt dizzy. Maybe I have a cold. She felt Lu Han getting closer to her, and the next moment, a slightly cool palm covered her forehead. Lu Han, it's not a cold, you have a fever, lie down and don't move, I'll be back soon. Jiang Shui stared at the ceiling in a daze, her mind working slowly. With the help of the mermaid princess, she went into the sea for less than 10 minutes, and immediately warmed herself by the fire, and took a hot bath after landing. Was she still sick? She ate so many attribute foods, but it didn't produce any defensive effect. She felt that she hadn't thought about it for a long time, but a long time had passed. She heard footsteps approaching, and she turned her head to see Lu Han coming in from the door, holding a steaming vegetable and lean meat porridge in his hand. Lu Han put the porridge on the small table next to him, helped Jiang Shui lean against the wall, picked up the bowl, and scooped a spoonful of porridge and blew on it. Drink some to replenish your nutrition first, then take the antipyretic medicine. His movements were very natural, and he didn't realize anything was wrong. It was not until he saw Jiang Shui hesitated that he realized that his actions were too intimate and asked awkwardly, You eat it yourself, and I will make medicine? He put the wooden plate and bowl on the quilt in front of Jiang Shui and waited for an answer. Jiang Shui, yes, thank you. Lu Han strode away with a red face. Jiang Shui watched him go away, lowered her head, and gently patted her cheek. Jiang Shui did not lie down after dinner, but leaned against the wall to rest. Not long after, she heard footsteps approaching, followed by the bitter smell of medicine. Lu Han handed over a bowl of black medicine. Drink it, and have a good rest. I will take care of the things on the island. Jiang Shui, thank you. She was already drowsy, and after drinking the medicine, she became even more sleepy, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the dimness, she felt the sound of walking, and the cold touch in the room from time to time. Jiang Shui slept until dark, and when he woke up, his mind was much clearer than during the day. He felt something covering his head, and took it off. It was a piece of cloth folded into a piece, and soaked in cold water. Jiang Shui felt very uncomfortable, with sweat all over her body. She got up and walked outside while she had some strength. The door was pushed open at this time, and Lu Han came in with a basin of water. He quickly put the basin down and came to help Jiang Shui. You need to rest more. It's best not to move. He reached out to his forehead and said, the fever has not completely subsided. Jiang Shui, I want to take a bath. Lu Han, wait on the bed, I go boil some water. Jiang Shui nodded and turned around and walked towards the bed. She saw Lu Han move the bathtub to the bedside and light several braziers around it. The temperature in the room instantly became very warm. Jiang Shui lifted the quilt, took off her thick pajamas and sat quietly. Lu Han started to go up and down the stairs to pour water into the bathtub, and finally found some clothes, and put them on the bed considerately. Then he closed the door and left. I'm in the corridor, outside the door. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Shui also knew that the sick body could not be delayed for too long, so she left the bathtub without taking too long, changed into clean clothes, and returned to bed. You can come in. Lu Han pushed the door open. Because of the large temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, the room was misty. Lu Han opened the door and dispersed the mist. After removing the bathtub, he asked, I have already fed the dragon. The rainbow shark and the great white shark are in the lake. What do you want to eat tonight? Jiang Shui, I want noodles. Lu Han, okay, I go to the trading house to buy them. What kind of noodles do you want to eat? Egg noodles, shred pork noodles, or pork chop and chicken leg noodles? Jiang Shui, pork chop noodles, not too oily thank you. Lu Han nodded and left. After he left, Jiang Shui got off the ground and opened the window facing the lake. The lake was diagonally in front of the hall, where she could clearly see the great white shark and the rainbow shark playing on its back. Today they brought back 3 shrimps that were more than 20 meters long. At the beginning, a group of shrimps were chased and beaten by a group of crabs that were larger than them. After they died, when the crabs were about to eat, they were intercepted by 2 sharks. Jiang Shui fed the shark bloodworms remotely, took out 3 shrimps, and put them into the tribe's space, then returned to the bed to draw the travel shark lottery. Get a shark ocean ball *1. Get big bloodworms *300. Today's luck is not bad. The number of big bloodworms is 3 times that of the past. Not only that, but also a 6-meter high water toy. She planned to take out the ocean ball when she recovered and could go out, and she lay in bed and closed her eyes to rest. After such a short period of tossing, she began to feel sleepy again. In a daze, she heard Lu Han's voice, it's time to eat. Lu Han brought a bowl and a plate. The bowl was filled with vegetable noodles, and the plate was filled with a few palm-sized steaks soaked in soup. Jiang Shui ate and drank her fill, drank a bowl of medicine, and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was still dark, and the feeling of weakness and headache disappeared. She felt much better, but she was sweating all over. She got up very quietly, and wanted to go to the first floor to take a shower, but saw Lu Han walk in with sleepy eyes. Awake, what do you want? I help you. Jiang Shui, take a shower. Lu Han, okay, I go get some water. Under Lu Han's careful care, Jiang Shui stayed in the main hall for 2 days, and her fever didn't subside until the 3rd day. After recovering from her illness, with only a mild cold left, Jiang Shui wanted to decorate her home again. First, she wanted to move the lake to the center of the 3 halls, but she gave up because she thought that it would be all water when she went out. So early in the morning, she opened the world's trading channel to search for a suitable home blueprint, wanting to replace Shu Yueju. When Jiang Shui was sitting by the fire in the main hall and checking the house drawings, Lu Han finished cleaning the kitchen utensils and said he was going back to the island. Jiang Shui, yeah, okay, goodbye. Shortly after Lu Han left, Jiang Shui had 1 or 2 more drawings in her hand. Green Castle, large, *1. Sky Dome Tree House, large, *1. Green Castle is a building with rooms gathered together. There is no decoration like a garden or a pool, so the house looks big, but the actual comprehensive area is half smaller than that of the garden. Jiang Shui planned to build the exterior and load-bearing columns, and not build the rooms, corridors, stairs, etc. inside, leaving only this shell for the dragon to live in. In this way, the overall space is more than twice that of the main hall. As for the sky dome tree house, she planned to build a tree house after planting the pomegranate tree. The pomegranate tree is 400 meters high. Just one horizontal branch can build a large tree house, and there are many branches. With the blueprint in hand, the dragon people's enthusiasm for infrastructure construction could not be stopped. Jiang Shui felt that all her illnesses were cured in an instant. She immediately came to the lake with a quilt and a water heater, and took out the 400-meter pomegranate tree in the space grid. All the plants and beasts from Zhongzhou have attributes. She picked a pomegranate the size of a basin and opened it. Seeing the red and plump pomegranate seeds inside, she ate one without hesitation. Add 0.1 to all attributes. Add 0.1 for each seed. There are hundreds of pomegranate seeds in this pomegranate, and there are hundreds of pomegranates on the whole tree. Jiang Shui became rich instantly. She peeled off all the seeds of this pomegranate, hung half of it in the Dragon Country trading house, and noted that she would shoot a video of eating it, and hung the other half in the World Trading House, specifying that people from the Ice Country would buy it and record a video of eating it. The moment it was hung up, the supplies were sold out in seconds. Jiang Shui hung it up again. After hanging it up repeatedly for a whole morning, the island was filled with supplies. She was content to use the soil to pave a 3-meter-wide road across the lake, and to pave a large area in the central area for planting pomegranate trees, not knowing that the World Channel had caused an uproar. Jiang Shui had been silent for a long time, and once she made a move, she became famous all over the world. The people of Longwood District were very proud of her and spread Jiang Shui's name and talked about her deeds. The enemy country that had been making trouble and insulting on the World Channel was now passionately scolded by the group of Longwood people who had become more confident. The voice of the empire was suppressed, and the Mu country, which always liked to snatch the signature rights of Long country's things, also became honest and dared not say that Jiang Shui belonged to their country. For a time, the enemy country felt a sense of crisis, the friendly country was relieved, and the neutral country was hesitant to consider whether to take sides. When Lu Han returned to Jiang Shui's island in the afternoon, with a large amount of wood and soil materials, he saw Jiang Shui, who was busy building a new house behind the lake. As soon as I left, you didn't take your illness seriously and ran away. For the first time, he felt that Jiang Shui was a little rebellious. Lu Han strode over, his voice a little cold. What are you doing? Jiang Shui shuddered, feeling inexplicably guilty. I saw a beautiful and suitable house blueprint. I want to change to a new building. I'm cured. Lu Han expressionless. Today is minus 70 degrees Celsius, strong wind. You came out with a quilt and a heater as big as a plate? You just got rid of your fever yesterday. Jiang Shui changed the subject. I laid the soil in the center of the lake. Shall we plant the pomegranate tree in it? Lu Han turned his head and saw a huge tree, and also saw 2 squirrels, one white and one red, who had been missing for a long time hiding in the 100-meter pine tree, stealthily picking pomegranates. Feeling that they were being watched, the 2 squirrels immediately disappeared into the leaves. Lu Han, you go back to the main hall for 3 days to avoid the wind, and take cold medicine as usual. Give me the authority, and I will build the house. As for the pomegranate tree, I will ask Shamu and others to plant it together. Jiang Shui, the pomegranate tree is very heavy. Lu Han, then plant it after the dragon comes back. Jiang Shui, there is no reason to refuse, but she really wants to build it herself, so that she can feel a sense of accomplishment. If the construction is postponed, she will be anxious and unable to sleep. The blueprint is in hand, how can I resist not to build it? Jiang Shui, I can put a brazier next to me to build it. Lu Han, this house must be built. I can't wait for a second, and I have to build it myself, right? Jiang Shui, I'm really cured. Lu Han compromised. Let's build it together. Jiang Shui, okay. Lu Han's expression eased a little, lit the braziers and placed them around, and got a wooden bed to stand up and place it to block the wind. Lu Han ordered, don't take off the quilt and heater. Jiang Shui, yes. Chapter 70. Before it got dark, the dragon returned with the rainbow sharks. Today, they just circled around the outer perimeter of Zhongzhou Island, so they were not injured. The dragon could not wait to fly to the main hall. After entering the door, he put the rainbow sharks into the shark pool, and then lay down around the phoenix eggs. Lu Han said, I will ask them to dig a tree pit now. Jiang Shui, yes. She took a shovel and went to the center of the lake to start digging. With the blessing of the attribute, digging the soil is not difficult. Soon Zhao Huan and others came over, and after a brief greeting, everyone worked together to dig a pit. 2 hours later, a deep pit dug according to the volume of the pomegranate tree roots was completed. Jiang Shui invited Shenlong to help plant trees, and was busy until 8 o'clock, and the task of planting trees was finally completed. Jiang Shui picked a few red and ripe pomegranates and gave them to everyone. After saying goodbye to everyone, she couldn't wait to start building the house. This was busy until 9 o'clock, and the outer wall of the castle was mostly built with the joint efforts of her and Lu Han. Jiang Shui was still in high spirits and had no intention of resting. Lu Han could not wait any longer. It's already 9 o'clock. You haven't recovered yet. You need to rest. Jiang Shui, let's go to bed after the outer wall is built. Lu Han, no, that would take until the early morning. My body can't bear it. If it relapses, I will not be able to go out for a few days. It's not worth it. Jiang Shui thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Okay. The two returned to the main hall. Lu Han said, I boil some water for you. Can you take a hot bath to get rid of the cold? Jiang Shui, yes, thank you. The fire was burning in the brazier, and soon the hot water was ready. Lu Han took the initiative to carry the water upstairs and poured it into the bathtub in the bathroom. Jiang Shui was sick 2 days ago, so she took a quick bath. Today, she took a comfortable bath for a while longer. When she changed her clothes and went downstairs, she saw several braziers placed next to the food workbench. Next to the braziers, large pieces of meat were pierced with wooden sticks. The meat was sizzling with oil and had a strong aroma. There was a teapot on the edge of the brazier, and steam was emitted from the mouth of the pot, conveying the unique smell of herbs. Lu Han was working around the food workbench, stirring the pot with a spoon from time to time. Jiang Shui said, I cook, you go take a shower? Lu Han, don't worry, the food will be ready soon. Jiang Shui nodded, took out the warm milk, and woke up the wolf cub and the panda to feed them. The panda has been eating attribute milk for the past few months. Now it is more than half a meter tall, chubby and fluffy, and it looks like a small cannonball when it rushes towards her. It now has to use a bowl to eat. Put a bowl of milk in front of it, and it will immediately hold the bowl with its paws and drink it. After a few days of feeding, the wolf cub looked much stronger than before, growing from the size of a palm to the size of 2 palms, but it had not yet opened its eyes and looked weak. After Jiang Shui finished feeding the 2 cubs, she heard Lu Han's voice, you can eat now. Jiang Shui's illness had not yet healed, and she went out for another day. Lu Han was worried that her condition would get worse, so the food he prepared was still very light. Dinner was rice with vegetables, and a vegetable soup was also made. After eating and drinking, Lu Han looked at the medicine he had boiled. The medicine is ready, drink a bowl later. He began to clean up the dishes and wash them. During this time, Jiang Shui put on a thick blanket and went out with the water heater. Lu Han, what are you doing outside? Jiang Shui, Dubai is back, I'm going to pick it up. The great white shark swam under the pomegranate tree and circled around curiously. Jiang Shui thought that the tree canopy was too big, and the little soil underneath looked pitiful. After the castle and the wooden house were built, she would fill some soil, and then plan the lake for aquaculture. As usual, she touched the great white shark, fed it 2 big red worms, and threw the supplies it brought on the island. Under the influence of the rainbow shark, the great white shark learned to go to the edge of the central continent sea to collect prey before traveling around, so the supplies it brought these days are pretty good. Today it brought a squid. Jiang Shui transferred the squid into her own space, took out the 2 cows brought by the rainbow shark, and put them into the tribe's space, and also put the bison brought back by the dragon into the space. Speaking of which, the bison herd that they used as a pickup point has cows missing every day. Have they not become extinct yet? On the way back to the main hall, choose the Travel Shark Lottery. Get Shark Pool *1. Get Shark Toy Ball small *1. Today's luck is still good. The 2 things were not taken out immediately. I planned to wait until the tree house was built, and then take them out together with the big toy ball. After Jiang Shui came back, Lu Han was cooking for the dragon, grilling and stewing meat at the same time, saving a lot of time. Jiang Shui poured a bowl of medicine to drink. Lu Han, you go to sleep. I will go up after feeding the dragon. Jiang Shui, okay. In order to prevent Jiang Shui from going out to build a house, as soon as he left, Lu Han stayed on Jiang Shui's island tonight, and lived in the corridor. Jiang Shui had the construction in mind, so she woke up early in the morning before dawn and built the castle as soon as she got up. Lu Han woke up at around 7 o'clock and looked into the bedroom. The bed was empty, and there was no trace of Jiang Shui. He opened the window and looked in the direction of the castle, and he saw Jiang Shui. Lu Han, he was almost laughing out of anger. Jiang Shui, who was so serious, could actually sneak away from him. Well, his cognition was refreshed again. What high-class flower, what cold distance, what cautious approach to close the relationship, all these thoughts disappeared in an instant. Lu Han strode towards Jiang Shui, quite aggressively, and asked with gritted teeth, "What time did you get up?" Jiang Shui felt guilty, but she was serious and said calmly as usual, "Just got up." Lu Han, "There's so much charcoal in the brazier just after getting up." Jiang Shui, "I brought the brazier from the main hall, and there was charcoal." Lu Han, "What about the extra wall in the castle?" Jiang Shui, "I feel energetic in the morning and work efficiently." She has a very obvious characteristic. When she lies, she talks more unconsciously, which is inconsistent with her silent and cold image. Lu Han, "You lie so confidently." Okay, it's all my fault. I blame myself for not keeping an eye on you and letting you lie to me here. Lu Han revealed this matter. "You have to take a 2-hour nap at noon." Jiang Shui thought that the castle would definitely be built by noon, so she simply agreed, "Okay." Lu Han's expression eased. "What do you want for breakfast?" Jiang Shui, "Pork chop noodles." Lu Han, "Okay." Although it wouldn't take long to make pork chop noodles, Jiang Shui didn't go back to the hall to wait, but continued to build the castle whenever she had time. 15 minutes later, Lu Han called her to eat and take medicine. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shui brought the rainbow shark to the great white shark, broke a few centimeters of ice on the lake, fed them bloodworms, watched them go away, and immediately continued to build the castle. When Lu Han came out after feeding the dragon cubs and pandas, Jiang Shui was building the last roof. Jiang Shui stood in the empty castle and began to build some necessary load-bearing walls. Lu Han built the floor. An hour later, the dragon was happy to get a new home. The new home was 2 or 3 times larger than the main hall. The first thing the dragon did when moving was to carefully move the phoenix egg to the central area of the castle, and then laid down around it skillfully. Lu Han, the phoenix egg maintains the temperature of the castle at about 2 or 3 degrees. The closer you are to it, the higher the temperature. At least Jiang Shui felt the temperature of 7 or 8 degrees when she stood next to the dragon's body. Jiang Shui lit 4 fires in the 4 corners of the castle to drain moisture, and came to the huge pomegranate tree. There was still more than an hour before noon, and she planned to build a tree house. The Sky Dome tree house is a wooden building, built around the main trunk. After Jiang Shui started to build it, she found that the 3D building drawing was smaller than the main trunk. Jiang Shui, "I had to build only a small half of the building so that it would not surround the main trunk. The design of the tree house is mainly beautiful and reasonable, and there are not many buildings." Now the project has been halved in an instant. With the joint efforts of Jiang Shui and Lu Han, the construction was completed in 1 hour. At noon, Lu Han volunteered to cook again. Shalong didn't need to eat at noon, so Lu Han didn't have to work for long before the dishes were served on the table. After dinner, Jiang Shui went to the world to search for the wooden house blueprints. The pomegranate tree was too huge, and the trunk was very high. Without more than a dozen tree house blueprints built on the trunk, there was no way to reach the branches. Based on the appearance of these blueprints, Jiang Shui constructed in her mind whether the buildings on these blueprints could be assembled and disassembled to form a reasonable and good-looking, complete set from the roots to the branches. Building. She used pomegranate seeds to pick and choose transactions, and unknowingly tossed around for more than an hour, and finally had a blueprint in her mind. When she looked up, she saw Lu Han staring at her intently, with his eyes saying, "I want to see when you take a lunch break." Jiang Shui studied all the drawings, closed her eyes, and as long as she played dumb, she wouldn't be embarrassed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Shui walked towards the pomegranate tree with great interest. "I will build the tree house myself, and you go back to your island? Your parents also need to be taken care of, right?" Lu Han, "They will come to me if they have something to do. You can build it. I will stay on the island to deal with the bison." He took out a bison carcass, put it on the island, and started working. Jiang Shui dismantled and rebuilt part of the Sky Dome tree house built in the morning, and started to build a new tree house. He was busy until 7 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Han went to the main hall to prepare dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Shui was full and continued to build. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Han fed the dragon and urged Jiang Shui to go back to the house to sleep. The trunk of the tree house is less than 100 meters long. Jiang Shui has already built all the outer walls and stairs, and only the floor and roof are left. She went to the main hall very talkatively. The next morning, after breakfast, she drank the last dose of medicine and continued to work. The main body of the house has been built. Today, the work of the floor and roof is given to Lu Han, and Jiang Shui is responsible for building the buildings inside the house. After working hard all day, the tree house was completely built. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Shui couldn't wait any longer and started moving immediately. Lu Han did not urge her today. When Jiang Shui moved, she also moved and lived next door to Jiang Shui. The floor they lived on was the second floor from top to bottom. 4 drawings were used on the 4 sides of the trunk. 1 was reserved for the stairs leading to the upper structure, and 3 were reserved for rooms suitable for living. The distance between the rooms was not far, only 5 or 6 meters. There were houses in these places originally, but the houses were demolished, leaving only the floor and roof, which was very good for use as an open-air living room. Lu Han suggested, the other building next to you can be used as a studio, which is convenient for work and close to you. Other people in the tribe live downstairs, and there are just 3 houses there, which is convenient for taking care of each other. Jiang Shui originally planned to give the apartment to Zhao Huan to live in. After hearing what he said, she thought it would be better this way. She immediately dismantled and built the space between the house next door. Now her residence and studio were connected together. Jiang Shui began to move the workbench into the room. Lu Han lit the brazier in his and Jiang Shui's bedroom, and then lit the brazier in the living room to boil water. Chapter 71. The house was built. Jiang Shui was in a good mood and woke up naturally. She sat up from the bed and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The door of Lu Han's room was open, but he was not there. She opened the private chat and saw Lu Han's message. Something happened at home, I went back. Jiang Shui came to the bottom of the pomegranate tree and walked about 5 or 6 meters. She saw the great white shark and the rainbow shark talking across 1 meter of land. Jiang Shui threw a big red worm into the water, and they immediately stopped talking and started eating breakfast. Jiang Shui stroked them one by one and took out the small ocean ball and the large ocean ball toys in the space. The ice on the lake was broken by the great white shark, and the 2 toy balls were floating on the lake. The rainbow shark tried to hit the toy ball, and the ball bounced up immediately and then fell nearby. Rainbow shark said, "Fun." The great white shark hit the large toy ball. It was very strong, and the toy ball was light, so it was pushed out more than 10 meters away in an instant. It chased like a dog playing with a frisbee, and lifted it up again. Jiang Shui watched them amuse themselves for a while, looked at the entire lake, and began to plan. The lake needs to be dug bigger and deeper, divided into 4 areas. The 2 areas in the front will be used as shark rest areas and marine fish breeding areas. The left and right sides of the road behind will be widened by 3 meters, and bamboo will be planted, which will be the future food for pandas. Freshwater fish and freshwater shrimps and crabs will be raised in the small lakes on both sides of the road. Jiang Shui was in a trance, and heard the rainbow shark say, "Dubai, stop playing, let's go out for a trip together, and come back to play in the evening." The 2 sharks, one big and one small, went away. Jiang Shui came to the living room, thought about it, and restored the observation deck opposite to a wooden house with 3 walls. After putting the food workbench in, a table and a few chairs were placed, and the inner bathroom was transformed into a storage room to place kitchen utensils such as barbecue grills. Even so, the restaurant is still 70 or 80 square meters and looks empty. Jiang Shui simply made food, and after eating, he went to the bottom to start filling the soil. He was busy until it was dark, and the center of the lake spread outward for nearly 20 meters. Looking down from the viewing platform on the upper floor of the bedroom, the lake seemed to have shrunk a lot. At 8 p.m., Shenlong returned with injuries all over his body. After putting down a huge flying bird, he saw Jiang Shui, flew around the building where she was for a few circles, and then returned to the castle. Jiang Shui came to the studio to make hemostatic medicine and put it in the tribe warehouse, and then went to the kitchen to make 8 pots of scallion, ginger and blood soup, put them in a wooden basin, and put them in the tribe's space, and walked towards the castle. After entering the castle, Shenlong was asked to drink the scallion, ginger and blood soup first, and then he began to melt the frozen wound of Shenlong with a torch, and then applied the medicine. This process lasted for about half an hour, and Lu Han teleported to her side. "Lu Han, injured? Let me take care of it." Jiang Shui nodded and started to grill meat nearby. After Lu Han treated the dragon's wound, dozens of large pieces of grilled meat were cooked. Jiang Shui cut 2 plates for herself and Lu Han, and gave the rest to the dragon. After the house was built, there was nothing to do except to deal with the bison, so Jiang Shui decided to put the landing on the mysterious island on the agenda. After getting up and having breakfast the next day, Jiang Shui sent this matter to the tribe group chat, and everyone was invited to participate. Jiang Shui contacted other people in the friend list, told them her conditions, and invited them. Jiang Shui, I will enter the mysterious island tomorrow. Do you want to join the team? You need to hand in 30% of the supplies, and no other supplies will be accepted. Nan Gongyu and Xie Xianer agreed immediately. Xie Xianer said, Can I bring my brother? Jiang Shui, yes. Gu Yunshin said that he was very busy after forming an alliance with the Ice Country, and had no time for the time being. Ing Xingyu said, My friends, and I have formed a tribe of 10 people. There are activities every day recently. Sorry, I can't spare the time for the time being. Qingye said, Okay, is your team still short of people? Jiang Shui, yes. Qingye, then can I introduce 2 people, my apprentices? Jiang Shui, sure. Early the next morning, when Jiang Shui sent away the rainbow shark and the great white shark, she saw the mermaid princess swimming up from under the ice that was broken by the great white shark. The mermaid princess said excitedly, I'm back, did you miss me? Jiang Shui rubbed her hair, yeah. The mermaid princess came ashore, her eyes sparkling, and said, These days I went to the open sea with my mother and Zhao's hunting team, and brought a lot of prey to you. I wanted to find you yesterday, but my mother said it was too late, and asked me not to disturb you. The mermaid princess, Sister, shall I ask the hunting team to deliver the things now? Jiang Shui, okay. Jiang Shui paused and asked a little uncomfortably, Are you injured during this trip? The mermaid princess wanted to say no, but after thinking for a while, she curled her lips and said, I was injured. It hurts a lot. Sea beasts are active after the cold winter, and we have been attacked many times. Jiang Shui said, Come with me, I get you some medicine. The mermaid princess followed her and looked at the new building curiously. Hey, a new home. So beautiful. Jiang Shui thought of an unused winter cherry tree house, pointed there and said, Let's plant this tree on the coast and give it to you. Mermaid princess, it's too far, I want to live with you. Jiang Shui, I live on the upper floor of the pomegranate tree, it's not convenient for you to go up. Mermaid princess, then I live under the tree, anyway, there are seawater lakes under the tree. Jiang Shui, well, you live with Rainbow under the tree, and Dubai is next door, so it's convenient to talk and relieve boredom. Mermaid princess, yeah. Jiang Shui quickly took the medicine and gave it to the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess said, In which house will the supplies be placed later? Jiang Shui pointed to the castle. There. The mermaid princess walked towards the ocean. At this time, Jiang Shui received a friend request from Lu Han and others. After pulling them into the team, they praised the castle and the giant tree house. Jiang Shui, the castle is where the dragon lives. I have reserved a room for you in the tree house. You can choose a room. At this time, everyone was at the tree viewing platform on the highest floor of the tree house. Xiao Huan asked, Where do you live? Jiang Shui pointed downstairs. Here. Xiao Huan, then I live next door to you. Lu Han, I moved into the next door yesterday, and the other next door is a studio. Xiao Huan glared at him. Fuck, shameless. Lu Han, there are 3 houses on the next floor, and you 3 can each have one. Xiao Huan and his friends chose a room and started buying furniture, saying that they would stay here tonight to keep the house. Jiang Shui, today, the mermaids will deliver prey to us, so let's have a banquet together tonight. Xiao Huan, that's great, I like lively occasions the most. As they were talking, Xiao led a group of mermaids to the island and began to transport prey to the castle. Xiao Huan stopped talking and stared at that place. Lu Han went to the kitchen and started making breakfast. Meng Liyun and Xiao Mu started moving. Jiang Shui stood on the observation deck and looked around. She decided to temporarily transfer the materials of Shuyueju to the castle and dismantle Shuyueju and put it on the trading line. In this way, a large area of land would be freed up on the island, which would be more beautiful visually. She went down to the bottom and walked towards the 3 halls of Shuyueju. She first transferred the materials to the tribal space, then recycled Shuyueju into drawings and put them directly on the trading line. After she finished her work, she happened to meet Xiao, who was delivering supplies again. Jiang Shui stopped him. There is a banquet on the island tonight. We want to invite the mermaids to attend. Please tell the queen. Xiao, yes. When Jiang Shui returned to the kitchen of the tree house, Lu Han had already prepared breakfast and everyone was putting food on the table together. Lu Han said, "You came at the right time. Sit down and eat." After Jiang Shui finished her meal, she saw Xiao waiting under the tree. Just as she was about to go down, Zhao Huan said, "Can I go with you?" The two of them went down to the bottom, and Zhao Huan stared at Xiao intently. Xiao said uncomfortably, "Island Master, the queen said she will come in the evening upon invitation." Then he left without looking back. Zhao Huan couldn't believe it. "Am I a man-eating wolf?" Jiang Shui, Zhao Huan, it aroused my competitive spirit. Shue, can you teach me the mermaid language when you are free? Jiang Shui, okay. The two returned to the treehouse and sat around the fire pot in the living room with everyone, waiting for 8 o'clock to come. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Shui received applications to join the team. After they were approved one by one, there were a few more people in front of her. C.S. Hinner and the others were acquaintances, and only a child of 8 or 9 years old was a stranger. Everyone looked at the little boy, then at Jiang Shui, silently asking, "What's going on? Why is there a child?" Jiang Shui herself was also confused. Qingye hurriedly explained, "Don't look at him as young, he was a famous master of catching ghosts in the previous life. He has good luck in this life, and his physical fitness is definitely not worse than that of ordinary people." The cute little boy smiled and said sweetly, "Hello everyone, my name is Qinghe, Qing for clear, and he for river water. My master found me in a clear river, so I'm called Qinghe. Big brothers and big sisters, don't look at my young age, I'm very powerful. I can fight a great white shark and escape unscathed." Zhao Huan couldn't control himself on the spot, stretched out his magic hand and pinched Qinghe's cheek, with a perverted smile. "What a cute and sweet little brother, come to my house and be my brother, okay?" Qinghe let her knead him, and said sweetly, "That won't do. If I leave, master will be alone, which is too pitiful." Qingye blew his beard and glared, "You little bastard, I'm still here." Qinghe made a face at him. Lu Han took out the small wooden boat. 2 boats per person, let's go. Jiang Shui took out the invitation letter to the island, and after everyone got the wooden boats, they tore them apart from both ends. The air rippled, and the scene changed, and they came to a world of ice and snow. What they saw was the vast glacier, and there were towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. The cold wind blew, and the snow fell heavily. Everyone immediately put on more clothes. The wooden boat they carried came in handy, and could be turned over to serve as a makeshift umbrella. The whistling cold wind brought Nangong Yu's voice. "Look, there are so many penguins and seals." Everyone looked at where she pointed, and saw many chubby penguins that were wobbling. The penguins looked more than 2 meters tall. There were many broken thick ice blocks in front of them, and several meters long seals were lying on the ice blocks. A seal was lying quietly, when suddenly a sperm whale of 30 to 40 meters broke out of the water and swallowed it alive. Elsewhere, a group of 4 to 5 meter long fish jumped and ran between the ice and the water as if they were escaping. A few of them fell on a huge ice block without paying attention. A shadow appeared under the water, and then a squid of more than 20 meters long stretched out its tentacles and rolled them into its mouth. Qinghe drooled unconsciously. The squid is so big that it can't be stewed in 10 pots. He turned his head, looking expectantly. "Let's go catch the squid." Chapter 72. Jiang Shui thought that the mysterious island was a legacy of the past. Most of the creatures in this icy sea were former farms. There were only edible creatures in the water. There were no sharks or other creatures with strong aggressiveness. Looking at the island environment, it seemed that the supplies for this trip could only be obtained from the water. So Jiang Shui said, "I have no problem." Lu Han thought that this was the only place where food was found. There was only 4 hours to land on the island, so there was no need to waste time on exploration, so he also said, "I have no problem." Xiao Mu, then we must first determine the location of the land, and try not to fight on the ice. What if something passes by under the ice and hits us unexpectedly? C.S. Hinner, there must be land where the penguins are? Zhao Huan, let's go and have a look together. Nandong Yu, penguins are so tall, it's scary to look at them. The group approached cautiously, and stopped 100 meters away from them. After careful observation, they found that there was indeed land under their feet. More than 20 minutes had passed, and everyone came to a piece of broken ice on the coast, and saw 2 long tentacles, as thick as little fingers under the ice. Qinghe pinched the tentacles, and threw it to the land behind. With a bang, a nearly 1 meter long krill landed on the ground. The krill jumped on the snow and froze in a short while. Everyone was shocked and didn't plan to take the risk of catching squids. They started looking for krill in groups of 2. After a while, several small hills were piled up behind them. At this time, they heard the sound of penguins and turned around to see that a large group of penguins had migrated here at some point and were stealing homes in the back. Chingha was unhappy on the spot and drove them away. Go away. If you want to eat shrimp, catch them yourself. He put his hands on his hips, his face full of anger, and was about to fight, when a penguin caught a shrimp with its wings and threw it at him. Chingha didn't tolerate it, and rushed forward and punched each penguin and knocked them out. Jiang Shui and others were stunned to see such a little kid knock down all the penguins in a short time. Xie, he actually knows martial arts? Xie Jinghong, after all, he is a Taoist priest, so it's normal for him to teach martial arts. Xie, he is really very talented. Why is this child who is so cute, good-looking, and has high martial arts value not mine? Chingha put the shrimps he and Chingya had obtained into the small wooden boat and dragged it away. Master, there's a thief here. Let's go away. Chingya, didn't you beat the thief? But he still walked away with his apprentice. Lu Han said, let's go away too. As they moved away, while obtaining krill along the way, the penguins gradually disappeared. Because there were not many natural enemies, there were a lot of krill in the sea. After more than 2 hours, the small wooden boat was piled high and could not be stacked anymore. They had to give up catching krill and planned to catch big ones. When they were teleported back, they would touch the wooden boat with one hand and the big seafood with the other. Everyone started fishing with krill meat and caught some fish. Chingha caught a 6-meter-long fish. Nandong Yu caught a hairtail. Others caught salmon, the shortest of which was 3 meters long. For hours passed quickly. Everyone was very satisfied with the harvest from this trip to the island. Basically, they didn't waste any time to get so much seafood. It was enough for one person to eat for a long time. The most important thing was that these shrimps had properties. Everyone returned to the island with a full load. Jiang Shui placed the spoils in the castle, planning to eat some of them at the banquet tonight. Soon, 30% of the supplies from Xie and others were handed in, and in an instant, Jiang Shui's supplies increased by a large amount. Lu Han gave half of his supplies to Jiang Shui and took the other half back to his island. Jiang Shui returned to the tree house and heard footsteps above. She went upstairs calmly and saw 2 squirrels eating pomegranates. They had a strong sense of crisis. When they noticed being watched, they turned their heads and ran away when they saw Jiang Shui. Unfortunately, they had eaten too well during this period and grew plump. Now they were very full, so their speed was greatly reduced, and they were caught by Jiang Shui. Eat my food and drink my food. Where are you going? The 2 squirrels, more than half a meter tall, squeaked. Their bodies were tied up, and they couldn't even turn their heads. There was no way to escape. Jiang Shui planned to starve them for a day, and then asked the mermaid princess to be a lobbyist at the banquet in the evening, and coerce and bribe them to be watchdogs. The 2 squirrels were dragged into the castle. They were struggling hard, but when they saw the dragon, they immediately trembled. If they were untied at this moment, they would definitely hug themselves. The dragon didn't eat in the morning. Jiang Shui planned to roast some shrimps and let it eat first. After all, there would be a big dinner in the evening. Jiang Shui didn't eat shrimps. Compared with shrimps, she wanted to eat crab roe more, so she took out the 20-meter sea crab temporarily stored in the tribe's warehouse, cut 2 large plates of crab meat, and roasted them next to it. The shrimp and crab meat cooked quickly when they met the fire. After Jiang Shui was full, she said to the dragon with expectation in her eyes, "There will be a big dinner in the evening. You have enough to eat." Shunlong, ah! You can tell he's very excited just by the sound. Jiang Shui sat in a rocking chair and turned on the Dragon Country World Channel to watch. Jiang Dashan, Jiuxiu Yunchang tribe, the damn flower country people, and the light country people come to our Dragon Country every day to rob us. They are foreign enemies, but Bian Wu, why do you Ghost tribe want to cause internal troubles? You are Dragon Country people. How can you rob Dragon Country people? Xiao Sijio, Dragon Country tribe, haha, the people in their ghost tribe are simply scum. When they land on the island, they use the battle card to fix people in the battle area and force them to hand over supplies. If they don't give it, they will be killed. If they give it, they won't be killed, but women will be miserable. It's simply outrageous. Qi Xinran, Longwu tribe. No wonder there were conflicts between Jiang Shui and the people in this tribe in the early days. It turns out that the boss had seen through their nature a long time ago. Lin Yu, everyone is drunk tribe. That's not necessarily true. Didn't everyone see how things happened in the beginning? They had conflicts. Ghost Tribe is not okay, but we can't disrespect the facts and just blow it up, right? In a certain tribe, Li Haoyue said, Xiao Yu, why are you getting involved in this? Lin Yu, I just can't stand it. Jiang Shui helped Longwu in the early days, but it was a long time ago. Every day, there are people blowing it up on the channel. Do you dare to say it wasn't Jiang Shui's operation? Li Haoyue looked hesitant. I feel like those people might just be simple fans? Lin Yu said, alas, you think things are too simple. Even if they are fans, Jiang Shui has always indulged them. Is she innocent? She keeps rehashing old stories. Does she really have depression? Depression can't do such things. Li Haoyue believed it a little. Lin Yu said, she is a green tea. She can sell misery and seduce men. Look at the people she keeps as friends. Which one is not devoted to her? She has high means. You and Minister Gu both invited her to join Longwu. You were deleted. Minister Gu was not only not deleted, but also became friends. Moreover, she said all the domestic violence and depression from beginning to end. But her family's case in the previous life was investigated and was true. Think about it, you can't say that the whole village is ungrateful and cruel. Li Haoyue was persuaded. Xiao Yu, thank you for waking me up. Jiang Shui hadn't logged into the world channel these days, and she didn't expect so many things to happen. External and internal troubles, as well as the appearance of battle cards that force people to stay, undoubtedly made man-made disasters several times more dangerous than disasters. The message jumped, and she saw Qi Shiran's message again. Qi Shiran, Longwu tribe, it's just a joke. Why are you being so sarcastic? Isn't this directed at the Ghost Tribe? Lin Yu, everyone is drunk tribe these days. Telling the truth is called sarcastic? I'm speechless. Qian Lu, Longwu tribe, why is Lin Yu upstairs so exaggerated? It's uncomfortable to watch. Could it be that he is a smear of Jiang Shui? Lin Yu, everyone is drunk tribe. If I don't flatter your master, I am a smear? I'm just a passerby, okay? Sun Xian, Jiuxiu Yunchang tribe fans of Li Haoyue, go to her quickly. How dare you bully our idol's friends? Lin Yu, everyone is drunk tribe, haha, what friends? Your idol has been deleted by Jiang Shui a long time ago. Why are you still playing a lickspittle here? I am Li Haoyue's true friend and best friend. Originally I didn't want to say it, but Jiang Shui's fans are bragging too much. At the beginning, Li Haoyue had just invited Jiang Shui to join the Dragon Country tribe, and she was deleted. Gu Yunshan invited her, but she not only didn't delete him, but also treated Gu Yunshan as a good friend. Those who understand will understand. Jiang Shui, I haven't logged into the world channel for a long time. I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I logged in. The Dragon Country world channel quickly broke out into a war of words, accusing Lin Yu of causing trouble. Lin Yu was so angry that he said to Li Haoyue, I obviously can't help you, but your fans scolded me like this, saying that I hurt people in your name. It's too bullying, go and help me clarify. Li Haoyue already believed in Lin Yu, and seeing her best friend crying, she couldn't help but feel bad for Jiang Shui. It was all Jiang Shui's fault that things turned out like this. Didn't she repay the favor back then? Why are you still talking about that incident? Li Haoyue logged into the world channel, and was about to speak when she received an invitation from her father to join the team. She didn't care for the time being and spoke on the world channel. Lin Yu is indeed my best friend, and has helped me a lot. I was indeed deleted after I invited Jiang Shui to join the Dragon Country tribe. Then she said to Lin Yu, something may have happened on the island, I go back. Lin Yu asked, what happened? Is it dangerous? How about I go and help? After that, she coughed a few times. Li Haoyue was touched and said, thank you for your concern. You are still worried about me when you are sick. Lie down and rest. Don't take the words of the world channel to heart. I will come to accompany you after I am done. Apologize to your family for me. I don't have time to say goodbye. Lin Yu, it doesn't matter. We treat you as a family and don't care about these things, especially my brother. You know, he always treats you as a goddess. Li Haoyue blushed, said goodbye to Lin Yu, and agreed to her father's friend request. As soon as she arrived at her own island, she was slapped by her mother. Li Haoyue was stunned. Li's mother said angrily, didn't I tell you to break up with that ghost Lin Yu? Look at what you did. Li Haoyue, Mom, Lin Yu is very good. Why do you always dislike her? Li's father sighed. I have said it many times. Her values are wrong, and she has been bullying and using you. Li Xinghe, yes, sister. In the last life, she always invited you to dinner and travel, and she brought her family and friends with her, and she didn't bring money to go to 5-star hotels, and asked you to pay. You often bought gifts for her family and borrowed money for the full house, but she never returned the gift and did nothing. Li Haoyue explained, her family is poor, and she also asked my wishes and apologized. Every time I volunteered, you don't always bring these things up. I have known her family since junior high school, and I know them. Li's mother said disappointedly, look at the comments on the World Channel. On the Longwood District World Channel, after Li Haoyue spoke, the channel fell into silence for a few minutes, and then Gu Yunshan spoke. Chapter 73. Gu Yunshan, Longwood tribe. At first Jiang Shui refused to join the tribe, because we only offered her an official position without salary, and required her to hand over materials for the construction of the tribe. This was the reason why Jiang Shui refused Li Haoyue. Gu Yunshan, Longwood tribe. Later, Longwood tribe realized that the decision was wrong and changed the model, which is the current Longwood tribe model. Then I took over and invited Jiang Shui. Although she was rejected, we reached a cooperative relationship. Gu Yunshan, Longwood tribe. As for the friend that Lin Yu mentioned, I really want to be friends with Jiang Shui, but unfortunately she has always regarded me as a partner. The chat records in the survival world cannot be deleted. I can record the video to show you all the contact content from the beginning of my acquaintance with her to now. Gu Yunshan, Longwood tribe. I apologize to Jiang Shui here publicly. I didn't expect that adding me as a friend would bring you such trouble. In addition, Li Haoyue has a bad moral character, and the Li family has not disciplined him strictly. He has been expelled from the Longwood tribe. The Longwood District World Channel exploded instantly. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shui received a private message from Gu Yunshan, which was about the things on the Longwood District World Channel and his apology again. Jiang Shui said, it's okay. Then the page switched back to the Longwood District World Channel. On the island, Lin Yu cursed loudly, they are all a bunch of brainless people who believe whatever others say. She did not put out the fire in the bedroom, and went downstairs directly. Li Haoyue often provided her family with supplies, so she was not afraid of waste. There were several braziers in the middle of the living room downstairs. Lin's mother was grilling meat, and her brother and father were sitting next to them chatting. Seeing Lin Yu coming down, Lin Yin glanced behind her, where is Haoyue? Lin Yu, I went back because of something. Let's not talk about this first. Look at the World Channel. I was bullied. On the other side, Li Haoyue was punished to kneel, and her family members went on the World Channel to speak one after another. Li Yang, I am Li Haoyue's father. I'm sorry. We protected her too well, so she couldn't see right from wrong. We are already punishing her. Lin Yin, I am Li Haoyue's mother. Haoyue has known Lin Yu since kindergarten. She did regard Lin Yu as her best friend, but she didn't. Haoyue was also deceived. I apologize to Jiang Shui on her behalf. Li Xinghe, I am Haoyue's younger brother. If it weren't for the medicine from Jiang Shui, I would have died. If I had died, my family would have lost its fighting power, and it might have brought disaster. We apologize for the impact on the boss this time. We are sorry. We have always remembered your life-saving grace. Li Xinghe, please believe that we are not the farmer and the snake. I want to clarify one thing here. It is true that my sister regards Lin Yu as a best friend, but Lin Yu has never regarded my sister as a best friend. Since we met in junior high school, my sister has been giving her gifts and paying for her. Until the survival world, Lin Yu's family borrowed all the 3 houses and cars from my sister. After coming to the survival world, the villa they live in now, and most of the survival supplies were given by my sister. Her family only cried poor and said thank you and treat them verbally, but every time they treat them, they say they forgot to bring money. We persuaded Haoyue, but she was brainwashed by that family and didn't want to believe us. The World Channel was full of curses, but there were no more voices calling Li Haoyue an ungrateful person or quitting being a fan. After a while, Lin Yu's family spoke up. Li family, you are rich and powerful, right? This is a world of survival, not the last life when you were all powerful. I think Haoyue is the only normal person in your family. You let Haoyue go. In the last life, you forced Haoyue to breathe. She could only experience the warmth and freedom of my home. She is no longer a child, and you are still controlling her. You are not qualified to punish Haoyue. You don't like Haoyue. Give Haoyue back to us. Don't throw dirty water on us. Justice is in the hearts of the people. On the island, Li's father looked at his crying daughter. Do you feel suffocated in this family and have no freedom? You also think we are wrong and the Lin family is right? Li Haoyue was silent. Team invitations and private chats from everyone in the Lin family kept popping up in front of her. The private chats were all words of comfort. Li's mother didn't want to see her anymore. She said in a light tone, since it doesn't make sense, Let her go. I don't want to see her. She walked into the bedroom. Li's father, Haoyue, go ahead. Since you think her family is good, then live with them. Li Haoyue suddenly looked up, with an unbelievable look in her eyes. Li's father, it's all our fault for raising you too smoothly. He walked towards the bedroom. Li Xinghe had a complicated expression. Let's go. Don't make our parents angry during this period. Li Haoyue was distraught. Do you have to choose one? Can't we just be good? Li Xinghe, sister, a bystander can see more clearly. In your eyes, the Lin family is a very good family, but in my eyes, they are jealous of us and you. Li Haoyue was in a huge contradiction, not knowing who to trust. As time went by, compared to her family's cold expulsion, the continuous invitations and comfort from the Lin family gradually made her lean towards the Lin family. Li Haoyue finally chose to go to the Lin family. As soon as she arrived on the island, she was warmly welcomed and asked about her well-being. Her few hesitations completely disappeared. Jiang Shui thought about it and spoke on the Dragon Country World Channel. Thank you for your support. This matter is over. Zhang Chen, Dragon Country tribe, since the big boss has said so, I won't say anything. Lu Yingying, Sanren tribe catch a big boss. Lin Yu, Zongren Jizui tribe, you said it was revealed. So what about the harm we suffered? Ying Xingyu, Bulabuki tribe, Jiang Shui gave you face and revealed the matter, but you still insist on saying you were hurt? What? Do you want compensation? Jiang Shui is my friend. Today I am here to scold you on her behalf. Let's see who is more powerful. I'm going to fight you. Jiang Shui didn't want to drag Ying Xingyu into the water, so she said, Xingyu, thank you for your help, but don't waste your time on this kind of thing. I have blocked her and her family. Lu Han, unnamed tribe has blacklisted Lin Yu. Gu Yunshan, Longwood tribe has blacklisted Lin Yu. On a certain island, Qin Jiqiu has always intended to reach a cooperation with the unnamed tribe, and wants to use this incident to offset the gap in popularity accumulated by Jiang Shui last time, so he also spoke on the Longwood District World Channel. Qin Jiqiu, Jiexio Yunchang tribe has blacklisted Lin Yu. Bai Yu was unwilling to give up this opportunity, and immediately expressed his sincerity. Xinjiang tribe has blacklisted Lin Yu. The unnamed tribe has a large number of big men per capita, and with Jiang Shui as the boss, they have a large amount of supplies at a fair price. Many tribes in Dragon Country want to take this opportunity to get closer, so they've expressed their opinions, and even the Everyone is Drunk tribe is no exception. Xiao Zui kicked Lin Yu's family out of the tribe, and then said, Everyone is Drunk tribe has blacklisted Lin Yu's family. Lin Yu's family on the World Channel cursed at what happened to them, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the voices of countless people. On the island, Li Haoyue comforted the crying Lin Yu. Lin Yu said aggrievely, Haoyue, it's okay, I cry for a while, I don't blame you, you are my best friend, I am willing to stand up for you no matter what the consequences are. Jiang Shui exited the Longwood District World Channel, and found that the background received countless friend requests from different tribes, claiming to be the leader. One Click Read Skip came to the studio, and started to make cold brew supplies and medicines. To this day, this kind of supplies still has a large market in Longwood District. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark came to Zhongzhou, and saw a group of thousands of 20-meter-long fish rushing towards them. Rainbow Shark said, run. Rainbow Shark saw a 300-meter-long sperm whale breaking out of the water and eating sea fish, and the undercurrent was surging. Rainbow Shark saw himself being pushed to the bottom of the sea, and saw the Great White Shark being swallowed into its stomach. Rainbow Shark shouted, Great White. Rainbow Shark struggled to swim up, bit the sperm whale's stomach, and spit out the Great White. I bite you to death. Rainbow Shark saw the sperm whale eat and drink and swim in the opposite direction. Rainbow Shark saw a group of 100-meter-long tiger sharks besieging the sperm whale. Rainbow Shark saw the sperm whale's stomach burst, and the Great White Shark swam out from it. Your Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark stayed away from the place of trouble and continued their journey. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, people from the unnamed tribe arrived one after another and began to prepare for the dinner. The mermaid princess did not go out hunting today. After taking a nap at noon, she brought a mermaid to help. The mermaid princess came to Jiang Shui and whispered, I brought Xiao here for your friend. Jiang Shui tilted her head and approached Xiao Huan. Seeing that she was staring at the mermaid, she said, Ling brought him here for you. Xiao Huan, from now on, I will be the little princess's vanguard. Jiang Shui repeated this to the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess, then I will create more opportunities for her in the future. Jiang Shui acted as a messenger between the two of them. Xiao Huan, thank you, princess, heart shape, love you. Jiang Shui couldn't repeat this sentence and explain the meaning of this gesture to the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess made a heart shape to Jiang Shui on the spot. Xiaomu smiled at the movement over there and jokingly whispered to Lu Han, "Fortunately, she is a princess and not a prince, otherwise you would have nothing to do. This strong woman is afraid of being pestered by men." Lu Han looked at Jiang Shui, who was blushing and fell into deep thought. He had to speed up the progress, otherwise, with the way the mermaid princess flirted, gender would not be an issue sooner or later. Here, the mermaid princess pestered Jiang Shui and asked her to make a heart shape. Jiang Shui finally couldn't stand it anymore, and made a gesture with a blushing heartbeat, then quickly lowered her head to wash the vegetables. Lu Han, shock. His eyes towards the mermaid princess instantly became hostile. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark saw a fog, and Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark entered the fog. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark walked through the fog and saw many hazy and vague scrolls, which depicted various ugly creatures. Great White Shark crashed into a scroll. Rainbow Shark saw Great White Shark pass through it directly, and the scroll was still intact. Great White Shark said, "Why didn't it break?" At this time, Jiang Shui heard the world announcement. Chapter 74. World announcement, Boss, Piranha Queen, appeared, location Ice Country. Jiang Shui, ? Is it such a coincidence? Rainbow Shark said, "The big fish scroll with many teeth behind you disappeared." Great White Shark said, "Is it haunted? Let's go. Last time I encountered this kind of thing, and then I died." Jiang Shui, it seems to be a coincidence. But it seems that the boss is indeed stored here, in the form of a scroll. Rainbow Shark said, "When did you die?" Where? Great White Shark said, "In the ocean under a piece of white sand. I saw a lot of marine life the last moment, and the next moment they all disappeared, and then I died. It was so scary." Rainbow Shark said, "I will go there tomorrow." Jiang Shui, knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, but still going there? Jiang Shui opened the Quanon World Channel, and saw that the news on it was refreshing at a speed of 999 plus per second. Scanning his eyes, he extracted some information. The boss of Ice Country appeared on the island where Titan Bear lived. The owner of that island was Eli, who was the human who brought back and revived Titan Bear. Ice Country and Dragon Country had a friendly relationship. The boss appeared in Ice Country, which made this country suffer the malicious public opinion when Dragon Country boss appeared. The people of Ice Country were not vegetarians either. They didn't say much. They directly formed a team on the regional world channel, and came to the island near the border. They stepped on the thick ice, and launched an attack on the neighboring Flower Country on foot. The islands of Flower Country were attacked one after another. It was at this time that the people of Flower Country discovered that during the national battle, the materials could not be transferred but could be plundered, and the island would disappear after the island owner fled. The people of Flower Country instantly became honest. The people of Ice Country posted this discovery on the National World Channel, and people were very excited. The Light Country immediately contacted the Flower Country to besiege the Dragon Country in the middle. The two countries on the left and right of Flower Country were the Dragon Country and the Ice Country. He did not dare to do this, but he did not dare to disobey his father's order, and he was in a dilemma for a while. Just like those countries, plundering one's own country is not as fast as plundering materials from other countries. For a while, because of this news, all the internal struggles of all countries stopped temporarily, and they began to unite against the outside world. 16 people gathered on an island far away in another country. Ely has a teenage sister and a primary school brother, as well as parents in their prime, an old but not weak grandfather, and teammates he invited. A group of 16 people are helping a huge grizzly bear fight. The Piranha Queen is nearly 100 meters in size, and has a huge belly. The first thing she does when she appears on the island is to reproduce, and then hide, and wait for the next wave of reproduction. The Titan Bear took a lot of effort to pull it from the bottom of the sea to the surface, but it also paid a heavy price under the siege of the piranhas. Eli and others were anxious and wanted to help kill the Piranha Queen as soon as possible, but their weapons were not very lethal to it. At this time, Eli suddenly remembered the role of the enchanted stone. Enchanted stones can enchant weapons, attaching the properties of the enchanted stones themselves to them to enhance combat effectiveness, so he quickly found Gu Yunshin and asked if there was a workbench for enchanting weapons in Longwu. Gu Yunshin told him about Jiang Shui, and repeatedly praised Jiang Shui, assuring him of her character and willingness to be a guarantor. When Eli heard that it was the legendary mysterious woman, he immediately wanted to make friends with her, so he asked Gu Yunshin to act as a matchmaker, and he would go to negotiate the deal in person. Beep beep beep. Jiang Shui suddenly received a friend notification sound, and when he opened it, it was Gu Yunshin. Gu Yunshin, Eli from the Ice Nation wants to add you as a friend to make a deal. He wants to enchant weapons. He will provide the weapons and enchantment stones himself. Do you agree? Jiang Shui, sure. Eli's coming to trade is probably related to the Piranha Queen. This boss sounds like a sea beast that will reproduce. Killing it early can slow down the spread and indirectly reduce future risks for whales and mermaids living in the ocean. Gu Yunshin, then I will send him your contact information. After a moment, Jiang Shui received a friend request. After agreeing, a video call invitation popped up immediately. Jiang Shui chose to refuse and sent a private message. The transaction condition is a favor. Eli was stunned. He thought she would ask for a lot of supplies. After all, she was the only one who had the enchantment workbench. Eli was also straightforward. Okay, I will send you the enchantment stone and weapon. Jiang Shui walked out the door. Xiao Huan asked, where are you going? Jiang Shui, treehouse, I will be back soon. Half an hour later, Jiang Shui returned the successfully enchanted weapon to Eli. The battle on the island was fierce, and Eli didn't have time to exchange pleasantries. He thanked them, took the weapons, and immediately distributed them to everyone, and continued to fight. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark saw a 100-meter kelp patch, and saw the tentacles of a 300-meter squid being clamped by a 50-meter king crab. Rainbow Shark chose to collect the 300-meter squid, and collected it successfully. Your Rainbow Shark chose to collect 1/500 of the kelp patch, but failed to collect it because it was overweight. Your Rainbow Shark chose to collect 1/550 of the kelp patch, and collected it successfully. Your Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark continued their journey. Jiang Shui returned to the castle. There were phoenix eggs and braziers in the castle, which were warm. Everyone was busy until after 4 in the afternoon. They heard the sound of the cold wind, and the sound of crackling and flapping. They opened the window, and saw hail falling outside. The hailstones were as big as fists, hitting the ground and houses with loud bangs. The fruits, leaves and branches of the big trees planted by Jiang Shui fell straight down, making a mess. The hailstones were too powerful. Even though they felt sorry for the attribute fruits, they couldn't pick them up. They could only pray that the hailstones would end soon. 10 minutes later, the hailstones ended, and heavy snow fell from the sky. When they caught it with their hands, it felt several times heavier than ordinary snow, and was bone-chillingly cold. The wind blew even harder, and almost everyone in the survival world went into their houses to avoid the cold, but there were exceptions. On Ilya's island, humans were fighting in the snow. The Piranha Queen breeds a batch of chopstick-sized piranhas every hour. There are hundreds of piranhas. If it is allowed to develop, the piranha disaster will happen sooner or later. By then, not only the ice country will be affected, but the entire survival world will be affected. On Yingxingyu's island, 10 people are completing the last breakthrough mission. On Luoning's island, she picked up the smashed vegetables with her frozen body with a heartache on her face, and ran to shovel the snow on the surface of the fishery. On Jiang Shui's island, everyone temporarily stopped preparing ingredients and came to the big tree to pick up the smashed fruits. This is a food of attribute, it would be too painful to waste it. The fruits that are still intact or more than half broken are temporarily stored in the tribal space, and the rest are given to the mermaid princess, who asks her to arrange for the tribe to pick them up and save them for today's banquet. The Great White Shark saw a 50-meter bird catching a 30-meter hair tail. The Great White Shark chose to collect the bird, and the collection was successful. Your Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark are returning. At 7 o'clock in the evening, humans and mermaids gathered in the castle. Lu Han went back to his own island and made many long tables and benches. Xiao Huan excitedly directed Xiao to set up the tables and chairs. Jiang Shui bought the iron hanging pot blueprint in a small country with a population of 1,000. After studying it, she came to the studio with a quilt and a water heater to start making it. Xiao Huan directed Xiao to set up the tables and chairs. Seeing Jiang Shui return from a distance through the half-open window, Lu Han directly gave the task of using the food workbench to Xiao Mu and ran over to greet him. Xiao Mu smiled and said, "Love over friendship," and replaced Lu Han's job. It was snowing heavily outside the door. Jiang Shui was still covered with snow even though she was holding an umbrella. In the corridor, Lu Han helped her brush off the snow naturally. Is it over? Jiang Shui was so cold that her body was stiff. She was thinking about brushing off the snow and going into the house as soon as possible, and she didn't realize this intimate gesture. Jiang Shui, yeah. Lu Han, come in, it's cold outside. After entering the house, the warmth came over her. Jiang Shui saw everyone laughing and talking, and her body gradually warmed up, and a smile appeared on her face. She took out the hanging pot. Lu Han said, "Lu Yun, let's move the brazier to the side of the table and put the hanging pot on the stand. Xiao Mu, someone come and serve the dishes. 2 pots of tomato and pork are ready." Zhao Huan grabbed Zhao's arm and strode over there. "Here it comes." Jiang Shui began to use the hanging pot to make stewed meat. The hanging pot has the same function as the food workbench. It can make food on the blueprint, but it is much smaller, and can only be used for stewing, not other foods. Tonight's banquet is much more luxurious than the last one, with frying, stir-frying, stewing, steaming and baking, and it is also served with many fruits and pine nuts picked up from the snow and washed clean. At about 11 p.m., the rainbow shark and the great white shark returned to the island. Jiang Shui withdrew from the excitement and walked towards the coast. The snow was still falling. The cold wind blew, and the warmth on her body disappeared. Jiang Shui came to the coast, and saw that the place where the mermaids and sharks went out had a layer of ice as thick as a finger. The great white shark broke through the ice, and came out of the water, and put its head on the coast to ask for caress. Jiang Shui caressed it, then fed it 2 big red worms, and then put the rainbow shark into a wooden barrel, and took it to the shark pool. Great white shark said, "The lake is frozen, we can't go to the lake today. When will the pool be big enough for me to sleep?" Rainbow shark said, "It will be soon." Jiang Shui fed rainbow shark 2 small red worms, and transferred the crab on the squid's leg to her own space. It was not convenient for the leatherback turtles and mermaids to plant kelp tonight. If the kelp was taken out, it would be frozen and washed away in the sea. Jiang Shui thought for a while, took out the frozen 8-headed snake from another space, placed it behind the castle, and then transferred the kelp to the space. Then chose the landing point of the bird holding the hair tail in the ocean. The next moment, the ocean boiled and the ice broke. That was the sound of the bird finally coming to the surface and rushing against the ice. But gradually, it drowned and died under the pull of the ice, and the killer whales and humpback whales. The killer whales and humpback whales skillfully knocked the nearby broken ice far away, sending the bird and hair tail to the island. Jiang Shui put the bird into the space, cut the hair tail into several pieces, and gave them to the killer whales and humpback whales for food. After the whales finished eating these attribute foods, they returned to the bottom of the sea and fell into a quiet sleep. Chapter 75. Jiang Shui began to choose the travel shark lottery. Get a travel space grid *1. Get a shark space grid *1. Jiang Shui, surprise. Good luck today. Put the birds and hair tail together and transfer them to your own travel grid, and then install the shark space grid on the great white shark, and walk towards the castle with satisfaction. When he saw Lu Han waiting in the corridor, his mind was scattered. Lu Han looked like a baby waiting for his mother to come home. He couldn't help but smile, and dispel this thought. The two stood in the corridor, shook off the snow on their bodies, and walked into the house. Zhao Huan and the other 2 were drunk, and their words were incoherent, and their walk was unsteady. The queen had returned to the ocean. The banquet lasted until 1 or 2 in the morning, and the mermaids returned to the ocean. Jiang Shui and Lu Han helped the drunk Zhao Huan and the others to the tree house, put them on the bed, lit 2 pots of fire, and then went back to their rooms to rest. It was 9 o'clock when Jiang Shui woke up, and the snow was still falling, with no sign of abating. She looked at the road leading to the castle, opened the world trade, and searched for cabins. Cabins are now available to everyone, and many people have extra cabins, so they put them up for trade. Jiang Shui estimated the distance from here to the castle, bought many cabins, fed and sent shark away, and only built the walls and roofs on the left and right sides of the cabins, and built them along the road to the castle. When Lu Han woke up, he saw a long corridor downstairs, and knew that it was built by Jiang Shui. After a simple wash, he walked along the corridor to the castle, and saw Jiang Shui heating up the leftover dishes from last night. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Shui said, "Good morning." Lu Han, "Good morning." He also joined in the work of heating dishes, collecting the leftovers to feed the dragon, who was not hungry to begin with. In the corner, 2 squirrels, who had been hungry for a day and watched everyone eat and drink for several hours, now looked at the dragon with a full stomach and sleeping. These guys are devils. So scary. Zhao Huan and others woke up one after another and came to the castle. Yesterday's food was too greasy, so Lu Han planned to make noodles for breakfast today. After dinner, everyone washed the dishes, wiped the table, and cleared the dishes, then said goodbye and left. They saw the tall frozen big-headed snake behind the castle, but did not say a word. Lu Han did not leave, nor did he give a reason. When the two were about to go to the tree house, they saw the mermaid princess jumping over. Mermaid princess, I'm here to persuade the squirrels to surrender. Jiang Shui, have you eaten? Mermaid princess, I have eaten. Jiang Shui, bring them to my place after you're done. The mermaid princess made a hard gesture. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Lu Han said, let's go to the tree house now. Jiang Shui, yes. Jiang Shui also moved the food workbench to the tree house and put it back in the kitchen. Lu Han entered the studio and lit 3 braziers in the room and stacked them together. There was also a small wooden bed in the studio, with a thick blanket inside, and a white bird egg wrapped in the blanket. Jiang Shui brought the panda and the wolf cub into the studio. The panda was a little bigger than before, and slept much less than before. It was very energetic, and ran around and played. The wolf cub was twice as big as it was at the beginning, and was covered with fur, but it had not opened its eyes yet, and slept all day. Jiang Shui placed the sleeping wolf cub on the white bird eggs, and began its part-time job of incubating the eggs. Jiang Shui sat down next to the brazier and began to take the damaged fruits in the tribe's space and put them on the trading line, specifying that the dragon and ice people could buy them, and they must have a video of eating them. Lu Han kept making supplies at the textile workbench and the pharmaceutical workbench. Beep beep. Jiang Shui received a friend notification sound, opened it, and saw that it was Gu Yunshin. Gu Yunshin, I want to trade shark cotton pajamas and antipyretic drugs with you. Are you free? Jiang Shui, yes. Gu Yunshin, this is our inventory list. What materials do you want us to trade? Jiang Shui sent these to Xiaomu and said, I want the mysterious stone, soil and stone and basic materials on their inventory list. Soon after, Xiaomu sent the price he had set. Jiang Shui replied to Gu Yunshin. The other party thought the price was reasonable, and directly placed an order for unlimited purchases for 1 week. At this time, Lu Han also received a friend message reminder. After opening it, he saw that it was Gu Yunshin. The other party was still talking about the material business. After he asked Xiaomu, Xiaomu quickly sent him the material list. Jiang Shui's matter came to an end for the time being, and he came to the metal workbench and weapon workbench to start making hanging pots and weapons. Humans are very prone to illness at this stage. The cold is partly the reason, and the food is also a reason. The daily food is very simple and mainly roasted, and the health value of the body is gradually declining. With the hanging pot, at least they can have more nutritious food. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark come to Baisha. Great White Shark says, this is where I went last time. I crashed into Baisha and went to another sea area. Rainbow Shark says, is it possible that you crashed to death, and those were your hallucinations before you died? Great White Shark says, impossible, I crashed to show you, this time I will be gentle. Great White Shark swims towards Baisha. Your Great White Shark enters the Dead Sea. Rainbow Shark enters the Dead Sea, sees the marine life swimming but silent, says, why is there no sound? Rainbow Shark saw the marine life disappear collectively. Rainbow Shark said, run, your Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark leave the Dead Sea. Rainbow Shark said, it's really a ghost, let's stay away from this area. Your Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark continue to travel. Jiang Shui thought, the creatures in this sea water are special, very aggressive, can locate by sound, and have the ability of chameleon tigers? Beep beep beep. She received another friend notification sound. The person coming is Eli. Eli, the Piranha Queen has been eliminated. Thank you for your help yesterday. I'm sorry that I didn't thank you properly yesterday because of the urgent matter. Eli, please accept these. They are my gifts. Thank you again for your help. Jiang Shui accepted the supplies, which were several large bags of bread wrapped in cloth, caviar jam, ham, butter cake, etc. Putting them on the table, Jiang Shui said, let's change the taste today. Lu Han said gently, okay. The howling wind and heavy snow outside formed a sharp contrast with the warmth and comfort inside. After a while, the mermaid princess brought 2 squirrels to the tree house. The squirrels shivered with cold along the way, and recalled what the mermaid princess said in their minds. This island is Jiang Shui's territory. You live here without permission, and she has the right to kill you. It's true that the pine tree was originally on that island, but you are not the owner of that island, nor the owner of the pine tree, so it's completely fine for Jiang Shui to take the pine tree away. Now the pine tree is on her island, so the pine tree belongs to her. You are now living in someone else's place, eating someone else's food. What's wrong with being tied up? What's wrong with being hungry? If it were someone else, they would have beaten you to death. Look at the heavy snow. It's so cold outside, but is this room you are in warm? This is what she brought. As long as you work for her, you can freely go in and out of the island, eat and do things, and you don't have to live in a small tree hole and endure the cold. If I were you, I would obey Jiang Shui. For you, this is only good, not bad. The two squirrels came to their senses and came to the warm room. Feeling the coldness along the way, the two squirrels, who were not very smart, almost burst into tears when they entered the warm room. Jiang Shui took out the pine cones and put them on a wooden plate and said to the mermaid princess, "Feed them." Mermaid princess, "Eat it, because you have a good attitude. Jiang Shui is willing to give it to you." The two squirrels looked at Jiang Shui fearfully and did not dare to move. They had deeply realized who was the boss. Jiang Shui nodded to them. The squirrels dared to eat. "Jiang Shui, I will build a room near the roof of the castle, where they will take turns standing guard day and night to warn of danger. In return, they can move freely and eat any food here." The mermaid princess repeated this and said, "What good conditions, I envy them, but there is nothing I can do. I am not as lucky as you, so I have to go out hunting every day and am always in danger." Jiang Shui, what a qualified lobbyist. Jiang Shui quickly built a room at the highest point of the castle. There were windows around the room, and half of the floor was not built, so that the heat from downstairs could rise up. The squirrel lived in the castle. The heavy snow lasted for a whole week, and Jiang Shui stayed in the studio for a week. On a new day, the heavy snow finally stopped, but it was already freezing outside. The food that had been stored in the past few days and brought by Shark was eaten by the dragon. Early in the morning, it took Rainbow Shark to fly to Zhongzhou. Because the fire pot in the tree house burns 24 hours a day, the snow on the pomegranate tree is not particularly heavy, but other trees are not so lucky. Except for the 50-meter winter juju tree and lemon tree, other trees have become one with the snow on the ground. This week-long blizzard has brought great trouble to the survival world. Countless houses have been buried, and humans cannot travel. This week and for a period of time in the future, humans can only rely on inventory. Every day, countless people starve to death or freeze to death due to insufficient inventory. Almost every country's world channel is full of negative scolding and moral kidnapping. Jiang Shui put on thick clothes, put on a set of shark cotton pajamas, held a water heater to her face, and opened the door. Even with full armor, the cold outside the door still quickly consumed her temperature. She made a bowl of corn soup for herself and quickly returned to the bedroom to eat it with barbecue. After eating and drinking, she opened the Dragon Country World Channel. Wu Di, Billion Stars Tribe. I am repairing the house every day. The wood inventory is not much. When will this day end? Zhou Linhai, Jiuxiu Yuncheng Tribe. The leaders of your tribe have all advocated. So why are you still guarding that tribe? Come to our Jiuxiu Yuncheng. The supplies are cheap. Xie Piener, Ya Wangxingchen Tribe. Xie Jinghong's withdrawal is his business. But you poach people from our tribe, which is rude. Is this how Jiuxiu Yuncheng manages its members? Zhao Qianxue, Longwood Tribe. I just went to open the door, but it was frozen and couldn't be opened. I had no choice but to use the construction mode to dismantle the door and shovel the snow. Guess what? I almost couldn't shovel it. The inventory was already running out, and we wanted to go out to fish for supplies, but we couldn't get out at all. It's hard to imagine that the island is like this. How deep must the ice in the sea be? Are they going to exterminate humanity? Qinghe, Daoren Tribe. You can choose to remove the tip of the roof. The snow above is shallower. A team of about 4 or 5 meters can clear a path. Sun Qingshan, Longwood Tribe. My house is a 2-story villa. Fortunately, the snow only submerged half of the window. I just opened the window and went out to sea. Wow, I almost got snow blindness. Speaking of which, at this level, the ocean has become land. Wenxing, Freedom Tribe. It's dangerous. God has paved the way for the bad guys to plunder. Crossing the ice to rob the island is much easier and safer than breaking the ice to fish for supplies. Everyone pay attention to safety. If you have inventory, try not to open a path, otherwise you will fall into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 76. The discussion on the Dragon Country World Channel was lively, and Jiang Shui received another private message from Gu Yunshan, who was still here to discuss the business of winter clothing and medicines. After receiving the order, Jiang Shui did not start working immediately, but picked pomegranates. There are mandatory restrictions on plunder between countries. The pomegranates on the tree are not ordinary products, and it is difficult not to be noticed and coveted. After picking for about an hour, I received a private message from Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan, I have raised enough materials for upgrading the island that you borrowed from me before, and I will return it to you. Jiang Shui took the soil and rocks, and chose to upgrade the island together with the soil and rocks that Lu Han had returned the day before, and her own inventory in the past few days. Island, level 213. The island widened on all sides, and there was no snow on the widened land. And because of the slight vibration during the upgrade process, the sea ice within a diameter of 5 meters around it cracked. The killer whale and the humpback whale family woke up, and seeing this scene, they immediately hit upwards. Soon, the ice layer cracked into pieces of ice, which were swept away by the tail. The whales took a breath on the sea surface for a while, then dived to the seabed to hunt nearby. Jiang Shui saw nearly twice as much supplies floating on the slowly flowing sea surface, so she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and walked over there with the water heater. Among the supplies floating on the water surface, heating supplies are more likely, followed by food, weapons, medicines, and basic materials. At this time, Qing has said on the World Channel, the multiplier of marine supplies has increased. The humans, who were short of supplies, decided to call on their teammates to break the ice and fish for supplies, regardless of whether they would be robbed or not. The problem they were facing now was that they might not live long enough to be robbed. Jiang Shui skipped the basic supplies floating on the sea surface, squatted on the coast, and selected unusual supplies to fish. After a while, she felt her body was slightly frozen, and turned to walk towards the tree house. Soil nutrient solution, large, *2. Spring temperature card, medium, *1. Mysterious stone, *1. Spring temperature card, medium. After use, the island will maintain spring temperature within 2 cubic meters. The rewarded island guard rose seed is still dormant in the cold winter. Now that she has this card, Jiang Shui plans to use it. Jiang Shui took out the rose seeds and decided to plant them in front of the castle. On one side of the castle, Jiang Shui used the spring temperature card. The next moment, the snow within 2 meters disappeared, and the air around her became warm like spring. She planted the rose seeds and poured a bottle of medium-sized nutrient solution in stock. The land turned fertile with the naked eye. The dragon came back when it was dark, with some injuries on his body, but it was not a big problem. Jiang Shui put the 3 prey into the tribe space and spoke in the tribe group chat. Soon everyone took out the prey and started to deal with it on their respective islands. Jiang Shui came to the coast and took out the 100-meter kelp in her space grid from the ocean. A moment later, the mermaid Lu swam to the coast. Island owner, are these kelp yours? Jiang Shui, well, arrange for someone to plant them. After thinking for a while, he said, can a mermaid be stationed on the island to pass on messages? I can provide accommodation and food for 3 meals a day on the coast. Lu, I will ask for instructions when the queen comes back. Jiang Shui put her fingers into the cold water, pulled up a kelp, and put it in the tribe warehouse to be eaten later. I went to the kitchen and lit a few braziers. I took out some meat that everyone had processed and put in the tribe's warehouse, marinated it, and wrapped it with kelp. I started to roast the kelp wrap meat. During the roasting process, I worked in the studio. This continued until the great white shark returned. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The waters of Zhongzhou were full of shrimps and crabs. It was no surprise that the great white shark brought back a pair of shrimps and crabs that were fighting and half dead. Jiang Shui took them out. The 2 shrimps and crabs looked at the unfamiliar environment in a daze, and then looked at each other's shells and the clamps. They put aside their doubts and continued the fight to the death. The shrimp died soon. Although the crab one, it was also covered with wounds, and was almost unable to bear the cold. It immediately crawled to the unfrozen sea area, but because of its large size, it could not squeeze in. Gradually, it was frozen to death. Jiang Shui put the shrimp and crab into the tribe space, came to the castle, took out the kelp meat wrapped in the tribe space, put it in front of the dragon, and then took one of them and cut it open to eat. 20 minutes later, Jiang Shui, who had eaten her fill, came to the land where the rose seeds were, and found that in less than a day, the rose had taken root and sprouted, about the height of a knuckle. When he returned to the bedroom again, it was already 10:30. He chose the shark lottery, and today's reward was a red worm. He took a simple bath, and lay on the bed, opened the World Channel, and found that a robbery had occurred. The comprehensive living standard of Dragon Country is far higher than that of other countries, and the probability of death is the lowest in the survival world. In the eyes of the Light Country, this is a fat sheep. Their arrogance was brought from the previous life to the survival world. The arrogance and contempt in their bones made them choose to attack Dragon Country without hesitation. For a time, the islands near the Light Country in the Dragon Country area were frequently attacked. On the other hand, after thinking about it, Flower Country thought that even if their country kneeled down and called Dragon Country Daddy, it would not be possible to reconcile. A few days ago, they offended Ice Country. Now that Ice Country and Dragon Country are friendly, they can't change the situation anyway, so they have to continue to call Light Country Daddy, agree to their request, and attack Dragon Country. Here, Dragon Country is not a pushover. If you come, I will fight one, and then call people on the Dragon Country World Channel to go to Light Country and Flower Country. After all, you want to get rich by plundering other countries, don't we want to? Jiang Shui slept until 8 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, she went out, and happened to meet Lu Han teleporting over. Lu Han, good morning. Jiang Shui, well, have you had breakfast? Lu Han, no, I brought some ingredients. Let's eat together. Jiang Shui, yes. While Lu Han was cooking, Jiang Shui sent Shenlong and Shark away. When she came back, she just caught up with the steaming porridge and side dishes coming out of the pot. After dinner, Jiang Shui went downstairs. Lu Han said, where are you going? Jiang Shui, fishing for supplies. Lu Han, I go with you. It's cold outside, and 2 people can save more time. The 2 used iron rods to break the newly formed ice last night, which alarmed the killer whale and humpback whale family. The whales broke the ice within 5 meters around the island and flew away, circling the island. The little killer whale and humpback whale carried their heads on the island. Jiang Shui stroked them. Lu Han tried to reach out and stroke them, and the 2 whales did not refuse. This novel experience made Lu Han quite happy. They have grown a lot, at least twice as long as when I first saw them. Jiang Shui, the reason for feeding the boss corpse and attribute food twice. She took out blood and some internal organs from the tribe's space and poured them into the mouths of the killer whale and humpback whale respectively, then began to fish for supplies. When she was preparing to return, the mermaid princess swam out of the water. Sister. She made a heart gesture to Jiang Shui. Lu Han's good mood disappeared. Mermaid princess. Ling told the queen about that matter yesterday. The queen arranged for me to deal with it today. How about I arrange Xiao to come over, let him pass on the message and guard the island. If you want to hire a mermaid to do work in the future, you can let him supervise. Although he is cold and lonely, his character is absolutely reliable. Jiang Shui. Okay, I will transplant the winter cherry tree to the coastline, and he will live there in the future. The area within a dozen meters of the coast has no snow due to the upgrade, which is just right for transplanting trees. Mermaid princess. Then I will ask him to come up and transplant together. Jiang Shui turned to Lu Han and said, shall we transplant the winter cherry tree here together? Lu Han, okay. With the joint efforts of the 2 people and the 2 sharks, it took less than an hour to complete the transplant. Xiao moved into his new residence. He was an orphan himself, so he had no worries, and moving had no impact on him. Jiang Shui said, you can open up the nearby land by yourself and do what you like freely. I will give you the daily ingredients one day in advance, but you need to cook them yourself. Now I will provide you with a set of basic daily necessities. If they are damaged, come to me to collect them. She left the rest of the time to Xiao, and she and Lu Han left. The mermaid princess had nothing to do today, so she stayed with Xiao, accompanying him to get familiar with life on the island. Jiang Shui entered the studio and immediately sat down by the brazier to warm herself up. After a long while, she began to feed the pandas and wolf cubs. After Lu Han recovered, he came to the textile workbench and the pharmaceutical workbench to work. After Jiang Shui finished feeding, she checked the supplies caught in the morning. Starry Sky Die *2. Mysterious Umbrella Blueprint *1. Wind Enchantment Stone *1. Mysterious Umbrella Blueprint. After using it, you can build a mysterious umbrella. The combination of mysterious umbrella and enchantment stone will produce a good effect. Jiang Shui studied the mysterious umbrella blueprint and came to the large mysterious workbench. This was also her first time using the mysterious workbench. The stockpiled mysterious stones were enough. Choose to make a mysterious umbrella. Wait for about half an hour, and a pure black umbrella will appear. Put it on the enchantment workbench, and put the wind enchantment stone on it, choose enchantment, and half an hour later. Mysterious wind umbrella. It can protect you from wind and rain. It is hard, and has the power of wind. After holding it, you can control the power of the wind to complete takeoff or landing, attack and defense. Note that it takes 10 seconds to charge before use, and it needs to be recharged after the energy disappears. Isn't this a special equipment? Seeing this effect, Jiang Shui thought not of the convenience of fighting, but that she didn't have to climb stairs every day when she returned to the tree house. She immediately opened the door and walked out. Lu Han? To be on the safe side, Jiang Shui came to a place 5 meters above the ground, opened the umbrella, chose to charge, and jumped down after 10 seconds. I didn't control the air volume well, so I fell too fast. Fortunately, I was wearing thick clothes, so I didn't feel any pain when I fell. Lu Han followed and watched Jiang Shui jump up again and again. Every once in a while, Jiang Shui would go to a higher place and then continue to jump up. Lu Han was numb. Is the effect of this umbrella so magical? After practicing for about an hour, Jiang Shui couldn't stand the cold and returned to the studio. Jiang Shui couldn't hide her excitement and said, "This is an umbrella made of mysterious stones, enchanted with the effect of the wind enchantment stone. If you have the materials, I can make it for you." Mysterious stones are very rare nowadays. Even if Jiang Shui has been collecting mysterious stones since he first discovered them, he only has enough to make one umbrella now. Jiang Shui, you need 15 mysterious stones. Chapter 77. Jiang Shui put the umbrella on her back. Now it is her new love. Rainbow Shark saw a huge green island. 2 11-meter black bears roared and fought and rushed out of the dense forest to the ice on the sea surface. Wherever they passed, the ice cracked. Rainbow Shark saw a group of wild wolves running out of the dense forest, stepping on the cracked ice and running towards the black bears, who were both injured. Rainbow Shark saw the ice breaking, the wild wolves jumped and dodged, but a few wolves still fell into the sea, and a few tentacles dragged them into the ocean while they were struggling. Rainbow Shark saw many slightly smaller giant squids climbing up the ice and attacking the creatures on the mysterious island. Rainbow Shark saw the island creatures running around and disappearing on the vast ice. Rainbow Shark said, "The freezing of the ocean has made all the marine creatures crazy. How cruel." Jiang Shui thought, the frozen sea surface isolated the marine life, but opened the way for the land life on the mysterious island. The creatures on the mysterious island are much smaller than the marine life. The survival world has developed to this day. Humans can fight against them with concerted efforts. Not only that, but they can also benefit from their corpses. Jiang Shui came to the large metal workbench and the small feed workbench and started working. Today she planned to make weapons. After all, there were relatively few steel weapons on the market. As for the feed, it was used to feed the big white geese. The big white goose and shrimp pond were in different corners of the castle, and Jiang Shui opened a small room for them. Soon, the feed inventory reached a month's supply, and several weapons were sold. Jiang Shui put the weapons on the trading platform, and they were sold out in the blink of an eye. Bang bang. There was a knock on the window, and Jiang Shui saw a fiery red squirrel jump onto the windowsill, squatting and sticking a small part of its head in, looking anxious and pointing outside. "Lu Han, I go take a look." He pushed the door open and walked out, and came back a moment later. A large number of poisonous sea snakes came ashore along the seawater. No problem, they just took a breath and left again. As the ice age gets longer, the oxygen content in the ocean is consumed, and the marine life becomes obviously impatient. After discovering this unfrozen area, they instinctively surfaced. After discovering a coast without ice and snow, they instinctively went ashore. Jiang Shui looked out the window. In this short while, the sea snake tide has receded by more than half. She waved her hand to let the squirrel go back. Not long after the squirrel left, the mermaid princess visited the studio. The first thing she did when she met was to make a heart, and then said, "Sister, a lot of snakes came just now, which scared me to death. Fortunately, they left soon, but now a group of cod has come. We haven't caught a few yet, and a group of sharks have come. Now the fish formation composed of cod is still hovering above the garden. I told the killer whale and humpback whale that we should not break the ice on the coast tomorrow, okay?" Jiang Shui, "Sure, wait for the dragon to come back, and break a narrow strip of ice 100 meters away from the island, which will be convenient for fishing supplies, and for you to fish." The mermaid princess, "Thank you, sister, I love you." She made a heart again. Lu Han coughed, "It's noon, I go cook, what do you want for lunch?" Jiang Shui, "Cod, let's go fishing together?" Lu Han, "Okay." Jiang Shui repeated this to the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess, "Great, catch fish." Jiang Shui opened the tribe group chat. "The ice here is broken, there are a lot of cod breathing. Do you want to catch fish?" Xiao Huan, "Come!" None of them, including Lu Han, is as rich as Jiang Shui, and their rations are usually based on ordinary food. Jiang Shui invited everyone in the tribe to join the team, opened the friends list, and asked Xiaxianer and Nangongyu. Xiaxianer and Nangongyu both have two-story villas, and they are shoveling ice at the moment. There has been no fishing for a week, and the resources at home have been consumed a lot. They think that they can't live off the land, so even if there is still food and wood at home, they have to prepare for a rainy day. Hearing Jiang Shui's invitation to go fishing, he immediately joined. The team was still short of 2 people, so Jiang Shui found the little boy Qinghe and his master. Jiang Shui held an umbrella and jumped from a high place, controlling the wind volume, and slowly descending. The treehouse and the mermaid princess widened their eyes. Fly, fly, so amazing. Lu Han didn't understand what she said, and walked down past her. Jiang Shui came to the coast and invited everyone to join the team. The next moment, many people appeared on the coast. Qinghe was surprised. You not only shoveled all the ice on the coast, did you also break the ice on the sea surface around the island? He and his master worked hard for a long time, and finally shoveled out an ice ladder between the second-floor window and the coast. Jiang Shui, upgrading the island, there is no ice in the extra place, and the vibration during the upgrade process will cause the nearby sea surface to break. Nangongyu stared at the fish jumping from time to time on the sea surface. There are so many cod. How long will it take to eat? Xiao Huan, fishing, fishing, everyone depends on their own ability, go. She took out a piece of wood, rushed to a fish that jumped out of the water, and slapped it with the wood. Bang! The half-meter-long cod was hit by a huge force, and fell on the ice on the opposite side. The others followed her movements and spread out to different parts of the island, each occupying a considerable area. In Jiang Shui's area, the mermaid princess said, Xiao, you are responsible for attacking the fish to the ice on the opposite side. Sister, hurry up, take me to the other side, I want to pick up the fish. The cold and elegant Xiao picked up the wood and started to hit the fish under the command of the mermaid princess, and the atmosphere of beauty was shattered. Lu Han said, you and the mermaid princess go to the other side to pick up fish, and Xiao and I will come over here? Jiang Shui, yes. She tried several times before successfully bringing the mermaid princess to the other side. The mermaid princess immediately started to pick up fish happily, saying as she picked up fish, is this the joy of a good harvest? Under the sea, the killer whale and the humpback whale family woke up. Looking at the group of fish and sharks that disturbed the whales, I thought, buffet? The killer whale parents and the humpback whale parents started to eat sharks. After all, sharks are much larger than cod. After eating, they spread out in 4 directions like sheepdogs, blocking the way with a fierce look, so that the cod continued to fish in this area because of instinctive fear. They said to their children, go eat fish, and find an opportunity to pat the fish on the water surface to facilitate the owner to catch them. As a result, there were a lot of cod jumping out of the water in Jiang Shui's area. The ice behind Jiang Shui and the mermaid princess piled up a high mountain of cod, and the ice was a little cracked. Jiang Shui had to put them into the tribal space, hold an umbrella to the island, take them out, and move them here. An hour later, the codfish were exhausted, the fish formation was broken, and they were defeated. The mermaid princess jumped into the ocean, and summoned some mermaids to catch the codfish that swam away slowly. Xiao came to Jiang Shui and asked, Island Master, I want to go to the bottom of the sea to help the tribe catch prey, and come back before dark at the latest. Jiang Shui, go. The sea surface gradually calmed down, and the killer whale and humpback whale family ate their fill, and continued to sleep near the underwater garden. On the island, everyone brought back dozens of fish and returned with a full load. Nangongyu returned to her island and looked at the codfish piled up in the living room on the first floor, which was enough for her to eat for several months. After thinking about it, she gave up the idea of hiding and decided to exchange the codfish for island upgrade materials. When the time comes, she will clear the ice-free sea area. It would be best if she can catch fish. If not, she hopes to catch good materials and give them to Jiang Shui. After planning the actions for the next few days, she shivered and came to the brazier, pouring hot water. Everyone in the team had the same idea. This was the fastest way to break the ice. Jiang Shui stood in front of the codfish mountain, took half of the codfish and put it into the tribe's space, and hurried to the tree house. Although they had been outside for only a little over an hour, their bodies were already numb from the cold. The two returned to the cabin and sat down by the brazier. They drank a few cups of hot water to calm down. Jiang Shui said, take half of the cod. Lu Han, leave it here. When you want to eat it, I make a portion for my parents to take home. Jiang Shui searched for the steamed codfish drawing on the World Trade Center and bought it to learn. Lu Han cleaned a codfish in the kitchen, cut it into pieces, and steamed it. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Both the panda and the wolf cub were hungry. The wolf cub was crawling around on the small wooden bed. The panda brought its own milk bowl. Jiang Shui poured the warm milk into its milk bowl and filled another bowl for the wolf cub. The wolf cub was much more energetic than before. He didn't sleep after drinking milk and pestered Jiang Shui to touch him. If Jiang Shui didn't do it, he would howl. When Lu Han finished cooking and came to call for help, the howling wolf cub was startled and his tightly closed eyes opened instantly. It was the first time it had a field of vision, and it looked here and there with great curiosity. Lu Han, it didn't open its eyes in the morning, but now it has? It's a pity that I didn't catch up and didn't witness it. Jiang Shui smiled. I witnessed it. It was concentrating on playing with me just now. You were talking behind me, and it opened its eyes in fear. Lu Han didn't expect it to be like this, and couldn't help laughing. Okay, blame me, blame me. He bent down and rubbed the wolf cub's furry head, looking at Jiang Shui. The cod is ready. Let's go eat together? Jiang Shui, yes. Rainbow Shark saw an eagle with a wingspan of 600 meters attacking the dragon, and saw the dragon throw itself away, so Rainbow Shark used its ability to wrap itself in water. Rainbow Shark saw the dragon being caught in the sky by the eagle, saw the dragon escape, and saw the eagle chasing it. Your Rainbow Shark chose to collect the eagle, and the collection was successful. Rainbow Shark said, Why are you so popular with birds? I encountered a creature of this level on the edge of Zhongzhou Island. I hadn't eaten cod for a long time, and when I suddenly had it, I was amazed by its deliciousness. Jiang Shui unknowingly ate an extra plate of fish. In the afternoon, he and Lu Han were working in the studio. At 3 o'clock, Xiao came to the tree house and reported that the work was completed. At 3:30, Zhao Huan and his friends upgraded the island one after another. At 4 o'clock, Meng Liyun sent a message in the tribe group chat. I caught the invitation letter for the mysterious island. When are you free? Let's make an appointment to go together. Zhao Huan, I'm fine. Xiao Mu, same. Lu Han, me too. Jiang Shui, me too. Meng Liyun, then let's do it tomorrow morning. Jiang Shui closed the tribe group chat and continued to manufacture weapons. Rainbow Shark saw a 200-meter black bear walking on the ice, heard the black bear roaring at the dragon, and heard the dragon roaring in response. Rainbow Shark said, Why can't I understand what this black bear is saying? Jiang Shui, ? The Titan Bear of the Ice Country? Chapter 78. Rainbow Shark saw the giant bear sitting on the ground, and the dragon lying cross-legged with a smile in his eyes. Rainbow Shark said, It's getting dark, when are we going home? At 6 p.m., Lu Han started to make dinner, and Jiang Shui threw a few sweet potatoes covered with mud into the brazier to keep as a midnight snack. At 7 p.m., Jiang Shui and Lu Han finished dinner, and Lu Han started to make dragon's dinner. Every time a pot came out of the oven, it was temporarily stored in the tribe's space, and Jiang Shui went to the textile workbench and the pharmaceutical workbench to make the finished products. At 8 p.m., Eli, who was far away in the ice country, sent a message. Beautiful lady, are you free now? My friend wants to ask if you have a mysterious workbench. Jiang Shui, yes. Eli, my friend has mysterious drawings and mysterious stones, and wants to discuss a deal with you. I will forward your business card to her. Jiang Shui, okay. A moment later, she received a friend request, and the other party's avatar was a classical and beautiful woman full of intellectual charm. After the friend accepted, the avatar began to jump. Hello, beautiful lady from the mysterious dragon country. My name is Yana, and I come from the kingdom of God. The image of many kingdoms of gods popped up in Jiang Shui's mind immediately. Unlike the holy country, the people of the holy country like to engage in the culture of belief in gods, while the people of the kingdom of gods have various cultures of gods handed down from ancient times. There are so many gods that it can be said that there are gods everywhere, so the name of this country is the kingdom of God. Jiang Shui, hello. Yana, I heard that you have a mysterious workbench. Jiang Shui, yes. Yana sent a screenshot of the mysterious blueprint. This is the blueprint of the mysterious staff I caught. You invite me to your side, and I will provide the mysterious stones, and I will provide the mysterious stones every month. You make the mysterious staff for me for free, and then this blueprint belongs to you. How about it? Jiang Shui, I will process the mysterious staff for free once a year. Yana, although I have room for bargaining, This is too harsh. To put it bluntly, the value of mysterious weapons is reflected in time. The sooner they are made and sold, the more materials they can get in exchange. Who knows if it will still be rare in a year? Yana, 2 months. Jiang Shui, 11 months, and I will help you enchant the mysterious staff. After enchantment, it will produce freely controllable enchantment stone properties, and can present the effect of the spell. Yana was surprised. It can be like this? Yana thought for a while. In this way, the form of the transaction will be changed, and the processing rights of the drawings will not be permanent. You will process the mysterious staff for me for free, and enchant it for 1 year in the future. As long as I have enough stones, you can help me process it. How about it? Now in the survival world, mysterious stones and enchantment stones are very available. You will definitely make money. That being said, according to her observation, the difficulty of the survival world corresponds to the rarity of materials. Judging from the current trend of increasing difficulty, within half a year, the probability of the mysterious stone appearing will definitely not be as negligible as it is now. As for the enchanted stone, it may be just ordinary and rare by then. Jiang Shui also thought of what she thought of. Give me an additional miniature workbench for making snacks or tea. Yana, okay. Originally, I thought Jiang Shui would continue to raise the price, and she was beginning to feel the pain, but she didn't expect the other party to add a different price. The probability of finding a micro workbench is actually similar to that of an enchantment stone. Although it is rare, some people in the survival world do have it, but they are rarely willing to trade it. Her friend has these 2 workbenches. But compared with the 2, the snack workbench is more practical and meets the current status of humans in the survival world, so if she wants to buy it, Yana decides to buy a tea workbench. After all, it is easier to buy and the price is much lower than the snack workbench. Soon, Yana packed the supplies and said to Jiang Shui, invite me to join the team. At this time, Lu Han was still in the kitchen making food for Shenlong, so Jiang Shui was the only one in the studio. Just in case, she opened the umbrella and held the handle. If Yana had bad intentions, she could immediately defend and attack. As for looting supplies, don't worry about it. Teammates cannot loot their teammates' supplies. If someone with bad intentions does so, she must leave the team, but if she leaves the team, she will be immediately teleported back to the place where she accepted the invitation to join the team. Yana accepted the team's invitation, and the next moment, she appeared in a room. She subconsciously looked at the person opposite her. The young woman in front of her looked more beautiful than in the photo. She exuded a cold and elegant temperament, and her eyes looking at her were very calm and indifferent. Yana stretched out her hand. Hello. Jiang Shui did not move. Yana instantly understood the other party's thoughts, thinking to herself, how could she forget to be on guard against others? What if the other party had bad intentions? Wouldn't it be easy to take action when shaking hands? Fortunately, Jiang Shui didn't hold her hand, otherwise she would be caught off guard. Fortunately, Jiang Shui didn't have this thought, otherwise she would definitely fall for it. Jiang Shui was also observing Yana at this moment. She was more beautiful than in the photo. Her face had a kind of androgynous beauty. Her clothes were complicated and beautiful. She looked like a god in the mythology of the kingdom of God. Yana eased the embarrassment of both parties. I think your temperament is particularly suitable for the ancient costumes in your country's history. Jiang Shui felt that Yana was like a god, and Yana felt that if Jiang Shui wore a white ancient costume, she would be a fairy. Jiang Shui, bring the things here, I processed them. Yana took out the mysterious staff blueprint, the mysterious stone, and the miniature tea table. When Jiang Shui was learning to process the blueprint, Yana kept a safe distance from her, and looked at the window intentionally or unintentionally. Through the half-open window, she found that the ground was so far away from her. Yana, ? She moved closer to the window, and found that there were withered and frozen leaves above her head, a tall castle opposite, and a small lake below. Yana. She thought she was rich enough to live in the palace, but she didn't expect that they not only had a castle but also a tree house and a lake, and the trees were so tall. People are so different. Yana was a little autistic, but then she was full of fighting spirit, and she wanted to work hard. Half an hour later, Jiang Shui took the mysterious staff and said, what attribute do you want to enchant? Yana, water, I like water more. After a while, Yana couldn't wait to try the brand new mysterious water staff. She tried it carefully. At first, the mysterious water stick was covered with a thin layer of light blue liquid. As she increased the control little by little, the liquid formed a spurting water arrow, a rotating water wall, a high-pressure water column, and then the energy was gone. Yana said happily, it can attack and defend, and it's pure water. Thank you, Jiang Shui. She left the team and teleported home. After a while, Jiang Shui, who was using the micro-tea workbench, received a bag of snacks. Yana sent a private message. My friend has a micro-snack workbench. I bought some snacks from him. It's a small gift. Please accept it. Jiang Shui picked a pomegranate, took out milk, and bought tea leaves, small ingredient drawings, and lucky cheese milk tea drawings, lucky fruit tea drawings. After learning, she made 2 cups of finished products and returned them. Yana took a sip after receiving them, and was surprised to find that this milk tea could actually add attributes. She drank 2 cups in a row, and her stomach was full. 1 cup adds 1 attribute, and I added 2 points of all attributes in total. Yana came to the warehouse, and began to look through the inventory, intending to take the attribute ingredients to her friends to process them into attribute snacks. Jiang Shui opened the tribe group chat and asked, I can make a milk tea and a fruit tea, which one do you want? Zhao Huan, milk tea, love you, heart. Meng Luyun, milk tea, heart. Xiaomu, I have fruit tea, thank you. Lu Han was busy over there, and didn't check the message. Jiang Shui came to the kitchen, and repeated what she had just said to Lu Han. Lu Han, I have no problem with either, which one do you want? Jiang Shui, milk tea. Lu Han, then I do the same as you. Jiang Shui returned to the studio, and started making it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shui distributed milk tea to everyone and sipped it herself. Made in the survival world, it tasted better than all the milk tea shops in the previous life. She drank a cup without realizing it. She was not hungry to begin with, but now she was full. She sat lazily in the rocking chair, intending to digest it. At this time, she received a private message from Yana, who gave her a plate of snacks. She pinched a little and tasted it, and it turned out to be a snack with attributes. It tasted good and added attributes, but it was a pity that Jiang Shui could not eat anything at the moment, so she had to store it first. She opened the trading house, searched for blueprints, and began to buy various food blueprints, food seasoning blueprints, milk tea blueprints, and milk tea condiment blueprints from the dazzling blueprints. Although the probability of getting blueprints in the survival world has always been low, the human base is large, so a little accumulates into a lot, and there are more blueprints on the trading house. When Lu Han finished cooking and returned to the studio, he saw a thick stack of papers on Jiang Shui's legs. I couldn't help but envy her. It's good to have a rich family background and help from the dragon. Most of the humans in the survival world can only live a barely adequate life, but Jiang Shui has achieved a life of having everything she wants. Jiang Shui saw Lu Han and said, collect the mysterious stones as soon as possible. Yana from the Kingdom of God is also collecting them. Then she sent the news that she could make the mysterious umbrella and the mysterious staff to the tribe group chat, and asked everyone to choose whether to collect the mysterious stones according to their financial resources. She would help process them for free. Lu Han made a decision. In the future, I will make materials on my parents' island to exchange for mysterious stones. If you have something to do, and you are too busy, you can call me, and I will try my best to come. Jiang Shui, yes. Jiang Shui began to study the drawings she had purchased. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the great white shark returned. At 11:30 in the evening, the dragon returned with the rainbow shark. Jiang Shui thought that everyone in the tribe space was not idle during this period. Should she recruit more people to help deal with the corpses? Currently, the ones who can be trusted are Nangong Yu, Xie and her brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui planned to ask their opinions after getting up tomorrow. As a reward, she could pay a tribute meet. But if they are willing, she has to build a house specifically for slaughterhouse, and then pull them into the team to deal with the corpses on her own island. Jiang Shui transferred the supplies to the tribe warehouse, fed the shark red worms, took the rainbow shark to the shark pool, and then took out the food that Lu Han had prepared in the tribe space and gave it to the dragon. When she returned to the treehouse bedroom, it was not yet 12 o'clock, and she lay on the bed and began to choose the lottery. Get 300 big red worms. Get 200 big red worms. Chapter 79. The next morning, Jiang Shui sent Shark away and went to the side of the castle to check on the rose. The rose had grown a little taller, and there were several bumps on the main trunk, which looked like it was going to grow branches. The color of the soil, which represented fertility, had faded by more than half. Jiang Shui took out a tube of soil nutrient solution, medium, and poured it into the soil, watching the soil color darken, and then walked into the castle to cook. There were more than a dozen hanging pots in the castle. Today, the dragon was resting, and Jiang Shui planned to make stewed meat. Several hanging pots were working together. An hour later, the interior of the castle was filled with rich fragrance. Jiang Shui served herself a bowl of stewed meat, and then a few more bowls to share with everyone in the tribe's space, and began to eat breakfast. After eating, she opened her friend page and offered her job to Xie Xianer and Nan Gongyu. When they heard that the reward was mysterious food, they only had to work 6 hours a day, and they could go back at any time if there was something at home. They readily agreed. At 8 o'clock, Meng Luyun sent an application to form a team on the mysterious island. Jiang Shui knew 2 of the other 5 people in the team. Zhao Huan asked, "Your relative's younger brother didn't come this time." Meng Luyun, "They broke up. He and his father are good people, but his mother likes to take advantage of you. She is the kind of person who only uses polite words to warm you up, but wants you to give her actual benefits in return. During this period of heavy snow, my family funded them with 2 ordinary meals a day. She saw that we had meat, vegetables, and fruits every day, so she got angry and scolded our family, and then broke up." Zhao Huan, outrageous. Meng Luyun tore open the invitation letter. The mysterious island he arrived at this time was in the same state as the island in the survival world, but there was a mountain in the center of the island, and there was a different world inside the mountain. For hours later, everyone returned with a full load. At noon, when Jiang Shui was having lunch at home, she received a message from Nan Gongyu. "Nan Gongyu, I caught the iron wall breaking machine blueprint, medium, give it to you." Jiang Shui, "I give you a food with attributes." Nan Gongyu, "No, I can't use it anyway, and I don't want to sell it. You've helped me a lot, so I give it to you as a reward." As a good friend of Jiang Shui, she has received many benefits. Jiang Shui, "Then I give you one of the finished products." Nan Gongyu, "Woo woo woo, you are so nice." Jiang Shui returned to the studio and studied the blueprints. She used the basic materials in stock to manufacture them. After a while, she got 2 wall breakers. Wall breaker middle, it is 2 meters wide and 4 meters high, perfect for breaking the ice on the island. Jiang Shui gave one to Nan Gongyu. The other wall breaker was brought to the ice on one side of the villa. The water-powered generator was used to power it. The sharp blade of the wall breaker rotated at high speed, making a violent roar and drilling into the ice, and white ice chips flew outward. The wall-breaking machine was very efficient. In one afternoon, a large ice-free area was cleared. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was dark. Jiang Shui finished work and went into the castle to cook for herself and Shenlong. An hour later, she came to the studio to make a wall-breaking machine for trading. The trading conditions were still stones and soil. These 2 materials were not rare, and every household had them. That night, Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark returned with several 20-meter hair tails. After Jiang Shui collected the materials for the lottery, she took a shower and lay on the bed to open the World Channel. After the snow stopped, the speeches on the World Channel were basically about plundering battles between countries. With the help of the Iceland, new tribes and new gods rose in each country. In Longwood District, Jiang Shui remained calm. Gradually, her name no longer appeared on the Longwood District channel, and was replaced by several new gods. Jiang Shui was not interested in this. After she came to the survival world, her original intention was to live a good life. She had no interest in becoming famous and fighting for power. She was just an ordinary person who happened to recover from a disease, not a heroine with a fierce personality. The next morning's work was still to break the ice. By noon, the exposed land was enough to build a castle. Jiang Shui searched for blueprints in the trading house, and bought 2 new castles that were 1/4 shorter than the castle where the dragon lived. The reason for buying 2 castles was for symmetry and beauty. After eating noodles at noon, she went to the side of the castle to start working. After 4 days of working on 2 castles, Jiang Shui finally had a good sleep. This sleep was woken up by a noise. She put on her clothes and opened the door, and saw the squirrel that had just knocked on the door. The squirrel pointed to the side. Jiang Shui looked over, and saw Xiao fighting with a group of short humans. The group was so close that it was hard to tell whether they were men or women, or which country they were from. Xiao couldn't fight so many people, and was at a disadvantage. Jiang Shui jumped down from a high place with an umbrella and shouted, "Xiao, come here." Xiao fought and retreated. The group saw Jiang Shui on the island and chattered in the language of the flower country. The survival world automatically translated the language. Is this a mysterious island? Why are there other humans? No one can plant such a big tree on the human island in the survival world, right? It is full of fruits, which must be mysterious fruits. But if this is a mysterious island, why is there a house? Who cares? There is only one human and a sea beast, so let's capture him first. I don't know if that person is a man or a woman. It doesn't matter if she is a man or a woman, as long as she is beautiful. The group of people caught up with the island, and Jiang Shui stood on the shore and waited quietly. Why doesn't he move? Is he scared? He must be scared. I take off the scarf that's covering his face first, and let you check it out. The man who spoke rushed forward at an accelerated speed, but Jiang Shui moved at this time. She rushed forward for a distance, and when the group of people were exhausted, she controlled the parachute to launch a storm. The group of people were caught off guard and flew away. Jiang Shui picked up a knife and chopped at the person closest to her. The body strength after the attribute blessing was very strong. The next moment, the man's head and body were separated, and blood drew a parabolic line. It was frozen into ice cubes on the way down and hit other people. The group of people were shocked and quickly stood up to attack. The martial arts and kung fu that Xia Xianer and Lu Han had taught her all along came in handy. Jiang Shui easily avoided the attack and attacked the enemy. Hurry up and form a team to bring people over. This group of people went to Dragon Country to plunder when the blizzard stopped. They plundered several islands along the way. They lived and traveled by sled and occupied houses on other people's islands. Yesterday, I saw a big tree in the distance on the way forward. I thought I had encountered a mysterious island. Today, I came here on a sled, but I didn't expect to encounter an iron plate. 14 people formed 14 teams, and Jiang Shui and Xiao were surrounded by 140 Huago people in an instant. The energy of the umbrella was full, and the tornado that broke out knocked them away. Jiang Shui rushed into the crowd, harvested 3 lives, and then quickly retreated to the safe zone. When they chased after her, she took out the wood from the tribe's space and threw it horizontally. Under the huge force, the humans on the entire road were knocked away. 2 squirrels ran over at this time, stood on a high place, and threw stones at the group of people with their hands. In their opinion, this group of people could not beat the island owner, and if they helped, they would definitely get the island owner's favor. If they were more favored, maybe the island owner would be willing to share some of the delicious things she ate with them. Chapter 80. These 2 squirrels had been living on the mysterious island, relying on mysterious pine cones for food. When they came to Jiang Shui's island, they ate better. Although their height stopped at half a meter, their qualities and other aspects were growing. These people in Huagua saw that the squirrels only regarded them as food and did not take them seriously at all. They were hit by the squirrels with disdain, and they were immediately thrown to the ground, crying. At this time, they finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Back off, long-range attack. Someone in the crowd shouted. They retreated in panic, and a stampede occurred. Jiang Shui said to Xiao, "You cover me from a distance." Then he chased the crowd with an umbrella in one hand and a knife in the other. The 2 squirrels also chased after them, throwing stones and chasing them. The 140 people seemed to be outnumbered, but in fact they were suppressed and beaten. In a short time, more than a dozen people died. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Can't retreat, they are chasing us. You are stupid, teleport back to Flower Country. We finally got here, are we going back like this? And what about the supplies? What's more important, life or supplies? Go back and gather people and come back. The man who spoke quickly made a video call to his family. Hurry up and invite me back. Video screens kept popping up in the crowd, and the whole scene was in chaos. Jiang Shui stopped chasing, and they ran away. 30 bodies were lying scattered around. Now they were frozen by the wind and snow. There were more than a dozen sleds parked not far away, and behind the sleds were several wooden boats filled with supplies. The sled is a good thing, and it is very suitable for traveling in the extreme cold now. After putting all these things into the tribe's space, Jiang Shui took out a quilt to wrap herself tightly, and took out the water heater. Xiao, do you have a fire? Xiao, yes, it's still burning according to the time. It's more than 70 degrees below zero, and the mermaids can also feel the cold. It's okay in the seabed, but he can't stand the extreme cold on the island, so he has been making a fire to maintain the temperature these days. Jiang Shui, it's too cold, let's go to your place to cool down first. The tree house where Xiao lived was the closest to her current location. In the brazier living room, after Jiang Shui sat down, Xiao poured her a cup of hot water. He was slowly adapting to human life. Jiang Shui drank the hot water, roasted the fire for a while, and asked, "Where is your warehouse?" Xiao, "The next floor." Jiang Shui, "I go and see." Xiao led her downstairs, and opened the door of the next floor building. Jiang Shui took out enough wood from the tribe space to use for a month, and put it in the empty room, and then took out today's ingredients. If you feel bored, you can invite your friends to come up for a party. Come to me for ingredients and other daily necessities. I can provide them. Xiao looked calm. I have no friends. Jiang Shui paused. Xiao, I have a request. Jiang Shui, what? Xiao, I hope you can fight with me once a day. I don't want to lose my fighting ability. Jiang Shui, okay, I find time to see you every day. Jiang Shui came to the castle, and 2 squirrels, one red and one white, immediately ran over and looked at Jiang Shui expectantly. What does it mean? Ask for credit? Jiang Shui took out pine cones and pomegranates. The 2 squirrels shook their heads, squeaked, and came to the hanging pot, pointing at the empty inside. Jiang Shui wondered, what's going on? Do you want to eat meat? Thinking so, she took out the ingredients and started to stew the meat. The 2 squirrels stood opposite, staring at the meat, wagging their tails, looking very excited. Jiang Shui, you are squirrels, not dogs. Also, are you really interested in meat, and cooked meat? Under the high fire, a pot of meat was quickly cooked. Jiang Shui poured the stewed meat into the basin. The 2 squirrels couldn't wait to put their hands in, and then screamed in pain. They held their paws in grievance, looking at Jiang Shui hesitantly. Jiang Shui, she put the basin under the windowsill, and brought it back a few seconds later. The stewed meat was no longer hot. It's ready to eat. The 2 squirrels hesitated and dared not move their claws. Jiang Shui took a bite and looked at them. The 2 squirrels then stepped forward and stretched out their claws into the basin. When the meat was in their mouths, their eyes suddenly lit up. Squeak! Squeak! The 2 squirrels squeaked at each other face to face, seemingly in a conversation, and then they excitedly finished the whole pot of stewed meat and soup under Jiang Shui's gaze. With their round bellies, they began to climb the stairs like an old man with difficulty. Eat well, eat full, and help the master fight bad guys next time. Jiang Shui watched them go away with mixed feelings. It is understandable that the dragon eats cooked food. After all, it is a mythical creature, and it is also understandable that the mermaid eats cooked food. After all, there is a human in their name. But squirrels, you are wrong, right? Could it be that all creatures of this nature are actually interested in cooked food? Jiang Shui cleaned the hanging pot, wrapped in a quilt and holding a heater, and walked to the coast. There were still dozens of corpses there. She planned to make a hole in the sea and throw them down. After all, it was too unlucky to have corpses at the doorstep. A few minutes later, 100 meters from the coast, Jiang Shui broke the ice that had frozen again, dragged the body over and threw it down. On the seabed, the leatherback turtle smelled a fragrance. It had smelled this fragrance on the island owner, who was also a human. It was very fragrant, making it drool and unable to stop. But it was a cowardly sea beast. Although it would eat a tribute food from time to time, except for the growth of its body, its courage had not changed. It didn't dare to covet the island owner, nor did it dare to covet the people around the island owner, but this time the fragrance came from the sea. Maybe they had nothing to do with the island owner? The leatherback turtle started to deceive, temporarily separated from the mermaid hunting team, swam over following the scent, and then saw many dead humans. The leatherback turtle stuck its head out along the broken ice, and looked around, and saw Jiang Shui still throwing corpses into the sea. Caught off guard, they stared at each other. Jiang Shui, the corpse dumping site was discovered? Leatherback turtle, was it discovered that you wanted to steal food? A mermaid swam over. Turtle, have you solved your problem? Your Highness is urging me. The leatherback turtle made a sound, and cried inwardly as it followed the mermaid away. Meat no more to eat. Jiang Shui threw the remaining corpse into the sea with a normal expression and left. Not long after she left, a jellyfish-like sea beast came here and started eating the corpse. This place actually wants free delicious food. The jellyfish sea beast thought so and decided to stay here temporarily. What if there is free food again? Let it look forward to it. Jiang Shui came to the castle that was used as a warehouse and took out the supplies of the Hua people in the tribal space for inspection. These supplies were very common, except for meat. They were daily necessities such as cotton-padded clothes and quilts, which she had no shortage of. After putting the supplies on the trading platform, the space suddenly flickered, and Lu Han came over. Although Lu Han lived on his parents' island these days, he would take time to come here every day, sometimes helping Shalong cook, and sometimes feeding pandas and little wolves. As soon as Lu Han was teleported over, he keenly smelled the smell of blood. He asked, "Were you attacked by the Huagua people just now?" The Huagua District World Channel was flooded with videos recruiting Chinese people to take revenge together. After Lu Han learned about it, he guessed that the place where they took revenge was most likely Jiang Shui's island through the description of the island in the words. Jiang Shui, yes. Lu Han, are you injured? Jiang Shui, No. Lu Han breathed a sigh of relief. You are very close to the Flower Kingdom. They will come back for revenge soon. I will move my workbench here and live with you during this period in case of emergency. Beep beep. Beep beep. The voices in the tribe group chat rang one after another. Jiang Shui saw that everyone was talking about the Flower Kingdom and asked if Jiang Shui was injured. Jiang Shui replied, No. Zhao Huan, they are planning to recruit people for revenge. I really don't know where they get the nerve to hate. They fail to find fault with themselves, but they still have the nerve to hate. Meng Luyun, our two countries have never been on good terms. Now their country is making trouble on such a large scale. The people of Longhua are not vegetarians. Both sides have started to curse each other on the World Channel. This matter has risen to a national event. Xiaomu, even without this incident, the two countries are still enemies. A large-scale national war is inevitable. Xiao Huan, the Danghua has also mixed in, saying that the previous looting of more than a dozen people in Huaghua was just a minor incident, and this incident killed dozens of people in Huaghua, which is a vicious murder. The public opinion is that Longhua will hand you over. Although the people of Longhua don't know it's you, they didn't agree to this request. Xiaomu, do you want revenge? Let's fight back together? Meng Luyun, speaking of which, many people in the Dragon Country World Channel are calling you, wanting to form a team to fight the Flower Country. Jiang Shui, no need to fight back, I will give them a gift after a while. Xiao Huan, haha, is it a serious gift? I must make them cry. Jiang Shui, the frozen object behind the castle is the guardian beast of the Flower Country. When the time is right, I will tell the Flower Country about this. Although everyone had some guesses, they were still surprised to be confirmed at this time. Meng Luyun, really? Xiaomu, although I don't know how the National Guardian Beast protects the country, it will definitely be revealed at a certain stage. Flower Country will definitely not be able to survive without the National Guardian Beast. Zhao Huan, speaking of which, can the National Guardian Beast be eaten? The topic turned to whether the eight-headed snake is delicious, and how to make it delicious. As for the matter of Flower Country, I will wait for the opportunity to take revenge on it. Now Jiang Shui also wants to give a gift to the Light Country. She now has 3 travel spaces of her own, one of which is occupied, and it is the 300-meter squid that Shark brought back from Zhongzhou. Want Longhua to hand me over? I can take the initiative to go there. Jiang Shui opened the Longhua World Channel, who is closer to the Danghua area. The World Channel was silent for a moment, and then a discussion broke out. Lu Xinya, Longhua tribe the boss can't stand Danghua either. Do you want to take revenge? Yang Lu, Jiuxiu Yunsheng tribe go ahead. Let Danghua feel the oppression from the boss. Lu Shirong, Avengers tribe I am very close to Danghua. I was attacked a few days ago. Although I killed those 2 people my family died. If you want to go to Danghua to cause trouble, I can team up with you. Zhao Qin, Avengers I am in the Land of Lights, seeking revenge. Anyone who wants to take revenge on the Land of Lights is welcome to join the team. At the beginning, a group of people from the Land of Lights attacked, not only robbing their supplies, but also destroying and killing her sister. She escaped under the cover of her sister. The group of people used this as a topic of conversation and ridiculed it on the Land of Lights World Channel, and also released a recorded video. Because Zhao Qin did not use the teammate function, she did not appear on other people's islands, and her own island did not disappear. On the island, Lu Han said to Jiang Shui, I go to the Land of Lights with you. In the tribe group chat, Zhao Huan said, Shui, form a team, take me with you. Meng Luyun, I go too. Xiaomu, it just so happens that there are a lot of poisonous snakes on the coast. I collect them, and send them to the Land of Lights. Jiang Shui, yes. Longhua District World Channel, Zhao Qing, invite the unnamed tribe to join the group. Zhou Qiang, Longhua tribe what's going on? How did the Land of Lights offend the big guys? The whole tribe came out in full force? Yilian, family 2555 tribe, could it be that the people who were attacked were from the unnamed tribe? Wu Ming, Billion Stars tribe if so, shouldn't we attack the Flower Kingdom first? LV Chingy, Winnie tribe looked through the phenomenon to see the essence. If the son is not a good person, it must be the fault of the father who didn't teach him well. Beat the father first, and the son will be obedient. Lin Yu, Jiang Shui die. Lin Chong, Jiang Shui has ruined my family. Go die quickly. Go for the Light Kingdom. Kill her. Play with her to death before killing her. Bai Jingjing, Longhua tribe fuck, how come the disgusting Lin family members haven't died yet? Li Haoyue, you were a big star in your previous life, but your best friend's family is of such a low quality, and you still protect them. The Li Haoyue, they mentioned is being scolded by Lin's father and mother in the living room of the Lin family. You stupid girl, our two families have been friends for 20 years, and we have always treated you well. But now my family is so poor that we can't even afford to eat. Why doesn't your family support us with supplies? Your parents don't want you anymore, so my family took you in and asked you to go out and find supplies. What's wrong with that? You're always uncomfortable here and there. Why are you so squeamish? Do you still think you're a big star that everyone is watching? What's wrong with asking you to serve my son? You dare to refuse? Our family is now like this. It's all your fault. Your family members are not good people. You are also an ungrateful person. Xiangzi, she is a useless bitch. It's her honor to have her. Why do you care about her opinion? Just rape her. Hao Yue, it's not that I don't help you. It's that you're too much. Our family has become like this because of you. And you clearly know that my brother likes you. But you still run to my house every day to hang him. Why are you pretending now? How could I not know what you think? My brother is mighty and majestic, and it is your blessing to serve him. If it were another family that was implicated to this extent, they would have tortured you to death long ago. Lin Yu's contemptuous words dealt the deepest blow to Li Haoyue. No one knew what happened to Li Haoyue. The Dragon Country World Channel was already full of curses. Jiang Shui and the leaders of the unnamed tribe stood up for Dragon Country at this moment, but someone cursed them. They couldn't stand it. Jiang Shui planned to solve the problems of the Light Country and the Flower Country before solving the Lin family. After she added Zhao Qing as a friend, an invitation to join the team popped up in front of her. The people from the unnamed tribe joined the team one after another. At this time, there were a few more people in the team, and they were all acquaintances. Xiaoxianer, I guessed that the matter was related to you. Of course, I had to take me with me. Unfortunately, the team was full and my brother couldn't come. Nan Gongyu, I can't ignore my friends when they are in trouble. Gu Yunshan said meaningfully, we can't let you take the lead in national affairs. Qinghe, you know, when the country is in trouble, the Taoists must come out. My master wanted to come, but I said I was a child and could be used as bait, so he agreed to let me come. Zhao Qing's mind was turning over, and she was gradually shocked. You were attacked by the Flower Country? She looked at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui said calmly, yes. Lu Han, keep it a secret. Zhao Qing shook off her decadence and said excitedly, okay. All the people who came here are big guys. Isn't the Ding country arrogant? I hope you can still be arrogant after today. Jiang Shui took out 10 sleds from the tribe's space, seized from the Flower Country. Zhao Qing was terrified. I don't know how to use this. Zhao Huan put his arm around the shoulders of this petite and thin female high school student. It's okay, I teach you. Xiaoxianer scratched her head. I've been fascinated by martial arts since I was a child, but I haven't learned this. Who knows how to do it? Can you teach me? Gu Yunshan said gently and politely, let me do it. Jiang Shui asked Lu Han, do you know how to do it? Lu Han, yes. Jiang Shui, then teach me? Lu Han was happy. There is such a good thing? Okay. Everyone was teaching with all their heart and soul. The rest of the people set up camp on the spot, put out braziers for warmth, and took out hanging pots to cook leisurely. Bang! There were sounds of people falling from time to time. Zhao Qing had not been doing well recently. Her health was very poor, her learning progress was slow, and she kept falling. Xiaoxianer also fell a few times, and she looked up at Gu Yunshan who helped her up and said, it's okay, when I was a child, I practiced martial arts, and I was either beaten or thrown down, which was much worse than now. I am very strong, and I can get up by myself. Gu Yunshan, you are a girl, and girls are like flowers, you have to take good care of them. You can be indifferent, but I can't be ungentlemanly. Jiang Shui fell twice in total, and she never fell again afterwards. Lu Han looked at Jiang Shui, who was getting better and better at sledding, with regret, and felt a little annoyed. Could it be that because Jiang Shui lost control of her sled twice, he deliberately let her knock him down and hug him, and she resisted, so he learned so quickly? Jiang Shui did not resist, she knew it was normal, and it was often played like this in TV dramas. Sometimes two strangers in the venue would accidentally knock each other down. But she threw herself on Lucian and knocked him down, which made her, who had never been in close contact with a boy, a little overwhelmed. She couldn't show this, it would be too embarrassing. With the intention of not being embarrassed anymore, her learning speed increased rapidly. At noon, everyone finished skating and came to the temporary camp to eat. Lunch was stewed meat, the ingredients were provided by Xiao Mu, everyone ate around the brazier, and the lost body temperature quickly returned. After the meal, Lu Han suggested, How about everyone stop to restore the temperature every half an hour of skating? Gu Yunshan, I think it's okay. If the time is too short, it's not easy to rush. If it's too long, the body can't stand the cold. Zhao Huan, is it settled then? Jiang Shui, yes. After cleaning up the camp, everyone started to move forward with the sled. At first, in order to cooperate with the newcomers, everyone's speed was not fast. As the newcomers became more skilled, the speed gradually increased. Before it got dark in the afternoon, the appearance of the house appeared in the field of vision. Everyone rested for a while, and headed in that direction. Chapter 81. 2 large yellow trees about 10 meters high were planted on the island, with less than 100 levels. Judging from the branches, they were fruit trees before the extreme cold came. A little speculation would tell us that they were the mysterious fruit trees brought back by the island owner from the mysterious island. After all, it has only been half a year, and fruit trees of this degree cannot grow from the fruit core. The mysterious fruit trees stood on both sides, and a small villa was built in the middle area. The attic window of the villa was half open, revealing a wisp of smoke, which was soon blown away by the wind. After landing on the island, Lu Han walked in front, holding an iron rod in his hand, and constantly hitting the ground in front, leading everyone forward. Boom! The land in front suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep hole 3 meters high and about 2 meters wide. The bottom of the hole was covered with bamboo with sharp ends facing up. There were frozen bloodstains on the bamboo and the soil at the bottom. It seems that someone has been trapped during this period. Everyone bypassed the trap and continued to move forward. After a few meters, they encountered another trap. At this time, they were not far from the villa. Lu Han said, "Be prepared for defense and prevent hidden arrows." He saw the sharp tip hidden between the curtains and the wall behind the attic window of the villa. Several people in the unnamed tribe also saw it. Their attribute values were very high, and they could see the details clearly. Although Gu Yunshan did not find anything, he was born a soldier and had a strong sense of danger. We are locked. Xie Xian'er's sense of danger was not as strong as Gu Yunshan's, but people who practice martial arts are very sensitive to the slightest movement, and she knew that the situation was different. As a champion, Nan Dongyu has amazing eyesight. Even without the attribute bonuses of Jiang Shui and the others, he still found something unusual. Qinghe is a Taoist. He always has some metaphysical abilities that can avoid danger. Zhao Qing was a little flustered. She didn't see anything. In order not to let herself fall behind, she tried to calm down. Swish. When Qinghe advanced to a certain distance, arrows shot over one after another. Jiang Shui blocked them with an umbrella. Paw. Just as Qinghe was about to dodge, a black color suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he heard a crisp paw. A wooden arrow was shot down from the umbrella. The tip of the arrow was wet, and it was obviously smeared with something with negative effects. Qinghe said obediently, "Thank you, sister." Jiang Shui stood still with the mysterious flying umbrella, looking directly at the foreign race, who opened a gap in the curtain and was peeking out. The curtain closed, and the bloodshot eyes disappeared. Nan Dongyu, there is an indescribable smell of meat. Jiang Shui, I go up from the attic, she said, holding the umbrella handle tightly, and began to accumulate energy. Lu Han, other people from the unnamed tribe enter from the second floor entrances. Gu Yunshan, I also enter from the second floor. Xie Xian'er, Zhao Qing follow me, we wait outside. Qinghe, I'm also waiting outside. If the island owner can't beat them, and sees me here, he'd definitely kill me first to avenge everyone. A gust of wind rushed upwards from the inside of the umbrella. Jiang Shui held the umbrella, and came to the attic windowsill, and kicked it down. At the same time, other people came to various places on the second floor, and attacked the doors and windows, with the sound of breaking one after another. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows flew towards Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui had already landed on the floor of the attic, holding a black umbrella in front of her to block the successive attacks. On the second floor, several people avoided the impact of the flying wood trap in the living room, and each came to the closed door and broke in. On the third floor, a strong wind blew in front of Jiang Shui, and Jiang Shui closed the mysterious flying umbrella to block the attack. Bang! The man was repelled by the huge force, and hit the wall hard, and the whole villa shook. In a room on the first floor, the girl who was blocking the door gap had a solemn expression. Did they bring a bomb? She kept choosing the poisonous snakes in the space tribe to land outside the door, and she was very worried. Now she and her father depended on each other, and she hoped that her father would not be in trouble. Hundreds of poisonous snakes crawled through the living room and climbed up the stairs. On the second floor, Everyone had already confirmed that there were no humans in the room. Suddenly, they heard a toothache hissing sound, turned around, and saw poisonous snakes swimming towards them. Gu Yunshan immediately took out gasoline and sprinkled it on the stairs, and then threw a lit match. The fire burned, and the snakes retreated the same way. Xiaomu smiled and said, "It seems that there is someone downstairs. Do you like snakes? Then I give you some?" Before leaving, his island happened to encounter a group of snakes landing for air. At this moment, he took out some of the snakes and chose to drop them under the stairs. The girl hiding in the room suddenly felt the door shaking. The sound did not sound like someone breaking the door, but rather like a push that was about to burst. "What's going on?" The girl was in a panic. On the second floor, Gu Yunshan poured another bucket of gasoline, and then said gently, "Let's go upstairs to help Jiang Shui." Everyone, Jiang Shui is now facing siege. The middle-aged man she had beaten into the wall just now has invited 9 teammates. All of them are tall and strong. The middle-aged man said angrily, "We were attacked by the dragon people. They killed my family to eat meat. The barbecue there is my wife. I finally escaped. Everyone must avenge me. There is a brazier and a table in the middle of the attic. On the table lies a broken corpse. The meat next to the brazier is sizzling with oil." Jiang Shui picked up the bone-chopping knife on the table and threw it at the attacker. The blade sank into the opponent's chest. The next moment, he was split in two in the fire. With a mysterious parachute in place, she floated toward the ceiling. The humans who attacked her with knives were unable to retract their knives in time and collided with each other, getting injured. "Oh my god, I'm injured. Why did you attack me? It's all the fault of the cunning dragon people. How can he fly? This is unscientific. He must be the boss of Dragon Country. I can't beat him, so I retreat. What will I do if you leave? You teleport away too. No, my island will disappear." Lev didn't want to live with his daughter under someone else's roof. He was a Ding countryman and knew the nature of Ding people best. Living under someone else's roof would never end well. 2 or 3 people left, and the others still wanted to fight. At this time, the wooden door of the room was suddenly kicked open, and a group of people from Long were rushed in. Seeing that the situation was not good, the few people who stayed behind immediately chose to leave the team and escape. At this time, only Yofa was left in the room. He was in a dilemma, whether to abandon the island and leave or to fight to the death to defend the island. On the first floor, a dense group of snakes squeezed the door. The girl saw this scene and her pupils shrank suddenly. She was not a flower in a greenhouse, and immediately restored the villa to the blueprint. The villa suddenly disappeared, and everyone fell down, and below was a dense mass of poisonous snakes. Jiang Shui landed lightly on the ice, and a gust of wind burst out from the tip of the umbrella, forming a wind wall above the snakes. "Go!" she shouted. On the other side, the girl turned and ran towards the sea. Xiaxiner and Qinghe, who had been guarding outside, saw this and chased after her. When the two were about to attack her, the space in front of her flashed and disappeared. Qinghe was depressed. He ran away. "Xiaxiner, isn't there another one over there?" The two rushed towards Yofa. Yav saw his daughter leave without hesitation and cursed, "Bitch!" As soon as he ran through the wind wall to the ice layer, an attack came over. He didn't have time to react and was stabbed in the back. A child's voice came to his ears. "Sister Sinner, the next attack will be my turn." Yav suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and attacked Qinghe. He knew that he was doomed. The sword that pierced his body just now caused a gust of wind, tearing and destroying his body. Even if he teleported away at this moment, he would not survive. But he couldn't just die like this, he had to make the other party pay the price. He guessed that these people were a family, and as long as he killed the child, they would be sad, but for some reason, when he attacked the child, no one around him was anxious to help, but instead watched him like a show. Yav realized that there was a problem, but at this moment his vitality had been lost, and he was powerless. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be able to take anyone's life here. The bone-chopping knife chopped Qinghe's body, but the child in front of him disappeared like a phantom. Then, Yofa felt a sharp pain in his legs, and his sight suddenly moved downward. It turned out that his legs were cut off from the knees. He realized that the little boy appeared behind him, and the blood on the knife in his hand was freezing quickly. Qinghe raised his innocent smile to him. "Don't look down on children. Who told you to treat me as a soft persimmon at the beginning, and actually shot me first with a crossbow? Damn it!" Yav fell to the ground. His vitality quickly faded, and in the last moment of his life, he was thinking why his daughter didn't save him. On an island, a girl cried to a young man, "Those dragon people killed my whole family, woo-woo. Man, I will avenge you. We will go to the World Channel to call the dragon people and ask them to hand over the murderer. Confusing right and wrong and oppressing public opinion are what the Deng country is best at. The ground under their feet began to shake, and everyone quickly evacuated the island. After a moment, the island turned into a faint light and dissipated, and some broken walls and supplies floated on the sea. Everyone worked together to fish up the materials in the packaging bags. Jiang Shui saw a diary. She brought the diary ashore, curious about what was written in it. Lu Han said, "Stay away from this area, marine creatures will come to breathe at any time." Everyone moved forward for an hour, and began to set up a temporary camp. In this team, Zhao Qin could not die, otherwise everyone in the team would automatically teleport to Longwu. So after dinner at night, everyone took turns to keep watch for her in the camp, and the others returned to their own islands to rest. Jiang Shui and Lu Han were in a group. They kept watch in the camp from the first half of the night until 11 o'clock. The two of them sat side by side next to the brazier wrapped in quilts. Opposite them was Zhao Qin, who was sleeping with her head covered with several layers of quilts, with only a small ventilation hole. Jiang Shui took out the diary. Lu Han was surprised. "Do you have the habit of writing a diary?" Jiang Shui, "Not me. This is caught from that island." She opened the diary, and the two read it by the light of the fire. Day 1 of Survival World. We came to this place full of oceans, with no food or pure water, no houses, and were attacked by sharks. How can we survive? Day 2 of Survival World. There were a few shrimps lying around the island. There was no fire, so they could only be eaten raw. However, this little meat was not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. My father-in-law took the initiative to attract the shark's attention. Yofu and I took the opportunity to catch a bag of bread, a bottle of purified water, and a harpoon. The shark died, but my father-in-law's legs were injured. Day 10 of Survival World. Why is Wu Yi so ignorant? My father-in-law was not treated in time, and his legs were paralyzed, and he could only lie down. My mother-in-law took care of him every day, and managed the life of the whole family. Yofu and I were worried about fishing and catching shrimps every day. We had to deal with these things. It was so tiring, but Wu Yi did nothing. She complained about the hard life and malnutrition every day. I kind of hate my daughter. Survival World Day 15. Yofu is totally unreasonable. I just scolded Wu Yi a few times, and he hit me. Wu Yi was crying in Yofu's arms. The more I watched, the angrier I got. How could I have given birth to such a daughter? Survival World Day 30. Yofu and I have been in a cold war for half a month. Today we caught a big log. Wu Yi said she was afraid of me and didn't want to sleep in the same house with me. Yofu suggested that he and Wu Yi sleep in the same room, leaving me alone in the living room. Oh my god, how can they sleep together? They are father and daughter, and Wu Yi is already 17 years old. Survival World Day 60. Sea monsters attacked. I saw Yofu and Wu Yi running out into Shevel. I knew I shouldn't doubt them. They are father and daughter. I must have thought too much. Survival World Day 80. It was freezing cold. Only Yofu and Wu Yi's room had a brazier. I woke up in the middle of the night. I heard a suppressed voice. I couldn't clear it, but I couldn't do anything. Survival World Day 89. They are getting bolder and bolder. Even in front of me, Wu Yi looked at me with mockery and hostility. I cursed back. Yofu beat me up, saying that I am old and ugly. What can I do? In my last life, I was a housewife, and I had no friends willing to accept me. My family members also passed away in my last life, so I could only stay on the island. On the 180th day of the Survival World, a heavy snowstorm fell, and the supplies were exhausted. I heard that Yofu and Wu Yi planned to kill my parents-in-law and eat their meat. The diary stopped abruptly. Lu Han and Jiang Shui were silent. Jiang Shui threw the diary into the burning flames, and after a long pause, she opened the World Channel to divert her attention. The World Channel of Longwood District was full of voices cursing Dengwa. Lu Han was looking at the chat channel of the Survival World. Some people from the Deng country said that people from the Long country landed on the island to kill and eat people. Jiang Shui, this sounds familiar. When Yofu invited people to form a team, he said this to the group of people. Lu Han, I flipped up and found that the person who first sent this message was named Wu Yi. Jiang Shui, are you putting the blame on someone else? The people from the Deng country took advantage of the situation and criticized the Long country verbally and penally. The world has changed, but the Long country did not give in and curse back. Everyone can talk, and you say the truth is what it is? I said the truth is what it is. You people of the Deng country love to confuse right and wrong. I don't believe you. The population base of the Dragon country is large, and the people of the Deng country can't win at all. So they immediately forcefully asked their sons to join the verbal battle, but unfortunately their sons were too timid and only dared to curse lightly. The Bing country was much more straightforward, and without waiting for the Dragon country to invite them, they took the initiative to add insult to injury. The people of the Dang country were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. After this curse, the Dragon country's accumulated hostility in the survival world also dissipated a lot, and the whole person seemed to be sublimated. A few hours later, the world channel gradually quieted down. The people of Dangwa began to recruit troops and contact Wui on their own world channel, intending to kill Jiang Shua's team. Wui, woo, I also want to invite you, but the island disappeared. I can't go back, and I don't know where they are. The world channel of Dangwa cursed Wui for being stupid. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Shui returned to her own island, and Lu Han said he would stay there, saying that it was close to Huagua, and one more person would be safer. Jiang Shui actually wanted to say that there were squirrels and mermaids on the island, so there was no need to worry, but seeing that Lu Han really cared about her and didn't want to hurt his friend's feelings, she agreed. On the way to the coast to meet the great white shark, Jiang Shui recalled what she had heard from it 2 hours ago. The great white shark returned with a full load, and the supplies are waiting for you to collect. The great white shark saw a 50-meter jellyfish sea monster. The great white shark said, "Hey, go away, this is my home." The sea monster said, "First of all, I'm not calling hello, I'm the Styx jellyfish, and secondly, you said this is your home, how do you prove it?" The great white shark said, "See, that's my master's island." The Styx jellyfish said, "But it's not yours." The great white shark said, "Anyway, go away." The Styx jellyfish said, "No, I want to wait for delicious food here." The great white shark said, "What delicious food?" The Styx jellyfish said, "If I don't tell you, you will snatch the food from me." The great white shark said, "This sea area is inhabited by my master's family, and the master feeds everyone with any delicious food. You ate it secretly, and you still have the nerve to stay here and wait? You are shameless." The Styx jellyfish said, "First of all, I have no face, and secondly, you say the sea is yours?" "I said it is mine." The great white shark said, "In short, only the master's family can live here. If you don't leave, I will bring them to beat you." The Styx jellyfish said, "First of all, you are a robber who is king of the sea, and secondly, come to fight?" The great white shark saw the Styx jellyfish stretching out a huge palm, and the great white shark said, "You wait for my master to come back and deal with you, hum." Time goes back to the present, and comes to the coast. Great white shark said, "Master, help me get revenge. A bad guy is robbing people's houses." Jiang Shui saw a huge, thin, kelp-like tentacle extending from behind the great white shark. The tentacle emitted a faint 5-color fluorescence, which was very beautiful. Great white shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, "It smells good, this food smells good." Jiang Shui saw the tentacles rolling towards her, and immediately held the umbrella and pushed out several blades. Great white shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, "It hurts. Oh, why is the food hitting me?" The great white shark said, "You are going to eat my master. Who else should I fight if not you?" The great white shark shouted, "Orca, humpback whale, mermaid, come out and fight the jellyfish." Jiang Shui saw the jellyfish tentacles retreat, and there was a light under the ice. The next moment, the light disappeared in an instant. Escaped? The great white shark saw the Styx jellyfish sea monster shrink to half the size of the rainbow shark. The great white shark said, "Why did you become smaller? Did you scare me this afternoon?" Chapter 82. The great white shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, "I just want to eat some delicious food. You guys are too much. You actually fight in groups, shameless." The great white shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, "Killer whale, humpback whale, do you really want to join forces to help the shark?" The great white shark heard the killer whale say, "Of course, we are best friends." The Styx jellyfish said, "Aren't you guys against each other?" The humpback whale said, "You have to put aside worldly prejudices." Jiang Shui didn't hear any more noise for a while, guessing that the Styx jellyfish was shaking. After a while, the great white shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, "I am still a baby. I only dare to pick up the delicious food that everyone doesn't want. You can't do anything to the baby." The great white shark said, "A baby of 50 meters? The Styx jellyfish said, "Isn't that for disguise? I am a sea beast. If other creatures see me eating a piece of food for a long time, am I shameless? Those illusions can block the process of my eating." Jiang Shui, do you care so much about face? She scooped the rainbow shark into the bucket and didn't leave in a hurry. Rainbow shark said, "Then you have to prove that you are a baby. Hurry up. I want to go back to sleep." Countless colorful lights appeared again, and because of the ice barrier, this sea area became beautiful. Your great white shark hit the Styx jellyfish and found that it hit the seawater. Rainbow Shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, I was alone and helpless after I was born. I could only pick up things to eat quietly, and I accidentally ate a stone, and I have this ability. I passed by here in the afternoon and smelled the delicious food. It was not easy to finish it. Can you let me go? At worst, I won't eat delicious food anymore. What he said is quite pitiful. It really has a psychological trauma. It just wants to eat something delicious. Is it easy? Rainbow Shark said, that's not possible. Who knows if you are lying, but we also don't kill innocent fish indiscriminately. You will live with us in the future. We will always monitor you. Rainbow Shark heard the Styx jellyfish sea monster say, help me, I was only born for a month, I am still a baby. Rainbow Shark heard the killer whale and humpback whale say, we were also born a few months ago, we are also babies. Rainbow Shark said, Dubai, take it with you when you go out in the future, and come back to sleep in the empty house of the mermaid at night. Jiang Shui, it's not my turn to solve it. Have you solved it? Great White Shark said, okay. Great White Shark said, from now on you will be called Styx Jellyfish. The Styx Jellyfish said, I am a sea beast. Great White Shark said, sea beasts are not as weak as you. Jiang Shui went away in the crying of the Styx Jellyfish. She did not interfere with the friendly interaction of marine creatures. Back in the villa, Lu Han had finished a round of dragon dinner. Jiang Shui and him made another round of stew together, and returned to the tree house to rest. The next morning at 8 o'clock on time, they arrived at the Lantern Kingdom through Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing had already prepared a pot of noodles, and everyone had breakfast right after arriving. After lunch, they used the sled to move forward in a straight line. Near noon, a group of humans who also came on skis appeared in the field of vision, followed by 2 running reindeer, and behind them, the reindeer pulled a wooden cart. During the gallop, both sides saw each other. Everyone in the Lantern Country gathered together to talk. That direction is the Dragon Country. They are Dragon Country people. Could it be the Dragon Country team on the World Channel? There is also a kid in that team. If that's the case, it's not easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? We are all masters in the Deng Country. Are we afraid of a few Dragon Country people? Don't stop, rush over. The man who spoke was called David. He was the one who revived the guardian beast of the Deng Country, the Howling Eagle. With the help of the guardian beast, he gained huge benefits, so he was the undisputed #1 in the Deng Country. The people around him were also big shots in the Deng Country, but they were far inferior to him, and could only be his younger brothers. A young woman in the team with a charming figure, and a face as pure and clear as an L said, anyway, this trip is to suppress Longhua. It's just right to meet this group of people. Longhua has been very arrogant recently. A black man looked at Crisley with fascination. You don't have to do anything. Just stand back and watch the show. I will bring you victory. David's eyes were cold, Ronnie. The black man Lonnie's eyes flashed with anger. This David always prevented him from being attentive to Crisley. Isn't it because he looked down on him, because he was not of the same skin color? On Jiang Shui's side, Xiaomu narrowed his eyes. The other side seems to be very confident. Sinner, come and fight one by one. Everyone stopped skiing and waited for the other side to approach. Nandongyu bent the bow and stringed it. Aim, aim. Qinghe rushed to the front. I'm a child, come and fight me. Jiang Shui had a crossbow hanging behind her, standing tall and graceful with a black umbrella, and looked out of place with everyone. David had amazing eyesight, and could instantly tell how many men and women were in the other team. But there was one thing he really didn't understand. Why did the dragon people bring children with them when they came out to plunder? But it doesn't matter. As we all know, children are weak points. It's not that they are weak in combat power, but that they have special brain circuits and often betray their teammates. Secondly, he set his sights on those women. Since they were fighting, he would definitely pick the weak ones first. After the opponent was at a certain distance, Nandongyu released the arrow. This arrow was aimed at the unusually tall black-skinned man. In her previous life, she was teased when she went abroad to participate in a competition, and she was very disgusted with this race. The black-skinned man found that he was attacked and disdained it. You still want to. Ding! When he realized that the arrow was beyond the attack range, it was too late for him to dodge. Crisley, who was standing behind him, shot out an arrow and accurately knocked Nandongyu's arrow away. Nandongyu looked excited. He had met an opponent. Nandongyu, she is mine. Don't fight with me. Sinner stepped lightly on the ice and flew out like a startled wild goose. This is Qingdong. In her last life, she was in the Dharma ending age. Although her Qinggong was outstanding, it was far behind that of the ancients. Now it is different. After the attribute bonus, she can perform Qigong as if assisted by God. If the attribute food is enough, she can even do dozens of meters in one step. Seeing CSNR approaching in a few steps, David was shocked and blocked quickly. Fortunately, the opponent's body movements were strange, but his strength was insufficient. He was not hurt when the knife and sword collided, but CSNR flew back a few meters. CSNR decisively changed the target of attack. David wanted to attack CSNR, but other Dragon Country people had already come over. He was in the front position, and was surrounded all of a sudden. David's teammates immediately helped. This team had 20 people. Their plan was to drive straight into Dragon Country, and directly to Flower Country, so they were all elite. But after a few moves, they found something wrong. There were 4 people in the Dragon Country team, who were completely stronger than them, and even the child was able to have the upper hand in a one-on-one situation. The Dragon Country people automatically ignored David, and David did not take the initiative to join the battle. He silently looked at the woman standing on the ice, in the distance with an umbrella. He understood that this was the opponent left for him by the Dragon Country people. This also shows that she is the strongest fighter in the Dragon Country team. From beginning to end, the Dragon Country woman did not move. She held a black umbrella and stared at him quietly. David was unconsciously nervous. Although this person was very calm, he was intimidating. David wanted to test his skills first, this beautiful lady. Before he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly broke out under his feet, lifting him into the air. As he fell, Jiang Shui stepped on the ice and jumped into the air. The black umbrella closed, and the slightly sharp tip attacked David. David was shocked and completed a difficult dodge in the air, but because of this action, he accelerated his landing and fell to the ground in embarrassment. He was at a disadvantage as soon as he met her. David was angry. As the #1 person in the Lantern Country, he had a proud character. He thought quickly and came to a conclusion in a flash. Are you Jiang Shui? His combat power was in the top 3 in the World Combat Power Rankings. The only ones who could defeat him were Jiang Shui and Lu Han from the Dragon Country. The person in front of him was a woman, so the answer was obvious. As a senior official in the Lantern Country, David thought of a lot in an instant, but his pride prevented him from retreating now, which would be too embarrassing. He supported himself with one hand and jumped up, attacking Jiang Shui with a knife. Jiang Shui blocked with her umbrella, and the weapons collided, making a harsh collision sound. Jiang Shui's strength was overwhelming for David, and David was immediately knocked out after blocking. David turned over and stood up again. Just as he took an attacking posture, a shadow flashed in front of him, and Jiang Shui had already swept in front of him. The strong wind hit him, and the cold umbrella tip was less than 20 centimeters away from his face. David was shocked and quickly ducked to avoid it. The next moment, a huge force came from his abdomen, and the whole person was kicked out. Retreat, retreat quickly. At this time, he could not care about any invasion plan. He was no match for Jiang Shui at all. What was pride? The most important thing was to save his life. The others heaved a sigh of relief after hearing David's order. In fact, although they had more people, they were still at a disadvantage in the fight with this group of people. If it weren't for the presence of David, a senior official, they would have run away as soon as they were injured. Can't even beat David? The opponent must be the 2 on the world's combat power rankings. In just a moment, the Ding people disappeared completely. Qinghe was unhappy. Leaving now? Zhao Qin treated the wound on her body. She was the weakest in the team. If CSNR hadn't protected her in the battle just now, she might have been a corpse. Nandongyu said, I recognize that archer, her name is Crisley. Gu Yunshan, the one who competed with you for the world's first place? Nandongyu, yes. Xiaomu, I have heard of it too, she is called the elf archer. Xiaohuan, our Yu is also very good looking, but we don't do that in Longhua. Ming Liyun was setting up the camp. Lu Han lit a bonfire and asked Jiang Shui, will we continue to move forward? Since Crisley is in that team, it means that the team is definitely at the forefront of the combat power in Dinghua. In the short term, Dinghua will not dare to make trouble against Longhua. Jiang Shui, yeah. The gifts haven't been given out yet. After a short break, the group recruited the reindeers left behind by the Ding Kingdom when they escaped, and took over their supplies. The 2 reindeers' eyes showed human fear. I don't know what they had experienced in the Ding Kingdom. They were very afraid of humans. Jiang Shui and her team hadn't started to tame them yet, but they were already pulling the supply cart in fear. When they were on the road again, David and his group returned to the island. David hurriedly found the highest authority in the Ding Kingdom and explained the matter. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Deng Country was shocked and immediately guessed why Jiang Shui of Long Country did this. This was all the fault of the stinky son, and he is here to take revenge. Others raised their sons to take care of them in their old age, but they raised their sons to cheat their fathers? Deng Country immediately issued orders to all tribes, asking everyone to stop insulting Deng Country. After all, they really can't afford to offend them now, and they can't commit suicide. Be honest for a while, let the Howling Eagle work overtime, and bring more attribute food to improve their strength. The top leaders of Deng Country still have the highest ruling power over Deng Country. When they speak, the world channel immediately becomes quiet, and the people of Deng Country can only speculate the reason for Deng Country's actions through tribal chats. Finally, a conclusion was deduced that the Deng Kingdom was going to use its big move. The top leaders of the Deng Kingdom would never tell others that the number one in combat power had returned empty-handed, as this would shake the people's hearts. At this moment, it was unknown whether Jiang Shui's team was still on the territory of the Deng Kingdom. If no measures were taken, the Deng Kingdom would be in trouble. The person in power in the Deng Kingdom was also a person who could take things and let them go. He found the leader of the Dragon Kingdom tribe very familiarly, greeted him as if nothing had happened, and then got to the point. Regardless of how they talk, there is only one purpose, to quickly call back Jiang Shui and her group. Jiang Shui's side moved forward for about 2 hours, and an island appeared in sight. When they noticed the island, the people on the island also noticed them. Someone is coming. In the tree house, a tightly wrapped person came to the main house to report. There were several pots of fire burning in the room, and the tall middle-aged man wearing a beast fur coat on the right laughed. They actually plundered our Ghost Island tribe. I'm so lucky that the supplies are delivered to my door. The boy on the left said excitedly, I wonder if there are any handsome men or beautiful women, preferably from Longwa. I like the beauties of Longwa, boss. How about I go and take a look? In the middle, there sat a charming woman, about 30 years old, with a very hot body. She opened her red lips stained with safflower juice. Go. The boy, yes. The boy came to the land and said to his men, as usual, when you chase me later, you run in that direction, do you know? Yes. Jiang Shui and others built a temporary camp to keep warm and rest. Just after drinking a cup of hot water, they saw a person running from the island, and then a group of people also ran out, and the wind brought the sound of asking for help and chasing. Help! Help! The language was automatically translated into words they could understand. The man came closer and closer, and seemed to have discovered Jiang Shui and his group, so he changed his route and ran over. Save me! He ran very fast, and while running, he glanced at the crowd. This sight made him, who had seen countless people, very happy. This team turned out to be from Long Country, and there were 4 women in it. One of them looked familiar to him, so he hid behind her. Nandong Yu almost couldn't help but shoot an arrow into his head. Let go, she said. The boy, help, they are pirates, please save me, sister. A gust of wind blew, and the scarf wrapped around his face loosened, revealing his clear and handsome face with a youthful feel. Nandong Yu stood up mercilessly. Stay away from me. Her road to winning the championship in her previous life was not easy. She encountered many annoying people in a foreign country, and she especially hated the people of Deng Country. The boy, did you pick the wrong person? I thought the familiarity was because he had met someone before. In his previous life, he was very good at dealing with people. He got along well with everyone he knew. But then he thought, if he felt familiar with someone even though he had never met her, it meant that he had seen her on TV in his previous life. She must be a beauty to make him stare at her. The boy was no longer depressed. The group of people who were chasing him approached and shouted, Are you from Long Country? Lu Han, yes. The people showed a fearful look. Hand over the person behind you. The boy grabbed Nandong Yu's sleeve. No, they are cannibalistic pirates. I am the owner of that island. They kidnapped us and treated us like sheep. I finally escaped. Please don't hand me over. I am willing to be your slave. This sounded familiar. Everyone looked at the boy. You Ding people always lie the same way. Everyone shifted their gazes to Jiang Shui, silently asking, What should we do? The boy keenly discovered who was the captain of this team, and immediately changed his target and hugged Jiang Shui's thigh. Jiang Shui lowered her head. The boy was shocked. This guy had really nice eyes, and his temperament was very touching. Sister, help me! He cried pitifully. Lu Han dragged him out with a dark face. The boy was thrown to his subordinates unexpectedly. Jiang Shui, hand it over. The boy, isn't it said that the dragon people are sentimental? The subordinates acted hard. Catch him and take him away. If you dare to escape, you will be skinned alive. The boy broke free flexibly, and hid behind Jiang Shui and the others again. Help me! Jiang Shui, pack up the camp and get ready to go. The boy and his subordinates looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Then, they saw the other side quickly packed up the camp. The girl holding the umbrella suddenly folded the umbrella and swung it forward. Several wind blades flew out. The subordinates on the opposite side could not dodge and died instantly. The boy, ? Jiang Shui, take us to your pirates. The boy, there are many pirates there, so we should not go there. There are many traps there, and they are extremely vicious. You will get hurt. Knowing that it was a demon, how could he lead it there? In fact, he wanted to get away immediately. The boy said, Thank you, kind people, but I can't let you get in trouble. I'm leaving now, you should leave too. As soon as he turned around and took a step, he was pulled out by someone. Meng Liyun said, Don't worry, believe in our strength, lead the way. Of course they knew the way, but being able to upset this person was also a way to extract happiness. The boy resisted. Qinghe said, You don't believe in our strength? Don't look at me as a child, I can beat 10 people by myself, not to mention my brothers and sisters. The boy was about to cry. Nan Dongyu said coldly, You asked us to save your life just now, why don't you save it now? Is your family still with the pirates? Why don't you value your family at all? You didn't stage a trick to deceive us, did you? The boy, I hit a wall. He had no choice but to lead the way to the pirates, and he just prayed in his heart that this group of people could not beat the boss. There is a tree more than 10 meters high on the island. A tree house is built next to the tree. Several small wooden houses are built around the tree, but it has been sealed by ice at this moment. A dozen people walk down from the tree house, and they form teams to recruit people. Soon, the island was crowded with nearly 200 people. The captains looked at the uninvited guests with fear. They saw it in the tree house just now. The group of people didn't make any moves, and the dozen people sent out were killed instantly. Although there was a boss to keep them in place, they were just small minions. If they fought, they would probably lose their lives. But if they didn't fight, they would be hunted down by the Ghost Island tribe, and they would die. Xiao Mu, let me start. As he said this, he took out a large number of poisonous snakes from the tribal space, and chose to drop them on the heads of those people. Instantly, screams were heard one after another. The young man who had been following Jiang Shui and others widened his eyes. He didn't expect that a fight could be fought like this. He opened the door to the new world and followed suit by taking out the supplies from the tribal space and dropping them on the heads of everyone. He thought that this would have a disruptive effect. As he expected, the supplies of all sizes did hit the dragon people, but when they were about to fall on their heads, they all flew out horizontally. Boy, ? Jiang Shui looked at him indifferently. The boy was shocked. Was it this guy who did it? Thinking of the death of the group of people just now, he immediately understood that this man had mysterious power. Their boss also had mysterious power, which was brought by the enchanted stone, but it was far less powerful than this man. The boy immediately calmed down and began to contact his friends to form a team to pull him away. He had realized that he would lose this fight. Looking for death. A middle-aged man jumped down from the tree house and hit him hard with a heavy meteor hammer. Xiaxianer tapped her toes and landed on the connected chain, running towards the end smoothly and quickly. The big man quickly took back the meteor hammer. At this time, Xiaxianer had already reached the end. She kicked him in the head, and then jumped onto the treehouse. The big man chased after him. Nan Dongyu shot an arrow. The big man keenly noticed the danger and dodged it. With a ding sound, the arrow hit the meteor hammer. Nan Dongyu quickly bent the bow and drew the string. Let's try 2 arrows. The next moment, 2 arrows flew out at the same time. The big man was entangled by Nan Dongyu. Gu Yunshin took out the gasoline and threw it to the crowd, and thoughtfully handed over the burning matches. Boom! Half of the island was burning with flames. The people covered with gasoline and flames rushed out of the encirclement and rolled on the ice. But soon they were bitten by the burning venomous snakes and died of poisoning. Bang! At this time, there was a sound of falling from the ground. Xiaxianer fell heavily to the ground. On the treehouse observation deck above her, a woman was holding her injured arm and saying fiercely, "Just wait for me, I will remember you." The next moment, the space in front of him shook and the figure disappeared. Xiaxianer got up. "Just wait, am I afraid of you?" The boy was about to agree to his friend's invitation to form a team, but his chest suddenly hurt. He lowered his head and saw the tip of the arrow. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Nandong standing behind him with an arrow in his hand. Nandong smiled. I will study my acting skills in my next life. The boy fell down, and was soon frozen stiff. Xiao Huan said, Why didn't the island disappear? Is there anyone else? Xinghe, search. Chapter 83. Soon, they found 3 people tied up in a wooden house. 2 people from Ding country, and 1 person from Long country. Just as everyone was preparing to move, the space in front of the 3 people flashed and disappeared. The island began to shake slightly, and everyone quickly left the island. In the next second, the entire island disappeared, and the exposed seawater was covered by ruins. There were no supplies, and most of the supplies that the boy had used to hit them were unusable. Everyone picked and chose for a while, got a few bags of instant noodles, and left. On an island, Yudai and her adoptive parents embraced each other after surviving the disaster. According to the rules, after using the battle card in the internal fight, the islanders are not allowed to teleport off the island. The group of islanders just left, and this effect was automatically cancelled, and then the dragon people came ashore. Yudai knew that the group of dragon people came to plunder the Lantern Country, and they would be killed if they continued to stay there, so she immediately contacted the neighbor's daughter. She had played well with her since she was adopted, so after explaining the situation, the other party immediately agreed to form a team. After the most intense emotions, Yudai calmed down and had mixed feelings about the group of dragon people. Although they were plunderers, they actually saved her family indirectly. The pirates arrived this morning. Her family had just been tied up. If the dragon people hadn't come, she would have been treated badly. When the boy tied her up, she saw his naked eyes. If the boy hadn't been called away temporarily, her innocence would have been lost. Yuna turned on the Danghua World Channel, which was full of voices scolding the dragon people, and the same was true on the Survival World Channel. They distorted the facts and cleared themselves of all charges, becoming weak victims, while the dragon people were the most heinous villains. Yudai thought about it, posted the video footage before being locked up, and said, those people are members of the Ghost Pirate Tribe. The name Ghost Pirate Tribe is not unfamiliar to the Ding country. It existed when the tribe function was turned on. With the development of time, it has formed a tribe of 500 people. All the members here are made up of extremely vicious criminals. They have no patriotism in their minds, only plunder. Many Ding country people have suffered greatly from it. Yudai's video is strong evidence. The abuse from the people of Danghua was quiet for a moment, but soon filled the channel again. Only a few people stopped abusing Longhua, but most people hated Longhua and were unwilling to admit the truth. They firmly believed that Yudai was lying, and was a spy of Danghua, because she had an oriental face. Not only that, many other oriental people living in the Danghua area also suffered abuse and accusations. Yudai was speechless. The top leaders of Danghua were also speechless. I was still bowing my head to show weakness to Longhua, and you guys were making trouble again. At this time, Long Wenwu, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom tribe, said, It seems that the people of your country are very dissatisfied with the people in our country who solved your internal problems. Yes, he just took advantage of the situation and said that the purpose of this Dragon Kingdom team was to go for the benefit of Ding country. Long Wenwu, my Dragon Kingdom people are kind-hearted to help, and your behavior is really disappointing. Jiang Shui and his people are well-deserved big brothers in our Dragon Kingdom. Big brothers are arrogant. Things have evolved to this point, and I am afraid I can't control it. He said this clearly. It's all your fault. Jiang Shui and his people are angry and continue to attack. You deserve it. The ruler of the Lantern Kingdom was so angry that he immediately issued a hunting order for the Ghost Pirate Tribe on the Lantern Kingdom World Channel. The Ghost Pirate Tribe, who were still playing the victim, panicked immediately. The people of the Lantern Kingdom were confused. What was going on? Why did the ruler speak in person? Now they couldn't deceive themselves. But soon, resentment accumulated in their hearts, thinking that the ruler was taking advantage of other countries and destroying their own prestige. The situation in the Lantern Kingdom seemed okay on the surface, but it was actually very chaotic. Seeing that the ruler's move was controversial, another group of people immediately had the idea of replacing the ruler. Whether in the previous life or in the survival world, there are people who are scheming for power. The move by the ruler of the Lantern Country did not stop the Dragon Country team, and the battle continued. Every attack and every disappearance of an island will bring verbal attacks from the Lantern Country people on the Dragon Country, but they have no way to deal with it. Even if they attack the Dragon Country Island in hatred, as long as someone attacks the Dragon Country Island, there will be Dragon Country masters to help them, and they will not be able to get any good results. At this time, the winning streak made the Dragon Country people excited, and even some people who did not want to fight the country also had a fighting spirit, and countless people joined the tribes where the masters who participated in the fight were. Among them, the Jiuxiu Yunchang tribe was the fastest. The two brothers were strong in combat, and the tribal leader Shinjiqiu knew how to behave. On the contrary, the people of Ding were cursed and were really panicked. Jiang Shui and his people did not stop their pace at all, regardless of how Ding were cursed on the Survival World Channel, or how some countries such as Huagua and Mugua accused them of moral kidnapping and humanity. On the 8th day, when Jiang Shui and his people continued to move forward, the person in power of Dingwa was replaced. The first thing the new person in power did was to ask David, the first person in Dingwa, to hand over the Howling Eagle. David was from the old ruler's faction. After verbally refusing, the ruler of the Light Country revoked the killing order against the Ghost Pirate tribe and issued a killing order against David. Then, they thought of a way to spread the word among the tribes. All humans in the Light Country hide at home. If you see the Dragon Country people, don't fight, hide yourself, contact the diplomat of the Light Country tribe to apply for a signal flare. Anyone who sees the signal flare will immediately go to the signal flare to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Dragon Country people. This move was cheered by all the people of the Light Country. Encircle and suppress the Dragon people. Kill the Dragon people. Such words filled the entire Light Country World Channel and the Survival World Channel. When Jiang Shui and others continued to go deeper into the Light Country, a group of uninvited guests came to her island. After the people of Tianhua Country returned in defeat on Jiang Shui's pirates, they were summoned. At this time, a group of fully armed people finally arrived here again after a long journey. Revenge. We want revenge. Kill the Dragon people. No matter whether the island owner is a man or a woman, take his turn. Otherwise, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. They entered the island aggressively, and suddenly, a figure nearly 300 meters long flew out from the castle. Huaguan, run! Retreat! But because the speed of the dragon was too fast, they were not able to teleport in time, and were all killed by the dragon's tail in an instant. The dragon thought about it, and felt that the corpses here were too ugly, so he started body language with Xiao. The dragon and the shark were exhausted before they completed the communication. Finally, Xiao found a wooden boat and loaded the corpses into it. The dragon carried the wooden boat and flew to the flower country. It was ugly to see corpses piled here, so the people from that country should go back to that country. It thought so. Jiang Shui and others saw another island in the afternoon. When they stopped to camp and recover their body temperature, the owner of the island found this group of people and immediately contacted the diplomat of the Light Country tribe in fear. At this time, the sky was dark, and Jiang Shui heard a bang, and a blazing light shot straight into the sky. The Light Country World Channel began to explode. At this time, the Dragon Country World Channel was also exploding. Other countries began to watch the battle frantically. On Jiang Shui's side, everyone remained motionless. Beep beep. Jiang Shui received a private message. Eli, do you want my help? I just have time. This was also the instruction of the leader of the Ice Country tribe. There must be many masters from the Light Country in this battle. If the Light Country can be hurt, it will be a good thing for them. Yana, if you need it, I can help you. In the survival world, only Jiang Shui has a mysterious workbench now, and she has to build a good relationship with her. At this time, some countries contacted the leader of the Dragon Country tribe, hoping to put their strongest fighters into Jiang Shui's team to make them familiar and make friends with Dragon Country. After all, the top 2 fighters in the survival world rankings are Dragon Country people, and Dragon Country is the first in terms of number. Even if Dragon Country fails this time, and leaves the territory of Ding Country, it is still a huge thigh. It is always right to hold it in advance. Now is such a good opportunity. On the other hand, Ding Country is also summoning strong men from various countries to join the team of people near the signal flare. Gu Yunshin said to Jiang Shui, some countries are trying to send people to join our team. The leader asked for your opinion? Jiang Shui, no need to fight, we will leave in a while. At the same time, she privately chatted and rejected Eli and Yana. Gu Yunshin was puzzled. Why? Jiang Shui, the trap has been set. Gu Yunshin, ? Jiang Shui lied. Anyway, the scarf blocked it, and the other party could not tell her lies through her expression. I have caught marine life traps, and I will use them after they gather together. Gu Yunshin, shock. There is such a thing. Lu Han and his companions knew that huge monsters often appeared on Jiang Shui's island. It was too far-fetched to say that they were all brought by pets and dragons. They remained silent and said nothing. Nandong, you said? Then we will definitely win? Gu Yunshin quickly replied to the leader. The sky was completely dark, and it was quiet all around. Jiang Shui and his companions had no intention of continuing their journey. The Dinghui district was very happy. The stupid dragon people did not move, which was good for them. In the flower country, the dragon went deep into the country and lowered the wooden boat. I brought back people from their country. I am so kind. I returned the things to their original owners. He looked around and found an island nearby. He thought that it would be too disgusting to leave the body near the island. So he kindly slapped his tail and broke the ice. Suddenly, the ice broke and the waves flew. He buried the body and the boat at sea. After thinking about it, the wooden boat belonged to Jiang Shui. He forgot to take it out. He could go into the water, but it was too cold and he didn't want to. I lost my wooden boat while helping you, Huagua, to send talents. It's normal for me to ask you to return it, right? Thinking in this way, the dragon flew towards the island and saw a ship. I lost 3 small wooden boats, so it's reasonable to exchange for a ship. Besides, this ship is frozen, and it will take more effort for me to break the ice. I'm losing money. The dragon carried the ship and left. After it left, a huge centipede-like shadow appeared at the place where the ice was broken, and it was eating the corpse. On the island, several Huagua people pushed open the door. Why can that snake-like sea beast fly? Why did it steal our boat? The smell of human flesh was carried by the wind, and the centipede-like sea beast climbed onto the ice. The feast was served, in a place unknown to anyone, and island quietly disappeared. In the silent and dark night, Jiang Shui and the others felt that they were being stared at. As time went by, the feeling of being watched became more and more, and after a certain time, many breaking sounds suddenly came. Jiang Shui suddenly opened the black umbrella and pulled Zhao Qing's arm into the sky. The space in front of Lu Han and his group shook, but they all disappeared. The Ding people stared at the empty camp in shock, then looked up at the sky. Quickly fire the flare. Light up the torches. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Bang. A huge sound suddenly came from the ice broke, the cold sea water surged, and dozens of people were swept into the water. As they tried to swim upwards, the flare finally lit up, and at that moment, they saw a huge figure with tentacles about several hundred meters long above the ice in the light as bright as day. At this time, Jiang Shui and Zhao Qing had already arrived at a house on a nearby island through a mysterious parachute. The house was empty, the flames in the brazier had not yet gone out, and the two stood in front of the window watching the battlefield. Zhao Qing was terrified. What was that? A sea beast several hundred meters long. It was too scary. Beep beep beep. Jiang Shui received a video call from Lu Han. After the call was connected, he found that other people in the team were standing next to him. Everyone was close together, and their heads were in the camera. Lu Han asked anxiously, "What's going on over there?" Jiang Shui, "A large sea beast has been attracted. It looks like a squid, and the people of Deng country are fighting it." Lu Han, "Where are you now? Invite us over." Jiang Shui, "In a wooden house on a nearby island. Zhao Qing, invite everyone over." The next moment, the team members gathered in the wooden house, making the room seem particularly crowded. Everyone looked over there with great interest. Lu Han, "It's their bad luck to attract such a large sea beast." Zhao Huan, "They have suffered a great loss this time. There are not only people from Deng country, but also masters from other countries. Deng country is the boss. If they don't retreat, other countries dare not retreat. If they force retreat, this sun will not be able to be." In the 2 sentences of the conversation, the human beings died in large numbers. Except for the nearby island residents, who escaped, the remaining ones were the top group. At this moment, the Lantern country did not retreat, and the masters of other countries could not retreat either. They could not help cursing in their hearts. At this time, the top leaders of the Lantern country were crazy, calling David, the #1 fighter in the Lantern country, on the World Channel. "David, let the Howling Eagle fight. Who do you think you are? Haha. If you go, the country can revoke the hunting order against you. You said it as if you can hunt us down. David, you are from Deng country. Do you not care about the lives of the people of Deng country? Hurry up and send the Howling Eagle to fight. Again, who do you think you are? What do you want it to do to fight? It's simple. Your people will withdraw from the Deng country tribe and welcome us back. We want to return to our place." "Why? Don't want to. It seems that you don't care about the lives of the people of Deng country either." The entire Deng country world channel was in chaos. The new ruler was forced by public opinion and had to say, "I agree, but you promised not to issue a hunting order against us." Deal. The old ruler returned to his position again, and his son David came to the Howling Eagle, and said in a condescending manner, "A large sea beast appeared in the Lantern Kingdom. You are the guardian beast of the Lantern Kingdom. Go and kill it." The howling eagle's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it spread its wings and flew away. Because of the stupidity of the Lantern Kingdom people, it was born week after resurrection, and then went to Zhongzhou every day to catch prey to feed these people. Now it is also restricted by the rules of the guardian beast protecting the citizens, and is under the command of the Lantern Kingdom people. At this moment, it has to go to the battlefield before its old wounds are healed, and it can't help but feel resentment in its heart. However, it had no other options. The howling eagle was searching for invading creatures in the area of the Lantern Country at high speed. The people on the battlefield received the order to delay time, and the leader shouted, "Don't attack, do your best to delay time, the howling eagle is on the way." This lasted for half an hour, and nearly half of the people were killed or injured. Suddenly, an eagle cry came from far away, and the man shouted with relief, "Retreat." In an instant, the battlefield was empty, leaving only the 200-meter howling eagle and the 300-meter squid fighting. Jiang Shui closed the window to prevent them from noticing. The roar of the battle came and went, from strong to weak, and gradually quieted down. Jiang Shui opened the window, and saw that the body of the 300-meter squid was incomplete, and the howling eagle was crawling on the ice to rest. Xiao Huan was excited. "Let's go and grab the body." Everyone approached that side. The howling eagle recovered a little bit of strength, and ignored the wounds on his body, pecking at the squid. This squid contains a lot of energy, and eating it is very good for it. It decided to stay here for a few days, and didn't want to go back to the island of hateful humans for the time being. Before it could take 2 bites, a human holding an umbrella suddenly appeared in the air in front of it. The howling eagle smelled a scent belonging to the same kind from her. Which country's national beast was revived? Is she an enemy or a friend? The howling eagle was in doubt. Jiang Shui floated in the air. "I want the squid." The howling eagle, robbers? It wanted to attack, but saw some more people coming. The fighting power of these people was not comparable to those trash in the Dengwu district. Considering that it was exhausted at the moment, and the other party was the awakener of the national beast, and there were companions, if it was a fight to the death, it might be half dead and face revenge later. It chose to agree in humiliation. "At least there is still the squid body, right?" Jiang Shui and the others cut off the 8 tentacles of the squid, which were more than 100 meters long, and roasted them directly on the ice nearby. "Howling eagle, you roasted the squid with laughter in front of me, and you are not afraid of me at all. How humiliating." The roasted squid was half the size and much lighter, making it easier to carry. The others found the reindeer that had escaped because of the fright, and took them, and the supplies away. It was bright, and there was still a large part of the squid body in front of the howling eagle. It saw 3 people with obvious characteristics of the Deng people sneaking towards the island, and flew over with the squid in its mouth. It wants to find another island for itself to live. On a certain island, David was worried. Has the howling eagle not come back yet? That is his tool to improve his combat power. Don't let it die. Since other countries cannot put supplies into the tribal space, Jiang Shui and the others took the squid tentacles and ate squid all the way to Dragon Country. After arriving at Zhao Qing's island, everyone ate enough grilled squid and boiled squid. It felt that they would never be interested in squid again in this life. The next step was to distribute supplies. Ordinary supplies were looked down upon by everyone, and no one wanted them. They were all given to Zhao Qing. The reindeer was a living creature, so it could not be traded, so it was left to Zhao Qing. No one wanted the squid tentacles either, so Zhao Qing asked Jiang Shui to trade them to Jiang Shui after she returned, and leave them for the dragon to eat. Originally, they thought it was a sea beast, but it turned out to be a squid, and it also had attributes. Everyone had already gained a lot of attribute benefits along the way, and they could not take advantage of Jiang Shui anymore. They each left the team and returned to the island, and soon, Jiang Shui received Zhao Qing's transaction. Jiang Shui didn't even look at the squid, and gave it all to Shenlong, who was resting at home today. Shenlong saved dinner tonight, and didn't have to make breakfast tomorrow. On the Survival World channel, everyone was waiting for the result of the battle between Dragon Country and Light Country, but neither side revealed it, so the ending remained a mystery. At this moment, on Jiang Shui's island, Lu Han said a few words to her and went back to his island to report safety. Jiang Shui came to the bathroom of the tree house to take a shower. When she was about to change her clothes, she heard the private chat reminder sound from her friend. She put on her clothes, poured herself some warm milk for Panda and Little Wolf, and then she lay on the bed and opened a private chat. Gu Yunshan, the Ding country doesn't want to spread the news, so they promised to give us a batch of supplies. Do you agree? Jiang Shui didn't intend to make a big fuss about it. She wasn't interested in it. Okay. Gu Yunshin, then we will try our best to get high-quality supplies and distribute them to everyone in the team. In addition, on this basis, the Dragon Country tribe, as the handover party, wants to take 10% of the supplies. Is that okay? Jiang Shui, okay. Gu Yunshin hurriedly replied to Long Wenwu, and he said that Jiang Shui was actually a very easygoing person. Before going to bed, Jiang Shui took back the rainbow shark and the great white shark, and she didn't care about the Styx jellyfish that traveled with them. The Styx jellyfish has been eating well and drinking well with the sharks and is safe. It is very well behaved and honest, and has a tendency to become friends. Even so, they are still monitoring it. This Styx jellyfish has eaten humans, although they are dead, but it is not so easy for them to completely accept it in their hearts. Jiang Shui put the supplies they brought into the castle warehouse, took a look at the dozens of meters long ship that appeared inexplicably on the island, and wondered where this thing came from. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark did not bring this thing back. Xiao did not mention it. Could it be the dragon? Did it go out to play today? Put aside the doubts, lie back in bed comfortably, and choose the Travel Shark Lottery. Get Big Red Worm * 200. Get Big Red Worm 300. Recently, it is always easy to draw big red worms. Is the third shark coming, and it is a large shark? After fantasizing for a while, she calmed down and opened the Survival World channel. There were still many people asking about the battle between the Lantern Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, but no one knew. In addition, something happened in the Flower Kingdom. Looking through the historical chat records, according to several people from the Flower Kingdom, they saw a huge flying sea beast that looked like a giant snake. It was dark, and they couldn't see it clearly, but it was definitely several hundred meters long. This sea beast didn't attack people, but it specialized in stealing supplies. Oh my god, this is too scary. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Sea beasts see people, but they also steal supplies? When this group of people asked more questions, the person from the Flower Kingdom who was talking fell silent. Someone added a friend and was prompted that the other party had died. Jiang Shui, the dragon looks like a flying snake? So was the ship lost? It's really subtle. Chapter 84. Jiang Shui looked at the Survival World chat channel for a while, switched back to the Dragon Country World channel, and found that a verbal battle was going on. It was still the Lin Yu family, but instead of scolding herself, they also scolded the Li family. What happened? She checked the historical chat records and pieced together what happened through the information. It turned out that during her time in the Lantern Country, Li Haoyue broke up with the Lin family and returned to the Li family. After that, the Lin family abused Li Haoyue on the World channel, and the Li family fought back, revealing that the Lin family could no longer obtain supplies from the Li family through Li Haoyue. So they exposed their true face, and forced Li Haoyue and verbally abused him, and explained that Li Haoyue was in a very bad state now. The humans in Longwood District verbally abused the Lin family, but the Lin family felt that the whole world was wrong and sorry for their family, and they were the only ones who were righteous, so they fought back fiercely. A few hours later, Li Haoyue spoke up, claiming that she had seen through the true face of the Lin family, and that the previous material assistance was just feeding the dog, and that they would cut off relations from then on. The Lin family said that Li Haoyue was disgusting, that those things were given by her voluntarily, and that their family had refused, but she insisted on giving them, so they accepted them with difficulty, and they also said that Li Haoyue was an ungrateful person, that their family offended Jiang Shui for her righteousness, and that the Li family turned around and went to Jiang Shui again. Up to now, the Lin family has spent half of the day on the Longwood District channel cursing Jiang Shui and the Li family for being slaughtered. Although it is close to midnight, there are still many people on the channel, and Yingxingyu is also on it. Yingxingyu, Bulabuki tribe, you are so foul-mouthed, be careful of backlash. Lin Yu replied disdainfully, come if you have the guts? Jiang Shui, since you said so, it would be better if I didn't come? She decided to postpone the matter of Huagua and solve the matter of the Lin family first. She posted on the Dragon Country World channel, a bounty for killing Lin Yu's family. For every person killed and recorded for me, you can get 1 food with all attributes plus 1. Jiang Shui, unnamed tribe, of bounty for killing Lin Yu's family. For every person killed and recorded for me, you can get 1 food with all attributes plus 1. Jiang Shui, unnamed tribe, of bounty for killing Lin Yu's family. For every person killed and recorded for me, you can get 21 food with all attributes plus 1. Jiang Shui kept refreshing the frequency. When she stopped, the world channel was quiet for a while, before she started to speak frantically. Wu Fenglian, Longwa tribe. Oh my god, what a big deal. Zhou Dali, everyone is drunk tribe. The ocean is frozen, and those who can get out can go around. What if they bump into each other? Everyone, if someone approaches the island recently and asks you to come out and meet them, you must show your face. We are just passing by to find someone, and we have no bad intentions. Zhao Xian, Jiuxiu Yuncheng tribe. Disgusting. Lin family, die. On the island, Lin Yu's family panicked. They didn't expect Jiang Shui to do such a thing. Attribute food is a rare item in the survival world. This kind of resource is only in the hands of a very small number of people. Most people would definitely be willing to go out of the island to try their luck. It would only be a matter of time before they are found. Lin Yu was furious. Jiang Shui, you are sick. Lin Chong, die, bitch. Jiang Shui, if someone can take a video of the Lin family kneeling down and begging for mercy, the reward will be doubled. She swiped a few more messages. At this time, people from other unnamed tribes also came online to speak. Lu Han, unnamed tribe, if you find the Lin family, you can come to me to get the battle card for free. Xiao Huan, unnamed tribe. Don't torture them to death. After sending the video to Shueshue, invite me to join the team. I will give everyone a weapon or medicinal material to choose from. Meng Luyun, unnamed tribe. Take me with you when you invite Huan Huan. I will give everyone 3 pounds of fish meat. Xiao Mu, unnamed tribe. Take me with you. I give everyone a portion of stewed meat soup. Yingxingyu, never leave tribe. I join in the fun, pull me into the team, and give everyone 2 fist-sized pine cones and 2 wooden plate-sized sea crabs. Xiesiener and Nandong, you were not asleep at this moment, and they all joined in the fun and promised to invite them to join the team and give them supplies. Someone from the Dragon Country tribe video called the sleeping Gu Yunshan, asking him to win Jiang Shui's favor at his own expense. So Gu Yunshan also logged into the Dragon Country World Channel to speak. When Li Xinghe got up and went to the bathroom, he opened the World Channel and found out about this. He was talking to himself excitedly. Yeah, it can be played this way. Why didn't we think of it before? Seeing that Li Haoyue had been lifeless for the past few days, their family wanted to cut the Lin family into pieces to relieve their hatred. Li Xinghe pulled up his pants and woke up his family. After a while, the Li family also distributed a large amount of supplies to reward the Lin family, but they had a condition. When they killed them, they had to pull the Li family into the team. The Lin family was completely panicked. They wanted to ask for help from relatives and friends, but they found that their family had been blocked and now they were isolated and helpless. They were in a panic for the rest of the time. They could only pray not to be found, and curse the people who bullied them, and even curse God. It was all God's fault. If it weren't for the extremely cold ocean, how could their family be found? The next day, Jiang Shui woke up and sent Shenlong and Rainbow Shark away, and came to the coast to feed the great white shark. The Stygian jellyfish was also there, and it was a very small mini version at the moment. The Stygian jellyfish smelled a very fragrant food, but it didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. This food could make so many giants surrender. It must be very powerful. If it didn't behave, it would be killed. After sending away the great white shark and the Stygian jellyfish, Jiang Shui came to the slaughterhouse. At least 2 prey can be harvested every day, most of which are put into the tribe's space and handled by everyone in the tribe, and the rest are placed in the slaughterhouse. Jiang Shui privately chatted with Xiesiener and Nandongyu, asking them to come over to work. A moment later, the 2 were invited to join the team and appeared in the slaughterhouse. Jiang Shui, this is the meat brought back by the dragon. You need to cut it into fist-sized pieces. This is its food. She pointed to the small wooden boat next to her. Use this to hold it. She took out 2 steel machetes and said, use this to chop. She went to the kitchen and started making breakfast. While she was still busy, Lu Han suddenly teleported over. Lu Han, what are you doing? Jiang Shui, porridge and stir-fried pork with peppers. He took over skillfully. I do it. The 2 of them became familiar with each other, and Jiang Shui didn't bother to be polite with him. After returning to the studio to feed the panda and the wolf cub, she went to the cracked ice near the coast to fish for supplies. The area exposed to the sea was not large, so there were not many supplies. She only caught a blueprint and a handful of vermicelli and went ashore. Hot pot with vermicelli, decided. Hot pot for lunch today. She walked towards the tree house and unfolded the long blueprint. Dwarf Mountain Middle, *1. There are actually blueprints for mountains? Every material in the survival world has a meaning, and Jiang Shui's thoughts drifted away instantly. Is it useful to go up the mountain in the future? She stood in the living room of the tree house and looked around the island. The thick ice layer was about 10 meters. There will be a time when the mountain will be useful. She chose the construction mode and checked the situation of the short mountain medium. Short mountain, medium 20 meters high and 10 to 1 meters wide. The short mountain is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, with a width of only 2 meters at the top. What can be done with 2 meters? There is not enough space to build a bathroom. You look unhappy? What are you thinking about? Lu Han came over and spoke more casually than before. Jiang Shui, I was thinking, if the ice melts one day, the area on the top of this mountain will not be enough. Lu Han imagined, this mountain will be submerged at most half, and if there are waves, the height will rise, but the height is limited, so the top of the mountain can be flattened, or it can be rebuilt into a high mountain. He opened the trading house, and found that there were no drawings related to the mountain. Lu Han, maybe we can move the tree up there to build a tree house? He looked at the tree under his feet, but this tree definitely won't work, the hill is not as high as it. On the entire island, only the tree house can be planted on the hill. Lu Han, catch more supplies during this period, there will definitely be drawings of the hill, and there will be better choices at that time. Based on the current situation, there is no sign of spring yet. Jiang Shui, well, you should also pay more attention to the drawings of the hill. Now that this kind of supplies have appeared, it means that spring will not be too far away. Lu Han, well, I tell them when the time comes. If spring really comes, it will be a disaster. Lu Han, the meal is ready, let's go eat. After dinner, Lu Han said, sell me a wall-breaking machine, sell it according to your trading house's price, I have enough supplies. He will start to prepare for a rainy day. Jiang Shui, well, Lu Han, then I go back to the island first, I haven't collected enough mysterious stones yet. After Jiang Shui made and traded it to Lu Han, she came to the textile workbench and pharmaceutical workbench to start working. Beep beep beep. She received a private message from her friend. Gu Yunshan, we have negotiated with the Deng country. This is the material list. It contains the total materials, and the materials distributed to the team members at that time, as well as the extraction details of the Dragon Country tribe. The materials that belong to you are sent to you. Take them. I don't know how the Dragon Country tribe negotiated with the Deng country. This time, they benefited from a huge amount of materials, most of which were finished products, some were basic materials, and the rest were rare materials. Jiang Shui left the rare material enchantment stone, and all other materials were listed on the trading house in exchange for soil and stone. The basic materials for mountain construction are soil and stones. Jiang Shui decided to build a small mountain as soon as possible. It is much easier to build a small mountain than a house. You only need to lay stones and soil in pieces. In one morning, the soil is built. Nan Dongyu and Xie Xianer were shocked to see a new mountain on the island. Xie Xianer was very clear-minded. Have you got the mountain blueprint? Jiang Shui, yes. Xie Xianer, so spring is coming soon. Nan Dongyu was stunned for a moment, then reacted, it seems that we must break the ice and fish for supplies. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Xie Xianer, Shue, can you sell me a wall-breaking machine? I also need to prepare early. Jiang Shui, yes. Xie Xianer and Nan Dongyu worked for another 2 hours in the afternoon. After Jiang Shui settled their wages, they left the island to fish for supplies. Jiang Shui returned to the treehouse and chatted privately with Gu Yunshan, telling him the news about the mountain blueprint. What to do with Longwood District next had nothing to do with her. Chapter 85. The mountain map appeared, and the news of the approaching spring finally appeared on the Dragon Country World Channel. This news was sent by the leader of the Dragon Country tribe himself, and the Dragon Country people were half believing and half doubting it. Although the ocean is now frozen and supplies are scarce, the danger for marine life is much less. If humans just want to eat a bite of food, they only need to break a half-meter hole in the ice, and there will naturally be sea fish jumping for air, and it is not difficult for them to catch them. Some people are unwilling to risk breaking ice on a large scale for this unsubstantiated news, while others think it is better to prepare for a rainy day. With such a thick layer of ice, no matter when spring comes, as long as it arrives, the sea water will flood the island. There are also some people who have always been determined to become stronger. As early as the blizzard stopped, they had already broken the ice to catch supplies. When everyone was standing still, it was their chance to overtake and become a big boss, but there were not many such people. People from other countries, who were peeking at the screen, also saw the news released by Long Wenwu. After asking, friendly countries made their own arrangements, and enemy countries preconceived that this was an evil plan of Longwu. They would not be fooled by a few words from Longwu to really break the ice on a large scale, and open up a way out for sea beasts. Jiang Shui was standing in front of the metal workbench and pharmaceutical workbench making wall-breaking machines and medicines, and suddenly received a private message from a friend. It was Ying Xingyu and Xingya, who contacted her to jump the queue to buy wall-breaking machines. Jiang Shui readily agreed, and then continued to work, busy until night fell. The wall-breaking machine is very popular. It is sold out immediately after it is posted. Judging from the names, most of them are from Longhua, and there are also some individual players, and very few people from other tribes. On the island, Shinjichio was very depressed. He had been staring at Jiang Shui's trading shelf all the time, but he still didn't get the wall-breaking machine. After thinking again and again, he contacted Gu Yunshin to express his intention to form an alliance. After discussion, the senior leaders of Longhua tribe agreed to his application for alliance. Shinjichio's tribe is the second-ranked tribe in Longhua district. The original intention of Longhua tribe is for Longhua. Since Jiuxiu Yuncheng is willing to form an alliance, let's work together for Longhua. Shinjichio led several tribal leaders to the island, where the Dragon Kingdom tribal leaders were meeting, and began to discuss how to seek benefits for Dragon Kingdom in the future. After the meeting, Shinjichio tactfully said that he wanted to borrow a wall-breaking machine. Gu Yunshin immediately said, okay. At this time, Jiang Shui was walking towards the castle. She did not enter the castle directly, but came to the super guard rose. With the help of soil nutrient solution these days, the main trunk of the rose has become as thick as a bowl, and the branches are growing horizontally. Because of the fear of cold, all the branches are crowded together. The effect of the last bottle of soil nutrient solution has not yet disappeared, and the land is still fertile. Jiang Shui stroked its lush branches and leaves and placed the water heater and wind heater near it. The crowded branches moved closer to the warmth and seemed a little less crowded. Jiang Shui came to the slaughter castle, put part of the supplies brought by the dragon and the rainbow shark into the tribe's space, and part of them into the warehouse, and then pulled the small wooden boat full of meat to the castle where the dragon was sleeping. Thanks to the fact that the rainbow shark often brought back huge attribute food that far exceeded the ability of the dragon, and it may also be because cooked food is more conducive to growth, the dragon grew very fast, and is now 300 meters long. Therefore, its appetite increased greatly, and she spent more and more time cooking. Jiang Shui lit more than a dozen braziers at a time, put ingredients in them one by one to stew meat, and when she was about to use the fire to roast some more large pieces of meat, Lu Han teleported over. The two of them worked together, and spent more than 2 hours to prepare Shenlong's dinner. Lu Han washed the kitchen utensils and left. Jiang Shui came to the treehouse, found Xiao, and started today's combat training. After fighting for a while, Jiang Shui came to Zhao's treehouse to roast fire, and then Lu Han teleported over. In fact, he was driven here by his parents, who said with disdain, "With your strong career ambition, how can you have time to coax girls? Girls need company. Be careful that the former does not fight or compete, while the latter just picks the melon." Lu Han was very speechless, but teleported to Jiang Shui's island from his mind. The space flashed, and he saw Jiang Shui sitting with Xiao, roasting fire and talking. Lu Han, shock. He was immediately upset. If Xiao was an ordinary person, he might not have such a sense of crisis, but the problem was that Gao's appearance was too easy to attract girls. Jiang Shui asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Han asked at the same time, "Where is this? Why are you with Xiao?" Jiang Shui, "This is Zhao's treehouse. I promised him that I would take time to fight with him every day as training. Lu Han, if you want to train, you can find me. We agreed before." Jiang Shui, "Xiao wants to train, and I have the same need. It's a good opportunity for us to fight together, and it will also give you time to do your own things." Lu Han was depressed. "I'm not busy." Jiang Shui thought that Lu Han had too much responsibility. As a half-teacher, he was so responsible for her. But how could he not be busy? If you want to survive better in the survival world, how can you have time to relax? Jiang Shui, you have already wasted a lot of your time helping Shenlong to cook here every day. Jiang Shui meant this. Lu Han, Shenlong is the guardian beast of the country. Helping it is helping ourselves. Besides, frequent contact with Shenlong will improve our luck. Xiao looked at Lu Han, then looked at Jiang Shui thinking. He suddenly stood up. "I go down and patrol the island." Jiang Shui, "I've almost recovered and I'm going back to the treehouse." Xiao, "Goodbye." Jiang Shui, "Goodbye." Lu Han wanted to ask Jiang Shui what they were talking about, but he didn't ask. He and Jiang Shui are still friends and can't cross the line. On the way back, Lu Han said, Today I broke a piece of ice a few hundred meters away from the island and caught a microplastic workbench. If you need plastic bags, feel free to ask me for them. Jiang Shui, okay. Lu Han, have you used up the soil nutrient solution? Jiang Shui, yes, I will prepare to break the ice and fish tomorrow. Lu Han, I caught a small bottle today. I plan to plant the seeds of my island guard weeping willow in spring. I don't need them now, so I give them to you first. The two of them came to the tree house while talking. Lu Han said, good night. Jiang Shui, will we have a midnight snack together in the studio later? Lu Han smiled and said, okay. Jiang Shui took a hot bath, put on her pajamas, and came to the studio. She saw Lu Han had already come, and was playing with the panda and the wolf cub. The panda is nearly 1 meter tall, and the wolf cub is as tall as a chopstick. It's only 9 o'clock in the evening, and both are still full of energy. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Lu Han said, is it time for them to be weaned? Jiang Shui, from their size, it's time, but they are still in the cub stage. Lu Han, how much milk is in stock? Jiang Shui, about half a month. Pandas have a large appetite, and consume it quickly. Lu Han calculated the time. It's been 4 or 5 months. After this batch of milk is finished, can we try to feed it bamboo? No, it's not the season for bamboo to grow now. It's not good for it to eat the main trunk as soon as it is weaned. It should start with bamboo shoots and wait a little longer. Jiang Shui came to the micro tea workbench. Fruit tea or milk tea? Lu Han, just the same as you. Jiang Shui was silent. Lu Han always followed her preferences and always accommodated her. But in the end, she didn't say anything, made a cup of hot milk tea, and took out 2 small cakes and put them on the table. After finishing the midnight snack, the great white shark came back. Jiang Shui went downstairs to pick it up, collected the supplies, and finished feeding the big red worms. Great white shark brought 1 meat and 1 vegetable on this trip. The meat was a 50-meter-long hairtail, and the vegetable was sea cabbage. Jiang Shui and Lu Han said goodbye and returned to their bedrooms. After lying on the bed, Jiang Shui began the travel shark lottery. Get shark pool *1. Get little red worm *50. Today is the lucky tribe. The shark lake is not a dream. She put the shark pool and other shark pools under the tree together, returned to the bedroom, and got into the warm bed to sleep. Because she didn't sleep late tonight, she woke up early the next day. Early in the morning, Jiang Shui got up to send off Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark, and met Lu Han on the way to the castle. Lu Han, good morning. Jiang Shui, good morning. The two of them came to the castle side by side, and made breakfast for the dragon. After a while, Xie and Nandong joined the team. When they saw Lu Han, they were stunned for a moment, and then they looked at each other. Xie, good morning. Nandong, Mr. Lu, you came so early? Lu Han, here is my room. I slept here last night. Jiang Shui felt that this was a bit wrong, but she also felt that there was nothing wrong. She did reserve a room for the people of the unnamed tribe here, and promised that they could come anytime they wanted. Nandong looked at the two in surprise. Congratulations. Xie didn't want to talk, and looked at Jiang Shui with a look of disappointment. Jiang Shui, ? Lu Han shifted his attention. After cooking for Shilong, go break the ice? Jiang Shui, okay. Put aside his doubts. Afterwards, the two went to the ice layer a few hundred meters away from the other end of the island, and used a wall breaker to break large pieces of ice. The sound startled the sleeping killer whale and humpback whale family, and they took the initiative to help move the broken ice away. The sea had just emerged, and there was a family of killer whales and humpback whales guarding the area. Jiang Shui and Lu Han did not encounter any threats when they caught the materials this time. When they returned to the tree house to keep warm, Jiang Shui counted the materials. Wooden fishing rod blueprint *1. Mysterious stone *1. Potato flour *1 bag. The rest were ordinary materials that did not take up space. Jiang Shui handed the mysterious stone to Lu Han. Here you go. Lu Han was not polite. I return it to you later. In this way, he had 5 mysterious stones. The two began to work around the workbench. During lunch, Jiang Shui received a message from Yana that she wanted to buy a wall breaker. This was the result of her careful consideration. She was now the number 1 in the God Kingdom's combat power ranking, but she had no name in the world ranking. She didn't care whether spring would come or not. She just wanted to take the risk of breaking ice to improve her strength. Eli didn't look for Jiang Shui. It was reasonable. He had a Titan bear, and didn't need a wall breaker at all. The bear could easily break the ice with a slap. In the afternoon, the tribe group chat sounded. It was a message sent by Meng Liyun. Meng Liyun, today, an uninvited guest came to the island, an 8-meter-tall bear, and I killed it. Let's eat bear paws together tonight? I treat you. Xiao Huan, then you must go. Xiao Mu, this means that your island is not far from the mysterious island. Meng Liyun, Shue, lend me the sled. Let's go explore in the direction it came from tomorrow. If we find the mysterious island, we will lead you there. Lu Han turned to ask Jiang Shui, do you want to go? Jiang Shui hesitated. She was in a much better state now than before, but she was still a little reluctant to go to unfamiliar people and elders. Lu Han, if you don't go, I accompany you to eat here. Jiang Shui looked at Lu Han and felt that this was not good. Lu Han was always accommodating her. He should have his own life. Lu Han understood what Jiang Shui meant, and she felt guilty. Lu Han, it's okay, I volunteered. He wanted to stay and accompany Jiang Shui, but he couldn't say such words. Jiang Shui pondered for a long time. I go. Lu Han worried. Is it okay? Jiang Shui smiled with relief. I try my best. Lu Han also smiled. In fact, I haven't been to his house many times. To round it off, our status when we go to his house is about the same. Please take care of me when the time comes. Jiang Shui, me too. The two smiled at each other, and replied in the tribe group chat one after another. Jiang Shui, okay. Lu Han, okay. Meng Liyun was flattered. Okay, it's a happy decision. See you then. In the studio, Lu Han pretended to know nothing and asked, do we need to bring some gifts when we go there tonight? Jiang Shui, yes. Lu Han, what should we bring? He put himself in a weak position and promoted Jiang Shui to the position of the head of the family to make decisions. Jiang Shui didn't realize this and followed his thoughts and answered drinks, fruits? Everyone did this when they left in the previous life. Lu Han, well, what drinks and fruits should we bring? I go by them. Jiang Shui, we have mangoes, winter dates, and pomegranates at home. As for drinks, all diseases of humans in the previous life will disappear after the survival world. Everyone can drink tea. It is extremely cold now, and it is easy to preserve. Lu Han, so let's prepare it together now. There are still some mangoes on the golden mango tree. The two of them picked some and came to the winter date tree. Lu Han climbed up the tree and shook a branch, and the winter dates fell down. Jiang Shui picked them up under the tree. Afterwards, they returned to the tree house and picked pomegranates to make milk tea and fruit tea. Everything was ready. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Han said, there's still time. Let's cook Shalong's dinner. Jiang Shui, okay. Busy until 7 o'clock, Meng Liyun called in the tribe group chat. Shui, brother Lu, are you two done? I'm waiting for you. Lu Han, I'm here. The two handed in their applications to join the team, and the next moment they arrived at a strange house. There were several braziers in the room, and the air was warm. Everyone sat around the braziers, all familiar faces. Meng Liyun's family came over to say hello. Welcome, sit down and rest, the food will be ready soon. Jiang Shui and Lu Han put down the fruit and milk tea they were carrying. Hey, what gifts did you bring when you came to eat? Meng Liyun's mother said with a smile. Lu Han, a little gift. Jiang Shui stood half a step behind him and tried to smile. Although it was very faint, it brightened up the whole person. Hello, uncle and aunt. Meng's mother, okay, sit down and rest, you two. You came all the way here and brought gifts, you are too polite. She put the things on a table. There were other things on the table. I think they were brought by Zhao Huan and his friends. Meng Liyun's parents were good at finding topics. Everyone in the unnamed tribe took good care of Jiang Shui. Lu Han kept an eye on Jiang Shui's expression. The meal was very relaxing. Jiang Shui was unconsciously led by everyone to say a lot more. After the meal, Jiang Shui's resistance to unfamiliar people was reduced a lot. Everyone saw it and was very happy. After Jiang Shui and Lu Han left, Zhao Huan and the other two did not leave yet and chatted. Shue has changed a lot. Let's find a chance to invite her to my house tomorrow. Let's all come together. Zhao Huan said. Xiao Mu, no problem. I treat you then. Meng Liyun, I'm overthinking. I guess we go to Lu Han's house tomorrow. Meng Liyun was proven right. As soon as he returned to the island, Lu Han took advantage of Jiang Shui's good mood and naturally asked her to go to his island. Without waiting for Jiang Shui to answer, Lu Han continued, "My parents like you very much. They keep asking when you come to my house next time, and thank you for taking care of me all the time," he said with a half-joking smile. Jiang Shui was embarrassed and blushed slightly. Lu Han was a head taller than her. He stood in front of her and looked down at her with a smile in his eyes. "Don't feel any psychological burden. It's like being at home. I'm here, and everyone in the tribe will go." Jiang Shui, "Yes." Lu Han, "You agreed?" Jiang Shui, "Yes." Lu Han couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I pick you up tomorrow." As he said that, he sent the invitation to the tribe group chat. Tonight, Lu Han stayed on Jiang Shui's island again. Before going to bed, he took the initiative to feed the panda and the wolf cub and played with them for a while. When Jiang Shui woke up the next morning, she saw Lu Han's private message. "Lu Han, I went home to prepare the ingredients. There is a breakfast in the kitchen. I have fed the panda and the wolf cub. You can stay on the island after eating and wait for me to pick you up at noon." Jiang Shui stared at this sentence and smiled unconsciously. It feels good to be included in the protection circle. After washing up, she sent off Shark and Dragon, and thought of her experience as a guest yesterday, so she decided to bring some gifts. At 12 o'clock noon, Lu Han appeared beside Jiang Shui on time. "The meal is ready, everyone. I asked my mother to invite the team. I'm here to pick you up." Jiang Shui picked up the supplies on the table. Lu Han was surprised. "You prepared a gift? My parents will scold me later. I usually take care of you, but I ask you to pay for my meal." Jiang Shui was infected by his joking tone, and said with a smile, "It's not for you, it's for your parents." Lu Han, "It's obvious that I have known you longer." Jiang Shui, "Didn't you just say that if I gave you a gift, your parents would scold you?" Lu Han, Jiang Shui applied to join the team. "Let's go." Chapter 86. Lu Han and Jiang Shui appeared side by side in the living room, where a warm brazier was burning and a long table was filled with sumptuous dishes. "Welcome, welcome." Lu's father and mother came to greet them. Jiang Shui, "Hello, uncle and aunt." She took the gift and walked towards the place where the gifts were placed. Lu's mother hurriedly stopped her. "What gifts do you bring?" Lu's mother turned her head and glared at Lu Han. "You bother her every day. Why don't you stop her from bringing gifts?" Lu's father also said, "Xiao Han, this is your fault." Jiang Shui quickly explained, "It's none of his business. I insisted on bringing it." Mother Lu took the things from Jiang Shui's hand. "Come on, I put the things down." Lu Han pushed Jiang Shui to her seat. "Go, I help them serve the dishes." Xiao Huan waved. "Come on, I've saved a seat for you." Xiao Mu, "I asked someone to buy a bottle of white wine, and I drink it with my uncle today." The food was all served, and everyone sat down. When Xiao Mu poured the wine, Lu Han said, Shue, and I don't want to drink. We still have to work later." Jiang Shui felt embarrassed. Lu Han should have been drinking with his family. He should not spoil the fun because of her. She tugged at Lu Han's clothes and said when he looked over, "You drink with your father." Lu Han, "It's okay. They won't mind." Jiang Shui worried, "You can't drink because of me." Zhao Huan said, Shui, your milk tea, what did you and Lu Han whisper about?" Jiang Shui immediately said, "Nothing." Xiao Mu stood up. "Thank you for your care after coming to the survival world. I toast to everyone." The meal lasted until late at night, and the latter part was basically just random chatting. Jiang Shui was turned around by Zhao Huan to talk, then pulled back by Lu Han, and then talked to by Meng Liyun and Xiao Mu. She didn't say much during the whole process, but she was extremely busy, and gradually, she got used to it. The show ended at 10:30 p.m., and Lu Han said he would take Jiang Shui home, and they left the island together. After that, Lu Han and Jiang Shui said goodbye and returned to their own islands. When Jiang Shui went to the island to pick up Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark, she was absent-minded and thought, maybe I should try drinking? She stood still on the coast, and the Great White Shark broke out of the water, with a bubble on its head, and inside the bubble was a Rainbow Shark. The Great White Shark said, "Master, I want to touch it, I want to touch it." The Rainbow Shark said, "Master, we brought back delicious food." Jiang Shui stroked the Great White Shark and the Rainbow Shark, fed them bloodworms, and took the Rainbow Shark to the shark pool. The Great White Shark and the Rainbow Shark went to Zhongzhou again today, but they were unlucky and were attacked. On the way to escape, they encountered a 100-meter electric eel, so the two sharks watched the fight from a mountain, and when both sides were beaten to a draw, they took the electric eel and a few of the tuna. Most of the supplies were still placed in the tribe warehouse, and a small part was placed in the slaughterhouse. Jiang Shui returned to the tree house, washed up, and then lay on the bed and opened the trading channel. Typed wine in the search bar, and several pages of data appeared in an instant. Jiang Shui chose a beer with a relatively low alcohol content and bought a bottle. After pulling the pull ring, she leaned over to smell it, took a sip, and then frowned. I don't know why humans like to drink so much. How is this taste better than boiled water? She wanted to give up, but when she thought that it would always be a bad thing to spoil the fun, she decided to adapt. She held her breath and gulped down the beer. After a while, the taste in her mouth dissipated, but her head was dizzy and she wanted to sleep. She didn't know what happened next. When she woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After a night, her head was still a little confused. Jiang Shui looked at the empty beer bottle on the ground and fell silent. She only drank 1 can. This alcohol tolerance needs to be improved. Drink half a bottle every day in the future. She checked the private chat. 2 hours ago, Xie Xianer and Nandong Yu sent a team-up message. She was sleeping at that time and didn't see it. Jiang Shui patted her cheeks to cheer herself up and sent out a team application. The next moment, 2 people appeared in front of her. Nandong Yu leaned close to her and sniffed. You drank alcohol. Jiang Shui, yeah. Xie Xianer, did you drink with Lu Han? Jiang Shui, no, I drank it by myself before going to bed last night. Xie Xianer smiled. Drinking a little before going to bed is good for sleep. Yu and I are going to work. On the way to the slaughterhouse, Nandong Yu asked, don't you like Xue and Lu Han together? Xie Xianer, no, I just don't want Lu Han to have it too easy. Xue is easily deceived. If the other party treats her badly one day, she will definitely be sad. As a friend, you have to watch her. Jiang Shui went to the bathroom to wash her hair and take a bath. After finally waking up completely, she opened the door. It was already 11 o'clock. Rainbow Shark and Shilong left together. Jiang Shui sent Great White Shark away and returned to the tree house to prepare dinner. She got up too late, so she had breakfast and lunch together. She planned to have grilled fish for lunch today. Move the burning flame to the grill, put the fish pieces in place, sprinkle with seasoning, and the aroma will soon waft out. After dinner, she felt warm all over. She came to the ice-breaking place, broke the thin ice layer that had just condensed last night, and began to fish for supplies. A few minutes later. Sailboat blueprint, small, *1. Magic enchantment stone *1. Glass *2. Future glass sea view villa, small. Night pearl *1. Sailboat is a composite blueprint, which requires a composite workbench. It happened that she had a composite workbench, so Jiang Shui directly studied the sailboat blueprint. Put away the magic enchantment stone first, and use it later, when there is a suitable mysterious weapon. Glass is the first material she caught, and it is also the main material of the glass sea view villa. Jiang Shui uses the blueprint of the future glass sea view villa, selects the construction mode, and a 3D simulated villa appears in front of her. The villa has a strong future technology style, and the appearance is very beautiful. The main material is glass, and there are fewer places using stone. Although the villa is small, it wins in beauty. Jiang Shui is in high spirits, and decides to flatten the top of the mountain when there is a bigger mountain, and build a villa on the top of the mountain. Rainbow Shark saw the dragon, and the 220-meter-tall grizzly bear meet, and the 2 giants spoke in a language it could not understand. Rainbow Shark saw the dragon, and the grizzly bear walking together. Rainbow Shark saw the grizzly bear looking at it, speaking in a language it could not understand. Rainbow Shark thought that the grizzly bear had no malice in his eyes, so he must be a good bear. Jiang Shui fished for supplies every hour or so, and spent the rest of the time making weapons and wall-breaking machines in the studio. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Han came. As soon as he appeared, Lu Han said, "There is news about the Lin family. Qin Huai is calling you on the World Channel." When he said this, his expression was a little complicated. It was Qin Huai who found the Lin family. Qin Huai? Jiang Shui fell into silence, and the memories of her previous life and this life flooded into her mind. Time has passed too long, and her mood has changed many times. She didn't have any mood swings about this. She opened the World Channel and saw that in addition to Qin Huai, there were many people calling her, and many people were gossiping. After all, Jiang Shui's previous relationship with the Qin Huai family was delicate. Jiang Shui calmly logged onto the Dragon Country World Channel. "I'm here." On the Lin family's island, Qin Huai quietly looked at the familiar head portrait with a smile in his eyes. Now he has gone through many life and death, and except for his appearance, he is no longer the same as before. He replied, well, do you want to come and see them in person? He took a photo and uploaded it. In the photo, the Lin family was tied together. Lu Han, unnamed tribe Shui Shui is busy, you pull me into the team. Although he had never met Qin Huai, he felt a greater threat than Xiao. Jiang Shui and Lu Han must not be allowed to meet. Qin Huai, really? Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui observed their conversation and found nothing wrong. It was normal talk. Then why did Lu Han look unhappy? With a puzzled mood, Jiang Shui replied, well, I don't want to see them. Lu Han's expression looked better. Jiang Shui, ? After thinking for a while, she understood that Lu Han didn't want her to go to the Lin family, worried that the Lin family would scold her in front of her. This is for her consideration. I was unhappy just now, because I was afraid that if I agreed to go there, I would be in a bad mood when facing the Lin family. Jiang Shui felt that Lu Han was really a good person. Qin Huai felt lost for a moment, but it soon dissipated. Qin Huai, yeah. The private chats of friends kept ringing. Qin Huai saw the private chats from his father and felt bad. Xiao Huai, your mother has been having a bad time recently. She has realized her mistakes. Come back and apologize to each other. Can you be a good family? Xiao Huai, as long as you are fine and willing to come back, your mother can accept Jiang Shui. Your mother is in a very bad physical condition now, and urgently needs mysterious food to improve her condition. You are a filial child. You ran away from home in anger. I know that. Now your mother has given in. Don't be angry. Come back. After a while, you can bring Jiang Shui back to meet your mother, and say a few nice words. This matter will be over. On the island, Qin's father chatted with his son privately, while comforting his wife. You don't be so stern. I know better than anyone that you love your son. When he comes back, you two should apologize to each other, and let this matter be over. Mother Qin, I can apologize, but I don't want to see Jiang Shui for the time being. I have raised Xiao Huai for more than 20 years, and she kidnapped Xiao Huai not long after. I feel uncomfortable. Father Qin, okay, I won't see him for the time being. When the time comes, I will ask Xiao Huai not to bring Jiang Shui back. Wait until you and your son are reconciled. One day when you are in a good mood, let him bring him to see you. Mother Qin, that's better. You have to tell Xiao Huai in private that girls should be humble and polite when meeting their parents-in-law, bring enough gifts, and take the initiative to help with work. Father Qin, okay, I know. After all, you are mother and son. If you agree to Xiao Huai bringing Jiang Shui home, Xiao Huai will be very happy, and will definitely do everything you ask. Don't be angry. Qin Huai deleted the message and switched back to the Longwood District World Channel. Xiao Huan, unnamed tribe Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Meng Liyun, unnamed tribe Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Xiao Mu, unnamed tribe Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Gu Yunshan, Longwood tribe Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Ing Xingyu, Bulabuki tribe Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Nandongyu, Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Xie Xianer, One Family Tribe 898 Qin Huai, invite me to the team. Li Xinghe, me, and me. A series of messages were sent, and Qin Huai looked at them in a daze. During her absence, Jiang Shui had so many friends who treated her sincerely. Compared with these people, what was she? Qin Huai invited them to join the team. The next moment, the space shook, and everyone appeared in front of him. Facing everyone's curious or hostile looks, Qin Huai smiled calmly and said, the Lin family is there. Lu Han said coldly, I will pass on the reward that Shueishu had promised to give you. Qin Huai's appearance was not bad, and although he was smiling warmly at this time, he gave people a sense of oppression. Shueishu, you have a good relationship? Lu Han, what does it have to do with you? Qin Huai, Mr. Lu seems to be dissatisfied with me. Lu Han, you are wrong. I just can't smile at people I don't know. Qin Huai, really? It seems that there is a reason why you offend so many people. Lu Han, it's better than you offending people. Shueishu didn't want to come in person when I asked her to deliver the reward. Qin Huai, his smile disappeared. Lu Han smiled. Nandongyu said in Xie Xianer's ear, I think Lu Han is still good. He should not be bad to Shueishu in the future. Xie Xianer, men are fickle, wait and see. Others were watching the fun. Xiao Huan interrupted, stop chatting, deal with the Lin family quickly, Shueishu is waiting for you at home. Lu Han strode over, coming. Qin Huai, Zhao Huan sent the video of the Lin family to the Longwood District World Channel. How to kill them. Everyone come up with ideas. We must satisfy you. During this period, the Lin family was really troublesome and annoyed many people, and many people on the World Channel immediately gave ideas. Zhao Huan said generously, "Okay, let's try them one by one, and then let them die." 2 hours later, the team dispersed. Qin Huai looked at the corpses that were no longer human and slowly walked towards the sea ice. The island disappeared behind him. After walking slowly for a long time, he stretched out his slightly frozen hand and traded the attribute food to his father. Qin Huai, I won't go back. On the island, Qin's mother was furious. I have already bowed my head. What else does he want? Jiang Shui, he only has Jiang Shui at his mind. This Jiang Shui is simply a vixen. Qin's father looked at his crazy wife and persuaded his son in private. Xiao Huai, your mother has agreed that you and Jiang Shui should be together. Stop making trouble. Qin Huai smiled bitterly. But what if you agree? What if you disagree? She never needs your approval. Why are you so confident and arrogant? Qin's father, you are wrong. For thousands of years, it is natural for a daughter-in-law to serve her parents-in-law. Qin Huai felt that he could not communicate with them. Lu Han teleported to Jiang Shui's island. Seeing Jiang Shui looking at him, he immediately bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry. Jiang Shui was puzzled. Why do you want to apologize? Lu Han looked at her. I didn't discuss it with you in advance, and I acted on my own and gave Qin Huai the materials you promised him. Jiang Shui smiled. I was planning to ask you to help me send the reward to him after you came back, and you just did it. She didn't really want to Qin Huai as a friend. If she got involved with him, she would be entangled by his crazy family. She was living a good life now, and she didn't want to make trouble for no reason. Lu Han immediately hit the snake with a stick. That's a coincidence. Jiang Shui put away her smile. This time it was just a coincidence. Next time you must tell me in advance. Lu Han, okay. The two stood in front of the workbench, each working quietly. Rainbow Shark saw the dragon walking in another direction, and Rainbow Shark said, Stop, we are going the wrong way. Rainbow Shark came to the land of lights. Rainbow Shark saw an island, saw a family on the island, saw that family worship the dragon, and saw that family cook with the prey brought by the grizzly bear. Rainbow Shark said, It's dark, when will I go home? On the island, Jiang Shui received a private message from Eli's friend. After opening it, she saw a short video, and then text. Eli, is it your country's national beast? Jiang Shui, yes. Eli, our country's national beast invites it to visit my home. Eli, hello, beautiful lady from Dragon Country. This message is sent by Eli's sister. The dragon is visiting a foreign country. Do you want to accompany it? Jiang Shui, just let the dragon come back as soon as possible. My pet shark will accompany it. On the island, the girl asked the dragon in confusion. Jiang Shui said that there is a shark to accompany you. The dragon lowered its head, revealing the bubbles on its head. Rainbow Shark heard the girl say, What a cute little shark. Rainbow Shark said, Stop it, don't hug me. Rainbow Shark saw the girl chasing and jumping him, and heard the young man say, Don't bully Jiang Shui's pet. Rainbow Shark said, Go home, I want to go home, when can I go home? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Han went to the kitchen to cook dinner. After dinner, he returned to his island and said before leaving, if Xiao needs to fight, he can ask Xiao Huan to practice with him. He also said, a day's plan begins in the morning, so your training time will be changed to the morning from now on. He resolutely staggered Jiang Shui and Zhao's schedules. Xiao Huan liked Xiao, and Xiao was not very resistant to Xiao Huan. Jiang Shui thought that she could bring Xiao Huan over and let them try to get along. Jiang Shui privately chatted with Xiao Huan and told him about the sparring. Xiao Huan said that she was willing, very willing, and extremely willing, and submitted an application to join the team on the spot. Jiang Shui invited her over, and the two walked to Zhao's residence together. Jiang Shui explained her purpose to Xiao. Xiao looked at Xiao Huan hesitantly. He didn't dislike Xiao Huan, but the look in his eyes made him feel embarrassed. Jiang Shui said to Xiao Huan, It's just a normal fight. Don't force it. Xiao Huan, okay. She pushed Jiang Shui out. Don't worry, I will never bully Xiao. Go and do your own thing. Now is the time for Xiao and me. Jiang Shui, This is very worrying. That night, Jiang Shui worked and fished for supplies with a nervous mood. He didn't catch anything good today. At 10 o'clock in the evening, she took the great white shark back. Today, he only went to the border of Zhongzhou. The rest of the time, He traveled and played with the Styx jellyfish. Then he went to Zhao's residence. At this time, the two were resting around the fire pot, and Xiao was teaching Zhao Huan to speak. Zhao Huan's movements and expressions were normal. Jiang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. At 11:30 in the evening, Shenlong and Rainbow Shark came back. Jiang Shui took them home. After collecting supplies and feeding them, the traveling shark won a big red worm in the lottery. In the castle, Jiang Shui said to Shenlong, "Next time you meet the Titan Bear, invite it to our house as a guest." The next day, Jiang Shui woke up early before dawn. She heard footsteps outside, opened the window, and saw Lu Han walking towards the studio. Lu Han seemed to sense something, stopped, turned around, and smiled. "Good morning, go wash up, I go cook. Is there anything special you want to eat?" Jiang Shui, "Rigiamo? I want to invite Xiaxiner and Nandong Yu to come and eat. They have been working for me these days." Lu Han, "Okay." Jiang Shui finished a simple wash and invited Xiaxiner and Nandong Yu to come over. "I'm going to eat in the morning. Come and treat you to Rigiamo and milk tea." The two of them replied half an hour later. Xiaxiner, "Thank you, love you, heart." Nandong Yu, "I just woke up. You woke up so early, okay, thank you. I come after I wash up." Jiang Shui came to the studio, opened the closed window, and saw the castle opposite, and the frozen 8-headed snake behind the castle, the guardian beast of the Flower Kingdom. As the guardian beasts of several countries have recovered and grown, the people of the Flower Kingdom and the Wood Kingdom are particularly anxious. These two countries have always considered themselves to be powerful countries, and now there are 3 countries with guardian beasts, and now they are starting to compete. Jiang Shui thought, the 8-headed snake is just left there, and it can be exchanged for supplies from the Flower Kingdom. However, the exchange must be incomplete. Chapter 87. The aroma of food drifted in through the half-open window. Jiang Shui had just finished making milk tea when she received applications from Xiaxiner and Nandong Yu to join the team. The two of them were drooling at the smell. Nandong Yu, "The taste of the last life, I miss it." Xiaxiner, "In my last life, I often took my brother to eat barbecue. I haven't eaten it for half a year." Jiang Shui, "I give you some seasonings in the evening. You can make it yourself when you go back." Lu Han pushed the door open and shouted, "Okay, come here." Xiaxiner was surprised. "Where is Lu Han?" Jiang Shui, "Yes, he just came here not long ago." Xiaxiner, "Does he come here often?" Jiang Shui, "Yes, he often comes to cook and help Shenlong cook." Xiaxiner thought, he is quite practical. Jiang Shui gave the milk tea to the two of them, took the 2 cups for herself and Lu Han, opened the door, and walked out. There was a burning brazier in the kitchen, so it was not cold, and everyone sat down at the dining table. Lu Han placed a wooden tray in front of everyone, with a bulging meat bun in it. He said, "I grilled some meat and vegetables." He put a row of things on the grill into the wooden tray and brought it to the table, and put another row of raw things on it. After dinner, Xiaxiner and Nandong Yu went to the slaughterhouse, and Jiang Shui and Lu Han went to fish for supplies. Today's luck is not bad. White die *3. Whale crystal lamp *1. Dwarf mountain, large, blueprint *1. Fully automatic swimming pool, small, *1. Jiang Shui immediately studied the low mountain map, recorded a video of the 8-headed snake, and posted it on the Survival World channel. Instantly, the Lively World channel was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded. The 8-headed snake is a legend in our Flower Country. Why is it in the hands of Dragon Country? Jiang Shui, is the 8-headed snake the guardian beast of our Flower Country? Jiang Shui, come out and speak. The Dragon Country World channel also exploded, asking what the current situation is, and whether the 8-headed snake has anything to do with the Flower Country. Jiang Shui said on the Survival World channel, "The Flower Kingdom's national beast is here. Bring supplies to exchange." Asshole, that's our Flower Kingdom's thing. You stole our Flower Kingdom's national beast, and you asked us to exchange supplies. Shameless, shameless. Give our Flower Kingdom's national beast back. Compensate us for the safety period brought by the loss of the top 3 Flower Kingdom national beasts, and compensate us for the attribute food that the national beast brought us during this period. Compensation, compensation, compensation. The survival world is full of abuse, and the humans in the Dragon Kingdom area naturally stand on Jiang Shui's side. Don't you like to play the game of the jungle? Why is it that when we are strong and you are weak, your rhetoric is different? Double standards. The boss got the big snake with his own ability. Why should he give it to you and compensate you with materials? The people of Flower Country are few and cannot argue with Dragon Country, so they urgently look for Dad for support. Unfortunately, Dad was not injured some time ago, and did not want to offend Jiang Shui on this matter, so he chose to play Tai Chi. Not only that, the top leaders issued an order through the tribe not to interfere in the affairs of Flower Country. This behavior also led to more dissatisfaction of the people of the Ding Kingdom with the Ding Kingdom. They ignored the orders of the top leaders, and cursed the Dragon Kingdom on the Survival World channel. Jiang Shui, I will give you 1 hour to think about it. If you don't shut up and don't exchange the supplies, I will kill the 8-headed snake. The quarrel on the Survival World channel was very fierce. Gradually, the voice of the Flower Kingdom disappeared. They wanted the national beast more. The benefits brought by the national beast are permanent. The top leaders of the Flower Kingdom appeared in person, bowed their heads, and asked to talk to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui posted this matter in the tribe group chat. Everyone unanimously recommended Xiao Mu to discuss the supplies, and the others stood aside to intimidate. The meeting place was in Jiang Shui's castle. After several hours of conversation, the leader of the Flower Country tribe left with an angry face. The 8-headed snake was a living creature, and could not be traded. They not only had to provide a large amount of supplies, but also would to melt the ice on the 8-headed snake, and bet on the integrity of a Dragon Countryman. This time, it was a big loss. They posted this matter on the Flower Country World channel, causing an uproar. After all, these supplies required the efforts of the whole country, and were related to every Flower Country person. Countless people spoke on the Survival World channel, asking Jiang Shui not to break her promise, otherwise they would fight to the death. Jiang Shui replied generously, I keep my promise. From that day on, Jiang Shui used the wood sent by the Flower Country to melt the ice on the 8-headed snake. She was not as careful as she was when she melted the dragon before, but just melted it quickly regardless of the heat. The dragon came back very quickly from Zhongzhou these days, staring at the 8-headed snake with drool every day. Through communication, Jiang Shui understood that the guardian beasts could devour each other. The blood and flesh energy of the guardian beasts far exceeded those creatures in Zhongzhou. If eaten, it can greatly increase the growth rate. Jiang Shui promised Shenlong that if the 8-headed snake woke up, she could let it eat 3 of its heads. Shenlong watched it more closely after hearing this. Under such high-speed baking day and night, the 8-headed snake revived in just 10 days. Since it was not among the first 3 to wake up, it did not get any practical benefits except for the announcement of the Survival World. The people of Huagua brushed the frequency of the Survival World channel to ask Jiang Shui to release the 8-headed snake. At this time, the big-headed snake had just woken up and was very weak. The 3 heads were bitten off by Shenlong in one breath, making it even weaker. It looked at the dragon that was eating its head in horror and fled in panic. After the dragon ate 2 heads, there was still a huge head left. Leave it, send it to Phoenix. Then he looked at the ground. The 8-headed snake left a lot of blood after being injured, which was nothing for the 8-headed snake, but it was huge and humans were small, so in Jiang Shui's eyes, there was a lot of blood. The blood condensed into ice in the low temperature, and it was red. The dragon said, send it to the whale. It flew towards the castle as if it had drunk wine, sleeping. When Jiang Shui returned to the castle, she saw that the dragon had fallen asleep with the phoenix egg around it. The huge and ferocious head that was left behind was placed at the door, and was freezing rapidly. Boom! She heard the sound of the ice layer hitting the ice surface violently. She turned her head, and saw a family of killer whales, and a family of humpback whales swimming on the sea, turning over and jumping from time to time, looking very excited. The mermaids also swam to the sea surface, looking eagerly at the ferocious head that exuded a bloody smell. Xiao came down from the cabin, drove away the mermaids, and returned to the cabin. Jiang Shui came to the back of the castle, broke the frozen blood of the 8-headed snake, put it into the small wooden boat, and pulled it to the coast. Open your mouth. It scooped the frozen blood with a bucket. The killer whales and humpback whales immediately lined up obediently. Nearly 3 boats of blood ice were fed to them one by one. After that, Jiang Shui returned to the cabin and opened the Survival World channel. The people of Huagua were full of joy to welcome their own national guardian beast, and were shocked to find that the 8-headed snake had become a 5-headed snake. They angrily cursed in the Survival World. Jiang Shui, this is your punishment for cursing me. If you continue like this, our country's guardian beast will find the 8-headed snake and kill it on the spot. The people of Hua country instantly became honest. But their resentment did not disappear. Since they could not attack outward, they would attack inward. The people of Hua country frequently teleported to the island where the 8-headed snake was, accusing the 8-headed snake of being useless and unable to beat the dragon country's guardian beast. Jiang Shui was not interested in what happened next and began to build the mountain. These days, She caught another mountain, not a short mountain, but a mountain small. Most of the materials obtained by trading with the Flower Kingdom using the eight-headed snake are soil and stones. At this moment, she is standing in the living room, distributing part of them to everyone in the tribe as negotiation rewards, and then upgrading the island. Island, level 400. To continue upgrading, you need to complete the breakthrough task. Breakthrough task: soil * 6 million, stone * 26 million, resist 200 island attacks. The soil is enough, but the stone is not enough, and the number of island attacks is even pitiful one. Jiang Shui was not in a hurry to complete the island breakthrough mission. Her island was large enough, and the remaining stones and soil were enough to build a small mountain. Mountain, small, 100 meters high and 50 meters wide. Jiang Shui put the mountain up for sale at the trading house and started to build the mountain. On the other hand, as the leader of the negotiations, Xiaomu received the most supplies. His island had already reached level 200. These days, he either reduced the scope of the ocean ice to break the ice and complete the island breakthrough mission, or teleported to Meng Luyun to hunt. Meng Luyun was attacked by a bear on an island a few days ago. After a long journey of several days and nights on a sled, he finally found a mysterious island. Meng Luyun lived there these days. Everyone in the unnamed tribe used him as a medium and spent more than half of the day there hunting and searching for supplies. The prey they caught these days was exchanged for a large amount of supplies in the trading house, and they have built low mountains on their islands. The mountain on the island of Zhaohuan, Meng Luyun, Xiaomu and others is a low mountain, medium, and Lu Han is luckier and caught a low mountain, large. The blueprint was also completed the day before yesterday. Today, they harvested the soil and stones given by Jiang Shui, and they planned to start building the second low mountain. The unnamed tribe had a great harvest this time, and many tribes in the survival world were also doing well. With the continuous attacks from the huge creatures on the mysterious island, everyone saw the opportunity and formed teams to explore in the direction of these creatures. There were also some people who landed on the mysterious island. The first wave of people who landed on the mysterious island by legs took advantage of this advantage to form a rent collection team. As time went on, more and more people arrived at the mysterious island, and the overall combat power level of the entire survival world human beings completed a qualitative leap. Due to the inflation of supplies, the price of supplies in the survival world is slowly falling. During this period, Jiang Shui has been guarding the eight-headed snake and has never left the island. Every day, everyone in the tribe takes turns to feed her with food. Today is no exception. According to everyone in the tribe, they used to get a lot of benefits from Jiang Shui. Now they are rich, and it is their turn to support her. Today is still a day of being supported. When Jiang Shui completed 1/5 of the construction of the mountain, small, the tribe group chat sounded a message. Zhaohuan, today's dinner is hot pot. Come on, each of you has a wooden basin, and you can get it from the tribe space. Several people took turns to treat guests. Today it was Zhaohuan's turn. No matter how many people there were, they would treat by basin. One basin was enough for 4 people. Jiang Shui took out the wooden basin and came to Zhao's wooden house. Jiang Shui, ask Ling to come and eat together. Xiao, yes, island owner. Jiang Shui invited Lu Han and Zhao Huan to join the team. These days, the 3 of them and 2 sharks eat together every night. Zhao Huan came for Xiao. Lu Han often comes here, and he's used to it. When Zhao Huan came, he brought some hot pot. Soon, everyone was full, and the mermaid princess followed Jiang Shui and Lu Han to leave. Zhao Huan stayed to digest, and then fought with Xiao. Jiang Shui stood at the foot of the mountain and gave Lu Han construction authority to build the mountain together. The mermaid princess watched for a while, felt bored, and returned to the ocean. 2 hours later, Zhao Huan came over. Give me some authority. It's still early, I help you build it. With the joint efforts of the 3 people, the construction of the mountain was completed before midnight. Zhao Huan and Lu Han said that they were afraid of disturbing their families if they went back, so they rested directly on Jiang Shui's island. When they woke up the next day, they ate the breakfast fed by Meng Luyun before leaving. The mountain was bare, without any vegetation. Jiang Shui completed the design and planning in his mind and found Xiao. I want to dig a mountain road staircase. Can you arrange for the tribesmen to work 8 hours a day, and the reward is a meal of attribute food every day at noon? Xiao, I go ask the queen. Jiang Shui came to the top of the mountain, where there was a flat land of 100 square meters. The area was not enough to build the future glass villa, but it was not much different. Jiang Shui took out a shovel and started to shovel the soil. With her current attributes, shoveling the soil was easy. Half an hour later, Shao came with his tribe. The queen is not here, but Her Royal Highness the princess agreed. He said. Jiang Shui taught them how to dig the stairs, and left a few mermaids to shovel the top of the mountain together. In one morning, the top of the mountain was revealed. It was not only enough to build the future glass villa, but also enough area to build a vegetable garden. At noon, Jiang Shui did not take a lunch break after lunch, but excitedly threw herself into the construction of the villa. The villa has 3 floors, each floor is smaller than the previous one, and it is easy to build. It did not take too long to complete the construction. Jiang Shui began to use the dyes that had been hoarded to decorate the house with colors. The work was completed only after working until late at night. After a good night's sleep, I woke up the next morning and sent off the rainbow shark and the great white shark. When I returned to the house, Lu Han just teleported over. He held food in his hand. Today it's my turn to be responsible for everyone's meals. He put the food on the table. Come and eat. At the table, he said, the mountain and the house are built. What are your plans for today? Jiang Shui, the dragon is still sleeping. Xiener and Yu are on the mysterious island these days, and will not come here for the time being. I have nothing to do on the island, so I plan to join your team to the mysterious island. Lu Han, okay, let's go together after dinner. Jiang Shui, I'm not going to the mysterious island to hunt and search for supplies. I plan to dig fruit trees and plant them on the mountain. Lu Han, I have this plan too. Plants consolidate the soil. We go together then. Jiang Shui, yes. After dinner, the two joined Meng Liuyun's team and headed towards the edge of the island. This island is not large in area and has 4 seasons of climate. Jiang Shui and Lu Han first came to the spring area and dug some dwarf peach trees in full bloom. The dwarf peach tree is 8 meters high, so it is not difficult to dig it up. After digging back and forth and transferring it to the island for planting, after a day, the sunny side of the mountain is covered with a part of pink. As more mysterious islands are discovered, the properties of sufficient supplies are improved, and the world channel is occupied by laughter and joy. This kind of day lasted for half a month. One day, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded, and everyone was forced to leave the mysterious island. Along with the rolling thunder, a heavy rain fell. When I got up the next day, the sky was full of clouds, and the long-lost sun was revealed. Today, there is no wind or rain, and the sun is gentle. The humans in the survival world have broken away from the joy of half a month, and look at the rainwater that is 1 meter deep on the ice with a sad face. The rainwater is above the ice, and the humans in the survival world are still safe. But how many people have been obsessed with the mysterious island during this period to catch supplies? They missed the villas and high-rise buildings and the supplies, and missed the low mountains and peaks, and were caught off guard by the water. Fortunately, the ice layer under the water is very deep, and the sea beasts cannot come up, so they did not die. On the island, when it rained last night, Jiang Shui started moving. All the supplies were temporarily stored in the tribe warehouse, and the furniture studio was moved to the villa on the top of the mountain. The studio and the food workbench are on the 3rd floor. There are 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. The wall separating the 2 rooms was removed to form a large room. Outside the door is an open-air area, where Jiang Shui placed tables and chairs as an open-air restaurant. The view here is very wide. The bedroom is on the 2nd floor. It is far from the ground and the roof, and it feels safer. The area in front of the door is a shark swimming pool. Now, more than a dozen shark pools are placed together, and they are connected into a large pool. If it is summer, Jiang Shui can also go in for a swim. The 1st floor is very empty, with only sofas placed inside, and nothing else placed, waiting for the opportunity to fill it up slowly in the future. In half a month, the mountain, small, was planted with fruit trees of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter on all sides. It's a pity that the island only has winter, and all the colors are frozen and disappeared, which is not very beautiful. Jiang Shui was busy all night without sleeping. At this moment, she stood outside the door of the 1st floor, and felt drowsy in the sun. Patting her cheeks to cheer herself up, Jiang Shui took a small wooden boat to the castle. There was no ice on the island, and the castle was flooded by rainwater from the ocean ice. Jiang Shui dismantled the castle roof last night, built a part of the 3rd floor, woke up the dragon, and moved it and the phoenix egg to the 3rd floor. Now, the dragon fell into a deep sleep again. Jiang Shui's trip was to dismantle the roofs of the other 2 castles and build the 3rd floor. Just as the construction started, Lu Han teleported over. What can I help you with? There were dark circles under his eyes, and it seemed that he had not slept last night. Jiang Shui gave him construction authority. We need to demolish the castle roof and the walls from the 3rd floor up, and then build the 3rd floor. If we don't do this, the castle can't accommodate the dragon and the phoenix egg. Lu Han, I ask everyone to do it together, so it will be faster. We can rest earlier after finishing it. The 5 people worked together, and spent 2 hours to finish the castle. Everyone said goodbye and went back to their own islands. Jiang Shui took the 2 squirrels to the pomegranate tree 400 meters away by boat and shouted, Xiao. Xiao walked down from the high floor. Last night, his family temporarily moved to the pomegranate tree house, living downstairs from Zhao Huan's house. Jiang Shui, these 2 squirrels have been living here recently. You arrange accommodation for them and manage their work. Xiao, okay. Jiang Shui returned to the villa on the top of the mountain and came to the door on the 1st floor. Last night, the spring card and rose seeds were moved here. Because the sun was very warm, the rose branches stretched out and spread on the ground, turning their positions from time to time so that every place could be exposed to the sun. Jiang Shui poured a bottle of soil nutrient solution at its roots, and after sending away the rainbow shark and the great white shark, she returned to the bedroom to sleep. Chapter 88. Pushing open the bedroom door, the panda and the wolf cub were playing in the living room. The rooms on the 2nd floor were demolished, leaving only a bedroom and a bathroom, and the rest were all living rooms. The walls of the living room were made of glass, and the panoramic view seemed to be in nature. The panda was now 1 meter tall, and a big furry ball pounced on Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was used to its movements, and held it steadily without tilting her body. The wolf cub was 40 centimeters tall, chubby, and ran like a small cannonball, imitating the panda, and pounced on Jiang Shui. After playing with them for a while, Jiang Shui simply washed up and went to the 1st floor. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting, and the sky was full of rosy clouds, which was very beautiful. She lit a brazier outside, and put some fat and lean meat on the rack to roast. While the meat was being roasted, she went to the bamboo forest on both sides of the stairs. Within a day, the frozen soil softened, and the bamboos that were originally dormant in the cold came to life and sprouted faintly. These bamboo forests all the way along the stairs to the bottom were what Jiang Shui bought from the mysterious island and the world channel during this period. Some time ago, almost everyone visited the mysterious island. Although they also encountered pandas, they were all adults. As dragon people, they have a natural love for pandas. People only want to steal pandas to raise them, and are unwilling to fight with them. Unfortunately, these adults are so powerful and tall that they can't be stolen or raised. Since they can't raise them, they can help others raise them. Anyway, it's not a big deal to pull a few bamboo shoots when passing by the bamboo forest. The large bamboo forest on Jiang Shui Island came from this. Jiang Shui came to the area where she buried bamboo shoots, dug out half a bucket of bamboo shoots, and walked down the mountain. She stopped by the clear seawater and began to wash the bamboo shoots. Be on guard, Jiang Shui said. The panda has lived with Jiang Shui since childhood. When it was young, it was exposed to human language and could understand Jiang Shui's words. It immediately stood beside Jiang Shui and paid attention to the water surface and the front, back, left and right, like a conscientious guard. Okay, eat. It handed the bucket of bamboo shoots to the panda. The panda held the bucket in one hand and took out a bamboo shoot with the other hand to chew, looking very cute. Jiang Shui couldn't help but rub its fluffy head. At this moment, she finally understood the feelings of the male protagonists in TV dramas, who rub the top of the female protagonist's head. Back at the top of the mountain, the meat near the flames was already sizzling with oil, and the air was filled with a strong aroma of meat. The little wolf sat aside, its tail wagging, looking at the barbecue with eager eyes, and drooling. The little wolf was weaned a week ago, and initially ate meat porridge. Since yesterday, it has been exposed to barbecue, and it has become addicted to it. It has awakened its nature of loving meat, and can't walk when it sees meat. Jiang Shui plans to feed it cooked meat for a while, and when it grows up a little bit, and its spleen and stomach are strong, let it hunt and eat raw meat. As for the panda, we will learn together with little wolf at that time. It was windless and rainless, the sun was shining, and the sunset was beautiful. Jiang Shui sat beside the brazier and kept turning the roasted meat, yawning comfortably. Lu Han came over at this time. As soon as he was teleported over, he saw Jiang Shui sitting lazily under the sunset. The brilliant light dispelled the coldness on her body and made her gentle. Lu Han took out a chair from the tribal space, put it next to her, and sat down, Are you going to have barbecue for dinner? Jiang Shui, well, little wolf also eats barbecue, so I made it all at once. Have you finished your meal? Lu Han, not yet. He took out a 20-centimeter long flying bird from the tribal space. In the last life, there were beggar chickens. In this life, we eat beggar birds. Jiang Shui took out a piece of soil and dropped it on the ground. Lu Han wrapped the washed flying bird in leaves, wet the soil and wrapped it on top, and put it in the brazier. Lu Han talked about business. My mysterious stones are all gathered. Help me make a mysterious weapon. Jiang Shui, umbrella or staff? Lu Han shook his head. Umbrella, choose wind for the enchantment stone. Jiang Shui nodded and went to the third floor. When he went downstairs again, Lu Han was cutting meat into a wooden plate. The wolf cub squatted beside him and shook its tail excitedly. The panda also sat beside him and watched without blinking. Hearing footsteps, Lu Han turned around. Give the panda some meat tonight? Jiang Shui, okay, your umbrella. Lu Han took the umbrella and tried it out. The function he tried was different from Jiang Shui's. When the umbrella was closed, a layer of wind blades appeared on all four sides of the umbrella. In an instant, the umbrella became a close combat knife in his hand. Lu Han was very satisfied. It doesn't consume much energy. It's better than a knife. It can attack, defend, float, and can be used on rainy days. Jiang Shui cut up the remaining barbecue while he was trying out the umbrella, and now there were 2 plates of barbecue in front of her. Jiang Shui took out the special food bowls for the wolf cub and the panda, divided the meat between them, and left half a plate on the table for herself and Lu Han to eat later. Lu Han hung the umbrella behind him, pretending to glance at the identical umbrella behind Jiang Shui, thinking, a couple's umbrella. He came to the brazier and took out the flying bird. While digging the soil, he said, Do you want to give the umbrella a name? Jiang Shui looked at Lu Han in surprise. He actually thought of naming the weapon. Hasn't he passed the second period yet? Lu Han put away his thoughts, laughed and changed the subject. I'm kidding. Jiang Shui became serious. She felt that Lu Han always gave in to her in everything. She should also give in to him. Then give it a name. She thought for a while. Call it Faison. Lu Han, isn't its original name called Flying Umbrella? This doesn't understand what I mean at all. Lu Han. Okay, let's call it Flying Umbrella. He took the bird to the table. The meat of the bird was scalded and soft. He pulled out the leg meat and said, Here you go. After sleeping during the day, they didn't feel sleepy at night. The 2 of them took the panda and the wolf to the studio on the 3rd floor to work. After the night came, without the care of the sun, the temperature dropped rapidly. Jiang Shui lit a brazier indoors. The 2 were busy until 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. Rainbow shark and great white shark came back. The 2 sharks brought back sea fish today. In addition, they brought a piece of news that the sea ice melted by nearly half a meter. Jiang Shui put the sea fish on the castle next to the dragon. Due to lack of water, they soon died of suffocation. When they returned to the 3rd floor, Lu Han said goodbye to her. I'm going back. You should be careful on the island alone. Jiang Shui. Yes, Xiao and Squirrel are guarding. Hearing Xiao, Lu Han's eyelids jumped. He avoided the question and said, Do you feel that the 2nd floor is empty? Jiang Shui nodded. Yes, I will put the sofas and entertainment equipment there when I find suitable ones. Lu Han suggested, The 1st floor has a lot of space, so it is more suitable to put these. Jiang Shui asked, What should be put on the 2nd floor? Lu Han led her around the 2nd floor, stopping at different places to make suggestions. The villa is a panoramic glass villa. The material is very hard, and you can't see inside from the outside. The rooms in the middle area can be dismantled, and some long sofas can be placed and spliced together to form a square area, with a long table in the middle. Beds can be placed in the corners of the 2 glass walls at the back. It would be more beautiful if there were bunk beds. The middle of the beds could be separated by a wardrobe, and other areas could be used to place decorations and flower pots, etc. Jiang Shui followed his thoughts, and thought it was okay. The beds next door could be spliced longer to allow the panda and the wolf cub to sleep. Jiang Shui estimated, I will buy 5 large wooden beds from you. Lu Han. Okay, I give them to you tomorrow. He left in a good mood, so he would have a place to sleep at Jiang Shui's place. Jiang Shui chose the travel shark lottery, and still won the big red worm and the small red worm. She went to the bathroom to take a shower, and the time came to 10:30. She was not sleepy now, so she simply dismantled the room on the 2nd floor. The bed was placed in the corner, with a glass mirror. After lying down, it was safe and seemed to be in nature. The next morning, the first ray of light rose in the sky, and Jiang Shui was awakened by the natural light. The panda and the little wolf were still sleeping beside her bed. After washing up, Jiang Shui went to the third floor. At this time, a reddish light appeared in the east, dyeing the nearby clouds red. She was cooking at the food workbench. When breakfast was ready, the sun had already risen, and most of the sky was dyed with rosy clouds, which was extremely beautiful. The sun shone into the room through the glass. The panda and the little wolf woke up and walked to the third floor following the smell. Jiang Shui was just carrying the food to the open-air restaurant outside the door of the third floor. "You are just in time. Let's eat." After dinner, Jiang Shui sent away the rainbow shark and the great white shark, and turned on the world channel. "Wu Shui's Jiuxiu Yunchang tribe. I was attacked by sharks on the island. They must have come out of the ice that was broken before. Help, I'm hiding on the third floor of the villa. It found me, and is hitting the villa. I'm so afraid it will knock it down." Lu Jun, Longwa tribe. I didn't encounter a shark, but a killer whale swam up. I live on a low mountain in a stone building. It always sprays water on my house. It's very bad. Jiang'an, Jiangjia tribe. The island is flooded, and those who are attacked can go to their friends. There can't be so many people around that they can't make up a mountain, right? By you, Xinjiang tribe. The glory of God covers the earth. May everyone run towards the light. People who don't have an island can join the Xinjiang tribe. The Xinjiang tribe is willing to provide free accommodation. The temperature today is the same as yesterday. It is warm under direct sunlight and cold under the shadow. When Jiang Shui walked down the long stairs to get bamboo shoots and washed them and returned to the top of the mountain, Lu Han teleported over. He took out the wooden bed from the tribe's space. "Here you go." Jiang Shui came to the second floor and placed her bed and the new wooden bed in a row against the wall, 3 by 3, with a glass-built bathroom in the middle. There was some space on both sides of the bathroom, which was placed with wardrobes. Jiang Shui explained in Lu Han's puzzled eyes, "This is my bedroom. In addition to the bed for sleeping, I plan to put a low table and cushions on the other 2 beds and use them as a small living room. The 3 beds in the bedroom over there are for the panda and the little wolf." Lu Han failed to sleep with him. "Lu Han, I bought some wooden sofas from the trading house and made some. You can just put cushions on them." He took out the things. The sofa was 1 meter wide and 3 meters long, without armrests, and the style was flat and straight. Lu Han was splicing the sofa and table on the second floor, and Jiang Shui was making blankets on the third floor. When he came down, Lu Han had already placed the sofa and was placing the table. Jiang Shui spread the blanket on the sofa, and the second floor looked much warmer at a glance. After Lu Han finished his work, he returned to his island. Jiang Shui came to the studio on the third floor to work. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark saw a white cloud-like object that was about to connect to the sea surface. Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark heard the Styx jellyfish say, "I feel something dangerous is approaching." Rainbow Shark and Great White Shark came to the top of the cloud-like object and saw that it was an empty tunnel. Rainbow Shark said, "I go in and take a look. You wait here." Rainbow Shark saw the tunnel getting wider and wider, and saw a 10-meter head stuck in the tunnel. Rainbow Shark heard it say, "What are you looking at? Get out." Rainbow Shark said, "Look at you funny." Rainbow Shark saw the head retreat and disappear into the tunnel. I heard it say, "Just wait, I come out sooner or later." The Rainbow Shark and the Great White Shark meet up. There are ferocious creatures inside. Let's go. The Great White Shark said, "I just dived and saw that the end of the cloud is the trench, and under the trench is an endless cloud." The Rainbow Shark said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that I seem to have been inside, and it's full of big creatures, just like in Zhongzhou." Jiang Shui also remembered, could it be the primitive ocean world inside the extremely cold cloud? They are trying to break through the extremely cold cloud layer and reach the ocean where humans live. If the extremely cold cloud layer is slowly showing an exit, will Zhongzhou also be like this? Although the overall strength of the human beings in the survival world has improved during this period, they are still not worth mentioning in the face of the primitive and ferocious marine creatures of Zhongzhou. It's really one wave after another. Today, the dragon is still sleeping. During the sleep, its size is growing every day. Jiang Shui is busy with work all day. In the evening, the Rainbow Shark and the Great White Shark come back. After collecting supplies, they draw a travel shark lottery. Obtain shark prey placement platform *1. Obtain 300 big red worms. Shark prey placement platform. Contains space. Sharks can place any kind of materials in the space by themselves, and the prey in the space will always remain in its original state. Jiang Shui took out the shark prey placement platform, which was a 3-meter-long statue in the shape of a shark, with the upper body of the shark tilted up, and a lotus-shaped tray on its back. Jiang Shui placed the shark prey placement platform on the steps at the top of the mountain. Rainbow Shark said, "I feel I can transfer the materials here. Let's try it tomorrow at 10:30 in the evening." Jiang Shui lay on the bed and looked at the sky through the glass. After the dark clouds dispersed, the stars reappeared in the sky. Such a bright moon filled with stars was not seen in the previous life, not to mention that there was sea water on all sides, and the sea water reflected the stars, as if humans were living among the sea of stars. After watching the night view for a while, Jiang Shui turned on the Longwood District channel. After nearly 2 days of chaos, the remaining Longwood people were no longer the mob that first came to the survival world. After a long period of survival, people have adapted to the survival world. Tonight, there are no tall buildings or small mountains. Everyone has settled down with the help of their tribes or relatives and friends. In such a night with stars and bright moon hanging in the sky, they can't help but feel emotional. Jiang Shui watched everyone chatting for a while, and gradually fell asleep. As time passed, the ice melted every day, the water level rose, and every day a large number of people moved to other people's islands to live. The Dragon Country area was relatively peaceful, and most of the small tribes disintegrated and went to the secure Dragon Country tribe and Jiuxiu Yanchang tribe. Disharmonious and power-struggling countries, like the Den country, caused huge disasters. Most of the bandit nations would not be grateful for the acceptance of other islands. Their minds were full of only plundering the benefactors for a better life. Therefore, for a while, many humans did not die from the flood sea beasts, but died at the hands of humans. In just 1 week, a large number of people died in these countries, and many powerful humans also emerged. During this week, Jiang Shui stayed on the island. The dragon was still sleeping, but from time to time, he would open his eyes and look around, and then fall asleep again. It seems that it is not far from waking up completely. At 6 o'clock in the evening, it was dark, and Jiang Shui started to cook. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he rested after dinner, and opened the trading line to search for flour, grass, and vegetable seeds. The temperature at noon has now returned to 10 degrees, and the lowest temperature at night is -30 degrees. It is not far from the time to plant crops, and she has already dug the vegetable garden at the door. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a thunder suddenly resounded throughout the survival world. Jiang Shui looked at the outside world. Is it going to rain again? If this continues, the 3-story villa in the survival world will be submerged by the sea, and the low mountain, small, will lose its function. The next moment, the sound of machinery rang in everyone's ears. Survival world announcement: spring is coming, outing activity starts, outing address, Zhongzhou Island border. Note: human meat is very sweet. Try not to go deep into Zhongzhou, otherwise it will attract the attention of giants. Note: there are treasure chests in Zhongzhou. There will be surprises after opening, but it may also be a disaster. Note: this teleportation will be based on the home unit. You have 10 seconds to pack up. Outing days are 7 days. I wish you all a happy outing. A huge countdown page appeared in front of Jiang Shui. She rushed to put on the umbrella and ice machete without saying a word, and touched the workbench with her fingers. The workbench cannot be brought with you. With only 3 seconds left, Jiang Shui jumped down from the 3rd floor and rushed straight to the 2nd floor. She picked up the blanket, and just as her fingers touched a pomegranate on the table, she saw the space flash and appeared in the cold wilderness. In the dark night, she quickly checked herself. Fortunately, she brought the weapons, blanket and pomegranate with her. Looking around, the trees here are tall, and she looks very small at a glance. Swish, swish. The wind blew the leaves, bringing the sound of insects and birds. Jiang Shui felt the sound of her feet being pushed, and when she lifted her foot, she saw a dung beetle as big as a fist crawling out from the leaves. Jiang Shui wrapped herself in a blanket and squatted behind a tree. The tree was about 30 to 40 meters tall. The ants crawling on the trunk were several centimeters long. There was a big spider web on the tree opposite. A spider bigger than a fist was dormant in a corner, watching a butterfly as long as a chopstick struggling in the web. Chapter 89. A virtual screen popped up in front of him, with the words Outing World Chat, Outing Trading House, Outing Friends Chat, Outing Scoreboard, and Coordinate Function written on it. There was a moment of silence, and the Outing World Chat was occupied by a large number of comments. LV Jiao Jiao, Longwei, is there any kind-hearted person who can send a weapon? Our house was placed near the python and now it has been discovered. Renee, Dangwa Lauren, you killed my son. I will kill you even if I go to heaven or hell. Lauren, Dangwa, you are a waste, you scream when you see a monster, and you made me be discovered. I should have killed him when I came to the survival world. It's my mercy to let him stay until now. Linny, Ding country, he is still a child less than 1 year old. Tiansheng, Sheng country coordinates. People of the Sheng country gather here, God will lead you through the difficulties and enjoy prosperity. Longwenwu, Long country coordinates, Dragon country tribes gather, welcome non-dragon country tribes to gather, reject notorious tribes. Zhongjiu, Yi country, we belong to Dragon country, we strongly request Dragon country tribes to accept us. Xiao Yixiao, Long country, hasn't Yi country always claimed that it does not belong to Dragon country? The survival world has fulfilled your wishes. Now you are so stubborn and want to pay for it. Get lost. Yana, God's kingdom coordinates, I am the strongest in the God's kingdom. People near me can join me and go to the national coordinates together. Jiang Shui received coordinates and greetings from friends. Everyone in the unnamed tribe has night vision, so it is safe now. Jiang Shui replied to the coordinates one by one, and replied that if the distance is close, they should move closer to each other, otherwise they should move towards the Dragon Kingdom tribe. Currently, Jiang Shui and Nangong Yulihan are the closest. The three of them were almost on the same horizontal route. Jiang Shui was in the middle, closest to Nangongyu. If both parties rushed to get close, they would meet in about one morning. Next was Lu Han, who was twice as far away. Jiang Shui said, let's all move towards Longwu together. I will walk slowly and straight, and you will walk diagonally in my direction, and close the distance while exploring and joining together. Lu Han, okay. Jiang Shui repeated this to Nangongyu, and the answer he got was also okay. Everyone has the ability to protect themselves for the time being. It's rare to come to Zhongzhou, so there's no need to waste all the time on the road. The temperature at night in Zhongzhou is not high, only about a few degrees. Jiang Shui doesn't plan to sleep alone, so she ties the blanket around her waist, holds an umbrella over her head with one hand to prevent leeches and poisonous insects from falling on her body, and explores the surroundings in the grass with a machete in the other hand. The night in Zhongzhou is very noisy, filled with the sounds of insects and beasts fighting, and the air is filled with the smell of blood mixed with soil and grass. Da-da-da. A half-meter-long rabbit was startled by the shaking weeds and fled in panic in the opposite direction. A pair of green eyes suddenly lit up behind the bushes, and with a pounce and a press, the smell of blood suddenly exploded. A 3-meter-long disabled wolf bit the rabbit, and its eyes were alertly watching the surroundings. Jiang Shui avoided the wolf and walked in another direction. She found out of the corner of the moonlight that the place where the wolf jumped out reflected a corner of silver metal. The wolf dragged the corpse of the rabbit away. It was an injured wolf expelled by the group. The life of a lone wolf taught it many skills. For example, now it knows that it can't beat the fragrant two-legged beast, so it retreats. Jiang Shui pushed aside the bushes and weeds and saw a silver treasure chest that was nearly half a meter long. The public announcement said that the treasure chest could contain surprises or disasters. Jiang Shui stared at the treasure chest hesitantly, thought for a while, sat down next to it, took out a pomegranate, and started to eat it. This whole pomegranate can bring her nearly 10 attribute improvements. She will open the treasure chest after her physical fitness improves. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shui burped and touched the treasure chest with her fingers. Silver treasure chest, the materials opened are not bad, touch the keyhole to open it. Jiang Shui touched the keyhole. Pa! The silver treasure chest opened automatically, but luck was not good, a shadow burst out of the treasure chest. Jiang Shui hurriedly stepped back, and when she looked over again, she saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was 13 meters tall. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared, and attacked Jiang Shui with its bloody mouth. Jiang Shui flew into the air with an umbrella, landed on its back, and chopped hard at the spine. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and blood gushed out. This blow caused great damage to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it could hardly lift its neck. The Tyrannosaurus Rex shook its body furiously. Jiang Shui flew to a nearby branch, and was about to reach the top of the tree. When she looked up, she saw a black python lowering its head towards her. Jiang Shui immediately left the tree, came to the ground, and ran quickly. The bloody smell on the Tyrannosaurus Rex covered the human smell on Jiang Shui. The python attacked the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex fought back. As they fought back and forth, the bloody smell became stronger. Jiang Shui hid in the dark and heard a bang 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 sound of hammering, followed by a roar, and the sound of trees rustling closer and closer. Jiang Shui hid in the bushes, trying to shrink herself under the umbrella. Suddenly, she saw a black shadow flash across the battlefield. A huge shadow appeared behind the battlefield several meters away. It was a 10-meter-tall gorilla, staring at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the python in battle, as if he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was much larger than the python, but Jiang Shui broke half of its spine, which greatly reduced its combat effectiveness. Soon, both the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the python were injured. The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and ran away. While rushing, it knocked down a tree near the gorilla, exposing the gorilla to the field of vision. It opened its mouth and bit the gorilla. The gorilla punched out, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head tilted to one side, and its teeth flew off. The giant python silently entangled the gorilla. Jiang Shui waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the giant python died. The gorilla was covered with wounds and rested exhausted. The mysterious parachute completed the energy storage, and a huge wind blade rushed straight to the gorilla's neck. Sensing the crisis, the gorilla dodged immediately, and the wind blade only cut off part of its arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Shui came to its knee and swung the knife. The sound of kneecaps breaking rang out, and the orangutan fell uncontrollably without the support of its legs. Jiang Shui took the opportunity to land on its shoulders and aimed the machete at its neck. A few minutes later, Jiang Shui left the three bodies and walked away. The scoreboard was changing every minute and every second. At a certain moment, Jiang Shui's name appeared at the top of the fault. When Jiang Shui was away from that area and stopped to rest, she was replaced by someone else and fell out of the top 10. There is no shortage of strong people in the survival world. The appearance of the scoreboard foreshadows that there will be rewards, and countless people are specifically looking for beasts to kill. After a short rest, Jiang Shui continued to explore. There were many dangers along the way, and the points were rising rapidly. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he mistakenly entered the territory of wild wolves, and was surrounded by wolves. These wolves were at least 3 meters long. Jiang Shui took the help of parachutes and trees, and spent a lot of effort to kill them. These hours of continuous travel and fighting consumed a lot of energy. He went down to cut the wolf's legs to roast meat, but suddenly a strong wind hit his head, and he was swept up and fell into the hard feathers. His fingers subconsciously grasped the feathers, and he saw that the vulture had already flown high in the sky, holding the wild wolf's body in his claws, and biting another in his mouth. The weight of the 3 wolves made the vulture's physical strength much weaker. It sometimes flew high and sometimes glided, and came to a crack in the cliff wall. In the crack, there was a group of vultures as big as basins, crying for food. In the wolf pack, a disabled wolf came out of the bushes and ate the corpses of its own kind. After a while, it looked in the direction where the vulture disappeared and limped after it. Jiang Shui hid in the vulture's feathers, and saw the golden treasure chest shining in the nest under the moonlight. After the vultures were full, they fell asleep one after another. Jiang Shui took the opportunity to slide to the ground of the nest, and picked up the golden treasure chest. The vulture turned its head suddenly, as if it sensed something. Jiang Shui quickly hid in the sunken stone wall inside. The vulture looked at the treasure chest intact in the same place, turned its head, and closed its eyes. Jiang Shui waited for a while, came out, picked up the treasure chest and flew away. At the other end of the cliff, Jiang Shui opened the metal treasure chest. Get a gold backpack *1. Gold backpack. Contained space for any 4 kinds of supplies. Jiang tried to put the blanket into the backpack. The next moment, the blanket disappeared automatically, and the backpack was still the same size. One of the 4 grids on the backpack page was occupied, with a reduced icon of the blanket on it, and the bottom said, "Blanket." The sky was getting slightly brighter, the roars were getting weaker, but the smell of blood was still strong. Jiang Shui continued to move forward with a hungry stomach, hoping to catch prey. The sky gradually became brighter, the sun was rising in the east, and the herbivores and birds in the jungle became active. Jiang Shui passed the dense forest, and the trees in front of her became sparse, and weeds were everywhere. After several months of contact with herbs, she found hemostatic drugs in these weeds, so she simply picked some and put them in her pocket for emergency use. Hung chi. The sound of a wild boar came to his ears. Jiang Shui looked sideways, and saw a wild boar hiding in a valley. The wild boar was 14 meters long, and was gnawing on something. Jiang Shui didn't care what it was gnawing on. He rushed over and chopped off the wild boar's head with a knife. Then he flew out with an umbrella before the other party launched an attack. The wild boar's skin was very thick. Jiang Shui's attack did not cause it a fatal injury, but instead stimulated the other party's ferocity. In front of the 15-meter wild boar, Jiang Shui was as small as dust. The wild boar thought the same thing. It vowed to kill this dust, but the dust was so cunning that it could never attack it. Instead, it had more wounds on its body. Gradually, the wild boar lost too much blood and went into shock, and Jiang Shui gave it the last cut. After cutting off a piece of meat from the wild boar's body and putting the rest of the body into the backpack, Jiang Shui hurriedly left the bloody land and came to a small hillside, picked up wood and drilled it to make a fire to grill meat. As the wooden stick rotated at high speed, the dry grass gradually smoked, and when the wind blew, a small flame ignited. Jiang Shui carefully added dry grass to set up dead branches, and used the ice-enchanted machete to cut the meat. After a while, the meat was frozen into a layer of ice. The ice melted into water in the grooved wood pile. Jiang Shui washed the meat and started to grill it. The sun finally appeared from the east, shining brightly. The temperature rose rapidly. It was 7 o'clock. Announcement to the public, the scoreboard was settled. The top 3 were rewarded with 1 gold treasure chest, and the 4th to 10th were rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. A silver beam flashed, and a silver treasure chest appeared in front of Jiang Shui. Meichuan Kuzi looked at the silver light, and said to the man beside him, "Boss, there is a silver light over there. Is there a silver treasure chest?" Jing Bianiya looked at the other side very coldly. The silver light disappeared. The soft and cute boy Xiao Hongwan on the other side said, "Should we go and take a look?" Jing Bianiya, "Go, everyone be careful." The 3 approached Jiang Shui's location. Chapter 90. Beep beep. Jiang Shui received a private message from a friend. Lu Han, coordinates, were you injured last night? He saw Jiang Shui's name on the 10th place in the standings. Jiang Shui, coordinates, no, but I was very hungry after running all night, and I'm grilling now. Lu Han, last night, my family and I took turns to keep watch and rest. We didn't move, and the distance between us became closer. Are you moving towards me? Jiang Shui, I was captured by a vulture last night. Its movement route was on your side. Now I'm fine. Lu Han, well, be careful, we will meet you as soon as possible. Beep beep beep. Nandong Yu, coordinates, I'm at your location. Jiang Shui, coordinates, you were captured by a vulture yesterday, and now you are at this location, you rest here first, I find you. Nandong Yu, no, you will always be suspicious when you are alone, I find you, don't move, wait for me. Nandong Yu, were you injured when you were captured by the vulture? Jiang Shui, no, I escaped and am now barbecuing on a hillside. Nandong Yu, I brought food with me when I teleported to Zhongzhou yesterday. I ate it when I was tired. I just finished the last bite of meat. Now my strength has recovered a little. I calculated the distance. It will take at most an hour to reach you. Can you leave me a piece of meat? Jiang Shui, okay, be careful. During the chat, the meat was roasted, although there was no salt or seasoning. But Jiang Shui was so hungry that she didn't care about that, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Her appetite became very big. After eating 3 pounds of roasted meat, she felt nothing except that her stomach was no longer cramped. So he cut a few more pounds of meat, washed it, and started roasting. In addition, he also got a large piece of pork leg meat, and slowly roasted it next to the fire. When Nandong Yu arrived, this large piece of meat was almost cooked. The second round of roasting was still roasting, and Jiang Shui was keenly aware of the gaze. Behind the bushes and trees, the soft and cute boy Xiao Hongwan said happily, "What a beautiful sister. She also has delicious roasted meat." "I'm hungry." Meichuan Kuzi rubbed Xiao Hongwan's hair lovingly, and said meaningfully, "It's not bad here. There are not many trees, the view is wide, and there are no wild beasts. After killing her later, brother will feed you." Xiao Hongwan lowered his head shyly. Meichuan Kuzi looked at Jing Bianiya provocatively. He and Xiao Hongwan were childhood sweethearts and neighbors in the previous life. After coming to the survival world, they got together because of the woman. Yesterday, they were teleported to Zhongzhou, which happened to be not far from Xiao Hongwan, so they acted together. Not long after, they were attacked by wild beasts and rescued by Jing Bianiya. Meichuan Kuzi wanted to seek shelter, but Jing Bianiya was unwilling to go with him. So Meichuan Kuzi deliberately damaged Xiao Hongwan's clothes, teased Xiao Hongwan on the spot, and then attracted wild beasts to chase Xiao Hongwan, who was naked, to create a chance for Xiao Hongwan and Jing Bianiya to be alone. Xiao Hong's body is delicate and soft, which can easily attract men's attention. Meichuan Kuzi has known this for a long time. Sure enough, Jing Bianiya couldn't help it. Although Meichuan Kuzi planned all this, he was jealous of Jing Bianiya in his heart. He was tainted by his people. Jing Bianiya didn't notice the undercurrent, and his eyes were fixed on Jiang Shui. He had seen Jiang Shui's profile picture, and knew that she was the first in the world's combat power list. He was a man who admired the strong, and Jiang Shui had a good appearance and a cold temperament, which made him have dark thoughts. He didn't expect to see it now. Jing Bianye glanced at Meituan Kuzi and Xiao Hongwan obscurely. The sweet atmosphere between the two was really disgusting. He was not gay. He had a ridiculous night with Xiao Hongwan yesterday, because the other party seduced him. A man was more powerful than a woman. After he woke up, he disliked him. If it wasn't for the convenience of comforting himself during this period, he would not have gone with them. Now that he met Jiang Shui, he immediately changed his target. Jing Bianye put on a cold face that he thought was very handsome and ran towards Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui drew her knife and blocked in front of her. Jing Bianye stopped, turned his back to her and pointed his weapon at the bushes. "Come out, you actually attacked a woman, shameless." His language was automatically translated into words that Jiang Shui could understand. Meituan Kuzi and Xiao Hongwan, who were hiding in the bushes, Jing Bianye approached the bushes cautiously and attacked the two. Meituan Kuzi shouted, "Are you sick?" Xiao Hongwan cried, "Boss, why are you attacking me?" Jing Bianye's eyes flashed with reluctance, and then launched a more fierce attack. Although Xiao Hongwan was very much liked by him in that aspect, what he couldn't get was the best. Meituan Kuzi saw Xiao Hongwan dead, his eyes were bloodshot, and he attacked madly. "You actually killed Xiao Luan. You had a close relationship. How could you do it?" Jing Bianye, "Shut up, don't frame me." Meituan Kuzi fell to the ground unwillingly. He crawled toward Xiao Hongwan. "I'm sorry, I killed you." A dagger cut off his head. Jing Bianye wiped the blood off his face and walked towards Jiang Shui. Seeing the other party's alert look, he smiled. "Don't be afraid, I'm a good person." He sat down opposite Jiang Shui and apologized. "Sorry, I let you see my dirty side." He wiped himself clean with his clothes, revealing a handsome face. "Jing Bianye, let me introduce myself. My name is Jing Bianye. I was a star in my previous life." Jiang Shui said coldly, "Leave here, or I will kill you." She didn't want to fight with humans for the time being, and this human's fighting ability didn't seem weak. If she fought, she could kill the other party, but she might get injured and attract wild animals. Jing Bianye was stunned for a moment, and was ecstatic in his heart. He liked this. Jing Bianye gently persuaded, "Miss, it is better to travel with two people than alone. We can take care of each other. I see that you are not in a good condition. You must have been tired all night last night. To be honest, I didn't have a good time yesterday. I want to sleep and rest, but I am afraid of being attacked by wild animals after falling asleep. How about this, we temporarily travel together for a few hours, take turns to rest, and then I will go." Jiang Shui refused. "I will not give my back to a stranger." Jing Bianye persuaded. "How about this, you tie me to the tree with a rope?" In order to gain trust, he was willing to take risks. Jiang Shui pointed the knife at him. 3 seconds, if you don't leave, I will kill you." Jing Bianye's face was ugly. He didn't expect Jiang Shui to be so stubborn. But it was also because of this that he would feel more accomplished if he captured her. When the time comes to capture her, he will definitely let her suffer all kinds of humiliation. Jing Bianye, "Okay, I leave, but please believe me, I'm really not a bad person. I will prove myself with my actions." After saying that, he left with a sad look of being wronged. He did not go far, but hid nearby and chatted privately with people he knew and who were nearby, planning to besiege Jiang Shui when the time came. On the other side, the wild wolf hiding farther away observed all this. Following the female biped next to the fire, it could pick up delicious food, and it did not attack females. It wanted to drive away the male biped, but gave up after walking a few steps. It wanted to sneak attack him when he was relaxed and eat him. Jiang Shui continued to grill the meat. After eating the second round of grilled meat, she felt full. The grass in front was pushed aside, and Nandong came over. "Shui Shui, I'm here." "Jiang Shui, the meat is cooked. Let's eat it somewhere else. Someone died here just now, and wild animals will be attracted." She took a burning branch and put it in her backpack, and then put 10 pounds of grilled leg meat into the backpack. Now all the grids in the backpack were filled. Nandong lay on the ground and panted. "Wait a minute, I'm exhausted from running all the way here. Let me rest for 2 minutes." Jiang Shui put out the fire. Nandong stood up after panting a little, and said, "Let's go to a safe place first." When they walked away, Jing Bianye quietly followed. When Jing Bianye walked away, the disabled wild wolf came to the corpse, and ate it with big mouthfuls. It didn't give up the remaining meat until its stomach was full, and then it slowly walked in the direction where the two-legged beast left. Soon after it left, a group of hyenas came over to smell the smell, and gnawed the remaining meat and bones. Jiang Shui and Nan Dongyu walked a distance in the direction of Lu Han, and stopped at a high ground. Jiang Shui, rest here. Nan Dongyu lay on the ground like a boneless person. I've been drained, my legs are about to break, and I really can't walk at all. She took out the water cup and drank half of it in big gulps, and handed the remaining half to Jiang Shui. I had water and food with me before the teleportation yesterday, but I didn't have time to get weapons, and I finished the food. I brought 2 cups of water. This is the last half cup left. Drink it, and we find water together when we wake up. Jiang Shui didn't bring water yesterday, and she ate dried meat today, so she was really thirsty, so she took the water and drank it. She took out the barbecue. Eat, we take turns to sleep and rest. Nan Dongyu ate with big mouthfuls. After a series of intense exercises, he had digested the food he had eaten in the morning, and was very hungry. Nan Dongyu, but I can't eat so much. Lend me the knife, half for each of us. Jiang Shui, you don't have a weapon, you can use this knife for now, I have a parachute. She had just eaten enough before, and this time she digested some more by walking, so she ate the barbecue while sending a message to Lu Han. Jiang Shui, coordinates, you and I have reunited. We will stay here for now, and take turns sleeping. Lu Han, okay, we will arrive as soon as possible. After sending the message, Jiang Shui said to Nan Dongyu, take turns to guard for 3 hours first. Nan Dongyu, 1 hour each first. We are both very tired. It will be difficult to stay awake for another 3 hours. Jiang Shui, I will guard first. I didn't travel too fast last night. Nan Dongyu, well, eat meat first. Jiang Shui finished eating all 5 pounds of meat. When she turned around, she saw that Nan Dongyu had fallen asleep with the meat in his hand. She spread the blanket on the ground, carried Nan Dongyu inside, then picked up branches within a few meters, lit them with the flames in her backpack, took out the wild boar, cut off large pieces of meat, put the remaining meat back, and started to grill the meat. An hour later, she woke Nan Dongyu up. Nan Dongyu pinched his meat to keep himself awake. Is there any more meat? I grill some too, I'm free anyway. The two of them slept for an hour each, and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so they had slept for a total of 3 hours each. In the distant bushes by the well, I didn't dare sleep too deeply all night, and I woke up immediately after hearing the conversation between the two people. Far away, the disabled wolf had digested half of his food, thinking about taking the opportunity to eat the male biped at night. After a few hours of deep coma-like sleep, Jiang Shui and Nan Dongyu were relieved at this time, and the two of them sat around the fire to eat the meat they had roasted in the morning. Nan Dongyu said, now that there are 2 of us, it's much more convenient. In the afternoon, we will look for treasure chests and kill monsters to earn points, and then take turns to guard the night and rest. Jiang Shui, yes. Nan Dongyu, your silver treasure chest has not been opened yet. Will it be opened after dinner? Jiang Shui, yes, the knife is for you. Take it. It is an ice attribute weapon. Nan Dongyu happily hugged Jiang Shui. Thank you, Shui Shui. Jiang Shui's body was stiff. After the other party left her body, she slowly relaxed. Nan Dongyu took out a water cup. Give it to you, for water storage. If we accidentally separate, you have something to store water. They roasted dozens of kilograms of meat in half a day. Both of them had a much bigger appetite. They ate 15 kilograms of meat in one meal, and the rest was put into Jiang Shui's backpack. Jiang Shui touched the silver treasure chest with her fingers, and opened it under Nan Dongyu's expectant eyes. Get the endless silver bow. Endless silver bow. Charge for 6 seconds to condense an air arrow, aim and shoot. Nan Dongyu excitedly said, let me try it out. She is an expert in playing with bows, and after several attempts, she came to a conclusion. It feels good, and the range and attack power are also good, but if the opponent is a 15-meter giant beast, it can only break the defense and cause light damage. She returned the endless silver bow to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui, you are good at long-range weapons, so you can use it first. When we encounter wild beasts, I will fight, and you can assist from a distance. Nan Dongyu, okay, I will return the machete to you. Jiang Shui, let's go and explore in that direction. A deep canyon appeared in front of Lu Han, with clouds and mist lingering under the canyon. The sound of a huge waterfall lingered in his ears, and a large area of red could be seen vaguely. Mom and Dad, hold on to me, let's fly over. The 3 of them floated in the sky. Suddenly, a black shadow came from the clouds and mist. When Lu Han dodged, He failed to control the wind, and the three of them fell downwards. A large black shadow twisted below and attacked them. Lu Han controlled Feishan and his parents to dodge, and looked around to see the true face of the large red area, which was densely packed with red snake fruits. In a piece of red, he saw a deep and narrow crack that was partially blocked by the branches and leaves of the red fruit, so he got in. Boom! The python hit the mountain wall heavily, and the cracks in the mountain shook and stones rolled down. The three of them piled the rubble into the cracks in a panic, leaving only a wash-basin-sized passage. The crashing sound disappeared after a while. Lu Han used his closed umbrella to hook a snake fruit bush, and picked one. Mysterious snake fruit *1. Mysterious snake fruit. Eating it can increase the attribute by 0.5. Lu Han privately chatted with Jiang Shui. I am trapped in the Snake Valley, and found a lot of snake fruits with attributes. It is safe for the time being. Don't come over. Jiang Shui, send the coordinates. Nandongyu and I will burn the Snake Valley. Lu Han thought about it, and it was feasible. Coordinates, pay attention to safety, and leave immediately if you encounter danger. Jiang Shui, okay. Jiang Shui told Nandongyu about the Snake Valley. Nandongyu, there are barrels of gasoline for sale at the trading house. We need weapons to exchange. How about we trade the weapons? Jiang Shui, wait a little longer. Besides, this gasoline is not enough. Nandongyu, oh? Suddenly she said happily, Shui Shui, I smell the scent of fruit. There must be fruit trees there. Let's go over there to get some water. I'm so thirsty. Chapter 91. Passing through a dense forest, the clear sound of birdsong is close at hand. The sound of stepping on the dead leaves is rhythmic, and the flock of birds are startled and fly, circling and screaming above them. Jiang Shui saw the huge tree full of red apples. Nandongyu tried to get close to the tree, and the flock of birds circling in the sky immediately swooped down and attacked with their sharp beaks. Nandongyu ran away with his head in his hands. Jiang Shui said, I pick it, you run in that direction, I be there soon. Nandongyu, okay, be careful, he said, and ran over there. Some birds chased her, and some flew around Jiang Shui, staring at her. An upward wind emerged in the umbrella, and Jiang Shui took advantage of it and landed on a branch. The birds probably didn't expect that these two-legged beasts could fly, and they looked up stupidly while gliding. Bang! A few birds accidentally hit the ground and rolled a few times. A bird screamed at this time. The birds finally reacted and attacked in groups. Jiang Shui was putting the third apple into her backpack when she noticed the wind change and held up her umbrella to block it. Then she heard a series of collisions, and the fourth apple was put into her backpack. When the birds adjusted their positions to fight again, Jiang Shui put the fifth apple in and then controlled the wind to rise sharply to the top of the tree. Dozens of birds hit the branches and trunks where she was standing. After putting the sixth apple into her backpack, Jiang Shui stepped on the branches at the top of the tree and flew away. There were many trees in the jungle, and it didn't take long for her to get rid of the flock of birds. Here, here! Nandongyu waved in the bushes, calling Jiang Shui, who was passing by. Jiang Shui stopped and took out an apple. Here you are. Nandongyu didn't care, just wiped the surface of the apple with the inside of her clothes and started to eat it. The sour, sweet and juicy apple relieved thirst very well. Jiang Shui noticed that she was holding a flying bird in her hand. Nandongyu, isn't it because I thought I couldn't eat the same thing all the time, so I wanted to change my taste, so I hunted a flying bird that attacked me? The two continued to move forward, and suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. After walking a little further, a wide river appeared in front of them. Jiang Shui washed an apple with river water, and then filled a cup with river water, waiting to boil it in the evening. Nandongyu walked around nearby, and was on guard. Suddenly, she found a flat iron surface under the water plants. Shue, come and see, is that a black iron treasure chest? At present, the types of treasure chests summarized by the surviving humans on Zhongzhou Island are bronze, black iron, silver, and gold. Jiang Shui approached. It looks like it. A yellow figure flashed under the water grass behind her. Jiang Shui felt a chill on her back, and turned to look. The water grass was still there, and the water was calm. Nandongyu found a long wooden stick. I fish it out. She filled with the water grass, exposing the treasure chest completely. Just as she was pulling the treasure chest towards her, the water grass suddenly floated. Nandongyu, shock! She quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. But she saw a 1-meter-long water snake swimming out from the water grass. Nandongyu continued fishing. Scare me. The black iron treasure chest was salvaged, and Nandongyu said happily, Shue, let me touch it, I want to get some luck. Jiang Shui, who became a mascot. After a moment, Nandong nervously touched the lock of the treasure chest. Get a grenade *1. Nandong was stunned. Hot weapon. She immediately thought of how to use it later. Shue, when we get to the Snake Valley, I throw it in. Jiang Shui, well, let's cross the river. She grabbed Nandong's arm. Hold on to me. The two of them flew into the air, and behind them, a giant python broke out of the water where they were standing. The giant python missed the attack, looked up at the people in the air, and then disappeared into the water. Nandong lowered his head. What's going on? The ripples on the water were still there, but no living creatures were seen. She couldn't help but touch her arm. I feel something is following us. The two landed on the other side of the river, and Nandong said, let's go quickly, I don't feel well. Jiang Shui, then let's hurry up. The wide river blocked the way to the well overnight. He looked at the place where Jiang Shui disappeared with envy, and muttered to himself. That umbrella is really useful. Get Jiang Shui quickly, and it will belong to me. He looked around and saw a thick piece of wood. He pushed the wood into the water, and paddled with his hands to the other side. The disabled wolf wandered anxiously on the river bank. It felt threatened. This should not be an area it could approach. The disabled wolf gave up tracking and retreated. In the cracks of the canyon, Lu Han controlled the wind more and more handy. He was able to pick the snake fruit out of thin air while in the cracks. With these snake fruits, he and his family were able to fill their stomachs and replenish their water, and their attributes were also rising rapidly. The snake fruits here were inexhaustible. They ate them as fruits, and put them on the trading line. The trading conditions were gasoline, grenades, pistols, and other items. The sky gradually darkened, and shadows moved in the Snake Valley, and the crawling sounds became more and more frequent. Lu Han saw that the snakes were concentrated near the snake fruits, so he stopped the risky picking behavior and blocked the cracks with stones, leaving only 2 fist-sized ventilation holes. Deep in the crack, in a quiet environment, the sound of crawling was very obvious, and sometimes he could see the air vents being shaken by the moving black. With the snake juice covering them, they were not exposed for the time being. Now there was nothing to do, and the three of them began to take turns to keep watch and rest. Boom! Lu Han was awakened by the thunder, and subconsciously looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Hua la la. It was raining heavily outside, and water droplets oozed out of the cracked walls. The air was very humid. Lu's mother was worried. It's raining heavily, the weather is getting colder, and there is no way to keep warm here. Lu Han opened a private chat with his friends and contacted Jiang Shui. Lu Han, have you found a place to hide from the rain? Jiang Shui, I'm looking. In the jungle, Jiang Shui and Nandong walked under an umbrella. The rain was heavy, splashing their clothes and covering their voices. Nandong looked at the darkness behind her from time to time, feeling uneasy, as if something was following them. Jiang Shui privately chatted with Lu Han. If it weren't for this rain, I could reach you in 3 hours at most. Lu Han was shocked. Don't go in my direction, find a place to hide quickly, you have entered the range of the python's activities. Just as Jiang Shui was about to reply, Nandong suddenly shot an arrow at the top of his head, and then pulled Jiang Shui to run. There's a python, run! Jiang Shui looked up, and saw a python as thick as a bucket coiled on the tree just now. It was now falling down the trunk, and swimming towards them quickly. Jiang Shui grabbed Nandong's arm, and controlled the rising wind to fly to the top of a tree. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the world suddenly became daylight. Jiang Shui saw 3 giant pythons chasing them around. Nandong bent the bow and pulled the string. A silver light flashed, and sank into the eyes of the nearest giant python. The giant python roared and curled up in pain. Swish! 2 more arrows were shot, and the 3 giant pythons were injured to varying degrees, and approached them madly. Jiang Shui grabbed Nandong's arm, and kept floating forward, coming to a place with sparse grass and trees. There was no shelter, so they could only stand there to rest. Their clothes were soaked in the escape just now, and the wind blew, chilling them to the bone. Achoo! Nandong shivered and looked around, and suddenly said, let's go there, the shadow is tall, there must be a mountain. Jiang Shui, yeah. She was also very cold. If she and Nandong stayed here, she would definitely get sick tomorrow. The two of them quickly approached there in the rain, and as they got closer, they found a big mountain. The two of them searched for half an hour and finally found a cave. But as soon as they entered the cave, they smelled a bad odor, and then a large shadow fell. It was a group of bats the size of wooden plates. They did not attack humans, but flew away. Just in case, Jiang Shui wrapped herself and Nan Dongyu in a blanket, and waited until the surroundings were quiet before walking inside. The cave was formed naturally. The further you go inside, the narrower it becomes, and the stench becomes weaker. After crossing a long and narrow crack, a hole appears in front of you. Above the hole is the root system of plants. Clear water has been falling down along the roots for many years, forming a groove on the rocky ground, which is filled with clear water. There was water, and withered branches, which was perfect for the two of them. They immediately collected dead branches, used the burning branches in Jiang Shui's backpack to light a bonfire, wiped their bodies with cold water, washed their clothes, and wrapped themselves in blankets to dry by the fire. In the jungle, hiding in a temporary shelter built with trees, by the well for a night, I always felt that there were other sounds mixed with the sound of rain. The shelter was completely enclosed, with only a small hole for ventilation, which was half covered with leaves. If there was anything, it must be an illusion caused by being alone on a rainy night. He comforted himself like this. After a long time of anxiety, he felt the shelter shaking. He didn't dare to check and comforted himself. It must be a wild beast passing by. As long as he didn't go out, he wouldn't be discovered. In the panic environment, he felt resentful. If Jiang Shui agreed to team up with him, why would he need to be so scared? As a woman, she actually treated men coldly. Men are the pillars of the family. They are willing to team up with her, but she doesn't know what's good for them. Suddenly, the well-side knight felt a chill on the top of his head, and the cold rain fell into his hair and scratched his neck along his skin. What happened? Is the shelter capped? Blown down by the wind? He looked up in confusion, and saw that most of the branches above his head, which were built on the tree, had disappeared. A huge shadow was coiled on the trunk, with the lower half of its body hanging in the air, and the hideous head was less than a meter away from it. The giant python hissed, and its forked tongue stretched out, licking the well-side knight's head. Ah! A tragic scream broke out in the rainy night. Jiang Shui and Nan Dongyu took turns to rest until morning, put on dried clothes, drank boiled hot water and barbecue, and walked out cautiously. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the stronger the smell of blood. The two looked at each other, not understanding what happened. Chapter 92. Entering the bats' roosting cave, the stench filled the nose, and the sound of flying and pecking came from afar. The bats that originally roost on the top of the mountain appeared outside the cave. They were densely attached to a huge python outside the cave, devouring its flesh and blood. Judging from the extent of the missing body of the giant python, they should have been pecking for a while. Jiang Shui took out a blanket and wrapped it around her and Nan Dongyu's heads, and carefully walked out of the cave away from them. It rained last night, the temperature dropped a little, and the air was very humid. The two walked quickly for more than half an hour before stopping. Nan Dongyu, the giant python, was heading towards the cave, intending to enter the cave. It should have shown its intention to attack the bats, which is why it was besieged to death. But I don't understand who caused the cut on its tail. Jiang Shui, when Lu Han found the giant python, it was already trapped on the mountain peak. It couldn't have been him. Nan Dongyu, are you saying there are others in this area? She looked around nervously. The giant python was scary, but its own kind was the scariest. Jiang Shui, let's be careful and move forward. Announcement to the public, the ranking list is settled. The top 3 will be rewarded with 1 gold treasure chest, and the 4th to 10th will be rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Yesterday, Jiang Shui and Nan Dongyu spent half of their time resting and half of their time traveling, and did not encounter many beasts, so they did not make it to the ranking list to get rewards. However, Jiang Shui's acquaintances did get rewards. Currently, the first place on the ranking list is Wenreniwe, the leader of the Emperor tribe, who has disappeared for a while. The second place is Eli from the Ice Country, and the third place is Yana from the God Country. After Jixiang died, he was the only one left in the tribe. The tribe disbanded automatically, and supplies filled the island. During this period, he kept a low profile until he came to Zhongzhou, and he knew that his chance had come. If he didn't make a sound, he would make a splash. He must take this opportunity to become stronger, and it would be best if he could meet the unnamed tribe member who snatched the top 3 rewards from his island. He was confident that with the powerful weapons he had opened from his 2 gold treasure chests, and the combat power accumulated from countless resources in the past, he could definitely kill them. Jiang Shui privately chatted with Lu Han. The coordinates are still an hour away from you. Lu Han, don't go to Snake Valley yet, I tell you when I have enough gasoline. Jiang Shui, yes. Today the sky is gloomy and humid, the wild animals in the forest are not so active, it's still quite quiet, Jiang Shui took out the wild boar from the backpack. Nandong Yu was puzzled. What are you going to do? Jiang Shui, you help keep watch. I cut up the pork and put it in the trading house in exchange for gasoline, alcohol, and other flammable materials. Nandong Yu, okay. Jiang Shui did not process the wild boar meat carefully, but just cut a large piece and put it on the trading line. The two changed places every 10 minutes. After 2 hours, there was little wild boar meat left. At the same time, they exchanged for some gasoline and alcohol, but the quantity was not much. At 9:30 in the morning, the two came to the top of the mountain on the way to rest. The branches and vision were all water. The two searched for a while, and finally found some dry plants from the dense vegetation. They lit a fire on the spot to get rid of the moisture. Achoo! Nandong Yu sneezed 3 times in a row, and her voice became visibly hoarse. I feel a little cold. She tightened her clothes. Jiang Shui, stay warm here for a while, and I give you a blanket. Thank you. The burning bonfire slowly dried the wet branches next to it. Jiang Shui also felt the chill when she added the dried branches. Nandong Yu's face flushed slightly, and she stared at the fire for a while, then slowly closed her eyes and rested. Jiang Shui took out her and her own water cups, and put them on the flame to boil, and took out apples from her backpack and put them aside to roast. 10 minutes later, the sun rose slowly, bringing glory to the earth, and the bright color penetrated the leaves and fell on the two of them. The covering roasting from nature dissipated a lot of the overflowing moisture in the air, and Jiang Shui felt that the coldness and heaviness on her body also disappeared a lot. Wake up, drink some hot water, and eat some hot food. She woke up Nandong Yu. Nandong Yu opened her sleepy eyes and said weakly, well, thank you. She took the hot water and drank it all, then slowly chewed the hot apple while looking at the sky above her head. The sun is out. Jiang Shui drank another cup of hot water, and while the air was still moist, she waved the ice-enchanted machete at the air, and the water vapor condensed into fine ice and fell down, filling the 2 wooden cups in a short while. She put the wooden cups on the flame and boiled them. After drinking the hot water and eating a baked apple, Nandong Yu felt much more awake. Shall we continue exploring? Jiang Shui shook her head. Let's bake for a while longer, and then leave when the air is better. The most important thing is that this is good for Nandong Yu's somewhat sluggish state. In Snake Valley, the giant python began to move outside the valley. After waiting quietly for a while, Lu Han tried to collect snake fruits. Mother Lu and Father Lu wrapped themselves in quilts to keep warm, with worried expressions. In the 10 seconds of teleporting to Zhongzhou, the 3 of them acted separately. Lu Han took weapons, Father Lu took food and water, and Mother Lu took bedding. They didn't have a hard time last night, but Snake Valley was very gloomy, and Lu Han was busy collecting snake fruits, and basically didn't keep warm. They were worried that if he continued like this, he would get sick. But they couldn't persuade him all the time. After all, he wanted to get out as soon as possible to reunite with Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui had entered the python's range yesterday, and was caught in a heavy rain. She came to save them. They were all good children. As elders, they should not be cold-blooded. They could only hide their worries in their hearts, and pray that everyone would be safe. Nandong Yu opened the Outing World channel to divert his attention, and forced himself to cheer up. Jiang Shui also opened the World channel to check the information, but his attention was still on the surroundings. Tao Wei, Longhua, everyone, please be careful. If you encounter Wandering Yu, stay away from him. He attracts wild animals to attack humans. Take the opportunity to plunder supplies, and kill the remaining wild animals. Zuenjing, Mugwa Wang Feng from Longhua, you maliciously plunder and force us Mugwa people. Shameless. Wang Feng, Longhua, so what? If you have the guts, plunder and force us back. Zhou Nana, Longhua people from the pirate tribe, get out of Longhua. Why should other innocent people in Longhua bear the consequences of your shameless actions? No matter if they are from Dragon Country or other countries, if you see people from this tribe, kill them. Don't care which country they belong to. David, Light Country's national beast has flown here. People of Light Country, cheer up. The national beast will protect you. Wah wah. The breeze blew by, as if something heavy was brushing against the ground. Jiang Shui immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. There were calm grass and trees and nothing. Jiang Shui's back was shining, and he stood up to put out the fire. Yu, let's go. Nandong Yu saw her serious expression and was nervous. Is there a giant python? Jiang Shui, I don't know. Let's leave here first. Behind a tree, several men walked out and looked at the direction they left. Have you been discovered? You are really sharp. You are worthy of being the first in the world's combat power rankings. The kid at the well sent us the coordinates yesterday. Why is there no movement now? The avatar is still lit, he is not dead. That kid is speechless. He led us here. Not only did we not see Jiang Shui, but we were also attacked by a wave of giant pythons. Fortunately, we were lucky. We ran all the way here and met by coincidence. Follow him. The voice gradually faded away. Nandongyu stood on the treetop and said in surprise, someone has been following us. They even released the coordinates to attract people here? Jiang Shui, when I was waiting for you yesterday morning, I met Huaguo's Jingbian Yi. In order to prevent the battle from attracting any noise, I forced him to leave. It was him. Nandongyu, they didn't find us here yet. I attacked and killed them. Jiang Shui, no, let them attract the attention of the giant python. Jiang Shui found the weeds in a puddle moving abnormally. Shoot there. Nandongyu shot an arrow wherever he pointed, and a huge snake suddenly arched up under the undulating water grass. In the distance, the Hua people said, what's going on? Is there another giant python? Last night, the giant python chased us, and we had to work hard to escape. I think we should leave this jungle as soon as possible. I feel uneasy. That kid by the well one night didn't want us and Jiang Shui to lose both of us, and then be attacked by the giant python, so that he could take advantage of it? How else can you explain why you haven't shown up and haven't replied to messages? Ah, giant python, there's a giant python. A Hua countryman screamed. He saw a huge python standing upright in the distance. The python heard the scream, and suddenly turned around and chased after him. Don't chase me, don't eat me. The man ran away screaming. Last night, he had a fight with a giant python, which lowered his psychological defenses. When he saw the giant python again today, he was like a frightened bird. He didn't care about anything, and his mind was full of escape. Damn, you're looking for death, and you brought it here. One of them raised his hand and pointed his gun at the man. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the dense forest, and the man fell down. The Huagua man who fired the gun moved the body to a branch, letting it sway in the wind, and said coldly, he attracts attention, let's go. When the gunshot just now rang out, he heard unusual movements from all directions. Now he was holding on to his life. Jiang Shui and plunder were no longer important. Jiang Shui said, let's go in the opposite direction to search for treasure chests. In Snake Valley, Lu Han heard the gunshot and immediately sent a private message to Jiang Shui. Was it you who made the noise just now? Jiang Shui. No, it was a group of Huagua people who followed me before. Lu Han breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Lu asked anxiously, what's going on? Is it Xue? Lu Han. No, it was a group of Huagua people who followed her before. Mother Lu. That's good, that's good. Father Lu. Xue also came to save us, she can't get into trouble. Mother Lu, God bless her. Father Lu. This noise attracted some of the giant pythons, and the pressure on her side will be much less. Xiao Han, how are your preparations? Lu Han, it's almost done. With Xue's help, we can leave safely. Father Lu, then let's take advantage of the moment when the giant python is attracted away and ask her to come over. Lu Han, yes. He sent this message to Jiang Shui. At that time, Jiang Shui happened to find a black iron treasure chest. After receiving the message, she was worried that opening a dangerous creature would delay the journey, so she gave up the idea of opening it immediately. Nandongyu took the initiative to hold the black iron treasure chest and followed Jiang Shui to the Snake Valley. Because of the noise made by the group of people, the rest of the journey was relatively safe and no giant python was encountered. Snake Valley, Father Lu said, Xiao Han, there will be a battle soon. You go into the quilt to warm up. I will be on guard for a while. Lu Han, okay. Father Lu looked at the outside world through the vent. There was a waterfall on the opposite mountain wall, a little distance away from here. A giant python was crawling up the rocks next to the waterfall. Suddenly, a giant python fell from above and hit it hard. The giant python reacted quickly, and its tail tightly wrapped around a big tree. As a result, its body was hit by the waterfall, revealing the world behind the waterfall for a moment. It was a small cave, and a golden treasure chest lay quietly in the cave. Father Lu was about to tell Lu Han the news when he heard a voice from above. Golden treasure chest. Get rich. Those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. This person was the Hua countryman who was shot. He was not shot in the heart at that time, but was shot in the shoulder and fainted for a short time. The python seemed to be more interested in the running humans. They stopped in front of him for a moment and left. After he woke up, he immediately jumped down from the tree, covered the wound with mud to isolate the smell, and hid in the bushes. After a while, he found a random direction to escape, but he didn't expect to meet a snake halfway, and was chased all the way to the canyon. Seeing that there was no road ahead, he stopped in time, but the giant python was unable to stop and passed over its head, and fell into the canyon. He fell to the ground at this time, with half of his body sticking out of the canyon to save himself, and he was caught off guard and discovered the secret behind the waterfall. At this moment, Nomura Mizuwa felt that he was the chosen one. Father Lu's vision darkened, and he heard the sound of the stone wall rubbing against each other. He immediately stepped back and held his breath. After a moment, his vision was restored to light, and he knew that there was a giant python crawling up in front of him. He turned around with an anxious tone. "Hurry up and tell Shue not to come over. A stranger has come here and attracted the giant python." Lu Han was also shocked and sent a message quickly. "Jiang Shui, it's too late. We are already here. We are hiding in the big tree at the top of the valley. Lu Han, protect yourself. I will pour gasoline immediately." He did not take the trading materials obtained by the snake fruit immediately, and they are still waiting to be taken. He pushed the stone cave open, not caring about whether it was dangerous or not, and poured it down in buckets. On the cliff, Nomura Mizuwa observed his surroundings, and bravely climbed along the stone wall toward the waterfall, where the golden treasure chest was. He noticed that there were no giant pythons in this area of the waterfall. He was not far from the golden treasure chest. As long as he did not make any noise and move fast enough, he could get the treasure chest and leave safely. If he was unlucky, he would be chased by the giant python, but at present, the golden treasure chests on the World Channel all had good things without exception. If he opened a powerful thermal weapon, what would a few giant pythons mean? Nomura Mizuwa gradually approached the target. Suddenly, a stone under his feet loosened and fell to the bottom of the valley. In an instant, dozens of huge shadows appeared in his field of vision. Nomura Mizuwa's scalp exploded, and he was immediately scared. He hurriedly turned into the cave behind the waterfall, and his fingers quickly touched the keyhole of the treasure chest. Obtained Beast Spring Attraction *1. What is it? Nomura Mizuwa was stunned. Beast Spring Attraction. Break the glass. The liquid can trigger the fierce desire of the beast. Bang bang. Bang bang. Lu Han was discovered, and several giant pythons hit the mountain crack where he was. Fortunately, the mountain crack was small enough that they could not break through and attack the humans inside. The violent collision caused the entire canyon to shake. Nomura Shueisheng didn't know what happened. He put the beast spring into his pocket and took the opportunity to climb up. Although this thing is not as good as a hot weapon, it will be easier for him to escape if he encounters a threat in the future. At this time, without the isolation of the waterfall, he suddenly smelled the smell of gasoline. He didn't have time to think about it, and climbed up quickly. Suddenly, one of his feet stepped on the moss, and he fell down. Fortunately, he grabbed the tree in time. Just as he was surviving the disaster, he smelled a strong fragrance. He reacted stiffly and looked down, and saw that the bag containing the beast spring was close to the stone. Nomura Shueisheng touched it with trembling fingers and felt a handful of glass fragments and liquid. The whole valley was silent, and then the sound of crawling continued. Nomura Mizuwa looked up in despair, and saw countless giant pythons falling into the canyon from all directions. He quickly took off his coat stained with liquid and climbed up in panic. He climbed a few meters before being knocked down by a falling giant python. "Ah!" The scream echoed throughout the canyon. On the top of the tall trees, a few meters away from the canyon, Jiang Shui and Nangongyu watched the scene with tingling scalps. They didn't know that there were so many giant pythons hidden in this jungle. For some reason, the giant pythons hurriedly fell towards the canyon without any intention of attacking them. Jiang Shui nervously took out the alcohol and fuel from the temporary storage of the transaction that had never been collected. As she took it out, Nangongyu beside her quickly cut the surface with a machete to reveal a crack, and Jiang Shui threw it into the canyon. During the fall, these flammable oblique bodies were hit by the wind and the python, and the cracks widened, as if it was raining. The things she traded were quickly used up. There were dense hissing sounds in the canyon. Lu Han put out the last of the fuel, and looked up at the giant python that was falling continuously. The breath was full of indescribable smells and gasoline. If they stayed any longer, they would fall here because of breathing. "Mom and Dad, hold on to me." He opened his umbrella, controlled the wind and dodged left and right to rise upward. "Jiang Shui, you, wait here, I pick you up." "Nangongyu, be careful." Jiang Shui fell with a giant python, and in 10 seconds of energy accumulation, She reached a distance parallel to Lu Han. The wind backflowed, and her body suddenly stopped falling. She passed several falling giant pythons and approached Lu Han. "Give me one person." Lu Han dodged here for a few minutes, and with 2 people, most of the energy of the wind enchantment was consumed, and he sent his mother over without saying a word. Jiang Shui took Lu's mother up with the wind, avoiding several giant pythons, and successfully joined Nandongyu. Lu Han grabbed his father's arm, stepped on the falling giant python's body and jumped up, starting to accumulate energy for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, he took off again and joined Jiang Shui and others. On the top of the tree, Lu Han was panting heavily. Everyone hugged the tree trunk tightly. From time to time, a giant python accidentally hit the tree, and the tree trembled. At this moment, it was already tilted. After holding on for 5 minutes, the tree collapsed with a loud bang. At this time, the number of giant pythons around has greatly decreased, and only a few are swimming in this direction from afar. Nandongyu said, "Everyone get ready to go, I'm going to throw a grenade." Lu Han held up an umbrella and took his parents into the air, retreating to the distance. Jiang Shui also held up an umbrella and flew high in the sky with Nandongyu. Nandongyu took out a grenade from his pocket, opened it, and threw it into the canyon. The crowd retreated for about 10 seconds, and there was a blast from the back, followed by an earthquake. The crowd retreated a few meters, and after the earthquake stopped, they fell on the top of a big tree. I saw flames rising to the sky in the direction of the canyon, fire snakes dancing wildly, and smoke and dust rolling. Nandongyu murmured, "It's over." She opened the scoreboard and said happily, "The 3 of us occupy the top 3. Points are calculated according to contribution. Lu Han has the highest contribution and ranks first. Jiang Shui is second. Nandong is third. Nandongyu, as long as we kill some beasts later, we can keep the top 3 and tomorrow's gold treasure chest is safe." Jiang Shui, "Let's go find a place to rest?" Lu Han lowered his head and chatted with someone privately. After a moment, he said, "I asked everyone for their coordinates. We are currently the closest to Xiaomu. Go in that direction." Everyone landed on the ground and walked away. The jungle that was once occupied by the giant python tribe returned to peace. On the other side of the river, the wild wolf that had been wandering for a long time felt that the threat had disappeared and approached that side cautiously. It smelled the smell of food. There are many creatures that are attracted to flesh and blood like it, but it will be the first one to eat the meat. The wolf found a 2-legged beast with melted skin in the bushes. This was the male 2-legged beast it wanted to eat. It remembered his breath, but now the breath of the 2-legged beast was mixed with the strong smell of the python. The 2-legged beast was not dead yet, and was staring at the wolf with horror. The wolf thought, "Forget it, it was eaten and vomited by the python, and now it has the right to be picky about food. It won't eat this anymore, so give up." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Shui and the others stopped at a tributary of a mountain spring. Everyone split into 2 teams to explore the surroundings, and set up camp after finding no danger. Although they called it camping, they actually had no equipment, just a pile of fire, and everyone sat around the fire to rest. Lu Han found some fish and shrimp in a mountain spring that was less than 2 meters wide and only half a meter deep, and he and Lu's mother processed them with clean spring water. There was a big stone in front of Jiang Shui, and she was digging a groove with a machete. Lu's father was cautious and alert. Nandongyu was hunting nearby with a silver bow, and soon brought back a half-meter-tall pheasant that was shot and killed, and a nest of pheasant eggs. Jiang Shui placed the groove stone in the middle of the fire, filled it with mountain spring water, and then explored the surrounding area. When they came back, everyone had prepared the ingredients and was grilling them. Jiang Shui came over with a few pieces of wild ginger, washed and sliced them, and put them in the water. When the water boils, everyone can drink some to drive away the cold and prevent illness. She looked at Nandongyu, "Drink more." Nandongyu's throat was still a little hoarse. "Yeah, okay." She couldn't get sick and drag everyone down. This meal had barbecue and ginger soup. Although the taste was hard to describe, it replenished energy very well. After the meal, Lu Han and Lu's father took turns to watch over and let everyone take a nap for more than an hour before extinguishing the fire and setting off again. Nandongyu had enough nutrition and a flame blanket to keep warm. After sleeping for more than an hour, his mental state improved a lot. Except for his hoarse throat, he had no other symptoms. Chapter 93. Tap tap. Bang. As they walked in the jungle, insects fell from the trees from time to time and hit the umbrella. "It's leeches again, disgusting, throw them away quickly." Nandongyu showed a disgusted expression. Jiang Shui controlled a gust of wind and blew away the leeches crawling on the umbrella. Lu Han's umbrella was used by his parents, and he was now using a banana leaf to cover himself. The moisture is getting heavier. As they walked forward about 20 to 30 meters, low terrain appeared in front of them, with straight trees growing disorderly, and some trunks were submerged by dirty floods, and the sound of splashing water could be heard from time to time. Jiang Shui looked around and saw a black hole close to the water surface. A dark eyeball on one side of the black hole stared at her lifelessly. Bang! A leech hit the umbrella. The black hole suddenly closed and disappeared silently. There was a crawling sound. Lu Han looked behind him and saw the grass surging, revealing the body of a crocodile. The crocodile was about 15 meters long, with stone-colored skin and a layer of moss on the top, which blended in with the surrounding environment. If it hadn't moved, no one would have noticed that the big stone was actually a crocodile. The crowd was a certain distance away from that place, and with the protection of the trees and water vapor, it did not notice the humans here, and crawled into the water on its own. The crocodile was leisurely half floating on the water surface and swimming. After about a few minutes, it suddenly dived into the water. The next moment, the water surface suddenly burst into waves, and the crocodile biting an 8-meter catfish and rolling in death was exposed to everyone's vision. A fast ripple suddenly passed through the nearby water surface and approached them. Under the rapidly approaching ripple, a 10-meter catfish appeared and bit the crocodile's abdomen fiercely. The crocodile felt pain, and its mouth loosened. The 8-meter catfish escaped death and rolled, and turned and ran with the other catfish. Jiang Shui's vision was far away, and she saw the two catfish disappear in a piece of soil. The crocodile hit the soil hard, and the surrounding land trembled, causing several crocodiles to emerge from the relatively calm water surface. The crocodile hit several times, and the water waves rolled, revealing a deep hole in the soil. After several failed hits, it gave up and turned away. At this time, a head suddenly popped out of the hole. The catfish opened its mouth wide to reveal its sharp teeth, bit the crocodile's tail, and dragged it into the hole. As the two sides were fighting, a silver treasure chest emerged from the mud. Silver treasure chest. Nan Dongyu was refreshed and felt that his cold was almost cured. Jiang Shui, I get it. Nan Dongyu covered his head with his coat. Be careful. Jiang Shui completed the 10-second energy storage, and the sunlight above his head was suddenly blocked. He heard a hoarse voice, followed by a black flash. It was a huge crow. Its scarlet eyes locked onto the silver treasure chest, flapped its wings and hovered on the water for a moment, and the silver treasure chest was caught. The crow flew up into the sky with a light and smooth figure. Lu Han had already taken back his parachute and brought his parents to the air. Chase, crows, like to collect beautiful things, and there is more than one silver treasure chest in their nest. Jiang Shui grabbed Nan Dongyu and followed closely. The view from high altitude was wider, and she saw the crow landing in a place, guessing that it was her nest. The crowd flew and stopped, and arrived at the area after more than 20 minutes. This area is a highland, not very large, with only one bird's nest. Looking down from the sky, you can see two crows inside, and the dazzling reflection of the treasure chest under the sun. Jiang Shui landed. 3 golden treasure chests, a dozen silver treasure chests. Nan Dongyu, I've made a fortune. Lu Han looked around, and he noticed the gazes he was watching. Jiang Shui also noticed it, and looked around. At this time, Nan Dongyu screamed in shock, they found us. She quickly pulled the endless silver bow and aimed. A crow swooped down, and the wind it raised blew away the leaves. Jiang Shui and Lu Han's wind blades swung at the same time, each slashing at one wing. The crow's scarlet eyes flashed with human speechlessness, and it had no choice but to fold its wings and fall straight down. Jiang Shui and Lu Han took the opportunity to attack from close range. The crow flapped its wings and rushed straight to Nan Dongyu. Nan Dongyu shot an arrow, aiming directly at the crow's neck. But the crow's feathers in that area suddenly gathered at the position where it would be hit. Ding! A crisp sound of metal collision was heard. Jiang Shui and Lu Han each grabbed a claw of the crow and dragged it back. The crow was dragged forward and did not turn around to attack. Instead, it stretched its neck and opened its mouth a crack, biting a corner of the endless silver bow in Nan Dongyu's hand. Nan Dongyu was so angry that he laughed. I haven't robbed you yet, but you robbed me first, let go. The crow didn't let go. A quack sound came from above. Jiang Shui looked out of the corner of her eye and saw another crow's head popping out of the bird's nest. It stretched out its wings and pointed upwards, like a hand to cheer. Jiang Shui? Question mark. Suddenly, another human head popped out of the bird's nest, And the man shouted, "It like silver, just give it." The language was automatically translated into a language they could understand. The crow gave up fighting with humans and flew into the air. Nandong refused to let go of the bough and was taken away with him. Jiang Shui and Lu Han caught up with the nest. The crow turned its head and stared at Nandong with a look of not bad in its eyes. Then it looked at Jiang Shui and Lu Han, who were chasing after it, and braked suddenly. Jiang Shui and Lu Han almost collided with it, and they both thought that the crow might have a brain disease. The crow threw the silver bough and Nandong into the nest, and went to catch Jiang Shui. This crow was not reckless. It would hide when it encountered an attack, and wait for the opponent to accumulate strength before catching it. And it caught it very carefully, as if it was afraid that Jiang Shui would get hurt. In the nest, another crow turned upside down and used its soft body to catch Nandong. Nandong bounced a few times on the crow's belly and rolled down. She wanted to do a clean turn and half squat to land, but she didn't expect a foreign man to run over with a silly smile and hold out his arms to her. It was too late to stop at this time. Nandong fell heavily into the man's arms, and both of them fell together in embarrassment. Nandong quickly got up and rushed to the edge of the nest. Her hand lightened, and the silver bough was caught by the crow and put aside. Nandong then discovered that the place was full of glittering and shiny things. The treasure chest that Jiang Shui mentioned earlier was inside. Not only that, there was also a silver-white pistol, a golden staff, a crystal ball that refracted rainbow light, and several golden and silver crystal hand gestures. Now there was also a silver bough. The crow moved its huge body to block Nandong's sight, and looked at him with the eyes of a thief. Nandong was a little bit upset. "You are the thief, okay." The crow did not understand human words, and did not give any response. It just firmly looked at Nandong with the eyes of a thief. The foreigner pulled Nandong away. Okay, we get it back when we have a chance. Think positively, the things are still here. They won't kill us. As long as we're alive, we have a chance." Nandong broke away from him, ran to the edge of the nest, lifted up his coat and grabbed it with both hands, and was about to jump down to support Jiang Shui and Lu Han. His body jumped down, but his parachute was caught. Nandong raised his head and looked over fiercely. The man immediately smiled. "Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. You get hurt if you jump down like this. Don't worry, young man. Your friends will be reunited with you soon." "Nandong, you cursed us? Let go." "I won't let go. Believe me, the crow has no ill will towards you. I've been here for 2 days. As he spoke, the crow that had been fighting with Jiang Shui and Lu Han fell into a disadvantage. It changed from a smooth and elegant crow to a bald crow with many bald spots. It looked at its own feathers falling in the air with pain, and when it was distracted, Jiang Shui stood on its head. The crow was shocked and screamed, and only regretted that it could not communicate with the bipeds. "Let go of my feathers." Jiang Shui was on its head, where its precious feathers were. It was not right to hit or not hit. The whole bird was about to break. Lu Han was standing opposite it, stunned. He read an indescribable message from the crow's eyes and movements. "Shui, come here." Jiang Shui nodded and landed beside Lu Han. The two stood on a big tree. The crow immediately came out of its broken state, fled quickly to the nest, and dived under the wings of another crow, making a hoarse cry. Its calls were so frequent that only occasionally could another crow respond. Everyone. Jiang Shui saw that crow constantly patting the back of the crow in its wings. After a long while, the crow's voice weakened, and its head moved out of its wings. Then it squatted down and tilted its head towards the other crow. The other crow lowered its head skillfully, and the two crows' beaks touched each other. Nandong, who was still hanging in the air, faced this scene and felt as if he had received the biggest critical hit in his life. The foreigner grunted and pulled up the parachute, his veins bulging all over his body, and it looked like he was trying very hard. On the tree, Jiang Shui finally found her own language. "They are." Lu Han was speechless. "Maybe they are complaining and seeking comfort?" Jiang Shui, "Is it so humane?" Lu Han, "It should not hurt us. You go first. I will pick up my parents." When Lu Han landed, his father and mother finally came back. Lu's mother said to Lu Han earnestly, "See, the partner who acts like a spoiled child has the best life." Lu Han, "I'm a man." He immediately imagined himself acting like a spoiled child to Jiang Shui, and felt a chill. He didn't look gentle, but rather tough and cold. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, so he really wasn't suitable. It would be nice if Jiang Shui acted like a spoiled child to him. It was a pity that it was just a thought. Jiang Shui was a straight woman, and they were still in a pure friendship. Even if they were together one day, she wouldn't be able to act like a spoiled child, right? Father Lu, the crow that fought with you was a male, and the one in the nest was a female. Lu Han, ? Lu's mother, you need to change your male chauvinism, you are worse than a bird. Lu Han, no, just imagine me doing that, don't you think it's a bit perverted? Jiang Shui landed in the nest, and the bald crow immediately retreated to the edge of the nest, protecting its head with its wings, and whispered like a crow. Jiang Shui. After hearing what Lu Han said, she couldn't look directly at the pair of crows. Another crow, which was slightly smaller in size, patted this crow, and looked at Jiang Shui calmly and gently, conveying goodwill. Beauty, I can't hold on anymore. You're a bit heavy. The foreigner shouted, how about I fall down with you, or it will seem like I'm watching someone die without helping. Nan Dongyu gritted his teeth. How dare you, a 1.9-meter tall man, rescue me again? Jiang Shui turned and walked over, grabbing the parachute with one hand. Foreigner, what are you going to do? Jiang Shui didn't say anything, but raised her arm up, and Nan Dongyu was thrown up by a rising force. When she landed, she beautifully completed a half-squat posture. Pa pa pa. The foreigner stood there clapping his hands. Great, great. Nan Dongyu. She got angry when she saw this man. Lu Han brought his parents up. I don't know what they experienced under the tree. Lu Han looked a little out of his mind. Mother Lu asked, Shui Shui you, are you injured? Jiang Shui, no. Nan Dongyu, me neither. Father Lu looked at the foreigner. May I ask who you are? My name is Afisa, I'm from Fenghua, and I was a prince in my previous life. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he excitedly extended his hand. I know you, the big guys of Dragon Country. Nice to meet you. Afisa is 1.98 meters tall, strong and sturdy. Lu Han, who is 1.88 meters tall, looked several sizes smaller in front of him. Afisa shook hands with everyone enthusiastically, and every time he shook hands, he always had good words. Sir, you are still handsome in your prime. You are worthy of being a dragon countryman. Madam, you are already in your 50s. You don't look like it, I think you are only in your early 20s. Lu Han, I know you. You were a soldier in your previous life. The soldiers of Dragon Country are worthy of respect. Not only are you worthy of respect, you are also handsome and strong. The girls chasing you can line up the Great Wall. Lu Han was shocked and immediately said, I am not, I don't have it. Afisa changed his target and grabbed Jiang Shui's hand hanging by her side. Beautiful lady, you are the #1 in the survival world's combat power rankings, powerful, beautiful and mysterious. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yellow River. You are the real dragon of Dragon Country. Jiang Shui's whole body was stiff because of the man's handshake. She was still stiff, and Afisa had already shifted his target to Nan Dongyu. Nan Dongyu hid his hands in his pockets for a second, and said unkindly, I'm not beautiful or strong, and you just tricked me, stay away from me. Afisa grabbed Nan Dongyu's arm, forcibly pulled her hand out and held it. Unfair, I'm worried about you. How can I trick you? I know you, world champion. Every arrow you shot in your last life hit my heart. Nan Dongyu pulled back his hand and rubbed his goosebumps. Shut up. Afisa, that can't be done. Nan Dongyu. The female crow touched Afisa with her wings and pointed at the others. Afisa made an okay gesture. Okay, okay. He invited everyone to sit down. I clean the bird's nest 800 times a day. It's very clean. Let's sit down and talk. Chapter 94. Afisa talked about his experiences in the past few days. My brother and I were in this area after crossing over. We were not strong in fighting, so we were chased by crocodiles all night, and then we ran away. When the sun rose, I met the male crow. He took away all the gold and silver treasures on me, and brought me back to clean their nests and feathers every day. Did you see the pile of gold and silver jewelry? They are all mine. They are actually a good couple. They didn't hurt me. They just let me do some work and provided meals every day. I have to go to the tree to cook for every meal, and I can't sleep with them. See the branch below that is so big that 2 people can't hug it together? I built a tree house there, which can accommodate me. I think it's good. At least I don't have to live in fear, right? If possible, I don't want to teleport away and live here forever. Lu Han, Afisa, I remember where I heard this name. You and your brother are the twin princes of Fenghua, right? Afisa, yes, yes. Nan Dongyu. He is a famous rich playboy in Feng Country. He hangs around everywhere every day, and has a lot of gossips. Afisa was unhappy. This is a rumor. We two brothers just like to play. Even though we often go to brothels, we have never touched a woman's hand. Nandong, you didn't believe it. You are already 36 or 37 years old. Is this true? Afisa, it's more real than gold, oil and diamonds. I am a virgin. Jiang Shui was drinking water. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Why is this person so fierce? Lu Han patted Jiang Shui on the back and looked at Afisa unhappily. Be serious. Afisa retorted, why not be serious? This is the thing I am most proud of. With it, I will not miss the pure, flawless, and beautiful girl of true love. Nandong, you said sourly, if I have wealth, I will definitely show off my wealth. Afisa, vulgar, whether in the last life or this life, wealth is the least important thing in our phone country. You are so young. Can you have some pursuit? Nandong, you. Stop, end this topic. I can't hold back my slap. Lu Han changed the subject. Are you going to live here and let your brother come over to join you? Afisa, no, my brother was rescued by a girl from your dragon country yesterday. He fell in love at first sight and went to pursue her. She asked me not to disturb him. Anyway, we will be teleported back to the island after 7 days. It's not a big deal if we don't see each other for a few days. Everyone, this is not a matter of not seeing each other for a few days. This is a matter of life and death crisis at every moment. Is it really okay to fly alone like this? Nandong Yu suggested. While it's still early, let's go crocodile hunting? Afisa widened his eyes and gave a thumbs up. Warrior. Jiang Shui walked towards the crow's treasure pile. The male crow wanted to stop them, but didn't dare to. The female crow didn't move, because she knew they were no match for these two-legged beasts. One of them had a damaged wing and couldn't fly, while the other was expelled from the tribe. The two crows hid in the crocodile area to avoid fighting just to survive, and they were unwilling to break up with these people. Jiang Shui didn't take anything else, only the endless silver bow. Father Lu said, your mother and I are ranked low in points. Even if we kill crocodiles continuously, we can't enter the top 10 of the points list. We will stay here to build a temporary residence. Lu Han left the fire attribute machete and poison attribute crossbow. Be careful. Afisa aimed at Jiang Shui's extra weapons. Give me a machete for self-defense? I will use gold, silver, jewelry, and clothes to buy them when I return to the island. When Lu's mother heard this, she immediately handed over the machete in her husband's hand. Afisa, I can see that you are a good person. Do you have a lot of jewelry? Are the clothes nice? Afisa, I have to brag about this. We often catch gold, silver, diamonds, crystals, and other basic materials in Fengwu district. Most of the drawings we catch are luxurious and beautiful accessories, ready-made clothes and houses. The workbenches we get are also used to process them. It's so beautiful, but unfortunately it's flashy and impractical. Humans in the survival world don't buy it, so our Fengwu is struggling to survive now. It's really, are there any pictures? Nandong Yu felt that Afisa's image became majestic in his eyes. Afisa, yes, this elegant purple crystal dress was purchased from Yana of the Kingdom of God. Look, this is the promotional photo she took. Nandong Yu and Lu's mother came closer, and saw that Yana was already very beautiful. She put on a long dress, held a magic wand, and wore various accessories. The image of the elegant and noble goddess in the legend instantly came up. Nandong Yu's eyes turned into a heart shape. Did she buy all this from you? Afisa, yes. Lu's mother, how much? Afisa, it's free. She helped me promote it, and gave it away for free. Unfortunately, it didn't sell well, and I didn't get any supplies in exchange. Nandong Yu, ah? Lu's mother, ah? Afisa, if you are willing to give me a machete, I will give each of you a set when we return to the island. Everyone, Lu's mother, I will give you the machete. Keep your word. Nandong Yu, I don't have a weapon now. I will use it first. When I have other weapons, can I trade this bow to you? Lu Han, add me as a friend and trade with you for a long time in the future? Spring is here, and humans don't need to wear those bloated clothes anymore. He wants to go shopping often and give them to Shue. Father Lu, well, Afisa, I add you as my friend too. I leave my wife's clothes to you in the future. I trade with you when I return to the island. You have enough weapons. Afisa asked cautiously, not only weapons, but also delicious food, okay? Nowadays, humans in the survival world don't have to worry about food and clothing. But who doesn't want delicious food? What's more, this group of people comes from a country of delicious food. Even in the survival world, the food in Longwood district is still the most exquisite, delicious and diverse among all the districts. Father Lu, sure, we will make sure it is delicious and filling. Afisa smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. "Nand on you, me, and me? I also want to add friends, I have everything." This group of teams that were a little cold before suddenly became enthusiastic about Afisa, and even Jiang Shui, who seemed the coldest, suggested adding friends to facilitate transactions. Afisa, who suddenly became the group's favorite, felt unreal as if he was drunk. "Jiang Shui, Auntie, keep your machete for self-defense. I have an extra machete here, give it to Afisa first." Lu's mother, "Okay, you guys go down to hunt crocodiles later, be careful Xiaohan, you're a boy, you have to protect the girls, okay?" Lu Han, "Got it." The three of them left, and Afisa said enthusiastically, "Don't worry, I take good care of you, uncle and aunt." Both parties were very satisfied with this deal. In midair, Nandongyu said to Jiang Shui, "Let's pay attention to whether there are any crops suitable for seasoning later, and we must treat Afisa to a good meal tonight." Jiang Shui, "Yeah." Lu Han was depressed. It was so difficult for him to add Jiang Shui as a friend. How long did it take to become close friends? Now Jiang Shui has only known Afisa for less than an hour, and they are so close. Why do women like shiny things as much as birds? After getting away from the crow area, the crocodiles became more active. The three of them landed on the ground and hid behind the trees. Nandongyu was responsible for long-range attacks to attract the crocodiles. Jiang Shui and Lu Han rushed forward and attacked with all their strength, harvesting the lives of the crocodiles, like harvesting ordinary small geckos. Before they knew it, they had arrived at a land where crocodiles rarely appeared. Jiang Shui glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Shui, hunting some wild animals to eat? Lu Han, sure. There was no rain tonight, and wild animals often appeared. An hour later, the 4 empty spaces in Jiang Shui's backpack were filled with 3 3-meter-long live suckling pigs and a dead wild goat. She was also dragging a blanket in her hand, which contained some wild peppers, onions, ginger, and chilies that could be used for seasoning. Lu Han was dragging a bunch of bananas half a person's height, and in his other hand, he was holding a fat dead rabbit. Nandongyu held a pheasant in his left hand, and a flying bird in his right hand, humming a song, "I have a chicken in my left hand, and a duck in my right hand." The group returned straight back from the sky with umbrellas, killing more than a dozen crocodiles on the way, and arrived at the crow's nest at 1 o'clock in the morning. The shelter was expanded on the basis of the original tree house in Afisa. The Zhongzhou Island did not have such strict rules as the Survival Island, and it could be built freely. They built a sturdy rectangular simple tree house. A large stone with a groove was placed in the middle of the tree house, and the stone was burning with a fire. After an unknown period of baking, the moisture in the simple tree house was completely dissipated, and it was quite comfortable to stay in it. Lu Han said, "Afisa, come with me to break down the ingredients." Afisa, "Okay." Jiang Shui, "I go too." Nandongyu, "Then I go too." Lu Han thought for a moment. "Let's all go down, Mom and Dad, you stay alert, we deal with them quickly." Everyone landed together. There was ready-made water nearby. Although the bloody smell attracted crocodiles during the process, they were quickly killed. Not long after, everyone returned to the simple tree house and closed the door. The bloody smell was isolated, and the surroundings became quiet. Mother Lu said, "You are the main force in the battle, you take a rest first, your father and I will cook." Afisa, "I will help you, call me if you need anything." Mother Lu, No, you take a rest too." The crowd did not really take a rest, but closed their eyes to rest. Under the big fire, the food cooked quickly, and the fragrance spread quickly. Bang bang. Jiang Shui heard the sound of the simple tree house being hit. Lu Han was close to the door, and slightly turned sideways. Everyone chopped a huge head outside the door. The crow's scarlet eyes were full of curiosity, staring at the food. Nandongyu woke up from his half-sleep and wondered, "Is it interested in human food?" Mother Lu tore off the roasted rabbit head. There was not much meat in this place. "Try it?" Lu Han took the rabbit head and put it on the branch. The crow pecked at it carefully. Even though it was very careful, half of the rabbit head disappeared. Everyone saw that its eyes suddenly lit up, and the look it gave them was very enthusiastic. Everyone, Nandongyu, really interested? Come to think of it, the dragons are also like this, as are the pandas and the little wolves. Now there are them. Do highly intelligent creatures that have no ill will towards humans have the same preferences as humans? Jiang Shui, mermaids also like the food that humans eat. Lu Han, their uniqueness makes it difficult for them to survive in the bird and animal tribes. So do they live alone here? Afisa, I thought these two crows looked like humans before. Could they be the goblins that you Dragon Kingdom talked about? Nandong, who knows? Anyway, feed them first, just in case they are useful. Although we don't hunt much meat, we have enough crocodile meat below. Chapter 95. Crows are only interested in cooked food with seasonings. When the seasoning plants brought by Jiang Shui are used up, they will not eat the roasted meat. Everyone was sleeping at this time, and only Lu Hanluan was on guard at this time. He saw the crows showing disdain for the roasted meat without seasonings, and he found it funny. There is nothing we can do about it. The conditions are limited. If you can speak the same language as us, we would like to invite you to visit the island. There are much more food there than now. But the crows could not understand human speech, so they returned to their nests in disappointment. The two crows huddled together to rest. At 7 o'clock the next day, everyone was awakened by the sound. Announcement to the public: the scoreboard is settled. The top 3 will be rewarded with 1 gold treasure chest, and the 4th to 10th will be rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. The 3 golden beams lasted for a few seconds before dissipating. Jiang Shui opened her eyes, and saw the golden treasure chest quietly placed in front of her. At the same time, golden treasure chests also appeared in front of Lu Han and Nandong. The public announcement woke up everyone on Zhongzhou Island. Everyone checked the scoreboard and found that 2 of the top 3 were occupied by members of the unnamed tribe. Not only that, there was another person who was a lone player without a tribe, but was a friend of the unnamed tribe. Seeing that the difference in points was not very big, they guessed that the 3 people had reunited. Beep beep. Jiang Shui received a message from a friend. Xiao Huan, congratulations, what did you get? Meng Luyun, you are worthy of it. Xiao Mu, keep up the good work and take the scoreboard tomorrow. Lu Han also received news from the tribe members. The crow couple was still sleeping, and everyone came to the tree quietly to open the treasure chest. Jiang Shui touched the treasure chest first. Get the transformation card. Transformation card can help highly intelligent creatures transform. Jiang Shui's first reaction was to give it to the dragon. After all, such a big one sleeps in a place without a roof every day. If it transforms, it can live in the room with her, and there is an extra bed there. Nandong rubbed Jiang Shui with both hands. Okay, it's my turn. Get the golden shield. Golden shield can be enlarged and reduced after use, easy to carry. Lu Han opened his own golden treasure chest. Get the endless golden gun. Endless golden gun condenses air bullets every 3 seconds. Aim and fire. Among the 3 golden treasure chests, only Jiang Shui did not get weapons and armor, but for her, being able to help the dragon transform is better than anything else. Afisa looked at the golden shield and golden gun with shining eyes. Sell them? Nandong, no. Defensive equipment is so rare in the survival world. Maybe she is the only one in the world who has it. It can save her life and must not be sold. She used the golden shield. The shield changed to the height of a person as she wished and blocked in front of her. Then it changed to the size of a knuckle and was held in her hand. Lu Han responded by directly putting the golden gun on his waist. He did not try it immediately. If the noise was too loud, it would attract wild animals. They would have to cook and eat later, so it was better not to cause trouble. Afisa was lost. There were still some wild goats left from yesterday, so everyone returned to the tree. Father Lu and Mother Lu were grilling meat, while the others came to the nest, eyeing the dozen treasure chests. The crow couple woke up from a dream of their treasure being stolen, and saw several people sitting in the treasure pile. The gold and silver treasure chests were opened, and many strange things were piled up next to them. Considering that they had eaten the treasure yesterday, they were still there, so they just showed nervous eyes, and had no intention of taking action. Everyone looked at the materials opened happily, and began to distribute them. Gold space ring *1. Gold fire staff *1. Gold dream crystal ball *1. Silver backpack *1. Endless silver gun *1. Medium mystical workbench *1. Silver eye staff *1. Medium pharmacy workbench *1. Silver space ring *1. Beast spring attraction *0.5. Silver water staff *1. Silver water staff *1. Silver word spirit book *1. Silver dream crystal ball. Medium pharmacy workbench *1. Lu Han took the gold ring and said to Jiang Shui, the space grid here is the same as the gold backpack. The ring is light and easy to carry. Give me your gold backpack? Jiang Shui agreed. Okay. Nandong glanced at Lu Han speechlessly. He looked quite decent, but why did he do such a cunning thing? Jiang Shui, why are you so straight? You don't think there's anything wrong with this? Afisa reached out and touched Nandong's arm. There is also a silver backpack and a silver ring. You take the ring and I take the backpack? Nandong Yu took the ring. Okay. The space is the same, and it looks much better to wear a ring than a backpack. Besides, Afisa is tall and strong, and it's not suitable for him to wear a ring. Of the 3 gold equipment, Lu Han took the gold ring and exchanged it with Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui took the gold dream crystal ball, and Nandong Yu took the gold fire staff. For the remaining silver equipment, Nandong Yu and Afisa each took a space equipment, and the others were distributed by rock paper scissors. Father and Mother Lu were brought up, and everyone played rock paper scissors around the equipment, and the final result was Jiang Shui took the gold dream crystal ball and the silver word spirit book, and she gave up the rest and did not participate in rock paper scissors. She was lucky. If she continued to participate, she might be the first. Lu Han, golden space ring, mysterious workbench. He had a large family, so he gave up participating. Nandong Yu, golden fire staff, medium-sized pharmaceutical workbench. Afisa, endless silver spear, silver ice staff, medium-sized pharmaceutical workbench. The rest were taken by Lu's father and mother. Lu's mother held 3 staffs and 2 water staffs. Everyone only took the supplies from the treasure chest. They did not touch the other scattered weapons and equipment that the crows got from other places. They closed the empty treasure chests, and the treasure pile immediately returned to its previous state, nothing more, nothing less. Crow withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Father and Mother Lu returned to the simple tree house to continue cooking. Afisa held the endless silver gun and couldn't let it go. Nandong Yu put the endless silver bow and the medium-sized pharmaceutical workbench into the 3-grid space ring, so there was still 1 empty grid left. She happily held the golden fire staff and couldn't let it go, planning to try it out when she was on the road later. Lu Han put the quilt and machete into the space, and then put in half a bunch of bananas and the mysterious workbench, so the backpack was full. Jiang Shui's space was filled with 3 live suckling pigs and half a wild goat corpse. Now there was no extra space. Fortunately, the golden dream crystal ball and the silver spiritual book did not take up much space, so it didn't matter if she held them in her arms. At this time, she was sitting in the nest, with a golden dream crystal ball in her pocket and a book on her knees. The moment she opened the book, a pen automatically appeared in front of her. The method of use automatically emerged in her mind. Write the future of the designated object, and the probability of realization will be increased or decreased according to the will of the other party. Jiang Shui reached into her pocket and held the golden dream crystal ball. Make the designated object fall into a beautiful dream. She thought, if she encountered a difficult opponent, she would first use the golden dream crystal ball on the opponent, and then use the word spirit book. Would it be possible to achieve twice the result with half the effort? At this time, she was looking forward to encountering similar enemies to verify the effect. Jiang Shui came back to her senses, replied to Zhao Huan and others' private chat, and checked everyone's coordinates. Ming Liyun met Zhang Xian on the way to Longwu tribe, and has now arrived at Longwu tribe. Xiao Mu is still traveling alone with his family. Zhao Huan and Xia Xianer's family are not far away. After 2 days of deliberate approach, they successfully reunited this morning. Today's breakfast is roasted lamb. Due to the lack of seasoning and the unique taste of lamb, everyone wore a mask of pain during this breakfast. After the meal, everyone shared a banana and said goodbye to Crow and Afisa and left. As soon as they left, the Crow caught the crocodile and Afisa and asked him to find seasoning to grill the fish for him. Afisa was so depressed. If he had known that he couldn't stay in the nest, he might as well go with everyone. After yesterday's crocodile hunting, there were obviously fewer active crocodiles today, so the catfish began to dominate. When they saw them passing by, they broke out of the water and pounced on them. Their posture was even more powerful than that of piranhas. Nandong Yu said excitedly, "Let me do it." Fireball. A fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter emerged from the crystal at the top of the staff and crashed into the catfish's wide-open mouth at high speed. Instantly, the catfish was smashed and flew backwards, landing heavily in the water. After struggling for a while, it was still alive, but the air was filled with the aroma of grilled fish. Nandong Yu. It smells good, but unfortunately the fish grown in this kind of water have many parasites, so it's best not to eat them. Jiang Shui took out the silver spiritual book, and a silver light sank into the half-dead catfish's body. She wrote, "Killed by a crocodile." Suddenly, the nearby water plants floated, and a 10-meter-long crocodile emerged and bit the catfish's belly. The catfish was bitten off a large piece of flesh and blood in an instant. Everyone quickly approached Zhao Huan's direction. According to the current speed of fighting and running, they would be able to meet up at noon tomorrow. They spent the whole morning deliberately searching for prey and treasure chests on a straight route. At 10 o'clock noon, they came to a turbulent river. There were considerable wet rocks on both sides of the river. They saw a large group of bison drinking water on this side of the river. On the left side of the opposite bank of the river, there were several hippos lying in the water at the edge, submerging most of their bodies, leaving only their huge heads exposed. 100 meters upstream, several black bears stood on the shore catching fish. It was probably the season of migratory flow, and there were a lot of big fish, and they were all very big, about 6 or 7 meters long. The black bear was 30 meters tall, and was enjoying catching fish. Lu Han said, "Let's go a little further downstream." Half an hour later, everyone camped on the back of a rock on the river bank. The rock was fan-shaped, and there were no big trees around, which was conducive to camping and resting. Father and Mother Lu were picking up branches nearby, Nan Gongyu was in charge of vigilance, and Jiang Shui and Lu Han were catching fish on the river bank. Because the river was turbulent, the water was not clear, but because the fish were large enough, it was not difficult to find them. Soon, the two of them each caught a nearly 6-meter big fish, and used the river water to remove the scales and clean it on the spot. A fire had been lit in the camp. Mother Lu and Nan Gongyu were grinding the seasoning plants they had collected along the way in the morning. Father Lu came over with the silver water staff, and used the clean water in the staff to wash the two processed fish again. When you are out, you should eat cleaner food. They had been eating barbecue these days. Today at noon, they changed their taste, and made grooves in the stones to cook fish. The fish in the river are much cleaner than those in the swamp. They are clean after being carefully washed with clean water. Although the seasoning is limited, the fish itself is not so strong. It tastes many times better than the roasted lamb for breakfast. Everyone ate up the two big fish in one meal. As the attributes increased significantly, people's appetites also increased greatly. Everyone caught another big fish and put it in the empty space grid of Nan Gongyu to eat at night, and then used the parachute to cross the river. On the other side of the river, the movement of wild animals was obviously much less, while the number of insects and birds was increasing, and the plants were also particularly lush. Lu Han walked in front to lead the way. Jiang Shui and Nan Gongyu walked side by side in the back to cover the rear, protecting the two elders in the middle. After a distance from the river, spider webs began to appear frequently in the field of vision. The webs were vertical, and morning dewdrops were still hanging on the silk threads. Some of them were tied between branches, half hidden in the branches and leaves, and some were tied between two big trees to block the way. These spiders were very large, with their limbs spread out to be about 3 meters long. Most of them hid in the trees, or curled up in the webs without moving, occasionally moving in the webs, and crawling towards the butterflies caught in the webs. Nan Gongyu and Lu's mother were very scared of these creatures, and they didn't dare to make a loud noise, for fear of alarming them and becoming prey. Jiang Shui didn't care about it. The living conditions were very poor when she was a child. It was common for her to wake up in the morning and find that she accidentally shared the bed with spiders and mice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a sound of wings flapping in front of her, and at the same time, dense mosquitoes of 20 to 30 centimeters appeared in her field of vision, as well as dense spider webs. Mosquitoes have a very sensitive sense of smell. They smelled the smell of humans, and some of them flew towards everyone. Damn! Nan Gongyu couldn't help but swear. Lu Han, follow me. There were a lot of mosquitoes in this area. After running for about half an hour, the number of mosquitoes following behind him increased, and they were so dense that they looked like a large dark cloud. Everyone knew that running like this was not a good idea. Vigorous exercise would cause sweat and human odor, which would attract more mosquitoes. Big fireball. Nan Gongyu released a fireball to hit the flying mosquitoes. The area where the flying mosquitoes lived probably had never encountered fire, and they did not dodge or avoid it, and a large number of them were burned to death in an instant. Nan Gongyu's points rose rapidly. Jiang Shui threw a small tornado backwards, and those flying mosquitoes were immediately swept into the storm. Nan Gongyu, big fireball. The small tornado became a small fire tornado. Voila! Voila! The crawling sound came from all directions, and suddenly, a white silk flashed and flew along the weeds. Lu Han hurriedly threw out a wind blade to cut it off. Paw! The broken silk thread flew by inertia and hit Jiang Shui's leg. Water arrow! Father Lu shouted softly, and the silver water staff flew out a water arrow at high speed, penetrating the belly of the spider 10 meters away. The spider fell down, but soon, the weeds around it shook, and more spiders were exposed one after another. Chapter 96. Jiang Shui grabbed Nangongyu's waist and flew into the sky, with several spiders still chasing after her. Nangongyu. Little fireball, little fireball, little fireball. The flames burned through the spider silk and hit the spider. Lu Han led his parents to jump forward at the top of the tree. Let's go! Jiang Shui followed closely behind them, and behind them, countless mosquitoes and spiders were chasing them. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground from the side. Jiang Shui used her peripheral vision to observe, and saw an 8-meter-long yellow-green frog approaching. It rolled its tongue and a mosquito fell into its mouth. Quack! Quack! It made a loud sound, as if calling something, and then a dense quack sound came from afar in response. Bang, bang, bang. This is the sound of frogs jumping closer. Lu Han said, lead them in that direction. 15 minutes later, the frogs and spider flies became one, and Lu Han and others hid in the dark and took the opportunity to score points. When most of the people there were killed or injured, everyone left. As the sun set, the brightness in the jungle decreased significantly, and everyone decided to find a cave to camp. There were no monsters to fight along the way. Apart from exploring, they were rushing on the road. At 7 o'clock, a mountain appeared in sight. The jungle had fallen into complete darkness. There were no stars or bright moon tonight. The night wind was very strong, bringing humid water vapor. Soon, it started to rain heavily. There were fewer sounds in the jungle. Everyone was taking shelter from the rain. Jiang Shui and others were much safer on the road ahead. In such heavy rain, umbrellas were not very useful. Everyone walked quickly in the rain and arrived at the mountain half an hour later. There was no cave in sight, so everyone started digging with their bare hands. Fortunately, they continued to eat attribute food during this period, so digging caves was not difficult. A few minutes later, a cave with a narrow outside, a deep tunnel, and a fairly spacious interior appeared. The branches outside were wet, and there was no dry firewood to be found at the moment. After the branches were piled up, Nangongyu used the golden fire staff to continue to set fire to them. It took a while to dry the branches until they were half dry and burned. Everyone was shivering around the fire, and their breathing was not so smooth. In front of them were the empty silver treasure chests that were deliberately left behind, and 2 empty black iron treasure chests. These were what they had discovered on the way. After the silver treasure chest was opened, they encountered a beast and were killed by everyone. Weapons were opened from the 2 black iron treasure chests. Black iron weapons are of little use to them now, so they are put on the trading line. Now several empty treasure chests can be used as containers for cooking and boiling water. Lu Han came to the cave entrance and pulled the plants to cover the entrance. When he came back, the water in the 2 black iron treasure chests had boiled. There was a narrow ear chamber in the middle of the passage, which served as a place for bathing and washing clothes. Ladies and elders were given priority, and Lu's mother was pushed over to take a bath first. When she came back in a single piece of clothing holding the washed and dripping clothes, Nangongyu had already lit the second fire, and the room temperature was raised a lot. Everyone went to take a shower and wash clothes in turn. Lu Han was the last one in line. When he came out, there were 3 fires burning in the cave. 2 of the fires were supported by branches and hung with cotton clothes to dry. The temperature in the cave was high enough. After being baked, everyone's clothes were dry. At this time, Lu's mother was using the black iron treasure box to cook mutton soup. There was a lot of ginger in the mutton soup. To prevent the taste from being too strong, the mutton was baked for a long time until the meat was boneless, and then everyone started to eat it. Mother Lu said, although the taste is not very good, it is nutritious and can drive away the cold. Everyone should try to drink more hot soup. After dinner, Jiang Shui opened the Outing World channel to kill time. It was only a little after 8 o'clock, and no one was sleepy. It was raining outside, and it was difficult to go out. It was better to watch everyone chatting to kill time. Well, Ice Country, thank you Titan Bear, shout out to Titan Bear. My family just couldn't find a place to hide from the rain, and unfortunately encountered a wolf pack. Titan Bear fell from the sky and killed the wolf pack, put us on his shoulders and ran wildly, and took us to a gathering place of the Ice Country people. Nasha, Ice Country, I was saved by a Titan Bear yesterday. We were chased by a group of velociraptors yesterday. It saved us and sent us to a gathering place. Our Ice Country's guardian beast is so reliable. Wang Feng, Dragon Country, why hasn't our Dragon Country's guardian beast appeared yet? Jiang Shui, the dragon has been living with you. Did you not allow it? You detained it, and asked it to find supplies for you to protect your safety. Xiao Wei, Dragon Country, it must be like this. Jiang Shui, release the dragon. The dragon belongs to all of us. Qin Jiqiu, Longwa, this is too stupid. No matter how powerful Jiang Shui is, can he hold a dragon? Do you think the dragon is an ordinary creature? And the national guardian beasts are all divine, okay? They have their own ideas. The howling eagle of Dingwa is here, but it doesn't care about the people like the Titan bear. Bian Wu, Longwa, that's because the people of Dingwa treat the howling eagle badly, using it as a tool to boss it around. The eagle doesn't like the people of Dingwa. Xiao Wei, Longwa, so, the dragon is unwilling to help us, just like the situation in Dingwa? Bian Wu, Longwa, I didn't say that. The truth is in people's hearts. Jiang Shui smiled and said, please give me the coordinates of Wang Feng, Xiao Wei and Bian Wu. The price is negotiable. Wang Feng, Longwa. Jiang Shui, what do you mean? You want to kill us, right? You can't even tell me. You are too arbitrary. Jiang Shui, Longwa, please give me the coordinates of Wang Feng, Xiao Wei and Bian Wu. The price is negotiable. After several days of traveling, several high-level officials on Wang Feng's side have successfully reunited. At this moment, Wang Feng, Xiao Wei and Bian Wu are in a cave. Not only that, many people in the tribe have also successfully reunited with them. At this time, there are 500 or 600 people in the cave. The people in this tribe are all pirates, and nearly half of them are criminals in the previous life. They are forced to respect them as their leaders because of their strong fighting ability. Wang Feng and his people were famous in the previous life. They spoke and acted in a high-handed manner. People did not obey them. After seeing Jiang Shui's speech on the World Channel, many small groups had ideas and planned to cooperate to get them out of office. As for who will be the king in the future, it will be fair competition. The 3 wanted people were very panicked at the moment. You know, there are hundreds of people here. If someone betrays them, then they are finished. Bian Wu is the first to calm down. Although everyone is on Zhongzhou Island, they are far away from each other, and they will definitely not be able to get here in time. She suddenly came to her senses and looked at everyone fiercely. No one is allowed to reveal the coordinates, otherwise you will be cut into pieces. Wang Feng and Xiao Wei also reacted and stared at everyone. Wang Feng, everyone, turn off the virtual screen, otherwise it will be treated as revealing the coordinates. Jiang Shui received 6 friend requests, 5 of which had the reason for the application being that they were with Wang Feng and the other 2. The 6th person said that they were robbed and their bodies were thrown away by Wang Feng, but they survived by chance. The place where Wang Feng and others live now is the shelter that their family once dug out. Jiang Shui agreed to the boy's friend request. The boy hiding in the tree hole was delighted to see his friend pass. His parents and family were killed by the pirates, and he was the only one who survived. He dragged his seriously injured body to this day just to take revenge, but he also knew that it was difficult for him to do it, and his vitality was almost exhausted. But now, things have taken a turn for the better. The boy typed, "Hello, my name is Zheng Yan. I know where they are, the coordinates." Jiang Shui estimated the distance and found that it was not far from here, only more than 100 kilometers. Lu Han asked, "How is it?" Jiang Shui, "It's more than 100 kilometers away from them. It will take at most 2 hours to reach them at full speed." Lu Han, "Wait until the rain stops." Jiang Shui, "Yes." She replied to Zheng Yan, "Okay." Jiang Shui began to close her eyes and rest, and slowly fell asleep. "Because I went to bed early, I woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. It was still raining outside, but it was much lighter than at night. Nanongyu was the one keeping watch at this time. In front of her were piles of cooked meat that everyone had roasted when they took turns keeping watch at night. Seeing Jiang Shui sitting up, Nanongyu said, "Are you awake? Are you hungry? Eat something." Jiang Shui nodded, and ate a few pounds of roasted meat quietly. After a while, Lu Han also woke up. Jiang Shui was full at this time, and said to him, "I'm going to Wang Feng, Xiao Wei, Bian Wu and the others. You guys go to Huanhuan as usual, and I go to Huanhuan from there?" Lu Han shook his head. "It's too dangerous to go alone. No one is looking after you. Nanongyu, Shua and I will go together." Lu's father and mother woke up when they heard the voices. Lu's mother said, "Why don't you go, Xiaohan? You two have parachutes, and it will only take 4 hours to go, and come back quickly. We will wait for you here." Nanongyu changed his mind. "Auntie is right. Why don't you two go? You have the strongest fighting power, and the fastest speed here. If you don't waste too much time going back and forth, you can be back before noon. Then we can travel together." Jiang Shui hesitated. This was her personal matter. She didn't want to drag others down. Moreover, Lu Han's parents were here. It was reasonable for Lu Han to take care of his parents instead of her. Lu Han said, "Let's go." It's safe here. As long as they don't go out, it's fine. He looked at Nandongyu. After we leave, you can block most of the cave entrance with soil, which will be more concealed. Nandongyu, okay, leave it to me. I will take good care of uncle and aunt. Father Lu smiled and said, don't worry about us. We all have the ability to protect ourselves. Go quickly. Take advantage of the fact that the little beast is not active now. Go and come back quickly. Lu Han unloaded the silver pistol and gave it to his father, then left the cave with Jiang Shui. They used the parachute to move quickly on the treetop according to the coordinates, and the speed was faster than on land. After more than half an hour, they were very close to the target. National announcement, scoreboard settlement, the top 3 will be rewarded with a gold treasure chest *1, and the 4th to 10th will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest *1. A beam of silver light appeared in front of her and Lu Han. Not only her, but Nandongyu in the cave also got a silver treasure chest. Although the mosquitoes and spiders were not large creatures yesterday, they were numerous, so they were all on the list. Nandongyu ranked 5th, Jiang Shui and Lu Han ranked 9th and 10th. There was no rush to open the treasure chest. Jiang Shui had a blank space in her space, so she put it in. There was also a remaining space in Lu Han's space, which was just enough to fit his silver treasure chest. 10 minutes later, the two found Zheng Yan in the tree hole. At this time, he was soaked and in a coma. Lu Han touched his forehead. Serious injury, wound festering, high fever. The only medicinal things they encountered along the way were hemostatic grass and ginger, nothing else, so it was a bit difficult at this time. Without caring about anything else, Lu Han took out a machete and directly cut off the festering part of Zheng Yan. Jiang Shui took out the alcohol she had traded and poured it on the wound, and then crushed the hemostatic grass and covered it on the fresh wound. Zheng Yan was awakened by the pain, but he was now weak all over, without even the strength to howl, and curled up in pain. Zheng Yan fainted several times, and woke up from the pain. After he fainted again, Lu Han and Jiang Shui treated his wounds and patted him awake. Lu Han handed him his cup of hot water. Drink water. Zheng Yan, thank you. After a while, Zheng Yan finally recovered some energy. Thank you, I will take you to Wang Feng's base. Lu Han grabbed his arm. Hold on to me. After that, he took off. Zheng Yan's expression was blank. He could actually fly. He deserves to be in the top 2 of the world's combat power rankings. Jiang Shui also flew up. Show the way. The rain was still falling, and the air was cold. After about 10 minutes, they came to a hidden cave. Lu Han said to Zheng Yan, hide yourself. At the entrance of the cave, a short man was on guard. When he saw Jiang Shui and Lu Han approaching, excitement flashed across his face. In his previous life, he was a gangster and a troublemaker. Now he has fallen to doing odd jobs for the pretty boys. He was already upset, and he had to endure their beatings and scolding. He had long wanted to rebel. He did not make any noise, but took the initiative to lift the covering plants, and then walked back as if nothing had happened. It's time to change shifts, he said to one person. On the other side, Wang Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, and saw that there was no one guarding the passage. He was furious. Stupid! How many times have I told you that the process of changing shifts is completed at the guard point? You have no brains. Xiao Wei, who was on night watch, turned her head. What's wrong? Wang Feng, what did you say? There is no one in the passage now, and neither are you. How come you didn't notice it? Xiao Wei was unhappy. Why are you yelling? I'm looking around. Can my eyes stay in the passage all the time? He's stupid, you can just beat him up, but you actually blame me. Are you sick? Bianwu sighed. Okay, stop arguing, go change shifts. She felt that after Jiang Shui's speech on the World Channel yesterday, the two of them were unbalanced, and this wouldn't work. Let's change shifts when the rain stops. Her words stopped abruptly, and everyone's attention was on her instead of the channel. The person who was changing shifts received a signal from his friend and didn't change shifts, but hid in the crowd. Therefore, no one noticed that Lu Han and Jiang Shui had appeared in the channel and swung a wind blade. The wind blade went straight to Bianwu, who seemed to sense something and dodged it. Although she avoided a fatal injury, her arm was injured. Run! She ran in panic in the other direction of the cave. When they entered here, they dug a few more holes as exits, just in case they were trapped in the cave. Wang Feng and Xiao Wei chased after them immediately. Jiang Shui swung a gust of wind, and Xiao Wei, who was at the back, fell to the ground. She got up in fear, and saw a flash of cold light in front of her. She quickly blocked her weapon in front of her, and heard. Ding. With a bang, she was knocked out by the reaction force, and her weapon also cracked. The rest of the people in the cave took the opportunity to escape to the cave behind. They didn't want to fight the top two in the world's combat power list. Bang! Bang! Wang Feng took out a golden pistol and shot at Lu Han, shooting and retreating. Bian Wu, support me. Bian Wu left without looking back. To her, they were just partners, but there was no friendship. With Wang Feng and Xiao Wei, two idiots, holding Jiang Shui and Lu Han back, it was enough for her to escape. Just the next second, she left the cave and heard the sound of intensive fighting and someone shouting a few hundred meters away. Run! Ah, don't eat me! She turned her head and saw the upper body of a huge black bear hidden in the trees. Bian Wu turned around and ran, but after a few steps, she heard a buzzing sound. Why are you attacking the beehive? Isn't the black bear enough? At least the black bear was forced back by the wild bees. But these wild bees are more than half a meter long, and there are tens of thousands of them. Sorry for the noise, find water. The group of people actually ran towards Bian Wu. Bian Wu was scared to death and ran desperately for a long time. When she was almost exhausted, she saw a huge lake. She jumped into the water. The people behind her, who were more than half killed by wild bees, also jumped into the water one after another. Their movements were so loud that they startled the creatures in the lake. Blood oozed from the wounded part of Bian Wu and spread in the water. In an instant, the lake creatures that had been motionless immediately became agitated. Jiang Shui and Lu Han successfully killed Wang Feng and Xiao Wei. When they came out of the cave, they found that there were no traces of humans around, but they could tell which direction they were going by looking at the weeds being trampled. Jiang Shui said, "Let's go back and reunite with everyone. We won't chase them anymore." Lu Han, yes. They just heard the sound of fighting. The group of people were being chased by something. They didn't need to waste time on this matter. There was still a bonfire burning in the cave. It seemed that the group of people planned to stay here for a long time, and they had a sufficient supply of dry wood. Jiang Shui said, "What should we do with him?" Lu Han, "Stay here." Lu Han, "Zheng Yan, what are your terms of trade? We can talk now." Zheng Yan smiled bitterly. "There is no terms of trade. Killing two of them is also my revenge. You can go. My family is all dead. I don't want to live anymore. I want to go down and stay with them." The two were silent, but before leaving, they left him a fire-enchanted machete and hemostatic ginger, and left him 10 pounds of meat. They also sealed the entrance of the cave, and left only a small ventilation hole to prevent wild animals from invading or being discovered by humans. The two quickly returned to reunite with their families, and continued on their journey. After a day of killing and searching for treasure chests, they finally found a cave as a shelter at 10 o'clock in the evening. The cave was very large, and after walking for a while, they realized something was wrong. There was a huge rock at the end of the cave. Clatter. Jiang Shui accidentally kicked a rock, and the rock rolled down the slope, making a crashing sound. In this quiet environment, the sound was particularly obvious, and everyone couldn't help holding their breath. But the rock moved, and when it stood up and began to crawl, everyone realized that it was a giant crocodile with a length of 40 meters. Chapter 97. With everyone's strength, they can still fight the 40-meter crocodile, but they will probably get hurt, and the noise will attract other beasts to attack, and they will be surrounded. Isn't this the edge of Central Continent? Why is there a 40-meter crocodile? The crocodiles in the front are normal. During the confrontation, the crocodile left the place where it was lying down, and saw that there was a nest of crocodile eggs there. This crocodile did not move like in the TV show. It obviously thought everyone was an egg thief. It turned its ferocious head to face everyone and pounced on them quickly. Everyone turned and ran, only to hear a rumbling sound behind them, which was the sound of it hitting the stone wall after it missed its attack. The crocodile followed everyone to the jungle persistently. Because of its huge body, it crashed into countless trees along the way. Trees fell wherever it passed, and there were continuous rumbling sounds. Soon, the jungle, which was originally safe, became full of dangers. Everyone ran for more than half an hour, and finally got rid of the crocodile when they were 30 or 40 kilometers away from the cave. However, this place was on flat terrain, with no hillsides around, so there was no cave. It was already midnight, and it was not appropriate to move any further. It was not safe to set up camp directly, so everyone started to build a shelter on the spot. The branches in the jungle were still wet. After the construction, Nangong Yu finally lit a fire. The shelter was built around the fire, so that it could dry itself, and everyone took the opportunity to hunt nearby. Wawa wawa. There was a sound of footsteps on leaves around, and before they knew it, they were surrounded by a group of wild wolves about 10 meters high. A few minutes later, everyone dragged a wild wolf to another place to rebuild the shelter. The previous place was no longer suitable. When they were building a new shelter, a disabled but tall and majestic wolf appeared in the pile of wolf corpses. It was another free meal that was obtained without any effort. It had no resistance to eating its own kind. In the shelter, Nandong finally lit the fire, and Lu's father and mother had already built the new shelter with some skill. Jiang Shui and Lu Han returned with the cleaned wolf meat, cut off half of the wolf leg, and put the rest of the meat into their backpacks. After dinner, everyone took turns to rest, and this period of time was Jiang Shui's night watch. She opened the World Chat channel, and saw the Dragon Country people cheering and filling the screen. It turned out that the Dragon Country's divine dragon appeared. Now whenever they met a Dragon Country person, they would send him to various gathering points and bring the bodies of wild animals they killed. But everyone was a little curious why there was a bucket in the mouth of the divine dragon, and in the bucket there was a motionless rainbow shark. Someone on the World Channel asked Jiang Shui, but Jiang Shui had been on the run all afternoon, so she didn't reply. Now, she didn't plan to reply. She glanced at the screen for a while, and suddenly a small figure appeared in her peripheral vision. That thing was about 10 centimeters tall and had wings. It passed by in front, and suddenly turned its head to look at Jiang Shui. Then, a group of 20-centimeter microraptors rushed out from the weeds and pounced on the microraptors, biting and screaming. Jiang Shui deliberately said, "Ahem." The group of microraptors stopped and turned their heads to see Jiang Shui holding a machete. The microraptors turned around and ran away. As the weakest group in the jungle, they became smaller and smaller, and they couldn't even beat insects. They could only bully their own kind. Unexpectedly, they encountered a two-legged beast that could kill even a velociraptor. Although this biped is not the same as the other biped. The microraptor dragged its injured body towards Jiang Shui. When it got closer, Jiang Shui saw its hesitant and expectant look. Intelligent, the microraptor stopped 3 meters away from Jiang Shui and suddenly bowed to her. This was learned from the bipeds that passed by before. As long as you do this, the other party will be much more friendly. Jiang Shui thought it was quite novel. Did you learn this from humans? Jiang Shui hooked her finger at it. Come here. Microraptor could understand these two words. According to its observation of the humans passing by these days, it could understand several words and actions. Microraptor came to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was surprised that it could understand this command. She said, "Come to my hand." This time, Microraptor looked at her blankly. Jiang Shui grabbed Microraptor. Microraptor's body was stiff, but it did not show any intention of attacking. So Jiang Shui used hot water to bathe it, and applied herbal medicine to it. Microraptor cooperated throughout the process, being manipulated like a toy, and had no intention of resisting. When Jiang Shui finally finished cleaning it, it didn't know what kind of psychological journey it had gone through, but it actually grinned and smiled, and rubbed against Jiang Shui, showing a very intimate expression. Originally, it was not ugly or good-looking, but with such a grin, it suddenly became weird. Jiang Shui stopped laughing. Microraptor read something from Jiang Shui's expression, crawled to the ground pitifully and hugged itself, pitifully for a while, turned its head to look at Jiang Shui, continued to be pitiful for a while, and looked at Jiang Shui again. Jiang Shui tore off a piece of roasted wolf meat, tore it into pieces, and put it in her palm, then picked up a small piece, and put it to the mouth of Microraptor. Microraptor opened its mouth and started eating. Jiang Shui and it fed each other, which was quite harmonious. After a while, the sound of running suddenly came to her ears. Microraptor immediately grabbed Jiang Shui's clothes and jumped onto her arm, looking at the darkness warily. It made an anxious sound and looked back at Jiang Shui, as if urging her. Jiang Shui immediately woke everyone up. Something is coming. As soon as the voice fell, the sound was close at hand. A group of 30 to 40 meter tall velociraptors ran by. Fortunately, everyone hid in time and no trampling occurred. However, the shelter was not so lucky, and was kicked apart by the velociraptors. More than a dozen velociraptors ran by quickly, and they did not even stop when they found the delicious bipeds they had eaten before. They ran for less than a few seconds, and a huge shadow appeared behind them. Lu Han said, "Hide." Unfortunately, it was too late. A Tyrannosaurus Rex that was almost taller than the tree rushed over. It suddenly stopped running, its huge head drooped, and the air exhaled from its nostrils brought gusts of wind. It put its head close to the barbecue, and then turned its head to sniff around. Suddenly, it turned its head to face everyone, and its eyes revealed enthusiasm. Lu Han immediately grabbed his parents. Run! Jiang Shui hugged Nan Dongyu and flew into the air, avoiding the licking of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tongue. The claws of the Microraptor tightly hooked Jiang Shui's clothes, and in an instant, it was several meters off the ground, revealing a look of fear. It was precisely because of its strong self-awareness that it did not dare to glide down from a high place like its fellows. Every time it saw its fellows fall and get injured, it felt sorry for them. Not only that, it did not like to eat insects and raw meat left over by other creatures, and lived on grass every day. Therefore, among the same batch of hatched shells, it was the only one that was particularly thin. The Microraptor was hanging on Jiang Shui's clothes, swaying with her movements, fearing that he would fall and die if he didn't hold on tightly. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very fast, and it looked like it was no longer a creature on the edge of Zhongzhou. Nan Dongyu took the opportunity to throw a big fireball, but the fireball only had the effect of slightly burning it. It was huge and fast, and it always kept a distance of several meters from everyone. If they relaxed a little, they would be caught up. Soon, the energy of the umbrella was exhausted, and everyone had to run on land. At this time, Lu Han didn't care whether the movement would attract other creatures. He took out the golden gun and used it to attract the attention of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, buying time for everyone. The bullet passed a trajectory that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and was trapped in the lower abdomen of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The defense here was weaker than elsewhere. Jiang Shui completed the new energy and flew over the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head when it bit Lu Han. The umbrella closed, and the tip gathered a large wind blade. She jumped forward and released the wind blade when her body was parallel to its eyes. As the wind blade slashed into one of its eyes, the energy of the umbrella was exhausted and its body fell straight down. Lu Han immediately caught her and rolled her to his side, avoiding the Tyrannosaurus Rex's random stomping due to the pain of injury. Scarlet blood flowed down the corners of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes, making it look even more terrifying. This blow stimulated the Tyrannosaurus Rex's ferocity, and it suddenly stopped on the spot and burst into a fierce roar. Everyone felt a buzzing in their ears, and they covered their ears with pain on their faces. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped heavily on the ground, and when everyone fell down, it opened its mouth and bit. At the critical moment, 2 streams of water flowed directly into the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then a flame covered the water. In an instant, the water was burned hot, and covered the entire mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Shui used the Golden Dream Crystal Ball, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly stopped and closed its eyes. In its dream, this group of hateful bipeds was caught by it, and it was eating them. Compared with its body, these bipeds were too small to fill its teeth, but their meat was so delicious that it was unwilling to miss it no matter how small it was. Jiang Shui wrote on the word spirit book, "Swallow the boiling water." The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the dream swallowed unconsciously, and the next moment, he woke up from the burning pain of the water in his throat. No matter how powerful a creature is, it is always fragile inside. The Tyrannosaurus Rex went crazy, and everyone was too busy to take care of themselves. They had no chance to attack, and had to run wildly. Nan Dongyu was a little slower, and was bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the soil in his mouth. She reacted quickly, and escaped before its mouth closed. She was too small for the dinosaur. It only had eyes for running humans, and didn't think that the meat in its mouth would run away, so it didn't notice Nan Dongyu. Nan Dongyu fell to the ground, and after struggling to get up, she found that everyone and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already run several hundred meters away. Just as she was about to chase, 2 velociraptors suddenly appeared in her field of vision. When Jiang Shui finished charging for 10 seconds and was ready to take Nan Dongyu up, she found that the other party had disappeared. She was shocked, and then a strong wind hit. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and Lu Han said, "Be careful." Jiang Shui flew out reflexively and looked back. The Tyrannosaurus Rex missed the attack, and the tail whip came, which was the direction she was avoiding. Lu Han flew over with a machete in hand, and the machete sank into her skin, but he did not slow down. Lu's father and mother used the silver water staff to create a thick, high-speed water wall to block Jiang Shui's side. The water wall worked, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail was slowed down for a moment by the movement of the high-speed water belt. As Jiang Shui rose with her umbrella, the water wall broke, and the tail whip attacked and passed by her. Jiang Shui was blown away by the wind brought by its movement, and fell heavily on a big tree. She felt that her internal organs were about to shift, and she vomited a large mouthful of blood. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was attracted by Lu Han's shooting attack and chased him away. Only she, Lu's father and mother were left here. Lu's mother supported Jiang Shui. How are you? Lu's father, you wait here, I go to support Xiaohan, he said, and disappeared into the jungle. The sound of the battle was not far away. Jiang Shui retched a few times, and the feeling of vomiting was relieved a lot. She took Lu's mother to chase after it. After chasing for about 10 minutes, the sound of countless herbivorous dinosaurs suddenly sounded in front of him, and then the ground began to shake, and the gunshots disappeared. Lu Han mistakenly entered the valley of large herbivorous dinosaurs. The appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex chasing him frightened the dinosaurs, and they all ran away. In a hurry, he had to ride on a dinosaur, not knowing where he would end up. Nandong Yu was still fighting with the velociraptors. The velociraptors were very fast, and there were 2 of them. She was having a hard time fighting them. At this time, there was the sound of a giant running around, and then the sound of an explosion. A man ran over covered in mud and water. When he saw Nandong Yu, he was briefly surprised and then shouted, "Run!" Behind him, there was a wounded 40-meter crocodile. Nandong Yu, Jiang Shui and Lu's mother arrived at the dinosaur valley, where there were trampled gravel everywhere, and no trace of any living creatures. She checked Lu Han and Nandong Yu's friends, and found that their avatars were lit, which meant they were alive. She sent them a message, but received no response. After waiting for a while, Lu's father came over, and the 3 decided to continue chasing, even if it was the direction of deep into Zhengzhou. An hour later, Nandong Yu and the man killed the velociraptor and the crocodile together, thanks to Nandong Yu's temporary opening of the silver treasure chest, which revealed a centipede that was more than 10 meters long. The centipede appeared in front of Nandong Yu, and before it could attack her, it was accidentally bitten into 2 pieces by the crocodile. The centipede had never suffered such an injustice, and immediately changed its target. Before it died, it drilled into the crocodile's stomach and caused some damage, successfully taking away most of the crocodile's life. At this time, the 2 men made up for it. The remaining 2 velociraptors were killed with great difficulty under the cooperation of Nandong Yu and the man. At this time, Nandong Yu panted and said, "I want to chase someone, let's part ways in peace." At the same time, she replied to the message Jiang Shui sent an hour ago, "Coordinates, I find you." The man, "I ran away from my family, and now we are far away. This is an active area for dinosaurs. It's not safe for me to find it alone. It's better to team up with you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shen Qiufeng. We have been through life and death together. Why don't we cooperate? They can be regarded as taking care of each other." Nandong Yu shook his outstretched hand. "Okay, let's go." Jiang Shui heard the private chat notification sound from her friend, but she couldn't check it out at the moment. A few minutes ago, they arrived at a big river where many large herbivorous dinosaurs died, and not only that, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also died. The bodies were covered with slender worms, like red blood vessels. Jiang Shui chose to use a parachute to cross the river. When she was about to reach the other side, a group of terror birds suddenly flew over from a distance, and the 3 of them were caught. The terror birds did not eat them immediately, but caught them and flew away. Chapter 98. More than half an hour later, they appeared in a mining area without trees and vegetation. The ground was covered with black and red high stones, like an alternative jungle. They were placed in a hollowed-out nest on the side of a high stone. There was actually a person lying in the nest. Judging from her appearance, she was a woman from Dragon Country. The woman was originally sleeping, and she wanted to come over when she heard the noise, looking at everyone with pity. "Another group has come." "Jiang Shui, what do you mean?" The person introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Yu Dai. If nothing unexpected happens, we will all die tomorrow." Jiang Shui frowned. "My name is Jiang Shui. Tell me what's going on." Yu Dai was stunned, then surprised. "Jiang Shui, who is ranked first in the world's combat power?" "Jiang Shui, yes." Yu Dai was disappointed again. "Even if it's you, you may not be able to escape. There are thousands of moas living in this area. They can fly and have a much greater advantage than us." She sat down. "They caught us to feed their cubs. When I was caught here before, there were originally 20 to 30 people here. Without exception, they were eaten by the moa cubs here. Today, I am the only human left. There is not enough food to share, so they let me go," Yudai said as she lay down and closed her eyes. "They tried to escape and resist before, but they all failed. How can we resist the thousands of troops of the moa?" Jiang Shui came to the edge of the nest and looked into the distance. She saw a large umbrella-shaped shadow at the end of the mining area. It was too far away to see clearly, but it was definitely not a big tree. "There are 4 directions, and only that direction can see other things, but at the same time, it is the direction of the depths. The Microraptor loosened his clothes and fell into the grass-covered nest, lying motionless and peaceful. He swayed all the way, and was exhausted to prevent himself from falling. Jiang Shui picked up the Microraptor and put it in her pocket, trying to walk out of the nest. The next moment, a moa flew down from above her head and stretched out its claws to push her back. Jiang Shui said, "Take a rest first and then make plans." Lu's mother sighed, "Okay." Lu's father tried to video call Lu Han, but failed. He was anxious. "I don't know what happened to Xiao Han. He hasn't replied." Lu's mother, "We can only wait." Jiang Shui opened the private chat from Nangong Yu and replied, "Don't come over. There is a big river in front of you, and countless red worms live in the river." At this moment, Nangong Yu and Shen Qiufeng were resting on the top of the tree. In order not to attract the attention of the dinosaurs, they did not light a fire or grill meat. They just planned to wait until tomorrow morning. Nangong Yu replied, "Coordinates, where are you now?" Jiang Shui, "Coordinates, a mineral area." Nangong Yu, "Oh my god, how come you are so far away suddenly? This is deep." Jiang Shui, "We are still safe. You go and meet up with Wan and the others first. We will rush over as soon as possible." Nangong Yu thought for a while. "Okay, then you be careful." Jiang Shui, "Yeah." Jiang Shui began to make fire by drilling wood. Soon, a pile of flames burned, providing warmth for everyone. The head of the terror bird stretched down from the top and approached the flame. It screamed in surprise when it was burned, and then there was a commotion around. Father Lu said, "They are afraid of fire, but there are no trees or weeds here, otherwise we could set fire to it." Several terror birds gathered outside the groove, staring at them fiercely, but without any action. Jiang Shui saw that they were gathering more and more, and had an idea, so he took out the silver treasure chest and opened it. Endless silver sniper rifle. Endless silver sniper rifle. Charge for 6 seconds to condense air bullets, aim and fire. She put the sniper rifle on the trading house in exchange for 4 grenades. Today is the 4th day of the outing. Whether intentional or not, basically everyone has opened the treasure chest. Not long after, she received the trading supplies. She said to Yu Dai, "What equipment do you have?" Yu Dai, "Silver paraglider, and endless black iron gun." Jiang Shui, "As you said, if you die early or late, you will die anyway, so why not give it a try?" Yu Dai was not in high spirits. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Shui, "I have a parachute that can control the wind to let us fly far away. You can use the gunshot to attract their attention. I can guarantee your safety." Yu Dai, "They can chase us relentlessly. Even if we get rid of them temporarily, how can we get rid of them for a long time?" Jiang Shui, "Go to the depths of Zhongzhou and give it a try." Father Lu asked, "Then what do we need to do?" Jiang Shui, "After we lead them away, you choose a direction to leave, but you can't take the way we came. That big river is very dangerous." Mother Lu, "Are you planning to sacrifice yourself to save us? This is not feasible. Let's think about it again. There must be other ways." Jiang Shui, "Time waits for no one. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. You die, give it a try. It's better than all dying." Father Lu and Mother Lu wanted to say something, but Jiang Shui grabbed Yu Dai's arm and held up an umbrella with his other hand. A stream of air rose diagonally, and the two of them had already left the cave. The terror birds hadn't reacted yet. They were already standing on the or 100 meters away. Jiang Shui, "Take out the paraglider and the gun." It was also the first time for Yu Dai to use a paraglider, so she was very nervous, but she was very comfortable with the gun and fired at the flock of terror birds. Bang! The sound of the gun cut through the darkness. Jiang Shui first grabbed Yu Dai and glided rapidly for several thousand meters, then threw Yu Dai into the sky. Yu Dai screamed and subconsciously tightened the horizontal grip of the paraglider. The whole person was suspended in the air and glided rapidly from top to bottom towards the depths of Zhongzhou. Jiang Shui fell straight down. When the 10-second energy storage was completed, it was less than 10 meters away from the ground. The rising air currents rose, and she landed safely. At this time, she was surrounded by moas. A moa grabbed her. The paraglider suddenly soared dozens of meters into the air, and Jiang Shui threw a grenade down at the moment they were about to take off. Bang! A violent explosion, and flames shot up into the sky. Yu Dai's paraglider was not far from the ground. At this moment, thousands of moas followed her, and one of them stretched out its claws, and was about to grab her feet. Yu Dai was frightened, and the next moment, a gust of wind pushed her up into the sky. Yudai temporarily escaped the crisis and turned around to shoot behind her when she started a new gliding. Bang! Bang! Instantly attracted the attention of all the Amois. When Yudai landed again, Jiang Shui arrived. At the moment when the Amois attacked, she picked up Yudai and flew into the air, and dropped the second grenade. Boom! Using the last bit of paraglider energy to send Yudai into the sky, she grabbed Yudai's arm, and started a new round of energy storage. The paraglider carried the weight of 2 people, and fell twice as fast. Fortunately, their position was high enough, and Jiang Shui completed the energy storage, and took off again before landing. With the help of each other, there were fewer terror birds chasing behind them when the sun rose. The deep environment in front of them, that was not clear last night, was now close at hand. It was a huge mushroom forest. The air was foggy, and a closer look revealed countless particles floating. Yudai, those are spores. Jiang Shui took her to the ground. Cover your mouth, nose, and ears. They each tore off a piece of clothing and just covered their mouths, noses, and ears. A strong wind suddenly came, and it turned out that more than a dozen terror birds attacked. Jiang Shui swung a wind blade and slashed. Run! This place is not far from the mushroom forest. Under Jiang Shui's cover, they ran quickly for about 10 minutes and entered the range. The Qixing Moas hovered outside, seeming to be very alert to this area. After about a few minutes, they left. The two sat there panting. The Microraptor tried to get out of Jiang Shui's pocket, but she pushed it back. The Microraptor calmed down and stopped trying to climb out. National announcement: the scoreboard is settled. The top 3 will be rewarded with a gold treasure chest *1, and the 4th to 10th will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest *1. 2 beams of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, flashed by, and a gold treasure chest appeared in front of Jiang Shui, and a silver treasure chest appeared in front of Yudai. Jiang Shui put the golden treasure chest into the ring. Yudai wanted to open the treasure chest, but she was afraid that something bad might come out. They were thirsty, hungry, and exhausted, so it would be difficult to deal with them, so she gave up. Jiang Shui still had a glass of water in her cup, so she took it out and drank half of it, and handed the rest to Yudai. Thank you, Yudai said gratefully. Jiang Shui began to look around, and where her eyes stopped, she saw a black iron treasure chest, but it was near a dense spore. She gave up the idea of taking the risk to pick it up, and opened the scoreboard, and found that Lu Han was actually ranked first, and it was a cliff-like first. She was ranked second, and Xiao Mu was ranked third. Looking down, Nandongyu and Lu's father, mother, and Zhao Huan were all in the list. It seemed that everyone had a bad night last night. Jiang Shui privately chatted with them. Except for not receiving Lu Han's reply, she received everything else. Nandongyu, Huan and I have reunited. Yesterday, we were both being chased, and could run in each other's direction. We reunited before dawn today. Zhao Huan, coordinates, where are you? Xiao Mu, where are your coordinates? Are you and Lu Han okay? Lu's mother, don't worry, your uncle and I have left the Amoy area and are now walking sideways. It's safe for now. Jiang Shui replied one by one. Nandongyu, why are you farther away from us? Zhao Huan, you should return as soon as possible. It's too dangerous in the depths. We will wait for you here. Xiao Mu, Lu Han is missing, no wonder I can't contact him. He is now the first in the standings. He must have been in great danger last night. Our coordinates are not far. You wait, I will find you. Originally, I was the farthest from Xiao Mu, but after a series of escapes, I unexpectedly became the closest. Xiao Mu was also near the mushroom forest. Jiang Shui and Yudai rested for a while, and suddenly heard a bang 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 jumping sound. They quickly hid behind a mushroom, and saw a rabbit as tall as 100 meters appeared in their sight. It alertly looked around and took a bite of a mushroom. After a while, the mushrooms around it were eaten up, and then it ran away. Yudai's eyes widened. What a big rabbit. Jiang Shui, the mushrooms it has eaten are not poisonous. Yudai, then let's roast mushrooms? She took out a knife, found a mushroom that the rabbit had eaten, climbed up and started cutting. Jiang Shui was drilling wood to make a fire. There were no branches or leaves here, so they could only use dried mushrooms. The two of them started roasting mushrooms around the fire. In order to avoid getting an upset stomach, they roasted them for a long time before eating them. The properties brought by mushrooms were more than any creatures they had eaten before. Both of them had big appetites, so they ate half of them in a short while. Mushrooms consume a lot of water. Although they were full, they were thirsty. Yudai suggested, how about hunting and drinking blood? Jiang Shui, a 100-meter rabbit. Yu Dai, okay, let's give up. Shall we open the treasure chest now? Jiang Shui, yes. Now that they have recovered, they can deal with dangerous things even if they open them. Yu Dai immediately touches the silver treasure chest. Get the transformation card *0.5. Yu Dai, why do you still have the 0.5? Jiang Shui takes out the gold treasure chest and touches the keyhole with her finger. A huge shadow suddenly appears in the field of vision. It is a poisonous scorpion. Jiang Shui, shock. My luck is terrible today. Yu Dai was dumbfounded, and when she saw the other party attacking, she dodged immediately. The scorpion was 40 to 50 meters long, chasing them like a tank, and its terrifying tail stinger attacked from time to time. Helplessly, Jiang Shui held an umbrella and took Yu Dai to fly on the mushroom. After running all the way, the scorpion was parasitized by the spores, and the speed slowed down, and the two of them were able to catch their breath. When they took off again, Jiang Shui saw a figure running in the distance. The two sides approached each other and soon joined. At this moment, the scorpion's body was covered with spores, and it finally stopped chasing and kept rolling on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The tumbling noise attracted a 200-meter-long bird. The bird attacked the scorpion, but was stung by its tail needle and died instantly. Soon, the scorpion also died of parasitism, and a large number of small mushrooms grew on its body. The three of them walked out of their hiding place and stayed away from this troubled place. An hour later, the three of them stopped running and talked while walking. Xiao Mu, we were attacked. In order to protect my parents, I led the vultures away by myself, but unfortunately, I encountered a group of lions again. When I got rid of the lions, I appeared there. Jiang Shui, I, Nandong Yu, and Lu Han's family were originally together. We encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Later, Lu Han led the Tyrannosaurus Rex away and passed by Dinosaur Valley. At that time, I was with my uncle and aunt, and I had lost Yu. Then the three of us followed the traces to find Lu Han, and were captured by the Moa. Yu Dai and I led the Moa away and lost my uncle and aunt. Xiao Mu looked at the people around Jiang Shui. Thank you for your help. Yu Dai, it's also for self-rescue, you're welcome. Then she stopped talking. Although she has the appearance of a dragon countryman, she belongs to the Light Pass area. She is already very happy that the dragon countryman is willing to walk with her, so she should not disturb others when they are talking. The group walked until noon without encountering any wild animals, and luckily found a tributary of a mountain spring. There were large creatures active upstream of the mountain spring, and from their position, they could see a huge shadow, while the downstream was much safer, and the group found fish, shrimps, and crabs in the tributary. Fish basically have different degrees of spore parasitism, but shrimps and crabs have thick shells and are not parasitic. Even so, it is not easy to eat them, as the shrimps and crabs are 2 or 3 meters long, which shows that they are just cubs. If this is a large tributary, they probably won't appear here. The three fought with the shrimps and crabs and successfully caught 2 shrimps and 2 crabs. The three came to a place far away from the mountain spring tributary. Xiao Mu took out the burning branches from the silver ring and quickly lit a fire. Let's eat crabs for lunch today, he said. Jiang Shui, yes. Yu Dai said stiffly, I listen to you. Xiao Mu looked at Yu Dai and felt that she was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. 2 of the remaining shrimps and crabs were put into Xiao Mu's ring space, and the remaining one was put into Jiang Shui's space. She just happened to have an empty space. Xiao Mu said, if we don't get separated, the food we have stored is enough for us to have another meal. As the crabs were roasting on the fire, Xiao Mu started to find a topic. Are you from Deng Country? Yu Dai, yes. Worried that the people of Dragon Country would have a negative perception of her, she quickly explained, when I was a child, I was from Dragon Country, and later I was adopted by the people of Deng Country. My adoptive parents are very good. If I hadn't suddenly come to the survival world, they would have planned to settle down in Dragon Country with me. Xiao Mu felt that this was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, and said to Jiang Shui, when we were in the Deng Country area before, we met 3 people who were tied up by the ghost pirate tribe, and they said the same thing. Yu Dai was afraid of misunderstanding. Was the leader of the ghost pirate tribe also on the island there? Xiao Mu, yes. Yu Dai, so you saved our family? Xiao Mu, is it such a coincidence? The two began to discuss the details, and finally found that it was such a coincidence. Yu Dai began to thank them non-stop. The relationship between the 3 of them was not so restrained. Beep beep beep. Jiang Shui received a private chat notification from her friend, and she sat up straight immediately. Lu Han, where are you? In the 300-meter jungle, Lu Han leaned against a big tree and was treating his wounds. He didn't have much good flesh on his body, and his face was very pale at the moment. He was struggling to apply herbs to himself. A few meters away, a 300-meter cheetah was lying on the ground. The strong smell of blood attracted hyenas. Thanks to the thick blood, he was not discovered by other beasts during his coma in the morning. Jiang Shui coordinates with Xiao Mu and a Dang countryman. Lu Han, I go find you. Jiang Shui, where are you? Lu Han, wait for me to find you. Jiang Shui thought about it, and knew that his place was not safe, otherwise he would not have told them the coordinates and stopped them from looking for it. Jiang Shui, if you don't tell us, we will go deep into Zhongzhou and search in random directions. Lu Han helplessly coordinates. Jiang Shui, Xiao Mu and I will go to find you, you protect yourself. Lu Han, it's very dangerous here, there are many giant beasts, you should stay hidden, and don't tell my parents about me. Jiang Shui called a video call. Lu Han hung up. After several times, Jiang Shui understood. You are seriously injured. Lu Han had to admit, well, don't worry, you won't die. Jiang Shui was silent. She didn't talk to Lu Han anymore. She turned to Xiao Mu and said. Lu Han replied. He is in the deeper part of Zhongzhou, and is seriously injured. I decided to find him. Xiao Mu, I go with you. You die, I also. Xiao Mu interrupted. It's very dangerous there. You don't have to go deeper with us. Yu Dai hesitated. She wanted to find her parents, but if it weren't for Jiang Shui, she would be dead now. She didn't want to be ruthless. Yu Dai said firmly, I go with you. Jiang Shui, the giant beasts are active there. Yu Dai, it doesn't matter. I'm willing to go. Chapter 99. To reach Luhan, they need to cross this mushroom forest, which is very large for humans, but not very wide for the creatures living in it. The mushroom forest is full of spores, and several people covered their mouths, noses and ears, which was considered safe. In addition, they encountered several groups of vegetarian creatures, but they did not disturb them, and continued to move forward cautiously. After crossing the mushroom forest, there is a forest of giant trees several hundred meters long. The air is filled with the smell of blood and the howling of wild beasts, which makes the eardrums hurt. At this time, Jiang Shui received a private message from Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan, we have met the dragon. Tell me the coordinates and I will find you. Jiang Shui coordinates. Jiang Shui asked everyone to rest and wait for the dragon. The dragon was very fast. Before long, a huge black shadow approached. After arriving at the mushroom forest, it flew very low, as if it was afraid of disturbing something. The distance of the mushroom forest shrank in the blink of an eye. The dragon circled around everyone, and several people slid down from its back. Zhao Huan squeaked, Yo! And asked about everyone's recent situation. Nandongyu rushed to Jiang Shui and said tearfully that you had worked hard these past 2 days. Then she turned and pointed at a man and said, He is Shin Qiufeng, and he will be with us for the time being. Jiang Shui nodded to Shin Qiufeng. Shin Qiufeng smiled brightly. I have heard of your name for a long time, and finally I meet you, the boss. The dragon put the wooden barrel in its mouth in front of Jiang Shui. Rainbow Shark was sleeping quietly in the barrel. This is the rule of the traveling shark system. If the island owner travels for more than 1 day, the shark will automatically go into a deep sleep to conserve body energy. Jiang Shui touches the rainbow shark. Your rainbow shark is waking up. The rainbow shark opens its eyes and says, Master, I miss you and want a hug. Jiang Shui puts 2 small red worms into the bucket, and after it finishes eating, she holds it in her hands. At this time, the microraptor pops its head out of Jiang Shui's pocket. The rainbow shark says, Who are you and why are you in the master's pocket? The microraptor says, I am the raptor that the master raises. The rainbow shark says, No, you can't just think about being raised, you have to contribute to the master, such as catching prey and giving it to the master. That's what the master's friends on the island do. Microraptor said, But I can't beat the prey. Rainbow shark said, You don't want to eat and drink for free, do you? Microraptor said, There must be a place for me to contribute, but I haven't found it yet. Rainbow shark said, Then you hurry up and find it, I will keep an eye on you. Rainbow shark released a skill, condensed a seed bubble, enveloped itself in it, and floated on Jiang Shui's shoulder. Rainbow shark said, Hey, travel with the master. The dragon fell into a deep sleep after eating some of the flesh and blood of the 9-headed snake of the flower kingdom. Now it is seen again, and its body has skyrocketed to 500 meters, but in this jungle, its size is still nothing. Jiang Shui asked, Do you want to rescue people with us or go back first? The dragon uttered a single syllable, rescue. Jiang Shui, your size is too conspicuous. I opened a treasure chest and got a transformation card. Can I give it to you? The dragon nodded. Jiang Shui took out the transformation card. At this time, the sound of a sparrow suddenly rang in the sky. Looking up, a sparrow with a wingspan of more than 40 meters was hovering above, staring at the dragon, and then it flew away quickly. Rainbow Shark said, hurry up, the sparrow is going to tip off its boss to eat the dragon. Jiang Shui chose to use the transformation card on the dragon. A not-so-bright white light flashed by, and the coiled dragon disappeared, replaced by a little boy of about 2 years old. After a closer look, he looked 50% like Jiang Shui, and the remaining few points were made by his freehand face pinching. After being combined together, he looked delicate and cute. Nan Gongyu and Zhao Huan immediately stepped forward to pinch him boldly. The dragon's body floated in the air, and they didn't touch anything. Jiang Shui asked, do you still have your abilities? The dragon uttered a baby voice, yes. The dragon floated beside Jiang Shui, holding a wooden barrel full of water in his hand. After the Rainbow Shark skill was released, it took the initiative to enter the wooden barrel. When everyone saw this scene, they always felt that they were bullying a child, but the dragon did not feel anything about it, and was very calm. The dragon has a strong observation and sense of smell, and led everyone to Lu Han safely. At this time, Lu Han was sleeping in a tree hole, and the entrance of the hole was covered with weeds. He had applied medicine before, but it was obviously ineffective. The bleeding on the wound stopped, but because of the humid environment, not only did the wound fester, but he also fell into a high fever. Everyone had herbs but no water. Jiang Shui said, Uncle and Aunt have the silver water staff, go there. Zhao Huan quickly chatted with Lu's father and mother, and got the coordinates. In an emergency, the dragon transformed into its original form, and carried everyone to that place. He was really liked by birds. Before he flew out of the forest, he met a patrolling sparrow. Rainbow Shark heard the sparrow say, found it, it's there, go and inform the boss. Their boss was a huge bird with a wingspan of more than 800 meters. When he chased him, he was too far away, and only Jiang Shui, who had the best eyesight, could see him. As soon as it emerged, it was collected into space by the Rainbow Shark, and the crisis was instantly resolved, leaving all kinds of other birds without a leader. 20 minutes later, the dragon arrived at the coordinates, and another 20 minutes later, it carried everyone to a cave. There were 2 patrolling guards at the entrance of the cave. They were stunned when they saw the dragon and Jiang Shui coming. They were in the same base as the big guys. The 2 guards enthusiastically led everyone in. Big guys, please come in, this is the survivor base built by the Dragon Master. The dragon turned into a child, and walked in with everyone under the stunned gaze of the guard. Guard, ? Can the dragon turn into a human? Jiang Shui and the others walked into the base. The survivors who were originally chatting in a low voice immediately quieted down, and watched them find a quiet corner to stop. After a while, they whispered to each other, and looked at Jiang Shui and a young man in their crowd from time to time. Wow, we got together, isn't this a coincidence? Is the Shura field about to start? I want to see how that woman gets mad. Actually, Qin Huai is quite pitiful. I feel sorry for him for having such a mother. Qin Huai, who was at the center of the conversation, lowered his head silently. He didn't want to be noticed by Jiang Shui in this situation. It would be too embarrassing. Xiaomu said, Lu Han's wound is a bit serious and needs some anti-inflammatory herbs, but I don't have any. Do you have any? Jiang Shui, I only have hemostatic herbs. Others said the same thing. Mother Lu was anxious. Then I go to the trading house to buy them. Zhao Huan, I asked the people here if they have any. She asked loudly, do you have any anti-inflammatory herbs? We can exchange them with supplies. No one responded for a long time. It seemed that there was no one. At this time, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded, with a very arrogant and disdainful tone, I have it, I can trade it to you, but I have conditions. As she said this, her eyes were looking at Jiang Shui, and she felt happy in her heart. Jiang Shui caused her and her son to be separated, and today she finally fell into her hands. Zhao Huan recognized this person, and his face suddenly turned cold. I don't need your stuff. Mother Qin's face suddenly became ugly, a little embarrassed, and angry. Jiang Shui is a bitch, and her friends are also bitches. She suppressed her anger and thought that she would punish them later, so she changed her target and said to Mother Lu, your son is so seriously injured that he will die if he is not treated in time. Do you want to indulge Jiang Shui and her friends to delay like this? Mother Lu was originally anxious, and when she saw someone looking for trouble, she immediately vented, "It's none of your business. Your son is dying. Don't stir up trouble here. Shui is very good to my friends and my family. Don't judge others by your mean heart." Mother Qin's face turned pale, she held her chest, and was a little breathless. Father Qin hugged his wife, and looked over unhappily. "Your words are too harsh. My wife is also doing it for the good of your son." Mother Lu, don't use moral kidnapping here. What does my son's well-being have to do with you, an outsider? Do nothing, just rely on your mouth to do good for others? Then everyone in the world is a good person. What war is needed? Puff. Many people laughed mercilessly. Father Qin's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then there's nothing to say. Mother Lu, you can't argue with me. Why pretend to be so noble?" "Father Qin, you." Father Lu said at this time. "What do you mean by you? Do you think I'm dead?" Mother Qin said weakly at this time. "Husband, my depression seems to have relapsed. My heart is beating very fast and my heart is about to burst. I want to die." Qin Huai, who had been silent all the time, said impatiently, "Enough, you guys caused this in the first place. Can't we just keep quiet?" Mother Qin was sad. "You actually blamed me for that vixen. What's so good about her that she makes you not even recognize your parents?" She turned her head and looked at Jiang Shui, saying angrily, "Are you satisfied now? Jiang Shui, how did our family offend you to let you hurt us like this?" Mother Lu, "Shut up. Don't involve our Shui in everything. Does our Shui know you? You are the one who hurt your family from the beginning to the end. Don't put the blame on others." Father Qin, "You knew my wife was sick, but you still provoked her. Did you deliberately kill her?" Qin Huai suddenly stood up. "I've said enough." Qin's father said seriously, "We are a family." A weak voice in the crowd said, "I used to be a psychiatrist. Depressed patients are not like this. They only hurt themselves and not others." Qin's mother is not depressed, but Qin Huai has a tendency to depression. Qin's father, "My wife has become somatized, and you are still here to stimulate her. Do you have any humanity? Don't you allow people to tell the truth these days? A child of a relative of mine had this disease before. This disease is a kind disease. He is constantly hurt, and chooses to bear it himself. He got sick because of his parents, and those parents are just like you too. I have received many patients. Basically, people with this disease are very depressed and silent, definitely not like Qin's mother. This is definitely pretending to manipulate others. Look at how favorable the timing is when she is calculating moral blackmail and pretending to be weak." Qin's mother yelled like a madman. "Shut up, all of you shut up, bitches. You are all bitches who support Jiang Shui. Isn't it just that she has some supplies that you are worth being a liquor like this? Everyone, question mark. How did we suddenly become lickers? Madman. Psychopath. Can you please get out of here? You are really annoying." Father Qin snorted. "We were all saved by the dragon, the cave was dug by the dragon, and the food was hunted by the dragon. What qualifications do you have to tell us to get out of here?" Jiang Shui took out some anti-inflammatory herbs and said, "I traded anti-inflammatory herbs from a friend. Let's start treating the wound." Mother Lu said, "What are the terms of the transaction? I will return it to you when the time comes. I won't let you spend money." Jiang Shui, "I traded it with a handful of soil. It was a free transaction to me." Xiao Huan was delighted. "Well, I pound the medicine." Chen Qiufeng, "I help you." Nandong Yu saw a pile of branches on one side and asked, "Can I take some to start a fire?" People answered, "Yes, it's public anyway. There are plenty, take them. Do you want me to help you start the fire, champion?" Nandong Yu, "Thank you, but no." She brought branches to build a fire, and then released a small fireball. Mother Lu quickly placed the empty treasure chest on the fire, and released water into it. Soon, the water boiled. Xiaomu began to clean Lu Han's wound. "I need to cut off the necrotic flesh first. You crush the hemostatic herbs first. When the bleeding stops, wash it off and change to anti-inflammatory drugs." Xiao Huan, "Okay." Mother Qin was still making a fuss, and Father Qin kept comforting her. Qin Huai walked out of the cave irritably, as if he didn't want to stay here any longer. Suddenly Mother Qin screamed and flew out. Jiang Shui walked towards her with an umbrella. Mother Qin was furious. "Who attacked me?" Seeing Jiang Shui coming over, she pounced on her fiercely. "It was you, a vixen, wasn't it?" Bang! Mother Qin flew backwards again. Qin Huai watched all this indifferently, without any reaction. Father Qin stood in front of Mother Qin and said coldly, "You actually attacked your elders? Where is your upbringing? Is this what your parents taught you? Bang! Father Qin also flew backwards. The force of this blow was so strong that he was stuck in the ground, spitting out blood and unable to get up. Mother Qin shouted, "Murder! The murderer is killing people!" Jiang Shui approached her. Mother Qin's eyes were filled with fear, and she could feel that Jiang Shui really wanted to kill her. So she started to bring up the past. "You are such an ungrateful person. If you were bullied in school, my son helped you, but you turned your back on me." Jiang Shui said calmly, "Your son is your son, and you are you. He helped me. What does it have to do with you? Are you taking credit for something? Besides, after he helped me, I was forced to kneel down, locked up at home and beaten for a few days, and my life back at school became even more difficult. If you can't help others out of their misery, don't interfere and then walk away, making things worse." Xin Huai suddenly raised his head. "Do you think so?" Jiang Shui, "No, I'm just stating the objective facts." Xin Huai, "I'm sorry." Mother Qin said, "Your parents were bullied by her, and you apologized to her. Ungrateful." Xin Huai's eyes were dark. "I'm not an ungrateful person. I've returned everything I owed you in the survival world." He took out the machete and stabbed it straight into his heart. "This is the last thing I give you. I don't want to have any intersection with you in the next life." Mother Qin collapsed, and then attacked Jiang Shui like crazy. "You killed my son. You killed my son." Jiang Shui kicked her hard into the mud, and said condescendingly, "You killed your son. Your son was a stranger to me, from beginning to end. It was impossible for me to have any intersection with him, and it was even more impossible for me to go to his house and suffer the oppression of his parents for a stranger. All along, your family has been dispensable in my heart, but you are too conceited, and you have always put me in a position that I disdain and are complacent and arrogant." Mother Qin was still cursing. "If he hadn't known you, how could my son be so distracted? How could he resist us? How could he break up with us, and even commit suicide? You killed him. You killed him." Father Qin murmured, "Is it really our fault? Is it wrong for us to love our children? Is it wrong for us to want to get along well with our children?" The onlooker said, "Sick love, since you love your child so much, tie him up by your side, don't let him have any intersection with others, and don't cause trouble to others for no reason. You produce and sell your own products. How dare you say you love your child? If you really love your child, you will understand your child and love everything that the child loves." Alas, Jiang Shui is so powerful. If I were Qin Huai and had a school friendship with Jiang Shui, my parents would be so happy that they would let me marry her and coax her every day. It's so rare that the boss is so stable and doesn't have the airs of a boss. Someone actually started to suppress and torture her like a mother-in-law just because her son has a crush on her. It's terrible. This is when the girl is unrequited and has no interest in him. I'm afraid of marriage. I want to break up with my boyfriend. Come to think of it, you are still single, right? Ahem. It hurts. Jiang Shui heard Lu Han's voice and saw that Lu Han had woken up, frowning and looking very painful. In fact, Lu Han woke up when Xiao Mu cut him with the first knife and heard Jiang Shui's words, but he didn't say anything. Until now, he finally spoke, and he didn't expect that he would cry out in pain when he opened his mouth. Xiao Mu, who was cleaning the rotten flesh for him, was very speechless. "You didn't react after cutting for a long time just now. How come you felt pain when someone mentioned whether Jiang Shui was single?" For Qin Huai's sake, Jiang Shui did not kill Qin's father and mother, but just threw them out of the cave. No matter how they shouted and fought, it was useless. The two guards saw Jiang Shui return to the cave and cursed the people lying on the ground. After a while, one of them said, "She is howling and annoying, throw them away, don't attract wild animals." Qin's father was calmer. "We will leave, but let me go in and take Xiao Huai's body away." The guard laughed. "Didn't you listen to your son's last words? He doesn't want to have any intersection with you. Get out, or don't blame us for being rude. We are not like Jiang Shui who spared your life for your son's sake." In the cave, Jiang Shui poured a cup of hot water into the cup and came to Lu Han. "You have a high fever, drink some water first." Lu Han, "Thank you." Jiang Shui, "Shenlong and I will go out to find herbs and food. What do you want to eat?" Lu Han, "Anything is fine." At this time, Lu's mother said, Shua, you stay in the cave to help us guard Xiaohan and your uncle, and I will go with Shenlong to find it. We can't let you do everything, we have to pay too." Xiaomu also said, "Auntie, what you said makes sense. You can stay. I can't handle the application of medicine by myself later. You can also help me a little." Zhao Huan, "Yes, yes." Jiang Shui nodded, "Okay. The others in the cave looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this all assists? Father Lu, Mother Lu and Shenlong came back in the early morning. At this time, Lu Han was changing the second round of anti-inflammatory herbs. Because of the high fever, he was sleeping at the moment, and he didn't wake up even after applying the medicine. They brought back some herbs, mostly hemostatic, less anti-inflammatory, and no antipyretic medicine, so Lu Han could only cool down physically. Deep Space had 2 40-meter sparrows in its claws, and 1 in its mouth. The gold backpack that Father and Mother Lu brought over also contained 3 100-meter rabbits. In addition, each of them came back with a giant mushroom in their arms. In the cave, Father Lu said, "Let's eat the food together. My wife and I will provide water. Everyone, please go with us to a distant place to clean up the corpses so as not to attract wild animals." Everyone cheered. This time, the prey brought was large and abundant, enough for everyone to eat. Unlike before, more than 1,000 people could only survive on prey of dozens of meters, and there was a shortage of water. The arrival of Jiang Shui and her group has improved everyone's quality of life several times. Lu Han woke up in a daze surrounded by a strong aroma, and found that the fire in the cave was bright and there were laughter. Seeing him wake up, Jiang Shui served him a bowl of mushroom sparrow meat soup. Replenish your energy. Lu Han, thank you. He tried to raise his hand, but failed. I have no strength. He looked at Jiang Shui eagerly. Jiang Shui turned her head. Xiao Mu, Lu Han has no strength and can't eat. Lu Han, Xiao Mu, others watching, wouldn't? Xiao Mu fed Lu Han with a heart attack, and Lu Han ate with a heart attack. Afterwards, Lu Han fell asleep again. Next to Xiao Mu was an empty treasure chest filled with cold water. He, Shin Qiufeng and others took turns to wipe Lu Han with cold water every 10 minutes to cool him down physically. The next morning, Lu Han's high fever subsided a little, but his overall physical condition was still very poor. Everyone still spent the 6th day in the cave. On the 7th day, the last day of the 10-day outing, everyone began to intentionally form teams to explore outside, wanting to bring some good things back before leaving. At this time, Lu Han's high fever had subsided, but his body was still very weak, and his wounds had just begun to scab. After discussing with Jiang Shui and others, they decided to let the dragon carry them to hunt and explore. At that time, Lu Han would rest on the side, and they would be responsible for fighting. Chapter 100. On the last day of the outing, the people of Central Continent were unprecedentedly active. Many people with good combat power even went deeper together, because the deeper they went, the higher the probability of treasure chests appearing. With the help of the dragon, Jiang Shui and others appeared in the tall jungle behind the mushroom forest. With his sense of smell, and the ability of the rainbow shark to collect invincible creatures, before 7 o'clock the next morning, the team harvested more than a dozen treasure chests, including 1 gold treasure chest, 6 silver treasure chests, and the rest were black iron treasure chests. These treasure chests have been opened. The gold treasure chest belongs to the dragon. He has transformed now, and the equipment he opened can be used. He opened a gold backpack. It is just right for him to use when he goes out. The 6 treasure chests were divided equally. Jiang Shui opened an endless silver sniper rifle. Others opened either backpacks or weapons. Only Yu Dai from the Lantern Country opened a transformation card *0.5. It was combined with the transformation card 0.5 she opened last time. Yu Dai was very happy, and planned to use it when she has a pet in the future. Yu Dai had the least equipment among these people. It was rare that she got 2 silver treasure chests, but still didn't get any equipment. Everyone gave her all the remaining black iron treasure chests, as a consolation compensation. At 6:59, the sound of the countdown to teleport rang in everyone's ears. In the last minute, everyone touched all the materials they could touch. Announcement to the whole people, the outing activity ended, and the teleportation began. Announcement to the whole people, the scoreboard was settled, the top 3 were rewarded with 1 gold treasure chest, and the 4th to 10th were rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Jiang Shui and Lu Han teleported to the peak of Jiang Shui's island. 7 days passed, the sea ice melted completely, and the sea level rose several meters. At this time, the sky was gloomy, and it was raining. It seemed that the water level would continue to rise. The huge mushrooms and corpses brought by the 2 covered the entire mountain, and part of them were submerged in the water. The bloody smell attracted marine life, and the calm sea's surface instantly boiled. They quickly put the supplies into the tribal space, which saved them from a disaster. Ah! Bing! 2 creatures, one large and one small, rushed into the rain from the villa and excitedly pounced on Jiang Shui. After not seeing each other for a while, the two beasts have grown a little bigger and stronger. Jiang Shui was unable to stop, and was knocked down in the muddy water. Lu Han pulled the wolf cub and the panda apart. Go into the house first. Although it was raining, the temperature was not cold, about 6 or 7 degrees. When they entered the room, the temperature was even higher, about 10 degrees. Lu Han went straight to the third floor. I go boil some water and take a bath. These days, life in Zhongzhou is very inconvenient. Yesterday, they explored the jungle for a day and a night. At this moment, both of them are dirty. The wolf cub and the panda left on the island are also not clean, and their bodies are covered with mud. Jiang Shui has been away for a few days, and they have become wild children. Microraptor crawled out of Jiang Shui's pocket and looked at everything curiously. Suddenly, its vision was occupied by the little wolf and the panda. Microraptor thought, they are the pets of the owner, as Kaihong said, right? It waved its wings to greet the two pets in a friendly manner. Hello, I am the owner's new pet, Microraptor. Little wolf. Hello, my name is Little Wolf. Panda, I am Panda. Panda took on the role of the big brother. There are 5 pets on land, and 2 are squirrels, guarding in the trees. You will have the opportunity to see them in the future. There are also pets of the owner in the ocean, which are killer whales and humpback whales. When the rain stops, we will take you to meet them. Little Raptor, okay. Jiang Shui didn't understand the animal language, but seeing the 3 of them gathered together and shouting one after another, she guessed that they were communicating. Soon, Lu Han boiled water, and the 2 of them took the pets to the corridor outside the 3rd floor door, cleaned them first, and then cleaned themselves. After that, Lu Han teleported back to his island. He was seriously injured and had to take good care of his injuries for the next half-month. The floors of the 1st and 2nd floors were covered with mud, but the 3rd floor was relatively clean. Jiang Shui lit a pot of fire on the 3rd floor to let the panda wolf and the raptor bake the water stains on their bodies. She had endured too much, and the rain outside was noisy. She was not sleepy at the moment, and planned to tidy up the house. Jiang Shui used a blanket to soak up the rain and began to mop the 2nd floor. After drying it in the brazier, she removed the brazier and then began to mop the 1st floor and moved all the workbenches on the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. There were enough Shao guards in the pomegranate tree house, and she wanted to vacate the smaller glass room on the 3rd floor of the villa for the squirrels. She was busy until noon and began to feel sleepy. She rubbed her cheeks to stay awake and used the gourmet workbench to cook. The stored meat was all complete carcasses, which was too troublesome to handle. Jiang Shui only made 2 pots of mushroom soup to make do. She ate 1 pot herself and left the rest for the panda, the wolf, and the microraptor to eat slowly. When she woke up again, it was already dark. She looked at the time, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Shui saw the microraptor sleeping on the bed at her feet, and the wolf and the panda were sitting on the carpet, staring at the world outside the glass. Hearing the movement, the 2 beasts turned their heads. Let's go and eat, she said. Going down to the 1st floor, she saw the 2-year-old cub sitting on the ground. The cub, who had transformed into a dragon, was wrapped in a blanket that was left and used on a chair on the 1st floor, and curled up in the chair. The dragon is back, so the rainbow shark is back too. Jiang Shui lit a bonfire on the 1st floor, held the dragon and sat next to it, then held an umbrella and went to the place where the water connected to the bottom of the mountain. Your great white shark is waking up. The great white shark said, Master, touch and hug. The rainbow shark said, I want it too. Jiang Shui stroked them one by one and fed them red worms. Rainbow shark said, take out the things in my space quickly, I want to travel with Great White. Great White Shark said, didn't you fall asleep with me? Where did the things come from? Rainbow Shark said, the day before yesterday, the dragon woke up and took me to Zhongzhou. I woke up after meeting the master in Zhongzhou, and helped the master and her friends collect 5 500-meter birds to stop the attack. Great White Shark said, woo, I miss traveling with the master. Jiang Shui brought Rainbow Shark into the villa, thinking that she always brought Rainbow Shark with her, but couldn't bring Great White Shark with her, which was really aggrieved, so she opened the Dragon Country World Channel. Jiang Shui, unnamed tribe buying transformation cards. Prices negotiable. Jiang Shui, unnamed tribe buying transformation cards. Prices negotiable. Jiang Shui, unnamed tribe buying transformation cards. Prices negotiable. The World Channel made a fuss for a while, and then Jiang Shui appeared, and returned to the previous topic. In this outing, more than half of the human beings in the survival world died, and most of those who came back alive were injured, But the good news is that everyone has greatly improved their overall strength and obtained powerful equipment. Jiang Shui still ranks first in the world's combat power rankings. Lu Han dropped from the second place and was replaced by Wen Rengyue. Lu Han is currently ranked third. It is worth noting that all the people in the unnamed tribe are ranked in the top 20. Jiang Shui squatted in the world channel for a while, and found that no one was selling the transformation card. She opened the trading house again, but still no one was selling such supplies. She was not in a hurry. At most, she would shout a few times a day. What if someone was willing to sell it? Half an hour later, the big piece of barbecue on the grill was ready. The meat was cut and sent to the panda and the little wolf. Jiang Shui and the dragon Microraptor were not interested in it for the time being. These days, we have been eating barbecue every day during the outing activities. I am tired of it, and don't want to touch barbecue again in the short term. There are 3 rooms on the first floor, one is used as a kitchen, one is a bathroom, and the others are living rooms. There is a gourmet workbench grill, and a dozen hanging pots in the kitchen. Jiang Shui plans to stew poultry mushroom soup,